the person behind it? After hearing Gucciot's words, Feline also frowned. In fact, it is normal to be targeted in the financial market. After all, it is just a series of investment securities companies on Wall Street. That's a lot. These securities companies are already competing with each other. They all want customers to invest and use customers' money to help themselves make money. Whoever has more customers and invests more money will naturally achieve better results. In this case, it is basically common sense to squeeze the living space of competitors to a certain extent. Yuanxiu Investment also opened its foreign investment projects 3 months ago. Someone is targeting. This is normal. In fact, Feline isn't afraid either. But she didn't expect it. This time the suppression was so violent, using such huge funds and creating such a terrifying momentum. This is not just suppression. This is a premeditated and targeted attack. After all, such an attack will waste your own funds, consume your own ammunition, and may even cause losses along with Yuanxiu's investment. Unless there is a grudge, who would do such a thankless thing? But it's a pity. After racking her brains for a long time, Feline still didn't get any results. I'm sorry, I can't think of who it is. Since the establishment of the company, our performance has been very good. It is possible that we have been targeted. Moreover, we have opened external asset management business before, and to a certain extent, we have snatched away some customers from other companies. But other than that, we have not had any conflicts with any securities company so far. In the words of Longhua, it can be said that it is a well-off. You mean there won't be people who are full to suppress us? Gucciot raised his eyebrows. Yes, Feline nodded. Since they want to suppress us, they will definitely investigate our qualifications. You should know that we have more funds than many companies. Normally, no one would do such a thankless thing. This is the biggest doubt. This attack came out of nowhere, even inexplicable. Although blocking someone's financial path is like killing one's parents. If we only look at the number and qualifications of customers currently in Yuanxiu Investment hands. In fact, it can't block other people's financial path at all. After all, Yuanxiu Investment's current investments in the financial market are mostly internal funds within the company. There is no conflict anymore. This is unreasonable. Gucciot also frowned slightly. Whether it was himself or Yuanxiu Investment, they had always been very low-key, especially in American. But he didn't expect that such a low profile would lead to suppression from others. They say you can't start early without profit. There is no love for no reason in this world, let alone hate for no reason. If you come out with such a big deal, you must have something to ask for. Gucciot said softly, "Is there anything special in the business during this period?" Cooperation. Gucciot raised his eyebrows. It's just some regular financial cooperation. Feline explained, there are circles everywhere, and Wall Street also has its own circle. Joining this circle usually seems useless, but if you encounter a shortage of funds, you can seek a certain degree of help. I want to join this circle in addition to the social activities that the bosses of securities companies will have with each other, and in terms of capital investment. To put it bluntly, it means taking your own funds and giving it to the other company to manage. The same other party will usually invest a sum of money in us. This is a symbol of friendship. Gucciot nodded. The reason is very simple. The Wall Street financial circles stick together and attack together when needed. Regardless of whether it is true or not, we can share the blessings and share the hardships. But at least, on some small issues, we can help each other. So you refused? Gucciot asked. Yes. Feline nodded. Because our business model does not overlap with other companies. And to be honest, I am confident that the funds under my own management can achieve better results. So I refused. Is this a reason? Gucciot frowned and then shook his head. This reason could be used, but if you think about it carefully, it was actually unnecessary. There are many loners on Wall Street. Not everyone will join such a circle. Not to mention Yuanxiu Investment financial strength is so strong, it is impossible for someone to yell at them just because they don't join the circle. No need. Everyone's goal is to make money, let alone no grievances. Even if there are real grievances, it is generally impossible to do so. Even the four major grain merchants that Gushio suspected were not like this. Unless, by doing this, the other party can obtain higher profits. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the landline phone in front of Fuline rang. Fuline glanced at Gushio and said, "It's from the front desk." She immediately answered the call. "What did you say? Madoff Securities Investment? What does he want from us? Invitation letter? Okay, I get it." The phone was quickly hung up, and Flynn's already frowning brows were even more squeezed into a Sichuan shape. She gave Gushio a strange look and then said, "Boss, just now, the manager of Madoff Securities Investment came and invited you to a party in Palm Springs." "Madoff?" Gushio raised his eyebrows. "Yes, Bernard Madoff Investment Securities Company." Flynn thought that Gushio didn't know this company, so she introduced it to Gushio. This is a very famous company among the three major securities companies on Wall Street. They are one of the ceilings of Wall Street. They have almost the best customers in the world, and even some well-known investment banks have cooperated with them, including Bank of Foreign Trade of Gallia, Royal Bank of Scotland, UBS, HSBC, Nomura Securities, and other large capitals. This company has great hands and eyes because they have a boss who is like a god on Wall Street. Bernard Madoff. This man is a legend on Wall Street. He is the former chairman of the Nasdaq Exchange, a highly respected Wall Street star broker, and a praised philanthropist. He has many titles and a wide range of friends, especially in politics. He also has a lot of energy. Speaking of which, Fuline's eyes filled with surprise again. She looked at Gushio and said, "And now, this legendary godfather has invited you to a party, even the most confidential Palm Springs party. If this news gets out, I'm afraid many people on Wall Street will envy you." These words are extremely sincere. Even her eyes showed envy. After all, these few words can be regarded as the godfather of Wall Street, such a high-ranking boss, to Fuline. That is a super idol. But, facing Fuline's surprised and admiring gaze, Gushio was a little stunned. "Is it him? You seem not too happy." Faced with such an excited mood, Fuline was more or less disappointed by Gushio's performance. She felt that Gushio might not be too clear about the other party's energy, and she was even less clear about the meaning of the invitation. So she explained to Gushio again, "Madoff is like the godfather of the Italian mafia on Wall Street. He has a very high reputation and prestige. Everyone on Wall Street hopes to get to know Mr. Madoff. He is a pioneer in electronic stock trading, and it is he who led the computer trading methods that most of us use today. Even Nasdaq can be said to have been promoted by Mr. Madoff. Similarly, Madoff Stock Securities Investment Company is also the largest market maker on Nasdaq. They're the real king of Nasdaq. Not only has he served as the Nasdaq ZAX for 3 consecutive years, but he has also served as the American Securities Dealers Association ZX, the International Securities Clearing Corporation ZX, the SIA Exchange Commission ZX, and the Alekin Business Conduct Committee ZX. He may not be the most profitable person on Wall Street, but he is definitely the most prestigious godfather on Wall Street." With so many titles, Flynn could clearly name them one by one. It can be seen. If I don't really worship, I'm afraid it's impossible to say it so clearly. It turns out, Flynn's understanding of Madoff was more than that. Just by virtue of Mr. Madoff's invitation, "Boss, you have been able to gain a foothold on Wall Street. More importantly, he invited you to attend the party in Palm Springs. This is not something ordinary people can do. Mr. Madoff has a club in Palm Springs. At first, the club only accepted Jews and then began to allow other people to join. However, this club has a requirement. Those who want to attend the Palm Springs party first need an internal invitation. Only members who request it can participate in the party. As for the members, except for some political figures or people with special status, others need to have assets of at least over 100 million to participate. It can be said, such a party, those who can participate are basically the top American people, and many people are even proud to have attended the Palm Springs Club party. And now, boss, you not only receive an invitation from Mr. Madoff, but you even attended a party at the Palm Springs Club. This is a rare opportunity. Do you think this is an opportunity?" Regarding Flynn's series of introductions, Gushio's performance was always very dull, and that was the last sentence. Gushio couldn't help but laugh. Of course, it's an opportunity, Flynn replied and said seriously. Now that we are being attacked, we may even have to temporarily stop our asset management business and brokerage business out of desperation. Even our own investment plan may have to be temporarily suspended. But if, boss, you can attend such a party, associate with Mr. Madoff, or even become friends so that he is willing to help us, then this matter, it will be very simple to solve. Hearing this, Gushio's eyes suddenly lit up. You mean Madoff can solve my current predicament? That's for sure. Flynn nodded. Boss, you really don't know much about Mr. Madoff's abilities. It can be said that his name has become a passport on Wall Street. No matter who you are, no matter how many assets or high status you have, you need to be polite when meeting Mr. Madoff. Although we don't know who is targeting us this time. But if he is willing to help us, we will definitely be able to overcome the current difficulties easily. These words made Gushio narrow his eyes. Is it possible that the person who targeted us this time is the godfather of Wall Street you mentioned? Feline was stunned. We were targeted and attacked for no reason. And at this time, someone who can help us solve the crisis happened to appear. Gushio smiled and said, Do you think there's really no connection here? Feline was silent for a moment, but it was still a bit unbelievable. Impossible. Mr. Madoff has never enmity with anyone. He has a very good reputation, so it is impossible for him to do this, right? And if it is really Mr. Madoff who did it, what was his purpose of doing this? It's impossible for us to participate in their asset management cooperation, right? Why not? Gushio shrugged. This is definitely impossible. Flynn shook her head and smiled. Boss, you must not know how strong Mr. Madoff's asset management business is. His business can only be joined through internal recommendations. Once you join, it means a guaranteed profit, because Mr. Madoff project has a very powerful ability. That is, it can guarantee a stable profit growth of 8% to 12% every year. I don't know how many people in the world want to buy this product, but they don't have the qualifications and opportunities to buy it. Madoff's investment management business is nothing unusual on Wall Street. The so-called investment management. To put it bluntly, it is actually similar to buying a fund. After investing a sum of money, Madoff will make a series of investments. Normally, the fund will make losses and profits, which are basically related to the stock price. But Madoff, as the godfather of Wall Street, is naturally a little different. Chief among them. It's because as long as you buy this product of the godfather of Wall Street, you'll only make a profit but not a loss. The annual return of about 10% may not seem too high, but you must know that this thing is stable, and there are still many people who choose banks with interest rates that are much lower than this. What's more, Madoff's fund product can make more money than depositing money in a bank. 100 million down. Stable income of 10 million a year. For many people with sufficient financial strength, this money can be used as a fixed deposit, a steadily growing wallet, or even a cash cow. This product is no secret on Wall Street, and many people even want to be qualified to buy this product. But it's a pity. The requirements are too high. The starting requirement is $1 million, and not everyone can join. You must be recommended by an internal person before you can join. It can be said, this thing is even more difficult than attending a party at a Palm Springs club. From here, if the person behind the attack is really Madoff, and the purpose is to get them to buy this product, then it goes without saying. This is definitely a great philanthropist. But, seeing Feline's confident expression, Gushio just shook his head slightly. He didn't explain much. She just stood up and looked at the time. I'll give you 2 hours of leave. Feline was confused. But Gushio smiled and said something that surprised her. Tonight, you and I will go to the party together. Let's meet the famous godfather of Wall Street. As the most powerful country in the world, the number of tourists in Alekhine every year is naturally not small. According to statistics, Alekhine receives more than 45 million tourists from all over the world every year. These tourists come from all over the country, and the areas where Alekhine travels are basically different. After all, this country, There are indeed many places to travel. Whether you're looking for the hustle and bustle of a big city, you want to experience a night of excitement in Las Vegas, or you want to go hunting in the wild jungle, you can basically find a suitable place in this country. But if you want to say, for rich people, where should they go when they come to American? In other words, the rich people in a likened country like to go wherever they like. There may be many choices, but Palm Springs is definitely on most people's shortlist. This is a truly rich man's paradise. Palm Springs is located in the Coachella Valley of the Colorado Desert. It is an oasis city next to the desert. Guccio and Flynn were flying on Madoff's private plane. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see at a glance the oasis in the vast Gobi Desert. To be honest, it feels really shocking. You two have never been to Palm Springs, right? The person traveling with them was the director of the proprietary trading department of Madoff Securities Company, Mark Madoff. This person's identity can be seen from this surname. He is not only a core member of Madoff's company, but also the son of the famous Bernard Madoff. This time, it was Mr. Mark who personally led Foulin and Guccio to the party. This can be called a perfect show. Even when Mark came to the company to personally pick up the two of them, Guccio Investment had many staff members, and their jaws almost dropped. Facing Mark's inquiry at this time, the two looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads. Although Guccio had spent a long time in Emelican before, it was indeed his first time to visit Palm Springs. As for Foulin, although she was from Emelican, and even with her current status and income, she was qualified to travel to Palm Springs. However, she is a person who is extremely enthusiastic about data finance and has never been to this place before. Although I really want to say that it's a pity that you two have never been to Palm Springs before, but at the same time, I also want to say, fortunately, you two have never been to Palm Springs. Mark laughed and said, because of this, I can work part-time as a tour guide and introduce the greatness of Palm Springs to you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mark, said Flynn. At the beginning, Foulin thought that because the other party's identity was so special, it would probably be difficult to get along with him, but she realized it after the real contact. Mark is actually a very talkative person, very interesting gentleman. He always had a smile on his face and made you feel very comfortable in contact with him. Many people have mistakenly thought that Palm Springs is a luxury resort in the United States. In fact, it is the name of a region. There is indeed a resort here, but there is more than one. The area of Palm Springs was discovered in 1774 when the Spanish army conquered Alta California. The Spanish soldiers came here when they explored the territory of their empire. However, until the middle of the 19th century, Palm Springs was the paradise of the Cahuilla Indians of the Aguacalite tribe. Then in 1853, Palm Springs began to undergo modern development in a real sense for the first time, but the development at that time was basically limited to opening train stations and the like. The real opportunity for development was in the last century when Palm Springs began to develop into a resort area. At the beginning, there were more than 10 buildings, a post office, and many seasonal tourists. However, after the start of World War II, Palm Springs became a training ground for General Patton and his fast tank troops to attack North Africa, and even established many military facilities. Fortunately, after the end of World War II, Palm Springs quickly regained its former prosperity. Especially after 1945, the price of land in Palm Springs increased rapidly, because that year, Palm Springs built a 9-hole golf course. Since then, this place has become a favorite vacation place for the rich. Today, Palm Springs has more than 95 golf courses, 500 tennis courts, and 20,000 swimming pools. Almost all world-renowned 5-star hotels and the world's top luxury brand stores can be found here. Mark is indeed a good tour guide. At least he knows a lot about Palm Springs. Under his introduction, Guccio and Foulin knew something about this place. Next, after the plane landed, Mark thoughtfully asked the driver to drive around Palm Springs and introduce them to the surrounding construction areas one by one. I have to say, this place is worthy of being a resort specially built for wealthy people. Both the street planning and the construction of houses are unique, not to mention the dazzling array of luxury stores on the streets. Just that random house is something that many people will never be able to own in their lifetime. In the earliest days, it only cost $8,000 to build your own manor in Palm Springs. But now, the latest price has reached $4 billion. In fact, even if you can spend this money, you can't get such a large piece of land. Someone has said that if you want to see which is the richest and most prosperous family in Palm Springs, then come to Palm Springs to see who is the owner of the house. The one right now belongs to Morgan, and the one next to it belongs to DuPont. Have you seen the row of houses there? They're second-class houses, but those rows of houses are almost the assets of some of the richest families in the world, but they are basically unoccupied. Of course, there are ordinary houses, but even ordinary houses should be considered the most expensive houses in the world. Because the houses here are limited, but the rich are unlimited. If you want to buy real estate here, you need more than just money. At this point, Mark smiled and said, "Of course, if you two are interested in buying real estate here, I can help you and get the housing for you." Fuline and Guccio almost subconsciously shook their heads at this. "Aren't you two interested?" Mark asked with a smile. "Both Bill Gates and political leaders from American own properties here. Don't you want to be neighbors with these people?" "I want to, but I have no money." Flynn spread her hands. "Haha, Miss Fuline is so funny." Fuline shook her head and just smiled bitterly. She has a good position at Yuanxiu Investment, and Guccio is not a demanding person, so her salary is actually very good. But, after all, her working hours are not long enough. At least for now, it is impossible for Fuline to have the capital to settle down here. Mark smiled and looked at Guccio. "Kid, your family may be interested. You can tell your parents. If they're interested, I can help you." This time at the party, Guccio did not reveal his identity. At least he added a layer of disguise. He is not the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, but the son of the boss of Yuanxiu Investment, Xiaodong's family. On some levels, this is not a lie. In fact, along the way, Mark asked Guccio a lot about his family without leaving any trace, but he never came up with any results. This is apparently the case at this time as well. But it's a pity. To Mark's disappointment, Guccio just smiled and shook his head. "Thank you, Uncle Mark, for your kindness, but our family has no plans to buy a house here for the time being, let alone. I think the housing prices in Palm Springs may plummet in 2 years. If you buy a house now, it is better to wait until the future to buy the bottom." As soon as these words came out, not only Mark, but also Fuline couldn't help but look at Guccio in the eyes. "Somewhat weird. What did you say?" He said that the housing prices in Palm Springs will plummet in a few years. In a luxury villa in Palm Springs, Bernard, who had white hair and beard, put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at his son with interest. "That's right. A kid is just a kid after all. He doesn't understand anything, but he dares to talk nonsense with his mouth open." Mark shrugged. The kindness on his face turned into sarcasm. He opened the refrigerator and took out a bottle of Tasmanian rain mineral water and took a sip. "I'm afraid he doesn't know what it means if the housing prices in Palm Springs plummet. If that happens, then I'm afraid the capital structure of the world will change. I think there is an idiom in the Dragon Kingdom, which is called talking nonsense. I think this kid is the real talking nonsense." As he said, Mark took a sip of the mineral water and threw it directly into the trash can. If seen by others, I'm afraid it's a bit of a waste. After all, this bottle of Tasmanian rain comes from Tasmania, and the water is collected directly from the rainwater on the island. When it rains, it is put directly into bottles without any filtration or processing to ensure its purity. Of course, it's also expensive. $5 per bottle. However, when Bernard Madoff saw this scene, he just rolled his eyelids and did not say anything about his son's wasteful behavior. Instead, he asked, "Did you find out anything else on the way?" "No." Mark was a little depressed. Although this little kid shouted uncle, he looked stupid. But in fact, this kid is very thief. I asked a lot of questions about Yuanxiu Investment on the way, but he interrupted me and distracted me. The only thing we know so far is that he studied abroad in American, and his father is a legal person of Yuanxiu Investment. But more, he is unwilling to say anything. "Oh, you can't even ask." Bernard raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. "My eldest son is not an ignorant idiot. On the contrary, He has always been a capable person in the company. Originally, he asked Mark to go to the reception this time just to inquire about the situation, but what he didn't expect was his eldest son actually failed. "Dad, I told you that we shouldn't worry about this Yuanshio investment. You personally invited Yuanshio Investment to participate, but none of them were willing to come. They just sent a brat and a company executive to send us away. This is looking down on us. I don't think we need to talk to them at all. Anyway, the previous actions have already suppressed them to the point where they can't hold their heads up. Since they won't give us face, then we can just continue to take action. A small company really thinks it's a big deal," Mark said with a grievance on his face. He was really upset, not only because Yuanshio Investment was a Longwood company that he looked down upon, but what made him even more unhappy was that the other party responded to the invitation this time. His father, former NASDAQ exec, was in the financial circle of AIM-like and could be seen by anyone he wanted to see. But by accident, it was embarrassing to be in such a company. The invited people did not come, but instead a brat and a little butler with no authority came. "Who are you looking down on?" But when Mark was defending his father, Bernard on the side shook his head. "Mark, you have to remember, don't take yourself too seriously at any time." "But Dad, you're the former president of NASDAQ and the godfather of Wall Street. Even the president needs to shake your hands politely when he sees you." "Then what?" "Then this Yuanshio Investment turns out to be so arrogant. They are so arrogant that they even dare to neglect us." "Well, then what do you think we should do? Continue our previous operation and let them either lose all their money or get out of the American market. Then tell me what benefits this will bring to us." "Relieve our anger." "Relieve our anger?" "Yes. No one will dare to underestimate us by then." "Is there any other benefit besides this?" "This?" the father and son asked and answered one by one. It ended with Mark scratching his head. "Have you discovered that there seems to be no benefit at all, and even our large-scale actions will cause some unnecessary trouble and risks?" Bernard asked with a smile. Although Mark didn't want to admit it, he could only nod. However, he was obviously not a person who would be easily persuaded. He said again, "But at least we are relieved, and we can also use this action to deter some ignorant people, prove our strength to the outside world, and prevent similar things from happening in the future." "Deterrence?" Bernard smiled, but there was a bit of self-deprecation in that smile. The gray-haired old man looked at his son seriously, and then said, "I still say the same thing. Never think too highly of yourself. I have many titles, and I seem to be respected, but in fact, I am nothing." Seeing that his son wanted to refute, Bernard had already said again, "In this world, there are only two kinds of people who can really be regarded as characters, the rich and the powerful. And we have neither of these two. Let's not talk about rights. Although I have so many titles, in fact, I don't have any rights at all. And money. Although I now manage a lot of money and make a lot of money for it, at least on the surface, I can't be rich. Even any of my clients are richer than me. I am exhausted. I can only be regarded as the hub between the two. So, if you rely on the compliments and praises from the outside world, a tragedy is bound to happen." At this point, Bernard glanced at his children and saw that Mark was hesitant to speak but seemed to not know how to refute. He smiled and said, "As for the deterrence you mentioned, there is no such thing. I do have some false fame and reputation on Wall Street, but you need to know why I have these reputations. It is because of my credibility and reputation with the outside world. In fact, even if our project is going smoothly now, a large part of the reason is because my reputation seems to be pretty good now. Everyone is willing to believe in me and support me. But if I target and suppress others regardless of risks for unwarranted reasons, or for so-called deterrence, there's only one final result. These supporters will leave me, and my reputation and credibility will be completely destroyed." Speaking of this, the enthusiasm in Mark's heart was finally suppressed. "I know, Father. But what should we do next? Are we going to let them despise us like this?" "Despise?" Bernard smiled. "On the contrary, I think that the other party can even send their underage children, which is enough to show that they value us. But, kid, you need to know that acting is the most important at all times." "What does this mean?" Mark was confused, But unfortunately, he did not receive any answer to this question, but he saw that Bernard had already tidied up his appearance. He stood up slowly and walked towards the door. Okay, it's time. Let's go meet our guests. If Palm Springs is now home to 60% of the world's richest people, then this party is probably home to 50% of them. Look, that's Prince Harry, a member of the royal family of Eagle Country. That's Robert Engel, who just won the Nobel Prize in Economics last year. That's a representative of HSBC. And that, my God, that person is the investment manager of UBS. Boss, have you seen that guy? He's the one with the mustache. He's from Neon Nomura Securities, and that guy is Zhang Zi of the Nomura family. Oh my God, just anyone here can cause huge news if he walks out. But now so many people have come to attend Mr. Madoff's party. The banquet was held in a luxurious restaurant in the Palm Springs Club. When Guccio and Foline arrived, they were severely surprised by the glamorous guests in the banquet hall. Guccio was lucky. After all, many people didn't know him. But Flynn was different. Exclaimed the whole time. Because here's a circle that is completely inaccessible to ordinary people. Everyone here has unimaginable huge energy in certain fields and industries. At least Flynn hadn't thought about it. One day, I can actually join this circle. In fact, when Guccio and the two were observing these people, some of the guests also focused on the two strangers, Guccio and Foline. Not only were they strangers, but also because Guccio was probably the only child in the entire banquet hall. In this type of banquet, no one will pay too much attention to the delicacies, because the purpose of everyone gathering here is basically to get to know more people. To be honest, it is really rare to attend with a small child. But, after all, there were two people who didn't know the details, and no one came forward to talk to them rashly, let alone those glamorous big shots. Even if it is the next level. Most of them looked away after just one look. This made Foline embarrassed. Look at others. You can find someone to chat with enthusiastically, and it's lively to exchange glasses and glasses. But when it's your turn, there seems to be a vacuum around you. More or less. Embarrassing indeed. Guccio, on the other hand, had no such psychological burden at all. Not only did he not have any psychological burden, he was also interested in looking at the big shots whose names he had only heard before. Certainly. It was also because Guccio thought about how many of the people present here would be forced to sell their property in a few years, and how many would be so angry that they would vomit blood. However, his behavior was even more embarrassing in Foline's opinion, because she feels, my boss may also be a little at a loss, and even look at the people on the court with envy. This is obviously a dilemma of wanting to integrate into the circle, but not knowing how to do so. Good thing. Just when Foline was embarrassed and wanted to go to the bathroom, the host of today's party arrived. Bernard Madoff. After all, he is the godfather of Wall Street. He has just arrived, and he has his own aura. He is full of energy every step of the way and attracts countless attention. This is his home court. Even those glamorous big shots have to raise their glasses to pay tribute to the master from afar. But what excited Foline the most was, after the godfather of Wall Street appeared on the stage, he did not choose to talk to those big shots. Instead, he walked straight towards him. Miss Foline, I only heard that you have admirable operating skills in the stock market. I didn't expect that you look like an angel when you dress up. A mature gentleman must have the ability to rub honey from the corners of his mouth, and obviously this Wall Street godfather is a master at it. At least one sentence eased Flynn's embarrassment, and she immediately reached out to the other party. Mr. Madoff, you are my idol. It's an honor to meet you. Oh, Madoff chuckled and said, it's an honor to have such an outstanding angel pay attention to me. Ms. Flynn doesn't have to be reserved here. With that, Madoff made a move. A man dressed as a waiter came up quickly, and Madoff directly explained, all of Ms. Flynn's expenses. Just charge it to my account. Okay, sir. The waiter nodded repeatedly, looking at Flynn with eyes full of envy. Not only the waiter, but also other people who heard this also looked over. This is Palm Springs. The consumption here is relatively high nationwide, and just eating and lodging is a big expense. Not to mention, I want to experience other projects here and even buy from the luxury stores on the street. These are not small amounts of money. Having someone to help sign the bill is definitely a super lucky thing. Of course, Madoff was the one who signed the bill, so it was certainly impossible for Flynn to use this opportunity to buy any sky-high luxury goods. But at least the face was enough, especially since no one was paying attention to it before. Now it has immediately become the focus of everyone's attention. This feeling, very cool. After finishing his favor, Madoff also looked at Gu Xiao, glanced at the waiter's tray, which contained champagne, and frowned. Why are they all champagne? You need to prepare some juice for our underage friend. As if thinking of something, Madoff added, you will serve my friend throughout the whole process today and meet all his needs. Yes, sir, the waiter replied, and immediately brought a different plate, and all the champagne on it was turned into juices and drinks. This thoughtful gesture was praised by many people around him. Madoff ignored the compliments around him and looked at Gu Xiao. I'm sorry, because the club rarely receives minors, so I was negligent before. I hope you don't mind. Of course not, Grandpa. You are well prepared and well arranged. Gu Xiao replied with a smile. As long as it satisfies you. I heard that you just came to Amlikin not long ago. If you need any help, just come to me. Definitely. I wish you a good time. After saying a few words, Madoff took the lead to leave. The whole process did not give people the feeling of having any agenda. The distance deliberately kept made people feel very comfortable. After Madoff left, the guests who were originally curious about the two, but had not contacted them, rashly also came over one after another. While changing glasses, Feline seemed to have finally begun to integrate into the circle and was able to chat happily with others. Gu Xiao, on the other hand, always looked at the audience. He glanced at the few distinguished guests over there to see if it was Madoff with a hearty smile. The corners of Gu Xiao's mouth turned up slightly. You are Yuanxiu Investment. I have heard of this company. It is said that this company comes from Longhua and owns shares of many excellent companies in Longhua. Yuanxiu Investment? When you opened an asset management business before, you announced some of your stock market returns, which looked very good. Longhua is good. I went there 2 years ago. It's an interesting place. This country is very good and has thousands of years of history. As Madoff left, Gu Xiao and Feline were immediately surrounded by guests. They say many friends lead to many paths. This sentence is not only useful in the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, this sentence is actually applicable all over the world. Especially Madoff's special care before made many people want to have a good relationship with the mysterious company Yuanxiu Investment. After all, no one knows whether there will be time to cooperate with each other in the future. It's worth saying, although Feline's skills are all focused on controlling the financial market, this kind of basic socializing and entertainment is still no problem. Faced with the kindness shown by so many people, Feline's performance was remarkable. After a while, she had already exchanged business cards with many people. Even when some people learned that Yuanxiu Investment had opened its customer asset management business, they also showed interest in participating in asset management. He looked happy and happy. Gu Xiao had never been very interested in these social activities. At this time, he found a corner where no one would disturb him and seriously acted as a cook. I have to say, after all, it was a high-end banquet. Although everyone was focused on eating, it was obvious that Madoff, as the host, had to make careful preparations in this regard. Throw money. Just the best way to prepare. There are plenty of large shrimps from Bordeaux, a seafood platter with top-grade caviar in can, and top-grade beef tenderloin with oil-soaked French 5A-grade foie gras are even more eye-catching. In addition, in order to take into account the parties attending the party from all over the world, we paired it with special food from around the world. Dragon Country's roast goose, all kinds of sashimi, and even curry. Facing the delicacies prepared by these top chefs using top-quality ingredients, Gu Xiao decided not to be a wasteful person and eat whatever he saw that pleased his eyes. Although we are not short of money for this meal, but it's all for free. It's free. Can it feel the same? The biggest advantage of being young is that everyone's tolerance will be infinitely magnified. If an adult came here, he would eat and drink as unscrupulously as Gushio did. Others may be embarrassed to say anything, but they will feel a little contempt in their hearts. But it's different when it comes to children. The kid is so cute. Look at the way he eats seriously. It looks like the same thing. He seems to like caviar very much, so I asked someone to send him some more. No matter what they think in their hearts, at least on the surface, everyone is kind and full of goodwill. Even every now and then, people would come up to chat with Gushio. Some of them were talkative and knowledgeable about life, and even taught Gushio how to eat certain dishes in different ways. Can taste better. But the human species itself is inherently diverse, and naturally not everyone is harmonious. Just when a man comes, this peaceful food tasting conference came to an end. Chinese people are so vulgar. They say that parents' nurturing can be seen from their children. I have said before that Longwa's company is not qualified to sit at the same table as us. The speaker was a short, fat young man with eyes that were not coordinated with each other. His eyes were full of contempt when he looked at Gushio. As soon as these words came out, many of the nice guests who had discussed food with Gushio before suddenly looked at him angrily. But after seeing clearly the appearance and identity of the person speaking, the guests who had originally planned to quarrel with each other closed their mouths and chose to leave. Because this person has a lot of background. Neon Nomura Securities, the second son of the Nomura family, Takuya Nomura. Speaking of Neon's chaebols, basically everyone will think of Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, and Yasuda, but in fact there are many other Neon chaebols. And among them, Nomura Securities is the chaebol that cannot be ignored. This securities company, founded in the 1920s, was first spun off from Nomura Bank of Osaka. Now, after nearly 80 years of development, this company has developed into Neon's largest brokerage. Even the top chaebols need to cooperate with Nomura. The energy is huge, as you can imagine. At least, even in today's gathering, the energy of the man in front of him surpasses that of most people, not to mention his identity. Even if he is stronger than Nomura, most of them will not provoke him rashly. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum circle formed around Gushio. Gushio was left alone as a child. He didn't seem to notice anything was wrong and continued to eat and drink by himself. He ignored Nomura Takuya at all. Nomura Takuya was very satisfied with this situation. You see, a China pig is a China pig. It only knows how to eat and drink. I have said before, I don't want to be in the same room with people from the Dragon Kingdom. It will make me feel that even the air is smelly, let alone cooperation. This makes me feel that it will lower my IQ. If the previous words were ugly enough, now I have put my attitude on the bright side. In this case, of course, Gushio couldn't pretend not to hear. But, surprisingly, Gushio was not angry, let alone indignant. Instead, he just looked at Nomura Takuya in confusion, then turned his head and looked behind him. Are you biting me? These words made Nomura Takuya somewhat depressed. With him being so hateful, the other party didn't even know that he was talking about him. And what does the word bite mean? Is this kid not learning English well? Of course I'm talking about you. You Chinese people are so brave. Mr. Madoff invited you, but only a little kid like you came. Nomura Takuya obviously hadn't finished his words yet. However, Gushio, who was sitting opposite him, had already stood up, put the tableware in his hands on the table, and then walked slowly towards him. Nomura Takuya is baffled. Others around him were also full of curiosity, wondering what this child was going to do. At this moment, Madoff, who disappeared for a while, finally seemed to notice the farce on the court and walked over slowly, as if he wanted to end it. But when he saw Gushio standing in front of Nomura Takuya, looking at Nomura Takuya with a strange expression, Madoff stopped with interest. He planned to see how this little kid would solve the situation in front of him. But the next second, he saw Gushio stretching out a hand towards Nomura Takuya, then waving and making a sound like he was driving away animals. Go, get out of the way. This action, this look, it's like a little adult driving away wild dogs. This scene, everyone present was stunned. They thought that Gushio would retort or even cry, but they really didn't expect that the child would respond in such a way. Kid, what are you doing? Madoff couldn't help laughing and walked up to ask. But Gushio answered very seriously. My father has taught me since I was a child. If you encounter a wild dog making noise to you while walking on the road, the best way is to drive the wild dog away. What? Everyone around him reacted immediately. Co-author Takuya Nomura said, so much in Gushio's eyes. Is he just a barking wild dog? For a moment, the expressions on everyone's faces became strange. Even Madoff, who had originally planned to come to the rescue at this time, looked embarrassed. You brat, what did you say? You said I'm a wild dog? Nomura Takuya obviously didn't have a good temper. When he reacted, he immediately became angry. Don't tell me yet. It really looks like a wild dog with fried hair. But compared to the furious Nomura Takuya, Gushio's performance was particularly dull. Answer seriously. You come to scold me for no reason, regardless of occasion or place. Isn't this exactly the same as the wild dog on the roadside? Otherwise, what normal human being would say such a thing to a 10-year-old child in such a place and at such a time? In this case, you're either a wild dog that bites people indiscriminately or a loser who is unhappy in life and hopes to attract attention in extreme ways. Tell me, what kind of person are you? What Gushio said was so clear and precise. It was as clear and standard as what was said in the English textbook. In short, everyone present could hear his words clearly. Nomura Takuya became furious on the spot and pointed at Gushio. What did you say, brat? What's your name, big wild dog? You? What are you? Such a grown man, trying to find your presence in front of child. How much of a failure do you think your life is? Baga, this is a farce. Two people, one big and one small, started arguing in front of everyone in this noble and luxurious place. The eyes of everyone around him changed, especially when looking at Nomura Takuya. There was a bit of schadenfreude in his eyes. This person is really unpleasant. Relying on the global popularity and energy of Nomura Securities, Takuya Nomura has made many people shy away from him in the club. When have you ever seen him suffer a loss? I originally thought that if he spoke evil words to a child, the child would definitely be in trouble. But who would have thought? In a few words, Nomura Takuya not only failed to take advantage, but was told like this by a child. But, as a bully who is disliked by everyone, how could he be scolded by Gushio in just a few words, seeing that he could not show off his authority over a child? Without saying a word, Nomura Takuya raised his fist and hit Gushio in the face. Children have advantages as children, and adults also have advantages as adults. As a child, Gushio was able to say something he couldn't refute in a few words. Naturally, Nomura Takuya would not forget his own advantages, be it height or strength. It can cause crushing, but this is just Nomura Takuya's unilateral idea. Seeing that Nomura Takuya was about to take action directly, the people around him all exclaimed, beating children. Regardless of whether everyone would do this kind of a modest thing in private, they would definitely not do it on this occasion. Even Madoff, who had been watching the show and planning to find a suitable opportunity to intervene, was confused. Grass. He knew that Nomura Takuya would inevitably have conflicts with the people of the Dragon Kingdom, but he did not expect that this idiot would actually want to hit someone. I wanted to regret it now, but it was too late. Even at this moment, Madoff had even begun to think about how to end this matter and how to apologize to Gushio's parents. But, amid the exclamations, Gushio, who was standing in front of Nomura Takuya, suddenly rolled on the spot and dodged the punch with great flexibility. The punch was empty. Nomura Takuya obviously didn't expect it, and he was still in a daze for a moment. He suspected that this kid came prepared, but he was still in a daze. But Gushio was smart. He saw that after Gushio rolled on the ground, his whole body suddenly turned to the sky. Step out suddenly. This kick. The strength doesn't look very strong. After all, how powerful can a child be? But the problem is, Gushio's position at this time was right in front of Nomura Takuya, with his feet raised and heading toward his crotch. Before this kick even came close, Nomura Takuya felt his scalp numb. If you hit this time, you can't beat yourself up on the spot. He was dissatisfied with the reaction and immediately wanted to take a step back. But as soon as he put his foot forward, he found that he couldn't lift it at all. Look down. He saw Gu Xiu leaning on the ground with his back, kicking his feet towards his vital points, and his hands were actually grabbing one of his legs. Baga. At this moment, Nomura Takuya only had this idea. There are no other ideas. Because the moment the intense pain struck, Nomura Takuya's brain thinking had been temporarily blocked, and he now only had one feeling. Pain. It fucking hurts. This scene happened so fast that when Madoff just called for bodyguards and planned to have someone protect Gu Xiu, he saw Nomura Takuya already kneeling on the ground, covering his lower body. And that little kid with black feet. At this time, he didn't have the arrogance of a winner. Instead, he covered his head and looked like a victim. You hit me. You, an adult, hit me, a 10-year-old child. You're done. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to let my lawyer sue you. Guessed. Madoff? One thing to say, this scene changed so fast that everyone couldn't react. Look at Gu Xiu covering his head as if he was seriously injured. I was more or less doubting whether I had seen something wrong just now. Look at Nomura Takuya, who is still kneeling on the ground and wailing. I just must have read it correctly, right? Everyone stared, but Madoff was the first to react. Call a doctor. Wow. Only then did everyone react. A group of medical staff rushed to the scene immediately and took away Nomura Takuya, whose face was red and could not express the pain. And Gu Xiu left with an expression like, I'm going to die. The other people present were left staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes. You looked at me, and I looked at you, and they were still a little bit stunned. But Madoff really felt like a dog. The godfather of Wall Street, who had always been kind to the outside world, now had an extremely gloomy face. After such an incident, the party naturally ended hastily. The original plan was to put on a show, gain a good impression, and successfully get in touch with Gu Xiu's parents and Madoff. Now I found out. All the preparations were in vain. Not only did he not take the opportunity to get involved with Yuanxiu investment, but he was involved in other problems because of such a farce. It's like he has mentally prepared how to play the game with his opponent on the chessboard, even when he is calculating how his opponent will make his move. His opponent. But regardless of the rules of the chessboard, he overturned the chessboard, and the chess pieces hit him in the face. Damn it. That's very embarrassing. Not only did he have no further contact with Yuanxiu investment, but due to poor reception, Nomura Takuya was injured and the children of Yuanxiu investment suffered from brain problems. Yes, the almighty brainiac. Even if he comes to Alikin, it is still not a minor injury. What was even more troublesome for Madoff was Yuanxiu investment was very angry that Gu Xiu, an underage child, was bullied and beaten, resulting in cerebral palsy. They actually called a lawyer immediately and prepared to sue the other party. Beating of children. This is a serious crime. Brothers, just wait for me, shit. My brother Xiu was beaten by someone, or by a little devil. If I don't avenge my brother Xiu today, my Shi Qing Song's name will be written upside down. If you dare to bully my brother Xiu, ask me if I have Shi Qing Song. Don't think that I don't dare to hit people because this is a Milliken. You guys wait. Don't disturb my brother Xiu's rest. Wait until I see brother Xiu's condition. In the hospital, Gu Xiu was sitting on a hospital bed, holding his laptop and typing on the keyboard, when he suddenly heard the bustling sounds outside the ward door. Then the door opened, and Shi Qing Song hurried in. Gu Xiu noticed when he opened the door. A group of young people stood outside. It looked like they were Shi Qing Song's classmates. They were all gearing up, and some even had baseball bats in their hands. Good guy. Is this boy Shi Qing Song a school bully? Brother Xiu, how are you? I heard that you were bullied by a kid. I called everyone in my school. I will definitely teach that kid a lesson. You tell me where he is, and I will go and deal with him now. He was thinking. Shi Qing Song has quickly arrived at the bedside. He is still in class today. Suddenly, he received a call from Gu Xiu, saying that he had been beaten and was in the hospital. No one was at home tonight, so Shi Qing Song was asked to stay at the school by himself tonight. Is Shi Qing Song the kind of person who obeys the arrangements and hides in school even though his brother Xiu is being bullied? That's certainly not the case. Although when he first came to Alikin, Shi Qing Song did have various discomforts and even got into a fight with the school bully group. But now so many months have passed. The little stone is no longer what it used to be. He is now not an ordinary international student, but a real man of the hour in the school. Learning aspect. Classmate Shi Qing-song, who used to be the tail end of a crane, is at home at a Milliken. He is bilingual and is good at mathematics, especially mathematics. It can definitely be said that he instantly killed a lot of his peers. And in terms of interpersonal circles, because of the strong drink he poured, he became an idol in the school. He achieved financial freedom in just the first year of high school and became an idol in the minds of many people. Even the school bully who had a fight with Shi Qing-song when he first entered school. Now, he also became one of Shi Qing-song's partners. Of course, for such a man of the hour, it is impossible for a good brother to be bullied and turn a blind eye. So this time, Shi Qing-song didn't say anything and directly pulled a bunch of classmates over in the school. I don't plan to start a group fight, but if you lose, you don't lose. Even if so many people don't fight, just standing there is enough to scare the other party. When the time comes, he will pull the little devil over. Clean up alone. This set of operations is not uncommon in China. The standard reference answer is the Young and Dangerous movie. Shi Qing-song plans to move to Aliken. Say what? We can't let Brother Xiu suffer anymore. At least Stanford students must not dare to bully Gu Xiu. Yes, Shi Qing-song simply thought that Gu Xiu was bullied by a Neon International student at Stanford. But his preparation was obviously of no use. Gu Xiu shook his head and said, "What are you thinking about? The man has been taken away by the police. Now he is in the police station. Do you still plan to go to the police station to play young and dangerous?" Shi Qing-song was stunned and then shook his head subconsciously. Just kidding. This is Aliken here. He called a group of people here because he heard that the one who beat the person was a kid. He thought that the other person was also an international student, Shi Qing-song, so he dared to do this. Let him take someone to the police station? That's not possible. After all, the police here really fired when they said they fired. But then, Shi Qing-song thought of something and suddenly looked at Gu Xiu nervously. "Brother Xiu, are you seriously injured? Have you been arrested by the police? Tell me where you were injured." Head. Gu Xiu pointed to his head, which had been wrapped with gauze. Head. Shi Qing-song was stunned, recalling some not-so-good memories in his mind. Sure enough, Gu Xiu blinked and said, "Concussion. Brain." Shi Qing-song suddenly bared his teeth, looked at Gu Xiu repeatedly, then stood up and walked out. "Are you leaving now?" Gu Xiu asked. "I asked the others to go back first." Shi Qing-song replied dully. "They charge by the hour, $5 an hour. Aren't you trying to get me back?" No. Shi Qing-song shook his head repeatedly. He finally understood. You can't offend Brother Xiu by offending anyone. I'm afraid only others will suffer losses in this world. As for Brother Xiu suffering losses, I'm afraid he's thinking too much. What happened next was very simple. After Shi Qing-song said hello, the group of students left in a hurry. Shi Qing-song returned to Gu Xiu and glanced at the inspection report on one side. "Stop looking. If you want to take a look, just take a look yourself. They are all confirmed to have concussions." Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. Hearing this, Shi Qing-song finally couldn't help but grab the test report and read it. When he saw that the diagnosis result above was indeed a concussion, Shi Qing-song immediately gave a thumbs up. "Don't accept it. Brother Xiu, how did you do it? I used your method before, but my dad found out in seconds. You did it twice. Is there any trick in this? Please teach me." Shi Qing-song asked humbly. In response, Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. "What are you thinking? I really have a concussion and was hit on the head. It will be better now, but I will want to vomit later." Shi Qing-song said nothing to this. "There are ghosts only if you believe it. Brother Xiu, are you going to bankrupt the little devil who beats people?" Shi Qing-song asked curiously, although he is only a high school student. But Shi Qing-song still knew some basic differences between the two countries, especially in the law, regarding spanking children, which made Shi Qing-song envious. When he was a child, he was hung up and beaten in a real sense. But in Amlikin, as long as Shi Qing-song dares to do this, he can send the old man to jail. Naturally, If Gushio was really beaten by an adult, he even suffered concussion. That's fun, but it's big. Going bankrupt is really no joke. But in response to Shi Qingsong's question, Gushio just smiled. It's not good to bankrupt people. It's enough to experience a liken's prison life after being imprisoned for 3 to 5 years. What? Shi Qingsong suddenly took a breath of air. Good guy. How much hatred is this? For many people, losing money is a trivial matter, as if they were sent to jail in Amlikin. That taste, quacking. Sending people to jail was Gushio's careful future plan for Nomura Takuya. No way. Who makes the other party a little devil? It can only be said that Gushio is really stress-free about this kind of thing. In fact, with the power of Nomura Securities, let alone beating a child, even if it kills a person in front of many people, as long as the operation is done properly, he can be acquitted. After all, Amlikin is a democrat. Free country. Capital has the real say in this country. But the good thing is, Gushio is not a small person. He has money, time, a professional team of lawyers, and even some small means that others do not have. He has the same. While the two were still talking, there was a knock on the door of the ward. The two looked at each other, and finally Shi Qingsong stepped forward and opened the door. Are you? Hello, I'm Madoff, here to visit little kid Gushio. Looking at brother Shio, Shi Qingsong was confused. Shi Qingsong didn't recognize this famous Wall Street godfather, so he could only turn his head and look at the hospital bed. But one glance. Shi Qingsong couldn't help but be stunned. Brother Shio, who was still lively before, was now lying on his side on the bed. It seemed that his whole facial features were distorted due to excessive pain. Fortunately, despite the pain, Gushio still relied on his iron-willed sit-up and said, Mr. Madoff, you are here. The extremely weak voice made people suspect that he might roll his eyelids and burp on the spot in the next second. Madoff was startled and hurriedly came forward. Are you okay, kid? How are you feeling now? Thank you for your concern. I may not be feeling very well now. I often have headaches, dizziness, and want to vomit. As he said that, Gushio seemed to have an intestinal reaction, which startled Madoff. Good thing. Gushio still didn't spit it out. This was because his condition was so bad that even Madoff was suspicious. Did Takuya Nomura, who almost lost his children and grandchildren, really do something evil? Did Mr. Madoff come here for something? Gushio said, If there is nothing, I don't want to be disturbed now. My doctor suggested that I should rest more now. You should rest. I just came to visit you. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that such an unpleasant thing would happen if I invited you. I'm really sorry. Madoff said sincerely, then looked at the luxurious ward, then at Shi Qingsong who had appeared, and asked strangely, Your parents? Are they not here? They are contacting me with the best doctors. At present, all matters are handled by lawyers. Gushio answered with difficulty. Lawyer? Hearing these two words, Madoff was startled and asked, My friend, I heard that you're going to sue Mr. Takuya Nomura. Is this true? I don't know. Gushio shook his head. My lawyer told me that the other party has committed multiple crimes of injury. Since I'm a 10-year-old child, the nature of this matter is very bad and must be dealt with seriously. I don't know what he said, but the implication behind the words is that he's going to die. This moment, Madoff became even more depressed. After all, this matter has a deep relationship with him. When he originally invited Yuanshio Investment, Madoff's idea was just to establish a good relationship with Yuanshio Investment and then successfully allow Yuanshio Investment to take out part of the funds and hand them over to his asset management department. Madoff was familiar with this routine. To put it bluntly, it means brightening the muscles. This was the case with the previous sieges in the financial market. He didn't really expect to trick the other party just like that. The main thing was to let Yuanshio Investment understand. There are people outside. After discovering at the club dinner that Yuanshio had only invested in a child and a small manager, Madoff changed his mind. Nomura Takuya doesn't attack people out of nowhere. To put it bluntly, it is to let Nomura Takuya stir up hatred and then mediate from it, which is equivalent to giving a slap in the face in a sweet date and successfully building a good relationship with the other party. As long as the child Gushio had a good impression of him, Madoff could find a way to establish a good relationship with the child's parents. All goes well. I got some money from Yuanshio investment. But he really didn't expect that he had already made a complete plan, but there would be such a big deviation. Two important customers. They fought each other at their own banquet, and in the end, two people were seriously injured, and one of them may be punished by law. This fun. So fucking big. My friend, maybe we can continue to talk about this matter. Don't worry. I will contact you with the best doctor to treat you, and I will definitely ensure that you are healthy. Similarly, the Nomura family also approached me today, hoping that I can coordinate, and they are willing to apologize and provide a large amount of compensation. So I think, considering that the other party was only a 10-year-old child, Madoff did not go around in circles, but directly stated his purpose. They're all from this circle. If this kind of thing goes to court, it would be really embarrassing. Not only the Nomura family would hate him, Yuanshio Investment would definitely not treat him well either. Now Madoff can only find a way to recover from it, or at least avoid the situation from expanding. But it's a pity. Before Madoff finished speaking, he saw that Gushio had already frowned. What did you say? Do you mean to say that the matter of my injury has just been ignored, and that the perpetrator has been left unpunished? Gushio frowned, his face full of dissatisfaction. Of course not. I mean, they will compensate. Compensation? Do you think I am short of money? Of course not. I mean, your injuries are not too serious. The Nomura family is very sincere, and they know the mistakes they have made. So they want to... What do you mean the injuries are not serious? Gushio became resentful. His little face turned red, but then his eyes became distracted, but he quickly recovered and picked up the confirmation sheet next to him. Concussion. Do you know what a concussion is? A 10-year-old child, got a concussion from him. This. Madoff choked. To be honest, he really wanted to say that the other party's injuries were very serious, and so many people present did not notice that you were beaten. I doubt this concussion, but it was obviously impossible to say this. But at this moment, the ward door was pushed open, and a man walked in. He obviously knew about the previous chat in the room, and he said directly, "Sir, my client's physical condition is very bad now. I hope you won't disturb him anymore. According to the wishes of taking care of Mr. Jianjun, we do not accept any form of mediation. By the way, the on-site monitoring has been successfully transferred. Although due to the vagueness of the surveillance, it can be clearly seen that Mr. Nomura Takuya hit my client hard on the head with his elbow. Gushio, a 10-year-old child, was beaten by an adult man in that kind of public place. Do you know how serious trauma this will cause to my client's psychology?" At this point, the man pursed his lips. "We must seek justice for Mr. Gushio." This. The man's words were so impassioned that Madoff, who had originally planned to ask Gushio to help persuade him, didn't know how to answer the question. "Good guy. I came here to ask you to be private, but you did this to me? What's more?" He noticed what the man said, saying that the on-site surveillance captured Nomura Takuya beating Gushio with his own eyes. How could he hear this, and how could he want to refute it? Although I very much agree with upholding justice, Mr. Nomura Takuya obviously did not do it on purpose. Anyone who has seen the surveillance video can know that when Gushio was fighting back, Nomura Takuya acted subconsciously because he was in too much pain. He did not say that Nomura Takuya did not take action at all. From a monitoring perspective, it's obvious. When Nomura Takuya was still injured, he immediately bent down and covered his lower body, but that was the action. His elbow seemed to overlap Gushio's head for about 0.1 second. But it's just an overlap in the video, but to be honest, even Madoff can't tell whether it was actually hit. After all, the situation at that time was too chaotic. But even if it really hits, normally, a child would not be directly concussed. But I can only think about this. In front of me, Gushio even got the results of the injury assessment. To say he was not injured would be an offense, whether it was a subconscious action or not. But one thing is undeniable, that it was Nomura Takuya who struck first. The reason why my victim dodged was just because of his good luck. But even if he was so lucky and even dodged the fatal blow, but he still suffered a concussion after all. I can imagine. What would have been the result if the victim had not dodged that blow? At this point, the young man's face turned cold. So, I have reason to suspect that this is a premeditated murder. Moreover, I still want to kill a 10-year-old child. Under such circumstances, I must defend my client, seek justice for my client, and seek justice for my client. If I don't do this, what will a Likens law look like in the eyes of others? But Madoff wanted to say something. But obviously, although he is the godfather of Wall Street in the financial world, when faced with the eloquent court defense lawyers, this godfather of Wall Street simply does not know how to refute. I saw the other party speak again, and we need to look at the fact that my client is only 10 years old. He is an international student who yearns for, recognizes, and is well-meaning to alike. But because of this incident, my client will be left with huge psychological trauma, and it may even take a lifetime to heal. This is a very serious incident. We must pursue it to the end. The lawyer's words were very firm and resolute. Madoff opened his mouth several times to defend himself, but in the end he kept his mouth shut in desperation. What else can I say? This matter, big deal. In the end, Madoff could only leave in despair, racking his brains to think about how to resolve the matter. But he obviously wouldn't think of it. The moment he just left the ward, Gushio, who was lying half dead on the hospital bed, suddenly gave a thumbs up and praised the eloquent lawyer. Lao Luo, you are so awesome. I thought you were so late as the boss that you forgot about your own business, but I didn't expect you were still so good. Brother Luo is awesome. Sure, Ching Song couldn't help but praise. Yes, the lawyer who came here could not say anything Madoff said in just a few words. Not someone else. He was an old friend and buddy of the two. Luo Xiang. After receiving Gu Xiu's call, Luo Xiang immediately put down the work at hand and rushed to Emily Kin. Even Gu Xiu's lawsuit was personally presided over by Luo Xiang. Boss, you are doubting my professional ability. Although I have abandoned my old profession for a long time, I'm still a master's degree in law school, and I specialize in criminal law. Although some things are easy to forget, some things are engraved in my mind. Of course, I can't just abandon them. Faced with the compliments of the two people, Luo Xiang chuckled. With you here, I feel relieved. Gu Xiu said with a smile. You have only one mission this time. Let the little devils from Nomura Securities feel what surprise is. Gu Xiu has always felt that he is a person who keeps his word. Now that it's agreed, if he wanted to let the other party experience the life in Olikin prison, then Gu Xiu would not be able to just let it go and sue the other party to death. He would not be lenient at all. There's nothing wrong with that. Facing a little devil and not finding the right time to magnify the problem infinitely. How can we be worthy of the sweat and blood donation of the martyrs? I'm afraid it's not that simple. However, with full confidence in Gu Xiuda, Luo Xiang shook his head with a wry smile. Boss, you may think too highly of me. If I were just an ordinary person, I might really be able to do something. But the identity of the other party is not simple and is even related to many consortiums of Olikin. In this case, it is more likely to be private. If you want to really send the other party to prison, the difficulty is not low. It can even be said to be very high. This is the truth. After all, in this country, not just anyone who is polite can win the case. Whoever wins the case, there may be some unexpected problems. Evidence is the key. Boss, you have mastered the surveillance and used a misplaced method to make it seem like you were actually attacked, and even your performance in the hospital was impeccable. But this is not without loopholes. Gu Xiu nodded. What do you mean? Accept the settlement. Luo Xiang thought for a while and replied. The other party's identity is relatively sensitive. After all, he is from a large consortium. We can definitely get some benefits from this opportunity, or even a lot of benefits. You mean we have no chance of winning? Gu Xiu frowned. There is definitely a chance of winning. If the other party really follows the normal procedures, our chances of winning are not even small. Luo Xiang replied. But the other party is not an ordinary person, and it is impossible to really follow the normal procedures. I have even investigated that Nomura Securities and Olican have cooperation with many consortiums. These cooperations can be a big boost to Nomura Securities. In this case, we are actually on the disadvantaged side. Of course, even so we can still win the case, but the price we have to pay is not small, and the benefits we can get are also very low. To be honest, it's a bit more than worth the loss. Children only see right and wrong, and adults only look at the pros and cons, obviously from the perspective of interests. Send people to jail. Not a very good decision. But the pros and cons of being an adult do exist. But Luo Xiang is obviously not a person who only looks at the pros and cons. What he cares more about is Gu Xiao's attitude. What if I say that I want to make this matter a big deal, so that the other party has no chance of coming back, and Nomura Securities loses face? Luo Xiang frowned slightly when he heard Gu Xiao's words. After thinking about it for a while, Luo Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "Boss, if that's what you really want, there's no chance. The pros and cons are the same thing. The boss's attitude is another matter. Since the boss intends to mess with the other party, then he should do it himself. Go to death. Because of a small thing that doesn't seem to be a big deal, it may even offend many powerful people in a Millican. This doesn't seem rational. But in life, every choice you make is not necessarily necessary and should be made based on complete reason, even if it's irrational. So what? Using this matter as a basis, it may indeed be a bit of a fuss, but sometimes there is nothing wrong with making a fuss. Not to mention the identity of the other party as a little devil. Gu Xiao had to make a fuss out of a molehill. More importantly, Gu Xiao still wanted to make more noise. It's been so long since I've been coming to a Millican. In the past, he seemed to have a fulfilling life every day. Whether it was work or study, he always arranged a full schedule for himself every day. But in fact, there was another thing that Gu Xiao never forgot. That is to find someone. After such a long time, there is still no news about my mother, although Comrade Gu Jianjun's good luck made Gu Xiao think of his mother. But unfortunately, there is still no clues pointing to the other party until now. This forced Gu Xiao to change his strategy. In fact, it was not a change of strategy, but a plan he had already decided on. That's change. Make more changes, disrupt more established developments, make some change. And now, Nomura Takuya happened to appear in the right place at the right time. If Gu Xiao didn't take advantage of him, he would really be sorry for his identity. But it's not that simple to make a fuss out of a molehill. After all, Nomura Securities is not a small company. It wants to move someone with such energy on someone else's territory. It's not easy. If we are only facing ordinary people, according to our current evidence, we only need to go through the normal litigation process, which is enough to put the other party in jail for several years. But when facing people from a Nomura Securities family, if we still follow this idea, we will most likely be disappointed. So, we must make some preparations on this basis. After thinking for a long time, Luo Xiang said, "It is a very scary thing when a professional lawyer becomes serious, and when a professional lawyer seriously wants to deceive someone. The result will be even more exciting." While the three people on Gu Xiao's side were discussing what kind of surprise they would give the Nomura family next, on the other side, inside the Madoff company on Wall Street. At this time, it was a different scene. The godfather of Wall Street was having a huge headache at this time, and sitting across from him was a middle-aged man who looked very similar to Nomura Takuya. He is the contemporary talker of the Nomura family, Masato Nomura, the patriarch of a famous family, a big shot in the neon financial circle, looked gloomy at this moment, and he was extremely angry. Damn! These damn Dragon Kingdom people, they dare to do this. They want to kill my child. It's just a small misunderstanding. They actually want to do this damn. Faced with Masato Nomura's roar, Madoff was somewhat embarrassed. This matter has a lot to do with him. As a godfather in the financial circle who has always been known for his good popularity, for something like that to happen at a banquet hosted by him is a slap in the face to his identity. More important things. After such a farce, the matter was still not over, and the two guests started to fight each other. It takes almost no thought. If Takuya Nomura really faces legal trial next, it will be a serious blow to Madoff's reputation. In fact, in the past few days, there have been many reports about the unexpected events at this banquet in some small media. There are even people already. I began to wonder if Madoff was old, if he had no energy left, and could not handle even such small things well. This kind of thing may not matter to others. But for Madoff, who used his name as a business card and his reputation as a weapon, this was definitely the worst-case scenario. He needs to solve this problem perfectly. Mr. Nomura, I think. What is more important for us now is not to curse Yuanxio Investment, but to consider what we should do next. Seeing that the other party was still cursing, Madoff couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Because I see Yuanxio Investment's attitude, it seems that it does not intend to end like this. So in this matter, Mr. Nomura, you may still have to prepare for the worst. At least, we need guarantees. Nomura Takuya, you will not encounter legal problems. This is the most important thing. He wanted to solve the immediate crisis. Madoff needs to make certain choices. Now that Yuanxio Investment and Nomura Securities are clearly wrong, he needs to choose a side for himself. It's obvious. This choice is not a problem. One is an old friend who has been working with him for a long time, and the other is a newcomer who has just come into contact and doesn't even know much about each other. Obviously, there was only one outcome before Madoff. Then protect Nomura Securities. Based on the evidence they currently have and their preliminary testimony, the situation is very unfavorable for Mr. Nomura Takuya. So we need to find a different breakthrough. Sure enough, this choice was correct. At least Masato Nomura, who was still a little dissatisfied with Madoff, no longer complained about Madoff at this moment. A different breakthrough? What should we do? The first and best way is, of course, to let the other party withdraw the lawsuit. I suggest, Mr. Nomura, that you can come to the door in person to look for opportunities for reconciliation. Madoff suggested. Reconciliation? Masato Nomura suddenly became furious. This is impossible. These damn Dragon Country, people wanting to go to them for peace talks. I will never agree. I know, Mr. Nomura, you don't want to do this, but I have to admit that this is the best way at present. As long as they are willing to withdraw the lawsuit, the current crisis will be solved. Madoff said helplessly. This is the best result for Mr. Nomura Takuya. He will get through this crisis without any danger. These words silenced Nomura Masato. Really, any fool knows this is the best way. But the idea was dashed shortly after. Because they couldn't even see Gushio, no matter whether they were people from Nomura Securities or Masato Nomura went there in person, they were all turned away. The other party's lawyer had only one sentence. We reject any form of mediation. This sentence completely made Masato Nomura look ugly, and even Madoff looked gloomy. This is disrespectful, and what's even more disrespectful is, just when they were negotiating urgently, they were going to start with the procuratorate and the police station system to completely reduce this matter from a big deal to a trivial matter. Something unexpected happened to both of them. In various forums on the internet and reports in various media, this case of child beating suddenly began to be collectively reported. Recently, a 10-year-old international student was beaten by an adult. The 10-year-old international student is currently suffering from severe head trauma. The perpetrator has been released on bail pending trial. The case of minor victimization has happened again. An adult actually hit a minor who is only 10 years old. Is it a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? The latest news is that the person who injured someone is a member of a well-known neon family. It is reported that the Nomura family has recently searched many places, including the police station and the prosecutor's office. It seems that they want to prevent the trial and settle privately. Inflicting serious injuries on a 10-year-old child should normally be restricted in life. Normally, such a vicious case should not be released on bail pending trial. But the other party walked out of the police station grandly. Yesterday, he was even photographed dining with a beautiful woman at a Michelin restaurant. Looking at the various reports written on the front pages of various newspapers and magazines in front of them, Masato Nomura and Madoff were so angry that they almost jumped on the spot. Grass. It feels like a beeping dog. Damn, what's going on? I just communicated with the procuratorate and the police about the investment today, and this matter was published in the newspapers today. How could this happen so quickly? Why don't these media report other things, but focus on this little thing? Damn bastard. Find a way to shut up these damn media immediately. I hope there won't be any relevant discussions or reports on this matter. I don't want to see any more discussions. In the office, Masato Nomura was holding the phone and angrily cursing at his subordinates on the other end. He was really angry. Masato Nomura is a man with a temper. Even for his own son, he would not bow to yuan shio investment, so he thought of a slightly complicated but very effective method. Start with the police station and prosecutor's office. Do not accept the lawsuit, withdraw the case file, and treat this matter as if nothing happened, as if it never happened at all. As for the lawsuit against yuan shio investment, if the court does not accept the case and the police do not assist, what could he do? This is actually very risky. It is even unimaginable for ordinary people, but for capital like Nomura Securities, as long as you spend enough money, there is nothing you can't do. Perhaps yuan shio investment's financial strength is also good. But, so what if you have money? Can it be richer than Nomura Securities? As long as Nomura Securities can handle both sides, yuan shio investment will have no choice but to hold its nose and admit its losses. As long as it goes well. In this last case, it would have taken a year and a half just to let yuan shio invest in the lawsuit. The procuratorate only needed to submit insufficient evidence for the lawsuit, and they could kick the other party back 10 or 8 times. Even if it has to be accepted in the end. It will take 1 or 2 years at the earliest, but the intervening 1 or 2 years will be enough for Masato Nomura to invest in strong revenge and counterattack for yuan shio. Owning Nomura Securities and on a territory like Alikin, Nomura Masato is fully confident, able to defeat yuan shio investment. But what he didn't expect was, the plan couldn't keep up with the changes just when the plan had just been finalized, or even when he had just started taking action and making some gains. However, this matter was suddenly exposed to the public under the publicity of the media. This situation is different. Being silent and being stared at by others are completely different things. Father now, what should we do now? Sitting in front of Nomura Masato was his son Nomura Takuya, who was released on bail pending trial. He was grateful to Gushio that his previous kick was not too deadly after all. Although the feeling at the time was very sour, at least the Nomura family's incense could be barely maintained. It is not yet known whether there will be any sequelae. At this time, I saw that things had changed. Nomura Takuya panicked immediately. He was not afraid before, but when he was taken away by the police last time, Nomura Takuya had a detailed understanding of a Lycan's prison life. He was scared. If someone like me goes in, will he suffer from any mental illness when he finally comes out? Trash. Masato Nomura glanced at his useless son and cursed. Why are you panicking? It's just a few media reports. You are embarrassing the Nomura family. Nomura Takuya hurriedly lowered his head. Don't worry. The matter is not as serious as you think. After all, it was his son. Masato Nomura comforted him. Although the media suddenly focused on reporting, fortunately, we discovered it early enough. I only need to spend some money to have these newspapers withdraw their newspapers. It will not attract too much attention. As long as the attention is not reached, our plan can continue. As long as the matter does not continue to ferment, no one will continue to attract attention to a trivial matter that has nothing to do with them. After all, he is the boss of the party. Masato Nomura is very smart and understood the loopholes in this immediately. Media exposure is one thing, but whether it will attract attention after being exposed and how much attention will be is another matter. There is all kinds of weird news every day in Amlikin. As long as it doesn't attract attention all the time, he still has a chance. But it's a pity. The idea had just appeared. Madoff, who had been frowning silently, shook his head at this time. I'm afraid things are not that simple. What? The internet, Madoff said. There has been a lot of discussion on the internet about this matter, and the discussion is very hot, even surpassing the news of the strategic deployment to Afghanistan. What? Masato Nomura was shocked. I hurriedly came to the computer, and sure enough I saw that all the discussions on various forums and communities on the computer were focused on this incident. I heard that people from the Nomura family were actually seen having dinner with people from the procuratorate before. I don't believe there is any problem here. I heard that the procuratorate is not planning to accept the case. I just received the news. It is a notice issued by the Supreme Judge to strictly review whether the prosecution cases are in compliance, especially the cases in the two countries of Longwa and Neon. What does this mean? Isn't the law used to maintain peace and protect our rights and interests? What are you thinking? The purpose of the law has never been to protect the rights of ordinary people like us, but to allow capital to exploit ordinary people in a more reasonable and legal manner. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. A neon-rich businessman can control our procuratorate. God, is there real fairness in this country? This matter is not only related to that poor 10-year-old child, but also related to the rights and interests of all of us, because it is very likely that in the future, our child will be that 10-year-old child. It's terrible. Such people should be sent by Satan. A large number of discussions filled all major internet social platforms. When he saw these discussions, Masato Nomura, who was originally confident, suddenly changed his expression. On the contrary, Nomura Takuya became more confident and said at this time, "They are just some ignorant people who cannot make any waves. Father, don't worry, I won't worry. I believe that this discussion will be over soon." These words were full of confidence. Nomura Takuya himself feels that his current performance is definitely worthy of the status of the Nomura family and has not insulted the glory of the family. He even felt, my father would probably praise what he said. But what he didn't expect was that the compliment didn't appear. Instead, a huge slap hit him directly. Idiot. The problem is serious. Can't you even see it? Idiot like you. Don't call me a member of the Nomura family from now on. Nomura Takuya said he felt aggrieved. For such a grown man, he was dumped by his father in front of outsiders. This kind of thing would never be acceptable to anyone. But you have to endure it even if you can't bear it. At least Nomura Takuya doesn't have the courage to resist his father yet. I just feel a little uncomfortable in my heart. Not only did he lose face, but also because he didn't know why he was scolded or even beaten for doing this. I just said that I don't have any confidence as a child of a big family. Now you say you have no brain? Wronged. I feel so wronged. This is not ordinary public opinion, nor is it an ordinary concern, but someone has deliberately used this incident to guide public opinion in the direction of conflict and opposition between the two classes. In other words, it is basically impossible to get through easily. Fortunately, it was Madoff who spoke in the end, allaying Nomura Takuya's doubts. But while dispelling doubts, Nomura Takuya finally reacted. Yes, this is not an ordinary exposure. This is overt and covert, and has been leading class antagonism. Whether it's previous reports or current discussions online, the center of things always revolves around one point. That's Neon's big capital, bullying a 10-year-old child, and using some privileges that ordinary people have no chance or qualifications to use. In fact, the identity of the other party is not simple. You can study abroad at the age of 10, but anyone with any brains knows that the other person's family conditions are not too bad. Not to mention those who know the inside story know that behind this 10-year-old child is a powerful investment company. But the public does not know these things, and the media may know them, but do not emphasize them in this regard. Instead, they use various wordings and guidance. It gives rise to another picture in people's minds. That was an ordinary, unremarkable 10-year-old child, but when he was walking on the street, he was disliked by a swaggering young man from a neon family and was beaten up. The child entered the hospital miserable, possibly still in a coma, or even on the verge of death. But because the family is rich, it is impossible to suffer even the most basic legal sanctions. This is the picture painted by media reports and online chats. This is causing class antagonism. This magnifies the gap between the poor and the rich. In any country, this kind of thing can be regarded as a disaster of public opinion. What's more, this is Alikin. Regardless of the good publicity given to a Millikan by the outside world, it seems as if this is a place where everyone is equal, the air is sweet, and everyone here can find their own suitable position and space for development. But in fact, my family knows their own affairs. Alekin is not as bad as imagined, but it is definitely not as good as imagined. At least for the general public, this is a country that is facing class solidification. The rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. It is almost impossible for an ordinary person from an ordinary family to achieve a class jump through his own efforts. This is actually true. This has always been the biggest problem that Alekin has faced in recent years. The previous war between grain merchants was actually related to class antagonism. And now, the previous heat had just subsided not long ago. And now this matter has cropped up again. You can imagine what would happen if this matter was not handled well. That doesn't even require someone to lead the instigation. The people will be very happy. Let the votes in their hands, as well as their shouts and demonstrations, once again recreate the big event in the first half of this year. That is to say, now, the matter has gone from a simple accidental fight to a vicious incident representing class antagonism. Under such circumstances, this matter will naturally not be fooled easily. And indeed it is. In just over 10 minutes, Masato Nomura received a lot of news. The prosecutor's office has decided to openly try this wounding incident. The police station just called, requesting the end of Mr. Nomura Takuya's bail pending trial, and asking him to go to the police station to wait for the trial. This time, there's a lot of attention. We can only make a fair, open, and just judgment based on the law, but the good news is that we will open a trial as soon as possible. No one can interfere with this report. Many media have called to invite interviews. One bad news after another was like a tide, rushing towards Nomura Masato, making the already confident Nomura Masato blind on the spot. He didn't expect that everything would change so quickly. At the same time, he also knew, although the Nomura family is considered a big capital, in the final analysis, for many Alekin's capital, they are just the grandchildren. When there are conflicts in the country because of oneself, a Milliken would never hesitate to abandon grandchildren like them to please the votes of the people. During the previous grain merchants' war, the official departments even intervened. That was because the interests of many people behind the scenes were involved. But now, the only one who suffered was the Nomura family, and no one wanted to lie in this muddy water. Mr. Madoff. After thinking about all this, Masato Nomura immediately looked at Madoff, who had just walked back after going out to answer the phone. I need your help. This. Madoff seemed hesitant. Speaking of which, Nomura Securities still has $1 billion of funds during this period. It wants to carry out some business operations. Because it was too busy before, I forgot to tell you. I want to continue to invest this $1 billion in your asset management project, Mr. Madoff. I hope Mr. Madoff will not refuse. Masato Nomura hurriedly spoke. To be able to achieve this position, he is not a fool. Naturally, he understood that the call Madoff received just now was probably a warning to him to avoid suspicion. If even Madoff, a supporter, stayed away from him, Masato Nomura knew very well that the chances of a comeback would be slim. So, Masato Nomura directly offered his bargaining chip without waiting for Madoff's refusal. Adults only look at the pros and cons. Because his son will not involve other people's interests, those superior men are happy to support justice. Therefore, he needs a certain amount of interest bundling to ensure that he is not completely without allies. The results can be imagined. He made the right bet. Madoff, who was already thinking about how to quit, said without hesitation, "My friend, you are overthinking. We are friends, and I will always help you. I always firmly believe that I will never leave my friends at any time. So of course I will not leave you this time. I will always be on your side." These words are so enlightening, as if the person in front of you is no longer a mortal, but a God standing on top of the world, full of divine glory. No matter what, he is also a loyal person who can go out of his way to save his friends. Faced with such a loyal Madoff, Masato Nomura was moved to tears and pulled Madoff to say, "You and I have an everlasting friendship. Whether it's the explosion of the earth or the fall of the moon, nothing will shake their friendship." An old actor. As for whether he calls the other person a pig-brained person in his heart, that's not known. But, after determining the united front, they still need to solve the next problem. What should we do? There is definitely no way to delay this lawsuit any longer, and the judge may even impose severe penalties. What should we do next? Masato Nomura asked, his eyes full of expectations, expecting the old man in front of him to give him a good suggestion. Madoff never disappoints. The Godfather, who's been on Wall Street for most of his life, narrowed his eyes slightly at this moment, since there is no way to avoid litigation and trial. Then let's fight the opponent with real swords and guns in this lawsuit. Huh? Masato Nomura was at a loss. You mean, hand it over to a lawyer? To be honest, Masato Nomura has no doubt that he can find the best lawyer in all he can. It is basically impossible for him to lose in a lawsuit against ordinary people. But here's the thing. The other party is Yuanshio Investment. Although they're based on Alikin, they have to admit that they're also a large investment company. There's plenty of money. What's more, this time it is the other party's fault if the normal process is followed. The lawyer's greatest possibility is not to appeal for innocence, but to appeal for a reduced sentence. This is what Nomura Masaichi does not want. It's not that the children of the Nomura family cannot go to jail, but they absolutely cannot go to jail in a foreign country for such a trivial matter inexplicably. If this is really the case, where to put the Nomura family's face? Litigation is unavoidable, and because it is a public lawsuit, there will definitely be many reporters present that day. It is basically impossible for us to do anything in this regard, Madoff said quietly. But we have other advantages. Other advantages? Nomura Masaichi didn't know. Madoff touched the cufflinks on his custom-made suit. They were custom-made cufflinks from a Palm Springs club. They were low-key and simple, yet classy. Seeing his action, Nomura Masaichi made some guesses. Really? Then Madoff said, when the incident happened, it was at a party in my club, and the people who attended this party, they are all my friends. You mean, those people will help us? After all, it was the Nomura family's talker. He instantly understood what Madoff was thinking, and his eyes immediately lit up. Give false evidence. Since the litigation problem cannot be solved, the best way is to win the lawsuit. There is so much pressure from public opinion right now. To put it bluntly, it is because to the people they are antagonisms between classes, but no matter how antagonizing they are, this matter is still a lawsuit after all. Since it is a case, there will inevitably be a time when the dust settles. Win the case. As long as they win the lawsuit, they will immediately be able to stop the public in UU, and the people outside will immediately shut up, and public opinion will be on their side. But there's a small problem here. Will those people help us? This is indeed a question. After all, most of the people present were serious dignitaries. These people were all people with empty eyelashes. To risk giving false testimony for someone who has nothing to do with him. Will they agree? To be honest, if it were you, Mr. Nomura, you definitely wouldn't be able to do it, but with me here, it won't be that difficult. Madoff spoke confidently. He is a smart man. I already know what I should do next. Really, he previously wanted to win Yuanshio's investment, and even deliberately asked Nomura Takuya and Gushio to have a conflict. He already had the idea that both sides could seize the opportunity. But now, not only did the matter become bigger than expected, but Yuanshio Investment also clearly had no intention of giving it any face. That being the case, then the next thing is very simple. He will not be an enemy of Yuanshio Investment, but if there is a chance, he will not mind stepping on the opponent. He wants to make friends with Yuanshio Investment because he wants Yuanshio Investment's money. Now, if Nomura Securities can be allowed to inject additional funds, the goal can be achieved. Really, the role played by Madoff at this time was absolutely a good person. Even Masato Nomura couldn't help but feel grateful. Mr. Madoff, thank you very, very much for your help. Nomura Securities will always be your friend. Ha! Haven't we always been friends? Yes, ha! Hello, everyone. The solemn atmosphere in the office disappeared instantly. After a few compliments, Masato Nomura asked, I absolutely believe in your power, Mr. Madoff. The people attending the banquet are not small people. Will they help? Despite Madoff's guarantee, he still felt a little unsure. Still the same sentence. Those people are not ordinary people. They could be the icing on the cake, but they will never provide help in times of need. And each of these people is better than the last. Want them to give false evidence. Very difficult. My friend, this is actually not a big problem, and I don't expect them to help randomly. I just need them not to talk nonsense. Can't see clearly, didn't pay attention. This answer is enough. In fact, many people did not pay attention to Mr. Nomura hitting the child at the time. For them, they just need to tell the truth. Then Masato Nomura was anxious. If that was the case, they would still be passive. Madoff smiled and said, "Those friends don't talk nonsense, but what about the waiters on site?" These words instantly reminded Nomura Masato. Yes, those glamorous big shots would naturally not give false evidence to them, but the waiters at the banquet were different. These people were very easy to control. Mr. Madoff, I have said too many words of thanks in the past few days, and this cannot express the gratitude in my heart. So, as for the additional funds I mentioned before, I have decided to add another 500 million in funds. I hope you will not refuse, Mr. Madoff. Sure enough, this was what Madoff wanted to hear most. He immediately asked someone to bring champagne, and he and Nomura Takuya celebrated in this office. This matter, stable. Even after deciding how to operate next, Madoff discussed another matter. Yuanshio Investment is not a sensible company, or even a company that abides by the rules of the game, so I think we still need to crack down on this company. This is necessary. In fact, even if you don't say it, sir, I will find a way to solve this problem. The people of Longhua are too arrogant. They become so rampant after gaining a little power. They always need to be taught a lesson. In that case, things will be much simpler. I heard that Yuanshio Investment has recently started investing in finance. In this regard, we may be able to discuss it. A new discussion began. In the world of capital, there are no eternal friends or eternal enemies, and no one would choose to go under the knife between lovers. But when someone breaks the rules of the industry and someone wants to be a sparrow trying to fly over everyone's head, the shotgun underneath will raise its muzzle without hesitation. That afternoon, Madoff and Nomura Securities had reached a deeper consensus on cooperation. They began a two-pronged approach. First step. Naturally, it was to prepare for litigation. For this reason, Nomura Securities, with the help of Madoff, immediately established a team of lawyers. The fees were extremely high, but the winning rate was extremely high. Step 2. In the financial market, the two parties launched a premeditated layout, which seemed to be just a business investment for growth, but in fact, both parties had a common goal: encirclement and suppression. But just when they thought that all this had been done seamlessly and even quietly, Gu Xiu on the other side had already seen everything. "Boss, these people are really planning to punish you to death." Luo Xiang laughed. "That's true." Gu Xiu agreed. "I have always heard that a Millikan is fair and free. Now it seems that fairness is fake, and freedom, maybe a bit too much. That's necessary. Boss, didn't you say it before? It's a country of rogues. It's not normal to expect them not to act like rogues." Gu Xiu smiled. "I'm going to wrong you next." "Hey, what are you afraid of? Anyway, I don't rely on the lawyer's winning rate to make a living now. What's wrong with me?" Luo Xiang laughed, then rubbed his hands. "Of course, if you want to compensate me, boss, that would be even better." Gu Xiu just rolled his eyes at this. "This guy, I have started to build houses again. I don't know why I've built so many houses for so many years. Is it really just a personal hobby?" The next few days were uneventful. Certainly, this is for distant investment. During this period, Yuanshio Investment has begun to enter the stock market aggressively again, and all operations every day are in an orderly manner. As for the court trial, which has been extremely eye-catching on the internet and various reports, it seems to have nothing to do with Yuanshio Investment. But just because Yuanshio Investment is so calm does not mean that nothing really happened. At least on the internet, there is a lot of attention to this beating case that is even related to class antagonism. Almost every day, you can see all kinds of discussions. Under this extremely high level of enthusiasm, Aliken's official service capabilities also rapidly increased several times within a week or so. The trial, which attracted a lot of attention, began. The day of court. Countless people stood guard in front of the court, and a large number of reporters and media were all focused on this, as if the whole world was paying attention. They're all placed in this place. We are now at the entrance of court. Here comes the plaintiff's lawyer. The victim did not appear in court, but entrusted his own private lawyer with full authority. In front of the TV, Gu Xiu sat with interest, watching the pictures on the TV in front of him. Soon, Luo Xiang appeared on the stage and saw this part-time lawyer, an outstanding corporate boss, facing the camera and saying righteously, "I must seek justice for my victim. I believe that American's laws will definitely give a fair trial. Please continue to pay attention. We will make the bad guys pay the price. And at the same time, we will also prove that in this world, not the rich can cover the sky with one hand." This is a beautiful thing to say. Even Gu Xiu, who was sitting in front of the TV, couldn't help but give thumbs up. However, Luo Xiang's opponent is obviously not a good opponent. After all, they're a team of lawyers. They did not refuse the reporter's interview, but faced the camera and responded generously. The law will never let anyone go, no matter whether the person is poor or rich. Some people seem to be deliberately stimulating certain bad emotions. I have to admit that they succeeded and attracted such high attention. However, everything in this world must be based on facts and evidence. We have prepared sufficient evidence to clear our defendant's innocence. By the way, let me emphasize again that the law is above everything. We hope that the people can calm down and believe that the law will give us a just result. This is the first brief confrontation between the two sides. None of them are good. Revisiting an old incident, even in front of a court, can incite class antagonism and disguise oneself as an outright bullied victim. The other one emphasizes the fairness of the law. At first glance, it seems clear. After all, the former seems to be just a young lawyer with no real skills and can only cry and talk nonsense, while the latter is really a big deal, and even the judges of the court are lifted up by him. But these are just this seemingly ordinary first confrontation. Next, as both parties entered the court and the public trial entered the final preparation stage, many legal experts began to appear on TV to explain to the public the possible final outcome of the case. TV stations need ratings, and of course they won't support anyone one-sidedly. First, analyze the plaintiff and tell everyone that the plaintiff has a high probability of winning to stabilize the audience's minds. Then analyze the defendant and tell everyone that the defendant seems to lose easily, but in fact it has a greater chance of making a comeback. Anyway, it's just as suspenseful as it comes, trying to whet people's appetite. This scene. Even sure Ching Song couldn't help complaining. A TV station like Alikin is crazy for ratings. I feel it's not objective at all. What the TV station pursues is ratings. What the TV station pursues is ratings. It doesn't matter whether it is objective or not, as long as the audience likes it. Gu Xiu shook his head with a smile. Sure, Ching Song shook his head. It feels like the gap between us and our country is really real. Watching TV is like watching small forum discussions on the internet, each one containing private goods. This kind of capitalist country itself is all about profit. Of course, someone as old as Sure Ching Song understands. But sometimes, I still often can't help but want to complain. In response, Gu Xiu just shook his head. As long as you read some reports about this country, you will understand the fact that the Alikin media is carrying private goods, especially all the reports about the Dragon Kingdom. To put it bluntly, they just report whatever the public likes. As for what is pertinent, it is all nonsense. Live broadcast of the next trial session is not allowed, but reporters from all parties basically went in and recorded the entire process. There are many people in front of the TV, also waiting for the final result. Gu Xiu did not wait, but stood up and greeted Feline. Ms. Feline, it's time for us to take action. Gu Xiu was not someone who would spend a lot of time, energy, and resources casually just to discuss someone. To put it bluntly, Gu Xiu's main identity is still a businessman. What does a businessman do? Weigh the pros and cons. Since he plans to target Nomura Takuya, Gu Xiu must not just focus on letting Nomura Takuya go to jail. The best way is to make a big profit on this matter. According to Luo Xiang's previous estimate, the trial would last 2 hours. 2 hours doesn't seem like a long time. It's not enough to do something big. But in the financial market, there are too many things that can be done in 2 hours. At this time, if Gushio doesn't want to make some money for the company, then he would be derelict in his duties as a boss. But while Gushio was busy here, Masato Nomura and Madoff on the other side were sitting leisurely on the sofa. They are here for this trial. A lot of preparation went into it. For them, this is a sure-win situation. So, the next two people were not worried at all, but began to think about the next business cooperation. Even, the two of them were ready to go to Palm Springs in the evening to relax and cleanse the aggrieved Nomura Takuya. The accident didn't happen. 2 hours later, the ratings of major TV stations surged instantly. As soon as the court door opened, a large number of reporters rushed out of the court and came to the cameras that had been prepared. The situation has changed. Nomura Takuya may be acquitted. Just now, the defense found more than 8 witnesses. 4 of them said that things changed too quickly at that time, and they did not see clearly whether Nomura Takuya really hit anyone. The other 3 clearly stated that Nomura Takuya did not hit anyone at all. The surveillance evidence was because the picture was too blurry to see clearly and could not be used as evidence. The 10-year-old child was so confused that he was not injured at all. The hospital has issued a professional report. The 10-year-old child had no external injuries, and everything inside his skull was normal. The reason why he was diagnosed with encephalopathy was just because of the child's performance. The jury is currently discussing the results and will announce the final result of the trial later. Instantly, a series of reports appeared, and such a shocking reversal surprised everyone. The 2 successful people in the office holding champagne also raised their glasses on the spot. Next, it's time to celebrate. But they obviously didn't expect that while the 2 of them were celebrating here, the financial department of Yuanshio Investment was also cheering at this time. Another big profit. It's gone up, it's really gone up. The market value of several companies owned by the Nomura family suddenly surged just after the court session. We made a lot of money this time. We accurately bought the bottom. Because of Nomura Takuya's incident, the stocks of these listed companies of the Nomura family fell across the board, and they didn't stop falling even before the court session. But now, as the news comes out, the Nomura family's previously fallen stock price has recovered again. This time the Nomura family has made a lot of money, but we have also successfully bought the bottom and made a profit with Dongfeng. This increase is not over yet. It is still breaking through. Limit up. It's up. Yuanshio Investment is beaming with joy at this moment. During this period, the matters involving Yuanshio Investment and Nomura Securities attracted the attention of not just ordinary people who were mobilized to create class antagonisms. As people who work in Yuanshio Investment, they are concerned. And compared to others, the staff of Yuanshio Investment are actually the least confident. That's right. Just no confidence. After all, this is just a branch of Alikin, and it is still engaged in the financial industry. And in this country's financial circles, who should be offended the most? Madoff. This is almost everyone's consensus. Therefore, when Gushio was invited and saw Madoff's eldest son coming to pick them up in person, the entire Yuanshio Investment was just like the Chinese New Year, and everyone was extremely excited, because they feel that once the company has an intersection with the godfather of Wall Street, or even reaches a cooperation, then they will be equivalent to people holding tickets to top players on Wall Street. This is a great thing that goes hand in hand with Yuan. But no one thought that a good thing could turn into a bad thing. Gushio, the company's young boss, was bullied and even hit on the head by others in Madoff's company. When they heard the news at the time, many people were worried, but they also felt that there was a chance for the matter to ease. But when I saw with my own eyes that the company seemed to be clinging to this matter and even not giving Madoff any face, many people in the branch actually panicked. That's Madoff. That's the godfather of finance. When he refused to deal with the financial godfather and didn't give the financial godfather face, he even planned to directly make a fuss and declare war on Madoff's allies. Everything is different. During this period, discussions in the media and on the internet have become more intense. The employees of the branch are even more worried and fearful. They are afraid that the company will suffer huge losses because it has offended Mr. Madoff. Such worries are certainly not due to their sense of belonging to the company. The main thing is that the job is really good, the salary is good, and the pressure is not too high. If this branch has no choice but to stop business or even close its doors, then these people will have to find jobs again. So, during this period, everyone was actually more or less frightened. But, with such worries, everyone relaxed just before the court session was about to begin today. Because of the order from the big boss, they were required to do their best to buy the shares of the Nomura family's related listed companies. When this order was first issued, many people were actually confused. But soon, they had an idea. Actually, the boss is not denying face, nor does he want to destroy the net. The boss wants to make money and deliberately creates public opinion just to find an opportunity to buy at the bottom. The stock prices of several listed companies held by the Nomura family have been falling during this period. And before the court session, the boss has already planned to buy at the bottom, which means that the boss has understood from the beginning that this lawsuit will be lost. With this amount of money, it is enough to become a banker. If the boss does this now, he plans to negotiate with the Nomura family. The Nomura family will definitely not refuse. Then we can successfully rebuild the old relationship with Mr. Madoff. I've always heard that the people of the Dragon Kingdom have very powerful military strategies, and now it seems that it is indeed the case. Wow, that's so clever. Not only did we make a fortune, but this time it also allowed us to show our attitude. Afterwards, we will reconcile with the Nomura family and Mr. Madoff. Our Yuanshio investment will also become quite famous on Wall Street. Such discussions are not uncommon, even what most people are really thinking at this moment. But just when everyone was applauding the boss for his wit, to everyone's expectation, Feline suddenly brought an order that shocked everyone. All shares related to the Nomura family will be sold immediately. Huh? Everyone looked confused. They made a lot of money in this wave. After all, the Nomura family's share price itself fell below the freezing point today, plus the subsequent daily limit. The increase basically reached 15%. This is a high-leverage wave. From the current position, it is not impossible, even for people who just want to earn one vote and leave. But the problem is, this is irrational. Now that the news has just come out, it can be expected that as soon as the court announces its verdict, the shares of these listed companies of the Nomura family will continue to soar. Leave at this time. Irrational. And you will miss a great opportunity in the future. What? Seeing everyone looking at me and me looking at you hesitantly, Feline frowned and said, "What are you doing standing still? Why don't you take action quickly?" As soon as these words came out, many people were still confused, but since the boss had spoken, they could only act according to Feline's ideas. Just more or less. I feel that Feline is a bit short-sighted, and not only Feline, but also the boss of Yuanshio Investment is a bit short-sighted. This clearly means that the price will continue to rise, yet it is selling at this time. What is it if it's not short-sighted? But still the same sentence. Since you are here to work, just follow the boss's instructions. What's more, although it is said that short-sightedness resulted in not making enough money, in just these 2 hours, the company's profit was already in the hundreds of millions. To be precise, 230 million. Knife fun. This is also a terrifying benefit that no one can even imagine. But under the operation of middleman, when she had just sold the stocks in hand, to everyone's expectation, Feline suddenly issued a new order. Don't stop. Take a heavy position in these stocks. But this time, it's not bullish. We won't be bearish. Huh? This announcement made everyone confused. After going long, he immediately went short, and he still went short at the daily limit. What does this mean? Are you sure you want to go short? At this time, this is a very risky thing. The court's decision will come soon. Going short at this time is very risky. Are we sure we won't wait? In fact, we can wait for the court to make a decision before proceeding and go short now. Once the court's final decision is that the other party wins the case, we will have no chance. In the office, Link asked Gushio worriedly. He was different from the people in the company who thought Feline was crazy. At this time, Link knew very well that it was not Fuline who was crazy, but the 10-year-old boss in front of him. Because all stock operations today are solely responsible for the boss in front of you, regardless of the previous bullishness. Still bearish now. Gu Xiao personally gave the orders. Pity. Faced with Link's reminder, Gu Xiao had obviously made up his mind. He smiled slightly and said, "Wait a minute, why wait? Now their stocks have reached their daily limit, and the stock market will close in the last hour. When the results appear, time will be even faster. Getting in now is just the right time." This is indeed true. After all, this Yuanxiu investment operation is not a capital mobilization of millions or tens of millions, but a capital mobilization of hundreds of millions or even billions. The mobilization of such a large amount of funds cannot be completed in just a few minutes. It takes time. Now the stock has reached its daily limit. This means that, from a theoretical perspective, the stocks of these companies are unlikely to rise again before the market closes. There really is no better time to buy short contracts. But the problem is, people have already reached their daily limit. Even a normal person knows that these stocks are at an unstoppable stage at this time. Now, run short. What is the difference between sending money? Unless, in this lawsuit, Yuanxiu Investment won a great victory. Not only did it win a great victory, it even caused its opponent to lose miserably. After all, if short selling now wants to make money, the stock prices of these companies of the Nomura family will collapse. It's not easy to lose the case just in the first instance, even if you want to die. But in fact, judging from the current situation, let alone the collapse of the stock price, they don't even have a chance to lose the lawsuit. So how can they possibly repay the collapse of the stock price? Link, do you know a saying from our Dragon Kingdom? Gu Xiao obviously saw the concerns of the chief steward of Yuanxiu Investment Branch and said at this time, "What?" Link was surprised. But Gu Xiao replied, "The brave will be starved to death, and the timid will be starved to death." This sentence is especially applicable in the financial market. Suffocate the bold to death and starve the timid to death? This, after thinking for a moment, Link smiled bitterly and said, "It is undeniable that this sentence seems to be really useful in the financial market. Most people with brilliant records in the financial market today believe in this sentence. When others are greedy, I am timid, and when others are timid, I am greedy." Whether Madoff or Buffett, they all have this idea, and they have all achieved success. But, with all due respect, boss, even if this is the case, I have never heard of anyone being greedy even though they know is a losing situation. A losing situation. This is Link's analysis of the situation at hand. This is not a question of probability at all, but an almost inevitable question. This one, if you invest in distant repairs, you will definitely lose. In fact, it was not just Yuanxiu Investment who had the same idea as Link. On the other side, in Madoff's office, the two people at the moment also had the same idea. After all, there have been so many changes in our listed company in just 2 hours. Naturally, Masato Nomura noticed it immediately. Previously, their minds were on the court, so at the beginning, the two of them did not notice that someone was buying shares of their own listed company to go long. But the long shares suddenly sold off on a large scale and left the market, and even turned around and started short selling on a large scale. Even a fool can see it. But, regarding this point, Masato Nomura couldn't help but smile. There are always people who think that they can be sober while everyone else is drunk, and like to gamble for a chance. But they forget that the financial market needs to follow the most basic rules. This is a gift of money. This is here to give me money. If it were normal, short selling such a large amount of funds, I might really capsize, but now that I have done this, that is asking for death. Although I don't understand a short seller's thoughts, I still want to thank him. Masato Nomura smiled brightly. Even a fool knows that he should not go short at this time. But there seem to be so many fools in this world. Madoff also felt the same, but he was more vigilant and careful than Masato Nomura. This is not normal. Anyone who can handle such a large amount of money must not be a fool. They must have some other plan. You mean, someone is targeting you? Madoff said firmly. Masato Nomura suddenly frowned, This was definitely not good news. "Wait a moment," Madoff said, holding his cell phone, and hurried out of the office. What follows is a short wait. Even Masato Nomura, who originally had the brightest smile, was more or less alert at this time. He was obviously not a fool to be the talker of the Nomura family. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Although based on the current analysis, he could not see any possibility of the opponent winning by doing this. But such a large capital investment had to make him wary, not to mention that he still didn't know who was mobilizing the funds. The unknown is the scariest thing. Good thing, this fear did not last long. As Madoff came back, the unknown fear turned into surprise. "I have already investigated, and it turns out that the people who were long and are short now are the same person, Yuanxiu Investment. They seem to have mobilized almost half of the funds this time to go short. It can be said to be a huge gamble. Is it them?" This answer, to be honest, greatly exceeded Masato Nomura's expectations. But think about it. It doesn't seem too difficult to understand. Do they think they can make a comeback this time, or even win the case at this time? Masato Nomura immediately thought of the crux of the problem. Just by winning the case, I'm afraid they won't be able to engage in short selling. Madoff frowned, seeming to have thought of something. Has the false testimony been discovered? Isn't this possible? Madoff's words made Masato Nomura, who was already sure of victory, suddenly look ugly. He is not a fool. Understand the powerful relationship here. He had thought about this lawsuit from the very beginning and was defeated by the other party. But if you think about it carefully, even if Yuanxiu Investment really wins this lawsuit, it will not be the case for several listed companies of the Nomura family. In fact, the impact will not be too big. After all, although Nomura Takuya is a member of the Nomura family, he has not officially begun to hold any major position of real power. There will definitely be an impact, but it won't be too big. At least he won't let the other party do this and put everything in a stud. But in this case, the fact that the other party still dares to conduct such a large-scale stud shows one thing. The other side found a way to strike at the heart of the company. So what's the biggest handle now? Give false evidence. This is their biggest problem right now. It is almost conceivable that if the other party knew that he had given false testimony and brought it out at the right time, the lawsuit would turn from defeat to victory. It will inevitably have a huge impact on several companies of the Nomura family. One mistake hurts. One knowingly gave false testimony. Which one has greater impact? It is almost certain that if this news spreads, the company's stock price will be greatly impacted immediately. After all, this is related to the credibility of the Nomura family, not just the company's stock price, but may even shake the business of Nomura Securities' ontology market maker. Trust. This thing is crucial at their level. At least for ordinary people, whether a company is trustworthy or not is the biggest problem. And this trust can even determine the fluctuations of the stock market. Masato Nomura, who was thinking clearly about this moment, suddenly felt a chill coming over him, causing him to break out in cold sweat on his back. If this matter is really exposed, then it will be big trouble. That's impossible. But at this moment, Madoff came with a shot in the arm. It's impossible for them to find out about the false testimony. We did this very covertly and very carefully. Even for the few who gave false testimony, we have been careful and let them come with half-truths. If they had suspicions after the first trial and launched an investigation, it would be possible, but now they can't know so early. It's impossible. They already determined it before the trial. We have to find someone to give false testimony, right? This is indeed a problem. Being able to give false testimony is not just as simple as buying a few witnesses. There are many ways that smart people can do it. It is definitely not something that ordinary people can detect in advance. Masato Nomura also nodded, but was still a little worried. What if they really knew before that we were going to give false evidence? And when they knew we were going to give false evidence, they deliberately set up this situation just to give us a fatal blow. This is indeed cause for concern. Take advantage of the situation and cooperate with the large-scale short selling of Yuanxiu Investment. It seems to be a very obvious evidence, but impossible. This conjecture was once again denied by Madoff, who hesitated and said, although we said it was false testimony, there is no actual evidence to prove that we asked people to give false testimony. It can even be said that we did not give false testimony at all. Whether it is the relationship between the witness and you, or even the relationship with me, it can withstand any investigation. There is not much contact between us, let alone direct interest transactions. What's more, even if these waiters are tortured, they will never reveal that they're giving false testimony because it is in their brains. Everything they said is true, Madoff said firmly. At this level, many times the approach will naturally not be so rough. If you just simply go to meet a few people and give them a sum of money to make false testimony. This method is too low. Not only is it inconsistent with his identity, but it is also more likely to get burned. After all, if such a thing as false testimony is exposed, Madoff's reputation will inevitably collapse immediately. As long as he was not a fool, Madoff would not help others like this. But he still chose to help, because he has more subtle methods to completely shirk responsibility from himself. Seeing that Masato Nomura still didn't want to believe it, Madoff felt somewhat contemptuous. But since he had chosen to help him, he could only continue to stand on a united front with him at this time. After thinking for a while, Madoff asked, "Have you ever heard of psychological suggestion?" "What?" Masato Nomura was stunned. "Did, Mr. Madoff, you did?" "Yes." Madoff nodded. In psychology, there is a term called psychological suggestion. In fact, it is a model used in psychology to treat psychological trauma. This is hypnosis, right? Masato Nomura was in awe. "Mr. Madoff, you even used the method of hypnotizing Masato for me?" "Haha. Mr. Nomura, you're my best friend. No matter how troublesome the method is, there will be no problem, right?" Madoff laughed, then shook his head and explained, "In fact, it cannot be said to be hypnosis in a simple sense. In fact, to be precise, hypnosis is a method or technology of psychological suggestion, which is actually different from the psychological suggestion I mentioned. Hypnosis puts people's consciousness into a relatively weakened state and exposes the subconscious. This technology can only be realized by psychotherapists. Psychological suggestion is completely different. So, psychological suggestion is the most common and has many applications. We receive and convey psychological suggestions every day, and we do self-suggestion all the time. To give you a simple example, when you walk out every day, someone will tell you how handsome you are. You may not take it seriously once or twice, but after a year, 2, or even more, no matter how you felt before, you will definitely have one thing for sure. That is, you are very handsome. Of course, testimonials cannot give you such a long time and so much preparation. But fortunately, this time it's not that difficult. Many people didn't pay too much attention to whether Lingzi really hit someone, so we only need to start with this aspect. The easiest way is to let them hear it every day. In fact, Mr. Nomura Takuya did not beat anyone at all. The surveillance at the scene was actually misaligned, so he did not see it clearly at all. Of course, if it was just like this, the time was too short and not enough, so I also asked people to consciously contact them. However, these contacts never explicitly mentioned false testimony, and they have nothing to do with you and me. At this point, Madoff paused briefly, but a smile appeared on his face. He said confidently, "So, even if we really gave false evidence, this matter will never be exposed. What's more, there is no way it will have anything to do with you and me. It will have any relationship." Madoff's words shocked Nomura Masato. Although he had known for a long time that Madoff could start from scratch and step by step reach the current situation, and even became a Lycan's Wall Street godfather. Otherwise, he is not a simple character. But he really didn't expect that Madoff could achieve this level. There were so many ways to do just a matter of false testimony. Be reasonable. It was at this moment that Masato Nomura realized that although he was considered a wealthy person in Neon, he was even more of a big shot. But use your means and tactics. Compared with the Mr. Madoff in front of him, he is more or less in a different level. Giving money to commit perjury seems to be the simplest and most direct. But in fact, it is also the stupidest. Any prosecutor will conduct his or her own investigation on the witness, including the witness's financial income and whether the witness has lied. Of course, I will not do such a stupid thing, Madoff said with a faint smile. Seeing that Nomura Masato was frightened, he immediately added, "Of course, it is also very troublesome to do this, and the risks are not complete. But this time, I can promise to do it perfectly. Mr. Nomura, as my best friend, no matter how troublesome it is, I will definitely find a way to help you. After all, we are partners." These words were said with sincerity. At least, even Masato Nomura, who had always been wary of Madoff, was moved at this moment. With the additional funds, Nomura Securities will add additional funds again. Mr. Madoff, our Nomura family will always remember your help, and our Nomura family will always be your most loyal partner. Masato Nomura said without hesitation. This naturally includes gratitude, and it also includes choice. In the past, he always had the feeling that I was the best in the world in Neon. But after coming to Neon, he found that he could only be regarded as a slightly stronger businessman. And now, after witnessing Madoff's strength, Nomura Masato is sure that this is definitely a big boss worth cooperating with forever. Build a good relationship with Madoff. For the future Nomura family, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. But after expressing his loyalty, Masato Nomura was a little confused at the same time. But if they don't know that we gave false testimony, then why do they dare to do it? Betting against us at this time? Is this crazy? After saying this, Madoff also frowned, and he did not understand this operation of Yuan Shio investment. Maybe they had already made this plan before the trial started, because they knew we would definitely lose. Masato Nomura thought for a while and said, or maybe they knew we would give false testimony and thought they could get the evidence. This possibility is not impossible. After all, Yuan Shio investment is not a god, so it is naturally impossible to know that they did make false evidence this time, and it is absolutely impossible to be false. Therefore, they may simply think that their dissatisfaction with the evidence may even cause the procuratorate to conduct a strict reinvestigation of witnesses, and they can turn the case around. We don't rule out the possibility. Madoff replied after thinking for a while, and then said, but I think they may have other purposes. Other purposes? Masato Nomura became curious, but Madoff reminded, they are short-selling. Short-selling? Destination? Wait. In an instant, Masato Nomura thought of something and suddenly looked up at Madoff. You mean, Yuan Shio Investment knew that they were likely to lose this time, but they still shorted us. It's not because they want to lose money, but they want to retaliate against us. I have such a guess, although it is incredible, but if Yuan Shio Investment operates properly and has strong financial strength, it is not impossible. Madoff nodded, frowning slightly. Masato Nomura also instantly became alert. They had previously focused all their attention on these cases, but ignored it within the rules of the financial market itself. Nomura Takuya's case has affected your family's company to a certain extent, but in fact the impact is not particularly serious. This also means that no matter whether this lawsuit wins or loses, in fact, the impact on the Nomura family itself is not as big as imagined. Is there a possibility that their focus is not on this lawsuit, but want to retaliate in other ways? When Madoff said this, Masato Nomura understood instantly, so they are short now. It's not because they have any preparations, but because they plan to have a tough battle. They want to rely on their financial power and the strength of their funds to come on us and tear off a piece of our flesh. Got it. At this moment, Masato Nomura understood the true purpose of Yuan Shio's investment. They didn't play any tactics. Instead, they used the simplest, direct, and crude means to retaliate against the Yuan Shio family. After all, if the Nomura family's stock price fell, the Nomura family would definitely suffer the loss. They chose this time to attack the Nomura family stock market. In fact, it is possible that they deliberately confuse the public and prevent them from paying enough attention to this attack. After all, a large number of short selling orders appear. Even if it is a sure-win situation, it will inevitably be affected at this time if the Nomura family is not fully prepared. It is really possible that these companies will be affected by being caught off guard. What a vicious dragon countryman. After thinking about this, Masato Nomura couldn't help but cursed. But are they too confident? Our Nomura family is not just a cat or a dog, let alone someone who could be hurt casually. Even if they are prepared, if they want to shake us, they will need a lot of capital investment. Does Yuanshio Investment have the strength? There's a bit of disdain in his tone. Yuanshio's investment in this company can be regarded as a new force in the past year or two. Even for Masato Nomura, if it were not for his own son, he would not even pay attention to this little-known small company. Just investing in Yuanshio may actually have some strength. But do they think they can shake the Nomura family status? Madoff, on the other hand, suddenly frowned when he heard this. I'm afraid. They really have this strength. What? Masato Nomura is incredible. But Madoff said, in the first half of this year, Mr. Nomura, do you know about the battle between Aliken's grain merchants and retail investors? Of course I know that. Masato Nomura was surprised. The 4 major grain merchants suffered heavy losses, and Aliken's agricultural department and commercial department, and many senior officials also resigned one after another, which caused a huge impact. But is this matter related to Yuanshio Investment? This famous incident has even been recorded as a major event in the history of Aliken's commercial agriculture. From Masato Nomura's point of view, it cannot have anything to do with Yuanshio Investment. But seeing Madoff's expression at this time, Masato Nomura suddenly had a bad feeling. Really? Madoff frowned and said, in that incident, many people said that the biggest beneficiary was the grain merchants of the Dragon Kingdom. They made a huge profit. But in our investigation, Yuanshio Investment is the biggest profiteer. And now, if Yuanshio Investment wants to spend all its money, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to deal with this time. In an instant, Masato Nomura couldn't calm down anymore. If so, the funds that Yuanshio Investment can use will probably exceed his imagination. Once these funds exceed a certain amount, it will also have an unpredictable and huge impact on the Nomura family's listed company. This comes with bad intentions. However, just when Masato Nomura was still vigilant, he saw Madoff smiling again. But don't worry. If it were just your strength, of course it would be difficult to cope with it. But this time, I plan to help the Nomura family. Together. Deal. With Yuanshio Investment. This, in an instant, Masato Nomura became energetic. If it were just relying on the funds that the Nomura family could mobilize, it might not be that easy, but if Madoff is added to it, that will be, have no fear. Boss, today's trial is over. Because we submitted new evidence in the end, the plan is only to have a half-day trial, which will be postponed to 2 days. The trial will start again tomorrow morning. In the office of Yuanshio Investment Branch, Gushio was still drinking tea when he saw that Luo Xiang had returned. Seeing him, Gushio smiled and immediately gave him a cup of tea. Thank you for your hard work. Haha, boss, I'm sorry for saying that. I didn't do anything. The lawyer on the other side is not simple. You were under a lot of pressure during the trial, right? Hey, there must be pressure. Luo Xiang laughed. But fortunately, I am not a professional domestic litigation lawyer. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to handle it this time. This seems contradictory. But Gushio understood very well and smiled at this moment. Why? Are you interested in Aliken's lawyer career? I have to say that being a lawyer is the most tiring, but at the same time it is also the most comfortable. Luo Xiang did not answer, but said something that seemed contradictory. This is actually the difference between the 2 countries' trial systems. There are 2 types of trial systems. One is called inquisitorial trial, and the other is called adversarial trial. The so-called inquisitorial trial refers to a court or judge who, after accepting a charge or prosecution, collects evidence, hears the case, and makes a judgment it deems appropriate based on its own judgment and understanding of the law. The biggest feature of this model is that the judge is both a referee and an athlete. This model is relatively rare in the world today, but it does not exist. The Dragon Kingdom used to have this model in ancient times. The advantages are obvious, the most important of which is that it can speed up the efficiency of case hearings and improve the judge's ability to collect evidence to the greatest extent. But the shortcomings are equally obvious. Because of this model, the requirements for judges and examiners are very high, and even the outcome of the trial is related to the judge's personal ability. If the parties involved meet officials with integrity and outstanding abilities such as Bao Zheng, Di Renjie, and Song Ci, they may obtain fair results. But if you encounter some officials with poor character and mediocre abilities, you may not be able to obtain fair results. Even under this model, corruption is prone to occur. So, the model adopted by most countries today is adversarial trial. The so-called adversarial trial means that the court or judge does not actively intervene in the disputes of the case. Both parties state the facts and provide corresponding evidence. The judge only serves as the presiding officer of the trial and determines the validity of the evidence and makes a judgment based on the evidence provided by the parties and certain rules. Under this model, the rights of the judge are extremely compressed, and the initiative is mainly in the hands of both parties. They need to have strong ability to collect evidence. All judgments made by the judge are based on the evidence provided by both parties to make the final decision. Both Dragon Kingdom and Alekin actually adopt this model. But, although the trials in Long Kingdom are formally adversarial trials, the rights of judges in the court are still relatively large, while the rights of the parties are relatively weak. Judges often intervene in cases to collect evidence, so they have many characteristics of inquisitorial trials. But in Alekin, it is a purely adversarial trial. Under this model, it is better to say that the rights of the parties are magnified than that of the lawyers. For many lawyers, having rights is definitely a comfortable thing. It is definitely a comfortable job to be able to argue with the opposing lawyer in front of the court and have a hearty battle. That's why Luo Xiang had such emotion. Tired, but very comfortable. Otherwise, Alekin's salary wouldn't be so high. Gu Xiui said with a smile. But Luo Xiang shook his head. Boss, the salary of lawyers in China is also very high. You may not know that even for an ordinary traffic accident case, the lawyer's fee is basically 10%. With such a high income, they need to do very little. Even the client needs to be well fed and well served like his ancestors. In a sense, being a lawyer in China is better than being in a Milliken. That's good. However, there was no sense of pride on Luo Xiang's face. Instead, he looked a little ashamed. Gu Xiu understood. As an ideal lawyer, what you always hope for is a stage where you can fully play your role. But you may have seen a lot of darkness, but believe me, there's far more darkness in a Milliken than you imagine. Even if you want to be a lawyer here, your moral values need to be reshaped. Luo Xiang reacted instantly. After a moment of reflection, he nodded, and the smile on his face bloomed again. Boss, you are right. So, it is better for me to just be my butler, ha ha ha. That's the end of the previous topic. The two did not continue to chat in depth, but talked about the case in front of them. Speaking of it, boss, you may not know that due to the pressure of public opinion, the judge and jury at that time had already planned to give the trial results on the same day, blocking everyone's speech. But they didn't expect that just when they were about to read out the trial results, I submitted new evidence. The judge and the jury's eyes almost jumped out of fear. That expression was wonderful. Not to mention the defense lawyer opposite. That kid has been very arrogant today. He bullied me several times for not being familiar with Alekin's trial process. He looked so smug that I even wanted to punch him. But later, when I took out the latest evidence, the kid broke out in cold sweat. He didn't dare to fart and left in a hurry. When he said this, Luo Xiang's face was full of joy. Our Lao Luo is still a grudge-bearing person. You're not giving it to Wang Jia, are you? Gu Xiu asked. Of course not. Luo Xiang shook his head repeatedly. He glanced at the busy staff outside the glass window, as well as the display screen hanging above that showed specific fluctuations in real time, and chuckled. Although I'm not a professional lawyer, Lao Luo, I am definitely a professional negotiator. I am very professional at pushing to the limit. So, tomorrow, boss, you still have half a day. Wang Jia throws it out, and the decision is finalized. As for how you want to play, boss, you have to hurry up. Hearing this, Gu Xiu also smiled. In that case, then let us do it tomorrow. Let's witness a fireworks display. While Gu Xiu and Luo Xiang were looking forward to the fireworks blooming, the two people on the other side were also looking forward to the fireworks blooming. Interesting. After listening to the news from their respective lawyers, both parties became more certain of their plans. Just now the lawyer told me that the defense lawyer of Yuanxiu Investment produced a piece of evidence at the last minute that questioned our witnesses. And this evidence is that the salaries of several of our employees who served as witnesses suddenly increased during this period. So they suspect that the salary increase of these witnesses is because they accepted benefits, and it is also effective evidence that they gave false testimony. The judge and jury attached great importance to this matter immediately and announced in court that the trial was not over and the trial will continue tomorrow morning. As soon as the lawyer came back, he asked me about other details and repeatedly confirmed whether I had really made false testimony. I admitted it, but at this point, Madoff paused for a moment, with a smile on his face. After hearing the entire false testimony process, the lawyer was completely relieved and told me that he was 200% sure of winning the case. Ah, my dear friend, you are so awesome. Masato Nomura took the lead in raising his glass of wine, his face full of excitement. They did give false evidence. But so what? Even if their opponents suspect it, even if they know all this, they are still powerless. This is the strongest false evidence. It is absolutely impossible that there will be any mistakes. Just then, Madoff added, however, I told the lawyer that he will continue to delay the trial tomorrow, preferably until the afternoon. Huh? Masato Nomura didn't know why, but he reacted immediately and asked in surprise, Mr. Madoff, are you planning to luring the enemy deeper? Luring the enemy deeper? Madoff was a little surprised. It seemed that it was the first time he heard this word, and he couldn't help but praise. Mr. Nomura is worthy of being born into a famous family. This word is very good. To be honest, I learned this word from my grandfather, and my grandfather was a commander who participated in the Dragon Kingdom's invasion war. Masato Nomura raised his chest proudly. Madoff gave a thumbs up. Your grandfather must be an extremely powerful commander. I think so too. Masato Nomura laughed, but he learned this term from the Dragon Kingdom, and it was a favorite tactic used by the Dragon Kingdom people. But what's interesting is that my grandfather told me that the Dragon Kingdom often fails when using this tactic, but our army always succeeds every time. Maybe because they are too proud? No, it's because they are too weak. Then this time, they may face the same predicament as their ancestors. Madoff smiled playfully. Masato Nomura also had a smile on his face. Perhaps they will lose even more thoroughly than their ancestors. Lure the enemy deeper. This is indeed their plan. Masato Nomura has seen such a large number of short orders in his company from beginning to end, and it is because of these short orders. Stocks that originally hit their daily limit today. Under the impact of funds, they began to show a decline, and they began to fall again, and even the decline once reached 5%. Today's stock market turbulence is indeed rare. Seeing that the stock market was about to come to a complete halt today, Masato Nomura originally planned to use funds to attack in the final stage and turn defeat into victory in one go. But now, he changed his mind. Since you want to lure the enemy deeper, the best way is to keep baiting. So, from then on, until the market was suspended, Masato Nomura also began to show his operating capabilities as the largest market maker. Or rather, the descendants of war heroes have the ability to lead troops. He always sends out a small force from time to time, disguising himself as an army that hastily fights, but does not have sufficient strength and confidence. Every time after knocking off a bit of the opponent's outstanding strength, this small army of his was immediately and completely devoured. In desperation, Masato Nomura could only retreat again. The drama of losing ground is unfolding in the financial market. And finally, until the stock market was closed that day, these listed companies finally experienced a complete roller coaster. From the initial downturn, to the limit midway. Just when everyone thought it was over and the situation had stabilized, in the last half hour, these stocks fell to the bottom again. From the daily limit to an increase of 5%, it even turned green in the end, although there is no limit. But the decline has also reached 3%. The leaks in the stock market are miserable, and many of them are betting that the stock prices of these companies will do well in the future. But who would have thought? They accurately staged a chase of rising prices and falling prices. After 2 laps, some people even lost money and vomited blood on the spot. Even if they jumped off the building, they would be trapped to death. But it's definitely true that I want to vomit blood. If the money you get is gone, anyone would be depressed. Faced with this situation, some people ruthlessly left the market, some gritted their teeth and stood firm, and others turned around and joined the short-selling army. These 3 choices made by the leaks made these stocks that were obviously very clear become chaotic at this moment. It also attracted the attention of many Wall Street capital. But faced with this situation, Masato Nomura and Madoff were not worried at all, and even showed cruel smiles. Alone, he might only be at the same level as those people, but now with the powerful alliance, the situation is different. They are gods. Naturally, they hope that there will be more leaks and more crazy capital will rush in. This night is destined not to be peaceful. Early the next morning, the sun rose as usual. Whether it was financial reports or people's livelihood reports, at this moment, everyone's eyes began to focus on this trial. In the midst of everyone's attention, a bulletproof car parked at the entrance of the procuratorate, and Luo Xiong stepped out of the car with a document bag in hand. "Boss, just wait for my performance." "But it's agreed. This time it's done. You have to buy me a house in Alekin." After hearing this, Gu Xiu in the car immediately rolled his eyes. "You said yesterday that lawyers in China are very shady. 10% of the profits of ordinary cases and 10% of the profits of this lawsuit can't be a house, right?" "Boss, just the case alone will definitely not be much compensation. But if you succeed today, boss, it will be enough to buy an aircraft carrier, let alone a house." Hearing this, Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. "Then do I have to give you a plane?" No, planes can't do it, and they can't preserve their value. We have to preserve the value of our house. It just so happens that I don't have any real estate in Amlikin yet." Go. Gu Xiu curled his lips. "Go away. If you don't want to do this, I'll accept your resignation now, or you can shut up and finish the show properly." Luo Xiong pouted immediately, like a wronged little daughter-in-law. "You are such a stingy boss." After saying that, before Gu Xiu could curse, he turned around and rushed into the courthouse as if running away. Even the lawyers outside felt a little weird when they saw this scene. After Luo Xiong left, Zhang Wu, who was driving, turned around and said, "He looks very nervous." Gu Xiu nodded, watching Luo Xiong's back disappear, and said faintly, "It's fake not to be nervous. After all, this show is so big. Winning is heaven. Losing is hell. You don't seem nervous?" Zhang Wu was surprised. But Gu Xiu smiled, showing his white teeth, because there is no way I can lose. For the next whole morning, as expected, the courtroom fell into a state of anxiety. Both sides once again provided a lot of relevant evidence and related rebuttals. But no one can convince anyone. Lawyers on both sides were quarreling, going back and forth, and the evidence was presented time and time again, and was overturned again and again. From the initial discussion of whether to beat someone to another, the debate has gradually moved towards false testimony and rebuttal. In this case, both the judge and his jury were confused. What one side said made sense, but the other side also seemed to make sense. It was not until lunchtime that the court reluctantly made a decision to temporarily adjourn the proceedings and start again in the afternoon. But they didn't expect it. When one of them was older than the other, the defense lawyers of both sides, who were noisy and red-faced and spitting, immediately returned to normal after the adjournment. He was even able to chat and laugh with his colleagues without any interference at all. This is naturally the true purpose of both parties. Whether it is the defendant or the plaintiff's lawyer, they have only one purpose: to make the trial last longer. And now this result can be regarded as achieving the goals of both parties, and naturally everyone is happy. That's it. The judge said that he was a little bit embarrassed. Like the judge, there are also netizens and media from all sides who have been paying attention to this incident. When noon came, people who had learned that there was still no result all morning couldn't help but leave their own discussions through various channels. What's going on? This is obviously just an obvious case. Why does it take such a long trial? Is there any hidden secret in it? Yesterday, they also said that there is evidence that Nomura Takuya's defense lawyer found a lot of witnesses to prove his innocence. It should have been confirmed, but why was the trial suddenly extended? There must be a lot of things we don't know here. I heard that it was a false testimony. There is a famous capital behind Nomura Takuya. He must have made a false witness. Otherwise, how could it take so long? Damn it, can you do whatever you want if you have money? Bullying a 10-year-old child. Do they think that this 10-year-old child can lie? The attention is very high, especially on the recently popular Facebook discussion board. The comment section of the electronic report on the progress of this case is filled with all kinds of comments. This is a function that Facebook has always had. In addition to instant messaging, they also have something similar to a social square. It allows people to speak freely in it. It is a relatively new thing for people of this era, but for Gushio, this thing is actually similar to Weibo in later generations. As the center of public opinion, Facebook provides a very powerful platform for this class war. But, although the public opinion is quarreling, in fact, if you look at various discussions on Facebook, you can see that most of them are still on the side of Gushio, a 10-year-old child. After all, he is just a 10-year-old child, and he was hit on the head and suffered concussion. Could he lie? Regarding this kind of discussion, Masato Nomura used to watch it once and for all, but now, seeing these discussions again, Masato Nomura couldn't help but put a sarcastic smile on his face. Scream, scold as much as you like. The harder you scold, the more fish will enter the net. Since you want to lure the enemy deeper, what can you do without bait? This morning's anxiety naturally affected the shares of several listed companies owned by the Nomura family. However, compared with yesterday, the stock market's decline was very limited. After all, this requires tactics. If it falls too much, it is possible that it cannot be controlled. But if it does not fall at all, the enemy may not invest more. But the good thing is, in one morning, everything passed without any danger. At noon, Masato Nomura and Madoff chose to dine at an extremely luxurious restaurant. After lunch, Madoff told Masato Nomura a piece of good news. Funds. It's all ready. This means, in the afternoon, it will be a life and death moment. Soon, the court hearings started again in the afternoon. After such a long period of time, the popularity on the internet has actually begun to decline. After all, it's still the same sentence. No one would spend several days paying continuous attention to two people they don't know. More people began to let go of this matter and get busy with their own lives. All they need is a result. And looking at the current situation, many people speculate that it may take several days for this matter to come to fruition. This idea, not only ordinary people, but even court staff are also prepared in this way. To this end, the judge had no choice but to cancel many follow-up arrangements and planned to fight a protracted war of attrition. But they would never think of it. The decisive battle came so quickly and quietly. That afternoon, the litigants from both sides, who were originally just on the point of calling it quits, suddenly started an aggressive war. Not only did you come back, but I couldn't stop fighting. More importantly, both sides are making deadly moves, preparing to defeat the enemy with one move and end this pretrial debate. And the other side, Masato Nomura, who was responsible for leading the army, finally began to show his fangs. Swing the sword. Take the enemy. A war broke out in an instant. The short-selling forces that were about to succeed suddenly encountered unprecedented attacks and interceptions. Bulls made efforts. The originally precarious stock market stabilized instantly and began to exert upward momentum. This was a long-planned counterattack. A large amount of prepared funds have become the soldiers, guns, and ammunition of the counterattack army. Every charge can always make the airdrop panic. Good thing. Although the short sellers were caught off guard and were surrounded by the bulls, and were attacked from both sides, after all, they have accumulated considerable strength through the development and growth of the past 2 days. The two sides were going back and forth, and the fight was endless for a while, as if they couldn't tell the winner for a while. However, one is coming with great force, and the other has been prepared for a long time. Now that the decisive battle has begun, it cannot be that simple. Just when the two sides reached a stalemate, a new force suddenly appeared. The incoming force was full of evil and menacing, and its goal was to take the enemy's head. The airdrop army was in chaos. As soon as this new force rushed to kill, it quickly merged with the bulls and began to strangle with all its strength. This is a real strangulation. The short sellers were still able to barely fight with their opponents for a few meetings. At this moment, completely lost the ability to resist, retreated steadily, and were completely defeated. And correspondingly, it can be seen more intuitively when shown in the fluctuations of stock market prices. The stocks that were still anxiously falling slowly began to reverse their decline in an instant, and the curve rose sharply. While a large number of retail investors saw this scene, they also understood. The opportunity has come. There is a precedent for this in the financial market, and there are countless moments when people dare to look for opportunities and launch attacks. And now, in the eyes of many people, this is your chance to charge. For a time, the bullish power continued to increase significantly. In less than 2 hours, the situation was completely reversed and completely stabilized. We have already won. Masato Nomura laughed and was confident. This time, Yuanchio's investment will lose everything. The higher the stock market rises, the higher their losses will be. This time, they will definitely lose. And before he could finish his words, the mobile phone in his arms rang. Seeing the call, Masato Nomura suddenly smiled. It's my child, Takuya Nomura. It seems that the trial is over, and we have won. As he said that, Masato Nomura answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone in order to share the excitement at this moment with Madoff next to him. But what he never expected was that just when he answered the phone, he heard Takuya Nomura's panicked and frightened voice coming from the other end of the phone. Dad, help me. I played. I don't want to go to jail. What? Masato Nomura was stunned, and Madoff also frowned. But at this moment, the phone in Madoff's arms also rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a lawyer. After answering, before the lawyer could speak, a voice suddenly came from the TV that had been on. At present, the trial is over, and the court has pronounced the verdict in court. Masato Nomura was found guilty of violent injury and child abuse. At the same time, the evidence that Nomura, Takuya, and Madoff gave false testimony has been published on the entire internet, and the court has filed a lawsuit against the two. What? The two of them were so shocked that they even thought they had heard it wrong when they saw this report. But soon, when a video screen as evidence appeared on the TV, their hearts suddenly sank. In the picture, it was the scene of them in the office yesterday, and they talked. It's false evidence. Their own conversations became evidence. Damn, what's going on? Surveillance. It's the office surveillance. The surveillance footage in this office has been stolen. Asshole, Baga, why is there such surveillance in your office? In an instant, cold sweat spread all over his body. When they saw this series of reports and the surveillance footage played on TV, the two of them felt a chill in their hearts, like falling into an ice cave. They had made all preparations and thought that in the chain of evidence, it would be absolutely impossible for the other party to find any relevant evidence. But it happened to be ignored. The surveillance hanging high above the head has become the poison of this carefully planned plan. Even more unexpected, the other party's evidence was not obtained from witnesses, but was found from the conversation between the two of them. This is impossible. This can't be done. How can this be done? Although I have installed surveillance, the surveillance uses the company's internal network. Even access requires my password authorization. How is this possible? Madoff also panicked, as if in a daze, and kept mumbling to himself. After all, it is a financial company. His computer has the highest operating authority for the company's financial business. and there is also a lot of shady information. So, in order to ensure safety, Madoff equipped his office with the most advanced monitoring equipment. The first thing he did when he came to work every day was to check whether anyone had entered his office without permission. But what he never expected was, what I originally thought was to protect my safety has now become a life-threatening thing. More importantly, what should we do? Masato Nomura asked anxiously. Give false evidence. This is a crime. If you're not careful, not to mention Nomura Takuya and Ishimai will go to jail. Even the two of them will not be able to escape. Damn bastard. Why do you have to beat up a 10-year-old child and cause so much trouble? It's over. It's okay for him to be finished. Why did he drag me into the water with him? The reputation of the Nomura family has been damaged. It's all because of that damn traitor. Masato Nomura was in a panic, pacing back and forth in the office. Although he was cursing, his mind was spinning rapidly, hoping to think about the next situation. Soon, Masato Nomura reacted. Run. I have to run now. I want to go back to Neon. According to reports, the next arrest has already begun. If I don't run, once I am caught, I will become the biggest sinner of the Nomura family. Thinking of the evidence that had even begun to be released on TV, Masato Nomura understood that it would be too late no matter how he responded. I must run. Only by leaving Wall Street and leaving Alikin can we have a chance otherwise. As the contemporary leader of the Nomura family. But in Alikin, he was arrested for giving false testimony. No matter what the final sentence was, one thing was certain. He will become the biggest sinner of the Nomura family next. At least, make sure you're safe first, to determine what to do next. Thinking of this, Masato Nomura no longer hesitated, stood up and hurriedly prepared to escape. But just as he stood up, Madoff on his side stopped him. Mr. Madoff, you can't leave, you left. Madoff gritted his teeth and said, What should I do? If Masato Nomura was already panicking, then Madoff was the most frightened. Who is he? Godfather of Wall Street. The object of admiration by countless people, a being with great power in Alikin. This incident is definitely a fatal blow to him. After all, if you really think about it, he was completely responsible for the false testimony. American's judicial system may be biased in its favor, but if this is what has begun to be shown on television stations, even if the judicial system wanted to help him, he couldn't. Certainly, even if he gives false evidence, he is not completely helpless. It is not a problem for such Zibin to avoid jail, but it's the same as Masato Nomura. This matter, the biggest impact, is not jail time, but because after this incident is exposed, their image in front of the public will suffer a serious blow. This is the scariest thing. If they only have the business of being a market maker, if they fail, they will only allow their opponents to find opportunities and their own company will be affected. But here's the thing. Madoff's business is not just a market maker. The most important thing is the asset management business that he had started more than 10 or 20 years ago. This business, it mainly targets the top wealthy people in the world. Because of their reputation, they are willing to invest money. But if this happens, you can think about it. Once someone wants to withdraw, it will cause an unimaginable huge blow to the entire Madoff company. In other words, for the Nomura family, this incident is just a loss of reputation. But for him, Madoff, that's really deadly stuff. What do you mean? If you don't leave now, are you still waiting? Do you know my identity? If I am arrested in American, and the charge is still such a shameful thing, how much impact will it have on our family? Fake. In Madoff's heart, he had already cursed the little devil in front of him to heaven. After all, the opponent can run. But he couldn't run at all. If you run away now, you are refusing to investigate. If the news spreads, it will have a greater impact on your family. Maybe we can wait and see if there is any chance of maneuvering. Madoff tried to persuade the other party. But it's a pity. The effect is not big. Seeing that Masato Nomura had already started to take out his mobile phone and ask people to prepare for the private jet, Madoff's eyes suddenly noticed the computer screen, which was the battlefield that had been won before. Then what is that? Stock market, stock market, Madoff exclaimed, and Masato Nomura was also attracted. He looked sideways and was frightened. I saw that the stock markets of several listed companies of the Nomura family had risen steadily from before when the short sellers were beaten to the point where they were unable to turn around. There was a massive avalanche. In just a few minutes, the stock price, which had been completely lifted, once again fell below the freezing point. The red stock price suddenly turned green and frightening. Damn, the stock price has dropped. They didn't go all out before. They have always reserved their strength. And now, they really started to exert their strength. Masato Nomura said tremblingly, with fear flashing in his eyes. Lure the enemy deeper. This word that he was proud of before now comes to mind again. But this time there was no pride or contempt. There is only fear and timidity, because he is luring the enemy to go deeper. But in fact, his opponent is also luring the enemy to go deeper, even play harder than him. This discovery, Masato Nomura, who was about to get up and run away from all he can, had to stop again at this time. He can't leave. Being involved in a lawsuit would bring shame to himself and his family, and he might even lose his position after he returns. But if even the family's funds are involved, it won't be as simple as losing one's position. Such a big loss needs to be borne by others. And the best way to bear it, just use blood. Even if you go to jail, you must stabilize the current financial market situation. Otherwise, what awaits him will be brutal revenge. He can't leave. Don't dare to leave either. Mr. Madoff, we can't leave at this time. If we leave, we will be dead. Finally, after confirming his idea, Masato Nomura said to Madoff, who had been blocking him, I was too anxious just now, but I didn't expect that you were the person who helped me the most. If I left at this time, I would be sorry for you. So, I have decided. Next, I will bear all this, and when the investigators come, I will tell them that I did all this. You just reminded me, but in fact it was all done by me. I guarantee that it has absolutely nothing to do with you. Anyone who can mess up to this point is not an idiot. Masato Nomura naturally knew that his actions just now, and even fools knew that he planned to sell Madoff, also knew that Madoff must have a grudge in his heart. So, he did not hesitate to take over everything because he needed Madoff's help if Madoff retreated at this time. That stock will be completely helpless. The losses will be unimaginable. Good thing. To Masato Nomura's relief, Madoff didn't really seem to care. He nodded and said, I have said before that Mr. Nomura is my forever friend. Of course I won't care about those minor problems. In fact, even if they can produce this surveillance, it can't really mean anything. After all, what the court needs is real evidence. Just as he was speaking, Madoff suddenly stopped talking, and Masato Nomura pointed at the surveillance equipment above his head. Obviously, he was afraid that the conversation between the two would be recorded again. Good thing. Madoff is not a fool. Since he has suffered a loss once, he will not suffer a second loss. I have turned off the power of the monitor. No matter how skilled he is, it is impossible for a device without power to continue recording. Mr. Madoff is smart. Masato Nomura gave a thumbs up. But in my heart, I still resented the godfather of Wall Street in front of me. Think about it carefully. If it weren't for this person, his son wouldn't have been arrested for such a trivial matter. If it weren't for this person, it would be even more impossible for me to move like this now. But you can only think about these thoughts, at least not reveal them on the surface. But in my heart, at this moment, Master Nomura has already thought about the next countermeasures. Throw the blame. The blame must be passed on. It can be seen from the previous surveillance video that everything was actually said by Madoff himself. In other words, if he wanted to escape from this matter, he could completely escape it. Even in the current stock market war, Masato Nomura has his thoughts on it. Once there is a chance, sell Madoff immediately and use his losses to make up for your own losses. Once the stock price rises, sell a large amount immediately. As for what friends, please, we are all adults, and talking about friends and friendship is all nonsense. In the face of interests, even family ties have to stand aside. But when Nomura Masato was thinking about this, Madoff on the other side, he didn't seem to notice this, and always had a kind smile on his face. But if you look carefully, it can be discovered His eyes were a little more sinister. Another battle ensued. The two ignored the negative reports they had seen on TV and concentrated on the encirclement and suppression. But the further back you go, the faces of the two became uglier because they found out it can't be beaten at all. Investment in distant repairs is like having endless ammunition. Whenever they think that investment in distant repairs has reached its limit. However, Yuanxiu Investment was able to suddenly inject a large amount of capital. This is a battle that is simply impossible to win. Continue. We can't stop at this time. Otherwise, there will be no way for us to recover our early losses, and Yuanxiu Investment will win. We must not do things that please our relatives and hate our enemies. We must charge immediately in the shortest possible time and completely win over Yuanxiu Investment. Madoff gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. This looks like a person whose eyes are completely red in a Las Vegas casino. And under the influence of this atmosphere, Masato Nomura also gritted his teeth and wanted to continue investing money, but he was more or less hesitant. Mr. Nomura, do you want to retreat now? We have no way out. I just received news from the front desk that the police have arrived. Employees of my company are blocking them, but they won't give us much time. What? In other words, we must fight quickly now. We can only solve the battle as quickly as possible. Otherwise, once we are captured. This sentence was not finished, but the meaning was already obvious. Once they both leave, this battlefield will fall into a leaderless situation, and the possibility of turning around will become even lower. Even if the news gets out at that time, these companies will just encounter negative reports, and their stock prices will plummet in an instant. If you can't block it now, at that time, it would be even more impossible. But do we still have a chance? Masato Nomura couldn't help but ask. Yes, Madoff answered affirmatively. In fact, I have been asking people to investigate Yuanxiu Investment during this period. If my data is not wrong, Yuanxiu Investment should have reached its limit by now. As long as we launch another attack, they will be unable to resist. But this time, it is very critical. We must go all out. But Masato Nomura was still hesitant. He wants to sell his teammates. But I want to win. Mr. Nomura, you should know your situation better than I do. The losses this time are not small, and you will also be implicated. For the Nomura family, this is a major mistake. If the situation cannot be changed, it will be a disaster for you. But if the loss this time can be made up, then there is still a chance to discuss everything, and you still have a chance. Isn't it? Madoff's voice was deep, like a demon who was tempting others to give up their souls. Masato Nomura actually doesn't like this tone very much. But I have to admit it. He's right. Fight! I will put all the funds I can mobilize now to put it down with all my strength. This time, just give it a try. Finally, Masato Nomura made a decision. He must make a profit, otherwise another scandal will break out and such a big loss will be caused. He will indeed have no chance of turning around. Okay, then I will ask someone to allocate another batch of funds. Let's join forces and end the battle in the shortest possible time. Madoff did as he said. The two reached a consensus, and Masato Nomura did not hesitate and started operations immediately, and large amounts of funds were transferred again. These funds will be turned into weapons and ammunition. It once again has a boosting effect on the already plummeting stock market. This time, Masato Nomura spent all his money, and the effect was very good. The stock price, which was originally falling towards the bottom, immediately started to rise again under the intervention of this force. It works. It really works. Yuanxiu Investment doesn't invest any more money. Ha ha ha, Mr. Madoff. We succeeded. Come on yourselves. We can work together to completely suppress Yuanxiu Investment and crush those stupid Longhua pigs to death. Masato Nomura greeted excitedly. He saw hope. I saw the possibility of comeback. But at this moment, Masato Nomura, who had been watching the fluctuations of the stock market, suddenly got a fright. A large number of sell orders appear. And these orders... Mr. Madoff, what are you going to do? Masato Nomura exclaimed. Aren't you going to come with me? You now. What are you going to do? Fear spread throughout the body. The appearance of this large-scale selling made the stock price, which had been trembling and barely rising, turn cold again in an instant. Such a large number of bulls exiting the market will not only bring about a drop in stock prices. Even more terrifying, it brings panic to the market. When I first thought of this idea, I was still in control, and the market was slightly stable. In an instant, the worst situation has come. Share price, complete collapse. Masato Nomura, who still chose stud at the last moment, finally successfully secured all the funds he could mobilize. Turn your head. But Madoff, who had always had a gentle smile, still had the same smile on his face. But what he said made Nomura Masato fall into the ice. Mr. Nomura, we are friends, but we are just friends. I have paid a high price for you. As a friend, I have done my best. So next you, my friend, should also fulfill your obligations. Use your body. Use it as a step for me to go downstairs. The stock prices of several listed companies related to the Nomura family have fallen across the board. In this week, their market value has evaporated by more than $5 billion. As for the Nomura family, in addition to this loss, the Nomura family spokesperson Masato Nomura has been arrested on suspicion of perjury, and his son Nomura Takuya has been sentenced to 1 year. The Nomura family has been very seriously affected by this. In addition to the evaporation of the stock market, their liquidity has also been greatly affected. It is currently estimated that the loss has exceeded $1 billion. Currently, the Nomura family has selected a new head, but it is still in a state of chaos. Nothing can be done in a short period of time. A week later, in a Yuanshio investment office, Gu Xiu listened to Link's report. This week, the Nomura family was extremely unlucky, but Yuanshio made a lot of money during this week of investment. So far, in just 1 week, they managed to earn more than $2 billion. This is a huge victory. What's even more gratifying is that the little devil has fallen. Although it will not lead to the collapse of such a large consortium as the Nomura family. But at least, it was enough for them to vomit some blood. This is a good thing that should be brought to light. It's a pity that Madoff betrayed Masato Nomura at the last moment, and the loss was minimized. Even the matter of false testimony was solved by him. The psychiatrist always insisted that he was under the orders of Masato Nomura and had nothing to do with Madoff. Luo Xiang couldn't help but sigh. Still nothing happened to Madoff. It would be false to say that nothing happened. According to speculation, although Madoff cut off his arm in time, the loss was at least in the hundreds of millions. But it's just an economic loss. At least for now, he is still the godfather of Wall Street, who has a transcendent status on Wall Street and a high status among the rich. This is actually not surprising. After all, Madoff's energy is not just as simple as his halo and fame. His asset management business is even related to many capitals. You can say it without any politeness. As long as he has not done anything unforgivable and cannot bear the blame, someone will basically find a way to protect him. Luo Xiang obviously knew this very well, and his face looked a little solemn at this time. This time, we have provoked two of the more powerful forces in the financial circle in the world. I am afraid that we will be retaliated before long. The Nomura family has too much time to take care of itself, not to mention that their base camp is in Neon. In a short period of time, they will not have the time or energy to trouble us. But Madoff is different. His prestige is too high. He has inexplicably caused a big mistake on us. He will definitely find a way to retaliate against us. If he wants to retaliate against us, it will be difficult for us to take it. This is indeed a very serious issue. If a financial godfather on Wall Street targets a financial company for revenge, it would be a headache for anyone. He won't cause trouble for us, let alone take revenge. Gu Xiu shook his head and said, Luo Xiang said in disbelief. Boss, what are you thinking about? Madoff has suffered such a big setback here, and the losses are definitely huge. He has lost all face. How could he not retaliate against us? Gu Xiu shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, the front desk suddenly called, Mr. Madoff is here and wants to visit. It said that Chow Chow had arrived. Madoff is here. Luo Xiang's expression suddenly changed. This time I'm here to declare war, boss. I'll deal with it next. I won't lose my momentum. Hearing this, Gu Xiu was speechless. But, in the end, he didn't explain anything, but stood up and walked towards the company's reception room. Come to the door. At a glance, he saw Madoff, who had just sat down inside and was drinking tea leisurely. Luo Xiang said again, "Don't worry, boss. I'll meet him next. I'm good at fighting and quarreling." As he said, Luo Xiang pulled his cuffs and took the lead in walking in. That posture, I really want to get into a verbal spat. But, as soon as he walked in, Madoff, who was drinking tea, turned his head immediately. When I saw Luo Xiang, he couldn't help but smile immediately. "This is Lawyer Luo, right? I've heard what the lawyer said about your previous performance. I have to say that Lawyer Luo's professional ability is very strong. Even a well-known barrister of Alican was defeated by you. There was no gunpowder, no quarrels, just a lot of praise at the beginning. The majestic and high-spirited Luo Xiang is in trouble. Lawyer Luo is not only an excellent lawyer, he is also the administrative director of Yuanxiu Investment and an important senior executive of Yuanxiu Investment Group." Gu Xiu appeared behind Luo Xiang and introduced Madoff to Madoff. "Oh." Madoff stood up immediately and shook hands with Luo Xiang politely. "Mr. Luo is so powerful. Hello, hello." "Well." Luo Xiang blinked and glanced at his boss a little weirdly. "But they said that if you don't hit the smiling person, you can't be the first to stir up trouble by yourself." At the moment, he could only stretch out his hand in embarrassment. "Hello." After a brief handshake, the three of them took their seats. Madoff did not come empty-handed this time, and even brought a gift to Gu Xiu, which was a football signed by a well-known World Cup player. Not too expensive, but it's definitely rare. Some of my previous actions may have caused some misunderstandings to your company, so I hope you get back on good terms with your company. Just like there's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, it is called turning hostility into friendship. After chatting for a while, Madoff spoke. But Gu Xiu blinked. "Have we ever had conflicts before? Haven't we always been friends?" "Huh, the kid is right. We have always been friends." Madoff laughed. After that, the three of them didn't chat anymore. After another brief chat, Madoff got up and left first, being polite from beginning to end. It seemed like it was just an ordinary meeting to give gifts, and there was no discussion of any unpleasant topics. After Madoff left, Luo Xiang looked at the football in Gu Xiu's hand and said, "Boss, can this thing be a bomb?" "Bomb?" Gu Xiu laughed dumbly. "I have to say, Lao Luo, you have a pretty big idea. Then he really came here just to give away a football. Can we reconcile?" Luo Xiang couldn't believe it. "Why not? This? I don't understand." Luo Xiang was surprised. "Madoff, this is a serious legend. He suffered a loss here, and he just let it go." It's not that Luo Xiang couldn't understand Madoff's purpose this time, whether it's a gift or something to say afterwards. Turn hostilities into jade and silk. This is what Madoff meant, but after understanding Madoff's purpose, Luo Xiang said he couldn't understand it. Is this the end? The godfather of Wall Street is not even willing to take revenge? Well, even if you say that they are people with status, they will not reveal their true thoughts on the surface. But the problem is, it's not like you have to come to your door in person to say something like this, right? Paralyze the opponent? Can this be paralyzed? We are all adults, and profit always comes first. He chose to help Nomura Securities before because Nomura Securities was a good choice. Now, Nomura Securities will definitely have nothing to do with him. So are we still going to be enemies for Nomura Securities? This is unwise. Gu Xiu said. This makes sense, and Luo Xiang can understand it, but look at the boss's height and age. Why do I always feel that something is wrong with this statement? Shaking his head, Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. But in this case, Madoff won't be so cowardly. He is the godfather of finance. Just one word can cause us a lot of trouble. This is definitely the case normally, but what if I say that he needs our help? Gu Xiu said with a smile. Luo Xiang wondered, need our help? What can we help him? What a pity. Gu Xiu didn't answer this question. Luo Xiang frowned, and then seemed to think of something. He has wanted us to participate in his asset management business from the beginning. Is this still his idea now? That's not right. I heard that Madoff's asset management business has raised funds of $10 to $20 billion. Is there a shortage of our 3 melons and 2 dates? Is it missing? Normally, there is definitely no shortage. But maybe he really needs it? However, Gushio didn't say much and just shook his head. In any case, I have only one attitude toward Madoff from now on. No enmity, no trouble. But if you want to cooperate in business, resolutely refuse, no matter what form of cooperation. Huh? Luo Xiong didn't understand even more. But he didn't know what he was saying. Of course, he wouldn't refuse when the boss told him, and he immediately nodded. Don't worry, boss. I'll do as you say. But after agreeing smoothly, Luo Xiong suddenly reacted. That's not right, boss. I didn't come to Yuanxiu Investment to work. The lawsuit was just a side trip. I came here this time to do something serious. We're here anyway. Why don't you, a big butler, take a part-time job? Gushio chuckled. Seeing that Luo Xiong wanted to refute, Gushio asked again. You're here to talk about game licensing, right? Are we done talking now? Hey, boss, what you're asking is that you don't trust me, Lao Luo. Lao Luo are stepping in. What kind of cooperation can't be achieved? Although he knew that the boss was changing the subject, Luo Xiangdao did not get too entangled. He said with confidence, besides, our 3-body excellence is now well known, both in terms of player base and player reputation. As long as Blizzard people are not stupid, they know that cooperation with us is the best choice. Yes, this time Luo Xiong came to all he can. The guest lawyer can actually only be regarded as a part-time person. He has his own things to do this time. Game agent. This was something that had been planned before when 3-body games was still in development planning, and the selected game was the one that had been rumored and aroused many people's expectations. World of Warcraft. This game has now been fully launched on American. It immediately attracted global attention as soon as it was launched. Many domestic game manufacturers are eager to try to bring this game back. Naturally, Luo Xiong would not let this opportunity go. Although our own Supernova Battle has basically conquered Asia, both in terms of reputation and profitability, it is very good. But no one will think that they have too much money. If there is another World of Warcraft under their control, it will definitely be a good thing for the development of the 3-body game. And, this time, Luo Xiong did not come on his own initiative, but receive an invitation from Blizzard. After all, game agents want to find an excellent game, and similarly, game manufacturers want to find a strong, capable, and responsible agent. Don't say it anywhere else. As far as Asia is concerned, 3-body games is definitely the best choice, both in terms of their reputation among the player base and the number of active players. All very eye-catching. In this situation of mutual attraction, although they have not met yet, it is certain that this cooperation is a certainty. And indeed it is. In the next 2 days, Luo Xiong began to formally contact Blizzard. Both parties were very interested. The only problem, just in terms of specific negotiation details, or more specifically, the two sides have uneven discussions on profit sharing. Blizzard wants a profit dividend of 30%, but Luo Xiong feels that this dividend is too high. His expectation was at this stage of 15% to 20%. According to Luo Xiong, even 20% felt a bit high. Blizzard will naturally not agree to this dividend. At present, the two sides have differences on this issue, but there is no red face for the time being, and the two sides are still discussing in a relatively rational and restrained manner. Gushio, who had not taken this matter to heart at first, heard about the proportion. My eyes lit up. Boss, please don't tell me that you're interested in this. Luo Xiong saw Gushio's eyes and knew that his boss was interested. He hurriedly said, this dividend is really high. After all, according to Blizzard's requirements, after we get the agency rights for our games, we need to localize them ourselves. The workload is quite big. Moreover, they don't allow us to make too many modifications to the internal files of the game. In other words, even if we want to add a profession or carry out some localized activities, we need to seek Blizzard's opinion. It feels like we're just trying to find another ancestor for ourselves. We won the agency rights, but the game cannot follow our ideas, and we cannot change it at will even in our national server. Instead, Any of our activities need to be approved by them. In this case, he wants such a high share ratio, which is very unreasonable for us. Hearing this, Gushio frowned. So harsh. Isn't it? Don't go too far, so I'm not really worried about the dividend ratio now. The most important thing is their additional terms. Luo Xiang nodded and said a little depressed. Agents are not allowed to make private changes to the game. This is actually easy to understand. After all, the agent buys the agency. Rights, but he is not the owner of the game company, and the game company cannot let the agent change the game content at will. It messed up the game, but all modifications to the game need to be approved by Blizzard, which is somewhat harsh, and even some localization activities require approval. This is tantamount to putting shackles on game agents. A simple example, leaving aside the core gameplay of the game, and even other things, let's just say that after the game was moved to the Dragon Kingdom, the holidays in the Dragon Kingdom were different from those in Amilican. Normal game companies will launch large-scale activities during these holidays, especially holidays like Spring Festival and National Day. According to Blizzard's requirements, this type of activity even needs to be reported to Blizzard and can only be carried out with Blizzard's permission. This is a bit much. Gushio nodded, understood Luo Xiang's concerns, and said after thinking for a moment, in this case, I can accept 30%. Boss, I also have 3 conditions. Gushio interrupted Luo Xiang. First of all, regarding Blizzard's restrictions, we can sign a contract. We will not make any modifications to the core gameplay of the game, but we must have the right to plan game events. This is what I'm striving for. If we agree to 30%, it's not impossible to negotiate. Luo Xiang nodded and then asked, what about the other 2 points? For the second point, we need a 10-year contract for this game, and we need Blizzard's guarantee that we cannot maliciously change the share within that time. There is a problem. There must be a problem. In fact, Blizzard is willing to come up with this dividend ratio, and the purpose is to open up our domestic market. Luo Xiang said with a bitter smile, the technical staff of this company are very skilled, and their decision-makers are also very good. They deliberately want to use us as their springboard. The 10-year long-term contract even requires that the share ratio cannot be changed. This is equivalent to blocking their own opportunity to develop in Dragon Kingdom. I suspect they may not accept it. I estimate that they can only have a long-term contract of 5 or 6 years at most. If it is longer, Luo Xiang shook his head. His meaning was obvious. Gushio was not surprised by this, and even agreed with Luo Xiang's evaluation of this company. As far as the current Blizzard is concerned, truly a great company. They mentioned a long-term contract before, but the share ratio used a ladder system. Ladder system? What kind of ladder method? What we said before, with a 9-year-long contract, with 3 years as one period. After the expiration, we will discuss the reduction or increase of the dividend based on the 3-year performance, and it cannot exceed 10% each time. Then if the next 2 times increase, wouldn't it be 50%? Gushio raised his eyebrows. Luo Xiang spread his hands. So, I rejected this proposal as soon as it was proposed. If you refuse, well, we will negotiate with them for a 30% 10-year contract. But you tell them that whether to renew after 10 years can be renegotiated, as long as they give reasons. We have the priority to renew the contract, and tell them that if they renew after 10 years, the dividend can even be increased to up to 60%. What? Luo Xiang was in disbelief, frowning and thinking. Although I said that, I'm afraid they won't agree. After all, the life of the game is here. Then there is a third point. Gushio said, what we want to represent is not only World of Warcraft, but also all their games during the contract period in the future. Regardless of whether the game makes money or not, we will put it on the Dragon Kingdom and operate it. And in addition to paying dividends according to this, we will also give each product an additional agency fee of at least 1 million. Boss, you seem to value this company very much. Luo Xiang couldn't help but gasp. If what Gushio said before was still harsh to Blizzard, then this next one is really tempting. It is equivalent to being a friendly loudspeaker for Blizzard in the future, and also a big benefactor with stupid money. as long as it's a Blizzard product. Regardless of whether they are good or bad, they all carry out agency operations, and all of them are given agency fees of at least $1 million US. What does that mean? This means that 3 body games will give Blizzard a guarantee in the future, as long as it's a game they develop. Once developed, 1 million meters of funding will be immediately available. This is no small sum of money. Even $1 million, if you don't pursue a masterpiece, can be worth the development cost of a game. Even if the size is smaller, you can even make money from just $1 million. After all, no company can guarantee that every game it releases will be successful, let alone that every game can make money. In fact, many game companies invest a lot of money in game research and development every year. But in the end, whether the game can make money will determine whether the final investment can be recovered. This is something no one knows. With this agreement, it means that Blizzard can take drastic measures to develop its own games and its own ideas. Regardless of whether it is a loss or a profit, what is the quality of the final game and whether it can achieve market success? Everyone can get a guaranteed fund of 1 million meters. This is definitely a great thing. I really value this company, especially the current employees of Blizzard. I think they have great potential, and to be honest, based on the quality of the current World of Warcraft game, it is indeed worthy of my long-term investment. Listening to Gushio's unabashed praise of Blizzard, Luo Xiong couldn't help but marvel. He was not surprised why the boss valued this company so much, but he thought, the company that the previous boss valued so much seemed to be Penguin and Taobao. So, this company can also bring miracles? If this is the condition, I think they will be very interested, but boss, are you sure? As long as it is a work produced by them, we will directly provide at least 1 million in financial support. Luo Xiong couldn't help but ask, then do we have any restrictions on these games? Or, are there any standards? No standards. Gushio shook his head. What? Luo Xiong was confused. Boss, what do you mean when you say there are no standards? You're not afraid. If they come out with Tetris, they'll cheat you out of 1 million, right? That's what you mean. Gushio nodded with a smile. Of course, there are no requirements. But in fact, there are certain requirements. That's okay, boss. Tell me, what are the requirements? Luo Xiong breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Gushio wouldn't have any demands. Otherwise, if Blizzard releases a rubbish game in the next 10 days, it will earn a net profit of 3 million yuan a month, which will make it 36 million yuan a year. In 10 years, they could be killed by gathering wool. But Luo Xiong had just relaxed when he saw that Gushio had already spoken. I only have one request. The games they create can be guaranteed to be released in the mainland of our country, and cannot be unable to be launched in the country due to some messy reasons. Moreover, the game must be launched and operated in their own market. In the end, it is their game. It must be branded with their logo. It is said to be one request, but it is actually 3 requests. However, although there are 3 requirements, the difficulty of completing these 3 requirements is too low. That is to say, the first one needs to be able to be launched in mainland China. At present, the domestic management of the game industry is in a relatively relaxed state. Basically, regardless of whether it is anti-humanity or anti-Dragon Kingdom standards, it can be launched normally without any major problems. The second one is no longer a problem. Since it is a game created by itself, operating it locally is not a big deal for Blizzard, and it does not require much money. Compared with $1 million, this is definitely a small amount of money. As for the third one, it is a very normal thing to put one's own logo on the games produced by one's own company. What's so surprising about this? Even at this moment, Luo Xiong also thought that if he were the boss of Blizzard, it would not be difficult to make money without conscience. So he would use Gushio's current requirements as the basis. It took 10 days to spend 10,000 yuan to create a hot new game, and then it took tens of thousands of dollars to open a server and put it into operation. Sell it for $1 million, and then the server will be shut down. White Wolf with empty gloves. Gushio immediately became the world's biggest villain. But, although he had such malicious thoughts in his heart, Luo Xiong was Gushio's #1 butler after all, so he naturally understood his boss's thoughts. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. Boss, do you mean that this company will cherish feathers very much? After you set this condition, not only will they not make games randomly, but they will try their best to require the quality of their new game projects to meet the standards. Yes, Gushio did not deny. I've said it before, I recognize this company from the grassroots game producers to the high-level executives and the entire team. So, they won't deliberately damage their reputation just for the sake of a small profit. But what if? Luo Xiong couldn't help but ask. What if they want to show off? Luo Xiong learned the word show off from Gushio. I didn't expect to use it now. This is indeed a cause for concern. Although he understands the boss's intentions, he himself agrees with the boss's evaluation of this team. But people change. Who knows what Blizzard will choose in the future? According to Luo Xiong's wishes, he still hopes that Gushio can set more stringent requirements on these conditions, at least to ensure that Blizzard will not waste money. If they really do this, it won't be a big loss for me. Gushio smiled. Besides, I only signed for 10 years. The time limit here means that my loss itself will not exceed expectations. And such a loss. To be honest, just relying on World of Warcraft is enough for me to make up for it. What? Luo Xiong's eyes widened. He knew that his boss was optimistic about this company and this game, but he really didn't expect that his boss was so optimistic about it. Just count as bad. If Blizzard really wants to mess up, it can make at least 30 to 40 million a year just for the money alone. 10 years. That's 3 to 4 billion. Rice knife. Does the boss mean that the game World of Warcraft can earn even more than this? Unable to bear it, Luo Xiong took a deep breath again. The game World of Warcraft has indeed attracted the attention of many game manufacturers around the world. During this period of time, almost all game manufacturers around the world are willing to represent it. All gathered in Aliken. Everyone wants to get the rights to the game, because everyone knows that this is an excellent game. But at the same time, everyone understands. All games are geographically restricted. No one is sure whether an excellent game can adapt to its local market. Not even Luo Xiong. This game, can you really be popular after entering the Dragon Kingdom? After all, they are both art style and unprecedented game mechanics. It's all considered subversive. This kind of disruption is bold, but it also increases the risk. But now, what does Gushio mean? This game, very profitable? Everything, just as Gushio had expected before. After Madoff presented gifts and negotiated, he contacted Yuanxiu Investment several times, and the conversation was always about cooperative investment. However, after several rejections, the Wall Street financial godfather never mentioned the matter again. All is well with both parties. Business also went extremely smoothly. On the other hand, Blizzard's contract is also under negotiation in the next half-month. Successfully finalized. As previously analyzed by Gushio and Luo Xiong, Blizzard is still entangled in the share ratio under the 10-year contract. But he was very satisfied with Gushio's request. It's not that they want to waste money, but because that agreed contract was equivalent to the trust that 3 Body Games had in them. This trust was extremely rare among competitors. So, after half a month of negotiations, the two parties successfully finalized the cooperation. In order to show sincerity, Blizzard Games' World of Warcraft project team was even willing to provide technical support for Spoliers Games' next agents, including localization and localization improvements of the game, and even stated that if the response from the Dragon Kingdom market is good, they will add Dragon Kingdom elements to the game. This bit of support is actually not that precious for today's 3-body games, but it also illustrates an attitude. That's all. With good things going on from both sides, 3-body games and Blizzard officially join hands. Dragon Kingdom's 3-body games immediately announced the good news and promoted World of Warcraft. The response has been good. After all, these days, the quality of World of Warcraft itself has reached the level of indiscriminate killing, let alone when the game's CG is produced towards the level of an epic movie. Just a promotional CG, it immediately attracted the attention of countless netizens. While Gushio was making rapid progress, Shiqing Song's liquor business was also developing very brilliantly. In addition to his traditional sales models similar to micro-business channels, he has always made bold progress. After cooperating with Huangshan, internet sales channels have also been pried open by Huangshan. He is indeed a person who knows how to use the internet, relying on various early promotion methods and ways to purchase recommended positions on various internet shopping platforms. Sales of Jinjiu opened instantly on the internet. Certainly, internet shopping is not that easy. Even in countries like American, people are not very open to online shopping, based on reasons such as logistics and transportation, user trust, and inconvenient payment methods. What everyone is more interested in is offline shopping. But even so, under the overwhelming publicity model, Jinjiu has achieved outstanding results and even promoted offline purchases through online promotion. Huangshan seems to have more ideas for online shopping platforms. But that's a story for another day. At least Shi Song was really comfortable. After coming to Alekan for a semester, he not only fully adapted to the life here, he even lived a pretty cool life. In the blink of an eye, it's mid-December. Christmas is coming. As a festival as important as the Spring Festival in Dragon Kingdom, Christmas is approaching. It also means the arrival of winter vacation. But, compared with the long summer vacation of 2 or 3 months, winter vacation is not too long, and it even varies from school to school. Holiday times also vary. The longest one can be kept for 1.5 months, and the shortest one can only be kept for 2 weeks. Guxiu and Shi Song's vacation was not long, but it only lasted for a month. After discussion, the two decided not to go home. Instead, use this month to play something young people like. What do you want to say you like? Of course it's playing with guns. After all, guns are rare in China, but in a free country like Alekan, guns are so rare. It's really nothing. How do you say this? A 13-year-old child cannot buy cigarettes, alcohol, or lottery tickets, but if he wants to buy a gun, it is extremely easy. This may be an exaggeration, but it is true. Gun shops are everywhere in Alekan. According to the latest statistics, the number of gun stores in Alekan has exceeded 30,000. And even McDonald's, which has the most Alekan stores in the world. Now, there are only more than 10,000. From this data, we can intuitively see that gun stores are a very common thing in Alekan. Even, this thing is just like buying a mobile phone in China. Not only are there professional gun stores, but even large supermarkets like Walmart will have special gun purchase areas. It can be said that you may worry about the inconvenience of buying clothes, nail clippers, and ear picks in American. But if you want to buy a gun, it's really convenient. Of course, convenience is convenience. Buying a gun is not as simple as going to a store to pay and get the goods, especially for underage foreign students. Gun permit requirements vary slightly from state to state. Even the age limit. Some states prohibit minors from possessing gun licenses, but some states do not have such regulations, and each state has different laws regarding the purchase of various types of firearms, accessories, upgrades, etc. For example, some states do not allow the sale of firearms that are too small and are extremely easy to hide. Some states even restrict the sale of fully automatic firearms, and some also limit the number of ammunition loaded and a series of other things. Based on these considerations, after weighing the two, they chose an area in Alekan that was most suitable for gunplay. Atlanta, Georgia. Yacheng is located in the eastern part of Alekan. It is one of the 3 major highland cities in Alekan and is also the host city of the Centennial Olympic Games. This city has a long history and was once known as one of the top 10 gathering places for wealthy people. It is now also the headquarters of many world-class companies, including Coca-Cola, Home Depot, Holiday Inn, and other large enterprises. But these have nothing to do with Guxiu and Shi Song. They came here for this place, a state with the most relaxed firearms management system in Alekan, and also the largest gun shop in Alekan. Before heading to Yi City, Guxiu had already obtained a shotgun license for Shi Song in advance. This thing was considered the simplest. Guxiu got the last time he came to Alekan. After getting this done, the two of them boarded the plane directly to Yi City. It's worth saying, originally, Shi Song planned to take a train. In his words, he had never taken a train in his entire life. Instead, he was tired of flying. He He wanted to experience a different means of transportation and also experience a Lycan's retro train. But it's a pity. This proposal was ruthlessly rejected by Guccio. He did not reject it arbitrarily. Instead, he took out a Lycan statistics on railway accidents and airplane accidents and compared them. Shirching Song was shocked. What was originally the safest means of transportation in the country has become the most dangerous means of transportation in a Milliken. Every year, trains kill 100 times more people than planes. In response, Guccio just shrugged. This is still the case. In a few years of massive layoffs in the railway sector, this accident rate and death rate will continue to increase. That's it. With sufficient preparation, 2 minor international students embarked on their 1-month winter vacation trip. Guccio would not have thought of it at this moment. What surprises will this winter vacation trip bring him? Is this his city? The weather here seems to be better than that in Silicon Valley, and the city is well built. It looks like a big city at first glance. Just got off the plane. Shirching Song couldn't help but sigh. Although there are many prosperous cities in Alekan, it is obvious that Silicon Valley is not included in these days, although there are more and more high-tech companies and urban planning is getting better and better. But, at least for now, compared to other serious big cities, Silicon Valley is still quite different now. After all, it is a city that can rank in the top 10 economically, not to mention it is a relatively popular tourist city. What if it is too bad? Guccio smiled. That's true, but I have to admit that in terms of urban planning, Alekan is much more prosperous than our country. If safety issues are excluded, this country is quite livable. You have eliminated the fatal factors first. That's for sure. Otherwise, there are places suitable for people to live in this damn place like Alekan. In terms of safety, I can't imagine it. While the two were chatting happily, a luxury Bentley parked in front of them, and a middle-aged man in formal attire got out of the driver's seat. He bowed slightly to the two of them and said, "Hello, guest from afar." The next one is the driver of the Hilton Hotel, and he is also the driver for the guests during their stay in the hotel. This scene highlight a nobility. Even the other passengers who had been on the same plane with them were shocked when they saw this scene, secretly wondering where these 2 children came from to be super wealthy. In fact, they were not the only ones to be shocked. Even Guccio and Shirching Song looked confused. They looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of them, and then at the high-end luxury car parked behind him. Did you get the wrong person? Although we booked a hotel, we didn't book your Hilton Hotel, and we didn't call a special car to pick us up. We just called a car rental company, right? Shirching Song asked first. There was a bit of vigilance in his eyes, saying that being courteous for nothing was either a traitor or a thief. Although he had a big bodyguard like Zhang Wu to protect him at all times, he would definitely not get into a car for no reason. But I didn't expect it. The driver was well prepared for Shirching Song's words and smiled slightly. You two are guests from the Dragon Kingdom. Just came from Palo Alto, right? Indeed. But didn't we tell you that the hotel we booked is not your hotel? I know. The middle-aged man still had that gentle smile. A few of them booked a luxury suite in Northlake, and the car rental company they chose was Pilk Car Rental, right? Shirching Song frowned and did not answer. The driver explained, in fact, Northlake and Pierk are both Hilton Group companies. Someone has helped you to automatically upgrade the room and assign a car. Oh, that's right. All your expenses during your stay in the hotel are free of charge, because before that, someone has helped you prepay enough room for you to stay in the hotel for 3 months. The two looked at each other. Shirching Song's eyes were full of weirdness, and he thought of their previous experience when they first came to Alekan. It seems that something similar happened at that time. But there is a difference. It seemed like they had been saying that they had won the lottery before, but now they didn't hide it and told them directly that someone had paid them. Thank you. Before Shirching Song could say anything, Guccio had already taken the lead in getting into the car, with a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Shirching Song hurriedly asked in a low voice, Brother Xiao, you got on the bus like this. What if someone has some evil intentions? How about we ask more clearly? Can there be any evil intentions? Even if it is really evil, don't we have a super bodyguard? Guccio smiled and turned to look at Zhang Wu. Really, Uncle Jean? Although James did not answer, he still nodded, giving people a sense of security. This. Shi Song scratched his head. He still felt that he was a little too hasty, but Brother Xiu was not afraid, and he seemed to have nothing to be afraid of. He followed Gu Xiu and got into the car. After getting into the car, the driver immediately started the car and drove the three of them towards the city center. This is a very professional driver. It seemed that the guests who came this time were visiting the city for the first time. On the way, they were introduced to the scenery along the way, the history of the city, and some areas worth checking out. Yachting is indeed a city worth traveling to and has many well-known attractions. The world of Coca-Cola, the Georgia Aquarium, the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Museum, the historic city of Savannah, the Gone with the Wind Museum. This driver is obviously a local. Whether it was local history or interesting things about various scenic spots, they were all described so vividly that Gu Xiu couldn't help but suspect that if this person was a salesperson from a travel agency, the travel agency's business would definitely be booming. It's just that Shi Song is a little depressed. During the trip, he tried several times to find out from the driver who was helping them pay for the room, but unfortunately, the driver was familiar with local attractions and the like. But he is also an old Tai Chi master who has been playing tricks on others and is unwilling to reveal his identity no matter what. Seeing that Shi Song's questions were getting more and more urgent, the driver even replied with a smile. "I'm sorry. This is the guest's privacy. We have signed a contract, so unless the other party is willing, according to the contract, I cannot disclose any information about the pair. So, instead of worrying about meaningless things, wouldn't it be better for this handsome guy from the East to focus on this charming city? Or, we can think about it. What do we want to eat for lunch today, caviar or Brazilian ham?" Very powerful words. Even Shi Song was embarrassed to ask any more questions, just like the driver described it. When the car arrived at the hotel, someone immediately came forward to help them take their luggage directly to the top luxury suite, and then took the two of them directly to the restaurant. It's free anyway. Of course, Shi Song won't be polite. Whatever is more expensive. To his dismay, the waiter smiled from beginning to end, and Shi Song looked around suspiciously, saying to Gu Xiu from time to time, "Brother Xiu, do you think there is something wrong with the man over there? He looked at us several times before. And the woman over there, the one with black hair and wavy hair, seems to have looked at us several times. By the way, the old man over there is also suspicious. He has been reading the newspaper and occasionally glances at us. Such a suspicious look." Gu Xiu couldn't help but feel a little amused. "That's almost it. Let's settle down now that we've come. Since someone has paid for us, we can just enjoy it. Besides, this happened to me when I first came to American, and I didn't see you being so suspicious. Is it the same before as it is now?" Shi Song was anxious. The two old men were here before, and didn't I not understand the situation well at that time? "Brother Xiu, do you know that I asked people when I was studying? There were no lottery activities in the hotels we stayed in before. At that time, I really thought it was Uncle Gu who was lucky. I had no idea at the time, but the more I thought about it, the more curious I became. Now I encounter this weird thing again. The most important thing is, we didn't plan in advance before coming to your city. We even thought about several destinations before coming, and your city was the last one we chose. Even the tickets were purchased on the spot. It was planned before, but now it's completely random. Why did that person know in advance that we were coming to your city? Brother Xiu, aren't you curious at all? How did that person know that we were coming to this city, and why did he prepare so much for us?" This question came up. Gu Xiu really started to think seriously. Really, what they originally discussed was whether to return to China. After they finally decided not to return, they discussed which city to go to for vacation. It was a last-minute decision to come to Atlanta, so I made the decision at the airport, purchased a ticket on the spot, and called a hotel and car rental agency. It can be said that this is completely random. How's it going? Is it a bit scary to think about it? I always feel. Shi Song looked at the camera at the entrance of the restaurant. I always feel like someone is always staring at us. Staring at us? Hearing this, Gu Xiu glanced at Zhan Wu, who was eating silently next to him. Gu Xiu's gaze made Zhan Wu aware of it. He raised his head and looked at Gu Xiu with a bit of confusion in his eyes, as if he was asking Gu Xiu if he had anything to say. Gu Xiu did have something to say. Is this your first time here for Uncle Jean? No. Jean Wu shook his head. Oh, you know my past experience. I have been in many places around the world. A Milliken has come many times, and I have also stayed in Atlanta for a while. Then Uncle Jean should have friends here, right? Gu Xiu seemed to ask casually. Yes. Jean Wu nodded, but we haven't seen each other for a long time. His answer was very frank. Gu Xiu seemed to be satisfied with this answer. He nodded slightly and lowered his head and continued to deal with the food on his plate. But suddenly and abruptly, Gu Xiu said, since we are old friends, we should meet when we should meet. We can always use other ways to keep in touch. These words, Shirqing was so relaxed that he didn't feel anything. But Jean Wu was stunned and glanced at Gu Xiu. Seeing that Gu Xiu had no intention of continuing to speak, he finally nodded and said nothing. Gu Xiu just smiled at his reaction. In fact, for Jean Wu, Gu Xiu has always been full of curiosity. Unfortunately, Jean Wu's past seems to be shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see clearly. But, after all, he was an old man who had been with him for many years. Gu Xiu could actually detect something no matter how thick the fog was. Especially after coming to Alikin. Gu Xiu had actually been observing Jean Wu, and he had always behaved as usual. Impeccable even. But his behavior was too normal, as if he would be calm no matter what happened. At the beginning, Gu Xiu also felt that Jean Wu's ability to remain calm despite the collapse of the mountain was his previous professional habit. But slowly Gu Xiu realized something was wrong. He was too calm. As if something strange happened, he would always remain calm. That's not like Mount Tai collapsed in front of you and your face remains unchanged. But the indifference of having everything under control. But in the end, Gu Xiu said nothing. He really did what he told Shirqing Song before. As soon as it comes, make peace with it. After staying in the hotel that day, after lunch, Gu Xiu took Shirqing Song to see the lawyer introduced by Luo Xiang and entrusted the other party to handle the next series of procedures required. After that, I spent half a day shopping in Atlanta. The pace of this city is a little slower than places like Wall Street. But, after all, it is a city covered by industry and commerce. Although the pace is slightly slower, the busy streets still give people a feeling of being in a hurry. This is nothing strange. Large cities and bustling urban areas are always filled with all kinds of social elites who are busy making money. This is true no matter which country you are in. But the country of Alikin also has special scenes that other countries do not have. That is in some locations close to the slums. A different picture will appear again. Spiritual young men with tattoos all over their bodies, gathered in twos and threes on the street, as if they were gang members discussing some major world affairs, and degenerates who were obviously smoking a lot as they walked. Certainly, there are also a large number of homeless people who are unkempt, smelly, and occasionally rush to you to ask for bread. These are images that cannot be seen on television today. Only after seeing them in person will you realize how serious the polarization of Alikin is. Although he has seen scenes like this to Alikin many times. But every time I see it, Gu Xiu still couldn't help but wanted to praise his motherland. The rapid development of times. This means there will be many people who will be left far behind, and it seems that these people will eventually be eliminated by the times. Alikin's capital appearance is completely different from that of Longwa. One can only wait for a natural disaster to happen so that all these people can receive box lunches, reduce government subsidy expenses, and optimize the country's elite rate. One of them is desperately investing a lot of money and providing a lot of policies every year to help these compatriots. This is the difference between helping the rich and helping the poor. The difference between the two is obvious. They all said that it is easier for the Congress to be patriotic. For others, Gu Xiu didn't know whether this was true or not, but at least for him, this sentence did apply. Even though the country he loved so much still had all kinds of problems today, it had all kinds of little flaws even before he was reborn. But it is undeniable that that country is still the best country in the world. Not one of them. Back to business. The first day was spent in rest and preparation. The lawyer was very efficient. In the evening of the same day, the lawyer took the document bag and sent it to the hotel. Inside, it's all the procedures they need next. According to the normal process, although these procedures are not difficult, they are definitely cumbersome, and everything can be done in such a short time. All I can say is, it's great to have money. Early the next morning, while Gu Xiu was still dreaming, he was shaken up by Shi Qing-song. The boy looked full of energy and said, "Brother Xiu, don't sleep. It's already 9 o'clock. An inch of time is worth an inch of gold, and an inch of gold cannot buy an inch of time. We must seize the time and not waste the good time." What he said made sense, so Gu Xiu decided, turn over and go back to sleep. But Shi Qing-song, who had been looking forward to this day for a long time, was in an unusually high state of mind. Even Gu Xiu had to compromise when facing such Shi Qing-song. There is only one itinerary for today. Visit a gun store. Moreover, it is the largest gun store in Alikan. Still sitting in the car, Shi Qing-song kept chattering the whole time, asking Gu Xiu what he should buy for the first gun in his life, and asking Gu Xiu if it would be dangerous since he had never fired a gun before. Typical and delicious. Even Gu Xiu, who was not very interested in this at first, couldn't help but look forward to the next trip to the gun store. The gun shop is located in a completely separate building on the outskirts of the city. Just look at it from the outside. One can't help but sigh. What a great cuner. It is said that this store only covers an area equivalent to 188 basketball courts, and it has a long history, with a history of more than 20 years. What's more, this store is not just big. They have a complete range of categories, and this store claims to be able to buy any regular firearm in the world. Shi Qing-song wasn't that interested in learning about the history, and he didn't care much about the store's exterior. He immediately urged the two of them to hurry in. He couldn't wait to see the largest gun store. Gu Xiu couldn't help but laugh and followed Shi Qing-song towards the door of the gun store. The two of them were still chatting about each other. But just as they were about to walk through the door, a hand suddenly blocked the two of them. "It's Jean Wu. Uncle Jean." Shi Qing-song was about to speak, but saw Jean Wu frowning slightly and looking in a certain direction, although he still looked calm at first glance. But if you look closely, you can see that Jean Wu's eyes are full of vigilance. Follow Jean Wu's gaze. I saw an Oriental woman with short brown hair and a beautiful face walking out of the gun store. Women are beautiful. Her facial features are so exquisite that she looks like she stepped out of a painting, and her big eyes reveal that she is an innocent girl. But this innocence disappeared for a moment when he saw Jean Wu. The other party looked at Jean Wu with the same vigilance. Her eyes were full of wariness, and Gu Xiu even noticed that when she saw Jean Wu, she subconsciously hid one hand behind her back. But after a brief silence, a man appeared behind the woman. He obviously didn't notice the strange scene at the door. He put an arm around the woman's waist and walked towards the parking lot. At this point, Jean Wu and the other party parted ways. There was not a word of dialogue between the two from beginning to end, and there was only eye contact. "Let's go." After waiting for the man and woman to pass by and leave completely, Jean Wu spoke, turning around and walking towards the store with the two of them. "Uncle Jean, do you know that person just now?" Shi Qing-song asked curiously. Jean Wu thought for a while. "We know each other." "We know each other?" Shi Qing-song was confused. "Then why don't you say hello?" But Jean Wu shook his head. "That's a killer, a professional. We know each other's identity and strength, but in fact we don't have much contact. The meaning is obvious. I know him, but I'm not familiar with him." "Killer." Shi Qing-song's eyes suddenly widened. For most ordinary people, things like killers are very far away, and can even only be seen on TV. He really didn't expect it. Today I will be lucky enough to see this existence in person. But, thinking of the other person's appearance before, Shi Qing-song couldn't help but wonder, is that really a killer? I think he is just an ordinary young lady. Besides, shouldn't the killer be hiding in a tall building, lying on the ground, and shooting with a sniper? I can't tell at all. What is different about this person? A series of questions appeared. After all, This thing is indeed too far away for people. Even Gushio, who has been reborn, is actually very curious about this kind of thing. Don't be misled by film and television works. Zhang Wu shook his head and smiled. Killers are actually ordinary people. When they are not performing tasks, killers are exactly the same as ordinary people they meet on the street. Of course. In fact, many powerful killers are skilled actors. Because certain tasks require them to play all kinds of people, they even need to be fake to the point of looking real. As for what you said about lying down on a high place and shooting a sniper shot, in fact, generally speaking, it is rare for killers to act like this. The cost is higher, and unless the right time, place, and people are available, few people can guarantee that they will hit the target with one hit and kill with one move. And that person just now should be on a mission. Executing a mission? The two of them thought of the man who had hugged the girl before. Could that be the killer's target? So exciting. Okay, these things have nothing to do with us. We just need to stay away from those people. Zhang Wu said, generally speaking, you will basically never have any interaction with such people in your life. Even if you meet a killer like this again in the future. Basically, there is no danger because the killer's purpose is only to solve his own goals. As for other people, the killer will not be interested. This explanation refreshed Gu Xiao and Shi Qingsong's understanding of this special industry. At the same time, it also made the two of them more and more curious about Zhang Wu's past. Shi Qingsong couldn't help but ask, Uncle Zhang, aren't you a bodyguard? How come you know so much about killers? It is precisely because I'm a bodyguard that I need to know something about these things, or at least know what I'm facing. Zhang Wu shook his head, as if he was unwilling to continue talking. But the information revealed alone was enough to make the two children's eyes widen with longing. This can only be regarded as a small incident. After all, such things as killers were indeed far away from Gu Xiao and Shi Qingsong. So after a brief chat, the three of them rushed directly into the gun store. The first feeling when I came in, it's just big. At a glance, there is a dazzling array of various products, just like a super large self-service shopping supermarket, with various shelves filled with various products. Certainly, it's still different from supermarkets. Supermarkets sell daily necessities, but this gun store sells various related equipment. The first thing you see when you walk in, there are all kinds of outdoor equipment, from camouflage uniforms to combat boots, even combat backpacks, noise-canceling headphones, eye protection, etc. Besides, another eye-catching place is the various types of knives. After all, in addition to being famous for firearms, Yacheng also holds a knife exhibition every year. You can find a series of knives from the most basic bear knife to butterfly daggers, claw knives, machetes, etc. Even Shi Qingsong couldn't help but look at Gu Xiao strangely and asked him if the knives in the Supernova game were made from materials in this store. Of course, for such a big store, there are also areas suitable for children, such as the toy section. Most of the items sold are soft bullet guns and the like. Shi Qingsong was obviously not interested in these things, so he pulled Gu Xiao and went straight to the wall cabinet. I also visited the accessory section on the way, mainly things like weapon magazines, firearm grips, etc. The textures and ammunition loads of the magazines are different, and even the manufacturers are different, which means the prices can be high or low. At least two people saw it. In an area that resembles a supermarket, there is even a pile of magazines on sale. It makes people feel like buying food in a big supermarket. After passing through a dazzling array of various products, the three of them arrived at the gun cabinet. When you get here, you can see how awesome this store is. A gun cabinet over 100 meters long. It is filled with all kinds of different firearms, and the wall behind the counter is even more dazzlingly hung with this type of firearms. Pistols alone are of various types and sizes. It's worth saying, American has different regulations on gun control, including regulations on the number of ammunition carried, the use of magazines, and even the damage and size of firearms. Among them, it is actually the most demanding. It's a pistol. After all, pistols are easy to carry and use and can shoot and injure people at random, so management in this area is relatively strict. Each state has different restrictions on the caliber and body size of pistols, but in a city like Asia, it is relatively relaxed. Here it is. You can see small handguns that are not seen in many states. The category is very comprehensive. You can basically see various models such as Rolock, Beretta, Colt, P229, HKP7, etc. Of course, a gun store can not only have handguns. You can also see various types of firearms here, from bolt-action rifles to submachine guns and even assault rifles. In fact, prices are also different. What's more interesting is that the more ancient the gun, the more expensive it is. Shurching Song even saw a bolt-action rifle from the Second World War, which sold for a whopping 9,999.99 knives. It is obviously a collection level. In addition to this large counter, there are also some brand-specific stores, mainly some world-renowned firearms brands. For veterans who play with guns, these may be the most interesting, but for novices, Gushio and Shurching Song. Just take a look. During this trip to the gun store, the two of them spent most of the day shopping, and of course it was impossible not to buy anything. Both of them happily picked up the first gun in their lives. Considering that they were going hunting next, they gave up on assault rifles and the like, and both of them got an M24 sniper rifle. Of course, this name was given by Gushio. In fact, what they bought was the Ticket 3X bolt-action rifle, and it was a customized version with patterns engraved on the barrel. The price is certainly not cheap either. Together with the aiming lens, various storage bags, and a magazine that could be expanded to 5 rounds, the total purchase even exceeds 15,000 meters. Originally, Shurching Song wanted to get a Golden Alaska, but it's a pity. A Milliken takes about a week to review the application for the purchase of firearms, and can only be purchased after passing the application. And only one gun can be selected at a time. Although Gushio asked a lawyer to help and was able to slightly reduce some processes, it was impossible to skip some necessary processes. Come out of the gun store. The three of them went straight to the previously booked outdoor hunting club, where they would start learning how to use firearms and hunting precautions. Playing with guns only at the shooting range is of course no fun. Hunting. The most interesting thing is to hunt and actually hit the prey. At least that's what Shurching Song thought. This season happens to be the best time for winter hunting. Many places have been fully opened, and even animals that are not usually allowed to be hunted have been fully released. At this time, if you don't go hunting for deer or bears, you'll be doing yourself a disservice. Soon, a week passed by. The two excitedly went to the gun store to get their own guns, and then drove directly to meet the club's guide. Head straight to the hunting ground. This is a luxury hunting project provided by the club. They will carry out their deer hunting plan in the wild mountains. But just as they arrived at their destination, the three of them met an unexpected person. Why are these two people here again? So, we won't be with the killer next, right? The car just stopped at the camp, and Shurching Song saw two people in the camp area, packing their things and looking ready to go hunting. These two people are not others. It was at the door of the gun store that I met the man and woman. The most important thing was the woman who looked particularly beautiful. This is the killer, Jean Wu said. When Gushio saw this scene, he also raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt that this seemed to be a coincidence, but when he turned around and saw that Jean Wu was still calm, Gushio simply didn't think too much. Let's go. Let's just play our own game. Uncle Jean can handle other aspects. As soon as these words came out, Shurching Song couldn't help but nodded repeatedly. That's right. Uncle Jean is following us. There's nothing to be afraid of, hee. They adjusted their status. They were packing their things at the camp and getting ready to go out, but the two people over there couldn't calm down when they saw the three of them. The man is fine. What's more, looking at the equipment in the hands of Gushio and Shurching Song, they seem a little surprised that these two children are actually rich. But when he was observing the equipment of Gushio and Shurching Song, but apparently didn't notice, her female companion's face instantly turned ugly. She was obviously very afraid of Jean Wu. When facing Jean Wu, she always subconsciously distanced herself from him. Obviously, to the other party, the three of them are the real uninvited guests. Jean Wu just glanced at the female killer without any expression. Next comes preparation for the hunt. Just like the last time Gushio went hunting, the club arranged a gold medal guide, mainly to prevent them from getting lost in the deep mountains and forests. Of course, the guide will also help identify some animal excrement to identify what kind of animals are nearby. Bring some essentials. The four people immediately set off on the road. Most animals are open for hunting this season, among which elk is the best choice. On the way, the guide introduced some precautions to the two small bosses while bragging to them about their taxidermy business. This makes people feel quite comfortable. He had just gone out, as if he was already sure that he would successfully hunt prey next. At least Shi Song was so confident that he could hunt 10 of them one day. Gushio was also a little excited. On the way here, Zhanwu had already said that because he was going hunting last time, wild boars were more dangerous. In order to ensure Gushio's safety, he would clear the prey before entering the dangerous area. But this time it's different. Unless he encounters threatening prey, such as a black bear, Zhanwu will not take action this time, but will remain an airman throughout the whole process. This made Gushio become interested in hunting again. He still remembers it. After struggling for so many days last time, he only shot a few ducks and even made him no longer interested in hunting. Now he wants to show off his skills. But after arriving at the destination, Gushio's heart felt cold. The climate in winter is relatively cold. Not to mention that in the mountains and forests, the surroundings are extremely humid, and every step can bring up mud all over you. Same as before. The prey is hiding, so if you want to hunt, you can only find the prey first. This was nothing, but he still has to hold the weapon himself. A gun alone is already heavy enough, let alone several magazines filled with bullets. This is somewhat unbearable weight for a 10-year-old child. The key is that he is too embarrassed to ask others to help. Both the tour guide and Zhanwu were carrying a huge backpack, which included a series of emergency items. What's more, Gushio couldn't do such a thing when he needed help from others when going out to hunt for weapons. Have no choice. I can only grit my teeth and hold on. Shi Song was not much better than him. Not only did Shi Song hold all his equipment, he even carried some supplies on his back. They planned it before going out. Unless something is gained this time, they will not return to the camp. Instead, they will hike directly to a wooden house in the jungle as a base to rest. All morning long, they all spent their time on the boring road. On the way, we also found some things, most of which were the excrement and footprints of some animals. Something is discovered every time. Shi Song will be filled with chicken blood. But after wandering between hope and disappointment several times, Shi Song was discouraged. Compared with the high spirits when he first set off in the morning, Shi Song now was like an eggplant beaten by frost. Are there really deers here? After walking for an unknown amount of time, Shi Song felt that his legs were filled with lead, and he couldn't help but muttered, "I thought hunting was all about good marksmanship. You can carry a lot back with a gun and shoot. No one told me before that hunting is so boring. What are you thinking? Did you forget it when you were training at the club? The most difficult part of hunting is not the shooting part, but the tracking part." Gushio couldn't help but say, "I thought it was deliberately exaggerated before, and I was focused on using the gun. Who would have thought that I haven't encountered a prey after walking for a long time?" As he spoke, Shi Song shook the gun in his hand. "Before I came, I was thinking that we might not have enough bullets. Now it seems that it is good to be able to fire a shot and let the barrel of the gun have some warmth. This thing requires patience." Gushio shrugged. "A bit unlucky indeed. I didn't find anything all morning long, even worse than the last time I hunted. Of course, this actually has something to do with the current climate. Animals in winter are not very active, so they often need more patience. Don't worry, you two. We will just go to the cabin in the forest later. We have specially built a watchtower there so that you can see the surrounding situation clearly at a glance. By then, you will definitely be able to find the prey. It depends on your marksmanship." The guide laughed and said. These words rekindled hope for Shi Song, and he gritted his teeth again and continued to move forward. Finally, at nearly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, several people finally saw the destination of their trip, which was a wooden stronghold built on the top of the mountain, with a watchtower more than 10 meters high in the middle. "See this thing?" Shi Song and Gu Xiu swept away their fatigue. Although the stairs of the observation tower were quite high, they didn't feel tired when they arrived, so they climbed up. This is a square wooden building with a room in the middle and telescopes set up around it. Look around. The fatigue from walking for a long time was instantly gone. Have to admit, the scenery is very nice. Especially in the west, you can see a lake. You can see it with a telescope. There are several animals drinking water, which looks very leisurely. Brother Xiu, we found the target. Let's go to the river. The animals will definitely come to drink water. We'll wait by the river to send one off. Shi Song suddenly became excited when he discovered something. But, just as he finished speaking, a gunshot suddenly sounded in the distance. Immediately afterwards, animals drinking water from the nearest river turned and ran away. Alas, my prey! Shi Song was anxious. He wanted to pick up his gun and make a plan, but it was obviously impossible to hit the target from such a long distance, so he could only continue to observe with a telescope. Soon, they saw a team of 3 people emerging from a bush and chasing the elk in the direction where it was escaping. These 3 people are very professional. Or rather, one of them was very professional. He ran very fast. While running, he checked the tracks along the road. He seemed to notice the blood stains on the ground and the elk that was about to rush into the jungle. The man simply gave up chasing and picked up his gun on the spot. Bang! Sparks could be seen flickering from the muzzle in the distance. Then he turned to look at the elk, only to see that the elk's footsteps still did not stop. Missed! Shi Song shook his head, but the words had just been said. I saw an elk, and when it was about to get into the jungle, it suddenly fell to the ground. Not moving. Holding the grass. That's awesome. Brother Xiu, did you see that? That man's marksmanship was so accurate. He must have hit the head with one shot. TSK, although we didn't do the shooting, but it felt pretty good to witness such a scene. Now I believe we are here to hunt. Ha ha ha. Seeing that someone had successfully hunted, Shi Song immediately became ecstatic. Gu Xiu shrugged. He understood that the other party had successfully dabbled, so he gave Shi Song confidence. Be reasonable. When he was hunting for the first time, when he saw Zhanwu easily taking down a wild boar, Gu Xiu also had the same idea and even imagined a fatal shot by himself. But there's just been a shooting here. The animals nearby will definitely try to stay away. Don't be stunned. Check the surroundings first to see if there are any clues about the animals. Zhou Chao, I almost forgot. Brother Xiu, you are so awesome. You can think of all this. In this regard, Gu Xiu just shook his head. He came here to hunt seriously this time, and his eyes glanced around. Really, his guess was good. 2 consecutive gunshots made it clear to the surrounding animals that this place was no longer a safe zone, and basically all the surrounding prey were quickly moving away. At least at a glance, Gu Xiu could see at least several traces of the bushes shaking. Brother Xiu, over there. Shi Song also discovered something and pointed further to the river. From the telescope, he could see 2 elk running wildly. In particular, the antlers are very conspicuous. But the 2 deer did not give them a chance to observe more. After approaching the woods, they got in without hesitation and disappeared completely. But it was obviously too late to think of going into the woods at this time. Brother Xiu, let's go over there. Shi Song found the direction and immediately walked along the stairs to the bottom of the watchtower. It seems that you 2 have discovered something. The guide smiled and handed over 2 cans. But hunting consumes physical strength and energy. Why don't we take a rest and eat something first? Shi Song was a little reluctant. It was rare for him to find a living prey. Although he had gone back into the woods, he still found something. The guide obviously knew what he was thinking and said at this time, they were frightened just now. If you want to continue chasing, I'm afraid it will be difficult. After all, we humans can't run faster than animals in the jungle, let alone an injured animal. But Shi Song was a little unwilling. Don't worry, my friend. The guide smiled. As long as the escape direction is determined, clues and traces will be left. We can follow its traces later, and we will surely find more. There was indeed nothing wrong with this, and Shi Qing finally stopped insisting. After all, they just walked a long way to get here, and to be honest, they were already exhausted. Present, the four of them began to rest on the spot. While they were eating, the team that had successfully hunted before also came over, and the dead elk was dragged by their legs. What's interesting is that this team also has two people with yellow skin and black hair, a neon man and a Baodao man. When they saw Gu Xiu and Shi Qing, they saw them. We struck up a conversation enthusiastically right away. But after discovering that Gu Xiu and others were from mainland China, their attitudes immediately changed. They were all kind before, but after knowing the nationalities of Shi Qing and the others, their attitude became more or less distant, even more condescending and disdainful. Although I didn't say anything too extreme, but that distant attitude is almost written on his face. Shi Qing and Gu Xiu were not here to make friends, so naturally they would not shy away from the other party's change of attitude. But what was different from the attitude of the two yellow men was that another person traveling with them acted very friendly after learning that Gu Xiu and Shi Qing were from the Dragon Kingdom. This is an Indian. It is said that he is 1/8 of the Eagle country blood and 1/8 of the Gallic blood. He has learned to hunt since he was a child. He and the other two are in an employment relationship. It is worth mentioning that not everyone can hunt alone, and many clubs have this kind of hunting business. The basic process is that someone wants to hunt, but the skills are not good, or they're not confident in themselves, so they will pay to hire a hunter with excellent hunting skills. This hunter has 3 tasks. He also serves as a guide to avoid getting lost and tracking prey. After successfully hunting, he tries his best to protect his employer's safety, so he can be regarded as a part-time bodyguard. There's one last duty: recharge. They usually lead the employer to track down the prey, and then allow the employer to pursue the prey freely. However, after the employer misses, he needs to replenish his gun. Ensure employers gain something. Certainly, they are also responsible for holding a camera and taking photos of their employer standing in front of the trophy. It is said that some people specifically hire this kind of hunter, allowing the hunter to go out to hunt early, while the boss who pays the money only needs to sleep until he wakes up naturally, and then goes to take a photo in front of the fallen prey. Finally, he showed off photos and prey specimens everywhere, making up stories about himself and how he battled wits and courage with his prey. Don't tell me yet. There are quite a few such things. The concept is similar to showing off in the future in the circle of friends. The two sides couldn't agree more, so they parted ways after a brief contact. Shi Qing and Gu Xiu regrouped and started hunting again in the afternoon. Compared with the boring morning, the afternoon was much more interesting, especially when we were near the river. The animal footprints increased significantly. Although the gunfire at noon caused many animals to flee in panic. But as time passed, the animals began to have to move towards the river again. Brother Xiu, look, is that the deer we saw before? He should be going to drink water. After searching for more than half an hour and advancing along the river, Shi Qing quickly used his binoculars and saw a stag from a distance with very beautiful antlers. Gu Xiu was also pleasantly surprised, but he still forced himself to calm down and took aim with his gun. Gu Xiu immediately decided, the distance is too far. With our marksmanship, we can't kill him with one shot. Let's move forward. Okay. Soon, the two of them quickly moved forward. Zhang Wu thought of following them, especially Zhang Wu, who reminded, run slower, keep your body as low as possible, and don't attract the attention of the prey. Otherwise, if you are alert, you will run away again. This position is almost there. You can give it a try. If you go further, you will be easily discovered. Being professionals after all, Gu Xiu and Shi Qing took a look at the sights on their guns and found that this position was indeed almost there. There was no hesitation in the moment. The two quickly lay on the ground and fiddled with the shotguns in their hands. Brother Xiu, you shoot now. I'm in charge of the rifle. Shi Qing reminded him immediately. It's very difficult to refill the shot, and it's very possible to miss it completely. However, considering that Gu Xiu was worse than himself at playing with guns due to his age, Shurching Song gave up the opportunity to take the first shot. But in response to his kindness, Gu Xiu shook his head. No, my marksmanship is not as good as yours. You should fire the first shot. This will at least ensure an accurate hit. This, Shurching Song hesitated. Gu Xiu waved his hand, not giving him a chance to refuse. Don't worry. You try it first. Don't miss anything with the first shot. Although Gu Xiu himself was actually a little eager to try. But, after all, we are also adult souls. Shurching Song is obviously very interested, and Gu Xiu is not ready to compete with a child. What's more, Gu Xiu had fired a gun during the last hunting trip, and he could understand Shurching Song's expectations at this time. Thank you, Brother Xiu. Next time we meet, you shoot first. Shurching Song finally stopped refusing. After saying this, he immediately aimed his gun at the stag by the river. He began to adjust his breathing rhythm, preparing for a fatal blow. Gu Xiu didn't even look at it. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at the position a few meters in front of the elk, as Shurching Song used the rifle to miss the target. Brother Xiu, I'm ready. I'm ready too. Then I'll... Shurching Song stared at the scope, then stopped hesitating and put his index finger on the trigger. But at this moment, suddenly there was a gunshot in the distance. Bang! Accompanied by this, a group of frightened birds flew up and roared in the jungle. The sudden gunfire, although not close, was still extremely loud in this mountain forest. Fuck! Shurching Song cursed angrily and subconsciously pulled the trigger. With sparks and strong recoil, the bullets flew out. And, when he fired, he and Gu Xiu actually fired at the same time. But, with such skill, the elk was frightened and started to run. Shurching Song himself was not even sure whether the two shots hit him or not. So, seeing the elk running, Shurching Song immediately turned his head and looked in the direction where the gunfire came from. As soon as I turned my head, I saw the two men shaking the guns in their hands provocatively. It was obvious that the shot just now was fired deliberately. The purpose was to make Shurching Song unhappy. Matt, there must be something wrong with this little devil and this little motorcycle. I don't have the ability to hunt, so I don't allow others to hunt. No, I'll go find them to argue. Shurching Song was furious and wanted to teach those two how to behave. But just when he stood up for a real person battle, Gu Xiu on the side had already packed up the gun in his hand and urged, "Hurry up! Chase!" Shurching Song was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized, "You mean hit?" "Yes. Good guy." This answer made Shurching Song immediately excited again. At that moment, he didn't care about facing off against the little devil. He stood up and started running after Gu Xiu. The guide said it right. It is unrealistic to race against such a strong runner as an elk in such an environment. When the two arrived at the location where the elk had been, the elk had already disappeared. But the good news is that the elk was indeed shot, and there were still blood stains on the ground, dripping all over the ground along the escape route. That's awesome. We actually hit it. It's just those two turtles' fault. Otherwise, we would have been killed with one shot. How could we possibly have been run away by it? Shurching Song was excited and depressed at the same time. Gu Xiu didn't care. He had experienced more uncomfortable things in the hunting ground. He looked at the bloodstains along the way and said, "Now let's go find our prey based on the bloodstains. With so much blood, it will definitely not last long. We will have a harvest soon." Yeah, Brother Xiu is right. Shurching Song nodded repeatedly and regained his energy. It's okay not to chase. According to a liken's hunting rules, as long as the animal is injured, the prey must be tracked, and if you can kill it with one shot, you must not fire more shots. Soon, a tracking team was formed and headed quickly into the jungle. Blood stains can be seen along the way, which can be regarded as convenient for the two of them to track, so the two of them can't track very fast. The main reason is that in this kind of woods, you will trip if you are not careful. Not to mention that according to the guide, there may be bears in this woods. Just like this, one step at a time, the two started a jungle tracking battle. At first, the two of them were still very interested. Every time they found a blood stain, they felt they were getting closer to the prey. However, after tracking for half an hour, the blood stains began to decrease. The two of them had a premonition that something was wrong. In addition to not seeing any trace of prey, it was also because it was really difficult to move in the jungle here. In the end, the two of them almost walked away using the guns in their hands as crutches. This action even made the guide hesitate to speak several times. Finally, he said tactfully, "Many hunters are extremely careful with the guns in their hands. They are afraid of being bumped or bumped. Some people will feel distressed if they get even a little scratch." These words made Gushio a little embarrassed. Although they like guns, they just have no chance to encounter them. But there is not so much gun culture. As for if you bump into it, can't you just replace it with a new one? Fortunately, I thought of it and didn't say anything more on this topic. I just told the two of them after checking their footprints and student status. The prey's escape speed is already very slow. It is obvious that there is not much life left. If you move forward a little further, you may be able to find something. This answer cheered them up again. Really, after following the trail for another 10 minutes, the two discovered the poor elk. The bleeding for such a long time had obviously consumed the elk's energy and life. His condition was very bad at the moment. Half of his body was stained red with blood, and he was trembling as he walked, as if he might collapse at any time. The ability to run so far is due to the instinct for life. Poof! Finally, the elk's physical strength reached its limit, and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, innocence flashing in his eyes. It was still panting and struggling, but it's a pity. The loss of physical strength made it extremely difficult for it to struggle to get up. After struggling several times, it finally gave up and just lay on the ground panting, waiting for death to come. It has lost all its power. We should kill it as soon as possible and end its pain as soon as possible. The guide reminded on the side. Shirching Song's eyes were somewhat troubled. He didn't feel anything when chasing and shooting before, but now when he saw the elk lying on the ground, unable to resist its fate, he couldn't help but feel a little unbearable, especially those eyes of the elk. Those were a pair of eyes full of innocence. For this elk, it had done nothing wrong, but misfortune fell from the sky. This feeling was very bad, and at least it made sure Ching Song's interest in hunting begin to decline. My friend, don't be afraid. Survival of the fittest has always been the rule of the biosphere. Open hunting every year is to ensure that they are vigilant about survival. We have done nothing wrong, and this elk is injured now. If he has gunshot wounds and tears formed while running, it has completely lost its way of survival. If you don't kill it now, it will continue to suffer for 5 to 10 hours, and finally become food for other animals in the middle of the night and die in pain. So, in its pain now, and let its life continue in another way. American is a country that is good at lying. Even lie to yourself. At least what the guide said, he had obviously said it countless times, and even he believed it, while shouting mercy. On the one hand, his presence is indispensable on every hunting ground. However, although this is a kind of false kindness, the effect is still good. At least it makes people feel better. At last, it was Shirching Song who used Zhang Wu's pistol to end the elk's life with one shot. The next step is to harvest the loot. This aspect was very simple. With a little tip in mind, he directly put the elk on his shoulders without saying a word, and then started to return the same way with a few people. On the way, the hunter was very dedicated and started recommending specimen business again. The price of this thing is very expensive, including antler specimens and whole body specimen business. There are many ways to do it. Gushio was not interested in this, but Shirching Song was very interested, especially the stuffed deer antlers, and hung them on the wall. He planned to get one for his father. A few people were chatting one after another. A cry for help. Suddenly, it sounded not far away from a few people. Help! Is there someone? Help me, help me. Please, is there someone to help me? The cry for help came faintly, and it seemed that there were not many people nearby, and the fear of the person calling for help could be heard just from the tone of the other person's voice. The sudden cry for help immediately attracted the attention of the 4 people. Gushio and Shirching Song turned to look at Zhang Wu. They have not forgotten that there is a killer here. They still have to be at least vigilant, and naturally they will not act rashly and act like a good person. Zhang also frowned slightly, then nodded. Seeing Zhang response, the two of them no longer hesitated and walked towards the voice calling for help. The guide on the side was one step faster than them and hurried over in a hurry. The entire journey was silent. Soon, the four of them stopped behind a bush and could clearly hear that the caller for help was on the other side of the bush. But they didn't rush forward rashly. The guide motioned for them to wait a moment, and then he quietly touched it. Observe the situation. Soon, the guide breathed a sigh of relief. We were caught in a trap. After hearing this, Gu Xiao and Shi Qingsong stepped forward, and sure enough, they saw a man being hung upside down on a rope under a big tree. I don't know how long I've been hanging there, but I look like I'm dying. It's definitely uncomfortable to feel like I'm hanging by one leg. But when they saw this person clearly, several people couldn't help but frown. This person, it was one of the 3 hunting teams that I had just met not long ago, the motorcycle man from Treasure Island. But although it was strange that this person appeared here alone, the guide did not rush to ask questions and quickly stepped forward to help the person out of trouble. After all, it was a trap for large beasts. The rope was very strong, and the man must have struggled desperately when he was just hung up, causing the rope to become tighter and tighter. After cutting with a knife and saw for a long time, the man was finally freed. What's going on? Someone illegally set up traps here and didn't mark the area around the traps. The guide looked very angry. Seeing the strange expressions on Shi Qingsong and Gu Xiao's faces, the guide explained to them. Generally speaking, traps are not allowed in hunting areas, especially large traps with high strength and lethality, because every year people come to hunt alone. If they fall into a trap, it will be very dangerous. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but glance at the motorcycle man. Really, being hung is not just as simple as hanging someone up. It is congested for a long time, and the legs are tied. Over time, not only will it kill people, but at least one leg will be disabled. Not to mention, this is an area where wild beasts roam wild. It's better during the day, but wild beasts come out at night. Such a hanging human being is the most delicious food. The risk is very high. After hearing this, Gu Xiao and others were fine, but the rescued motorcycle man looked embarrassed. I did this. What? Everyone suddenly looked strange, and the expression on the man in front of them changed. Ahem. Because my companions went back to deal with the prey, I was left here alone, bored, so I made a trap according to the trap just mentioned by the hunter. I didn't get it right at first. I tried it several times without success, so I just tried it for a while and finally said I would try again. But I didn't expect this trap to be so powerful. I was hung up all of a sudden. Speaking of the latter, the man's voice became smaller and smaller, and his face was filled with embarrassment. Embarrassing indeed. This kind of thing happened to him. If he hadn't met Gu Xiao and the others, he probably wouldn't have known how long he would have been hung up on. As if he could see that the guide's face was not good, the motorcycle man immediately explained, "Don't worry. I just set up this trap for fun. I was really bored, so I made this one. I plan to stay here by myself. No one will fall into the trap by mistake." These words were full of promise. But any fool can see that the trap they set up this time was definitely well prepared. Don't say anything else. Just think of it as such an extremely strong rope, not something that ordinary people would bring with them when they go hunting. But although the other party set up a trap, it harmed himself and no one else. The guide didn't say much, but repeatedly emphasized that he must pay attention to safety and never do such things. After saying a few more words, a group of people prepared to leave. The motorcycle man didn't want to stay here alone and wanted to leave with everyone. Although this guy hadn't done anything good before, and his previous attitude had never been very good. However, I don't know whether it was due to the aftermath of the disaster or some other reason, but his attitude towards everyone at this moment has undergone a huge change. "You're too polite." On the way, seeing the way Shi Qingsong ignored him, the motorcycle man knew the reason and explained to him, "The guy who shot just now was the kid who saw you hunting and did it on purpose." I tried to persuade him, but he didn't listen to me. What I said is true. I am definitely not the kind of person who would maliciously sabotage other people's hunting. He said this with full assurance. Although I don't know if it's true or not, it at least made sure Ching Song's face look a little better, and he could communicate normally. Are you planning to go back to the camp now? The motorcycle man asked as they followed. Sure, Ching Song replied. We have hunted prey. We must have gone back, and it is already afternoon, and we still have to prepare the prey. If we go back in the afternoon now, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? What waste? Sure, Ching Song didn't know why. But I saw the man on the motorcycle explaining, hunting is actually the most difficult during the day because there are very few active prey during the day. Most animals hide and sleep during the day and are active at night. Although your deer is good, neither the size nor the antlers are perfect. If you want to hunt well, it is best to hunt at night. At that time, there are the most prey. Actually, we had planned before. During the day, we would just stroll around, mainly visiting the spots. We would camp here at night and start hunting at night. These words subverted Sure Ching Song's understanding. He looked at the sky and said, It's such a cold weather that you can't freeze to death if you spend the night on the mountain. And can you see prey at night? How can you freeze to death? You went to the tower before. Didn't you notice that it's also a wild camp? There are beds and fireplaces inside. Just light a fire and use a sleeping bag to keep the cold at bay. As for you saying you saw prey, that's even simpler. As he said, the motorcycle man rummaged through his backpack and found a small device, something like a scope. Night vision goggles are not difficult to get. This could be attached to a sniper lens, and you could get a night vision lens. It will not affect hunting at night, and it is even easier than during the day. Sure, Ching Song finally realized. They seemed to have seen this thing in the accessories section of Gunpoint before, and the price was not too outrageous. They had actually bought it themselves when purchasing accessories. I immediately looked through my backpack and found this thing among a bunch of accessories. And, because he uses superpowers, he is a little more advanced than the motorcycle guy. Although we are not professional. But the things that money can buy must be high-end, right? The motorcycle man saw that Sure Ching Song also had such accessories. He immediately became confused. How about it? Why don't we go back at night and camp here so we can take care of each other? I tell you, hunting here at night is the best. I came here once last year, and I killed 5 prey in one night. All I had to do was pick up the carcasses the next morning. This is much more interesting than running around with a foot in the mud during the day. The most important thing is, even if you don't hunt at night and just want to sleep, you can get up early and go hunting tomorrow morning. You guys walked here before, so you should have walked half a day to get here. If you go back and come back tomorrow, you have to walk such a long distance again. Isn't that tiring? If the hunting in front is not tempting, then the last sentence really speaks to my heart. At least, thinking about that long muddy mountain road, Sure Ching Song felt a little headache. But, although his heart was moved, Sure Ching Song did not make any decision on his own. Instead, he looked at Gu Xiu and Zhan Wu. Brother Xiu and Uncle Zhan were the ones who really had the power to make the decision. Gu Xiu didn't care about this. He was not a spoiled person. If Sure Ching Song was interested, he would not refuse, but he would just leave the decision-making power to Zhan Wu. What surprised Sure Ching Song was. Zhan Wu frowned a little at first, but quickly nodded. You can stay. The first combat force said it was no problem, and Sure Ching Song became excited instantly, gearing up and planning to have a good fight tonight, but didn't notice. Zhan Wu looked at the motorcycle man with a vague look in his eyes. Since they planned to stay here next time, they didn't have to rush back to the camp. Instead, they returned to the tower they had visited at noon and started preparing for the night's camp. What the motorcycle man said was true. In addition to providing a good view, the tower also provided a place for hunters to rest at night. According to the motorcycle man, in addition to the tower, there are several places where people can rest in this hunting area. Some are built by major hunting clubs, and some are funded by local governments. Of course, the most are built by hunting enthusiasts themselves. It is said, some avid hunting enthusiasts even stay in the mountains and forests for a month. Those people are not only hunting enthusiasts, but also lovers of wild survival challenges. Throughout the afternoon, they were not busy looking for prey. Instead, they started to deal with the deer near the tower. This thing is very difficult for Shi Qing and Gu Xiao. But the good thing is, they have an excellent gold medal guide. As the highest paid guide in the entire club, this guide is not only eloquent, but also knows the surrounding situation very well. He is also very good at handling prey. He carried the deer to the river. In less than an hour, the elk that was still alive and kicking in the morning had been divided into several parts, including a whole piece of deer skin and the antlers separated from the root. Certainly, there was also plenty of venison. When night fell, several people gathered around the fire under the tower and began to enjoy today's spoils. Actually, it doesn't taste good. After all, although there is a set of simple and practical kitchen utensils in the tower, and there are even some condiments, which allow hunters to prepare ingredients well here. But, compared to a camp with complete functions and complete kitchen utensils, this place was obviously still a bit crude. In the end, they just made a pot of broth and barbecue. Taste-wise, to be honest, it's a bit fishy and the meat is relatively old. This reminded Gu Xiao of the saying that a good wild survivor is definitely not a good cook. But, although the taste was not satisfactory, it was obviously a rare new experience. Everyone was happy to eat. After they were full of wine and food, a few people leaned against the fire and started blowing all over the place. Actually, the main thing is to listen to the guide talk about some of his past experiences. Things like escaping from a black bear, fighting a wild boar, shooting a goose, and staying there for a week just to hunt a certain animal. These were completely unfamiliar and exciting to Shi Qing and Gu Xiao. When they heard that they were happy, there was even yearning in their eyes. If you have the chance, you could go to Alaska. I know there is a place there, which is definitely a holy land for hunting. It is more dangerous, but more challenging. The most important thing is that there are enough prey. Of course, if you just like to experience the thrill of hunting, I would actually recommend going to some hunting farms. There are generally no dangerous large carnivores, mainly turkeys, wild geese, and even deer. If you're interested in fishing, you can also go fishing on a yacht. The last time I saw such a long tuna specimen, it is said that it was caught by a rich man himself. The guide was still boasting about his knowledge, and two figures appeared in the distance. They didn't see it until they got closer. This is the motorcycle man's former companion, the little devil and a hunter of Indian descent. The pair had sent their prey back before. Now we hurry up, and finally return before it gets completely dark. But the little devil was injured. It is said that he fell and sprained his foot when he was approaching the tower. He walked a little shaky and looked very ugly when he arrived here. You can tell, because of his injury, he lost interest in tonight's hunting, and even if he hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been allowed to return in time. I'm afraid he wants to go back to the base directly. However, no one paid attention to him when he was in a bad mood. Not to mention Shi Qing and Gu Xiao, even his companion, the motorcycle man, was all focused on the hunting plan for the night. These animals are generally nocturnal, and most of them are more frequent after early morning. So, I suggest that we go to bed early tonight and wait until night to start moving. I've already observed many animal footprints in the afternoon. I found that there are two roads. Animals often pass by, and there are many footprints, so it is enough for us to just keep an eye on those two roads. The motorcycle man suggested, but the Indian hunter they hired had a different opinion. Although there are indeed many animals passing through the two roads you mentioned, the walking prey is not the target of our capture. We can target that hillside. I have noticed before that there are a lot of deer and sheep dung there. So I suggested that we can focus on that, because they are likely to eat there when they are foraging at night. Eating prey is the easiest to shoot and hit. After all, we can't track it at night, so a fatal shot is the most critical. What do you know? We can find a large number of animals passing by, so can't we better judge the whereabouts of the animals? The motorcycle man retorted, although the other party is his employer, it is obvious that the Indian hunter has his own persistence. I'm afraid this is not easy. Although the footprints on the two roads look like many, they were actually left after a long time. If we put the target there, it may take an hour or two before we see an animal passing by, and their speed may be very fast. We have no way to track it in the complicated environment at night. This is somewhat disrespectful. The motorcycle man was a little annoyed, but he also understood that in terms of experience in this area, there was no way he could match the opponent. But he seemed to find this a bit embarrassing, thought for a moment, and said, "But at least it proves that prey often passes through those two roads, so we can't put all our eggs in one basket. We can't give up on these two roads. My suggestion is to set up traps on those two roads." As soon as he said this, seeing Shi Qing-song, the guide, and others looking over, the motorcycle man obviously immediately thought of the scene where he was hung up by his own trap just now, and explained, "Let's make a smaller trap. At least, even if we fail to hunt at night, we may catch some small animals. And we are here, so we're not afraid of others falling into the trap. How about it? It is appropriate to use the trap rationally." The guide thought about it and did not refuse. He just reminded that a sign should be marked next to the trap to ensure that humans can see it. Once he agrees, the next step is to take action. The Indian hunter was very good at building traps. He used a special knot as the main body, a small piece of wood as the sensing device, and a bent branch next to it as the power device. In just over 10 minutes, an exquisite small trap was completed. In his words, "This trap is at best a minor trouble for humans, and at most it means they are temporarily trapped for a while, but for animals such as deer and sheep, once caught, it is basically difficult to escape." Shi Qing-song was particularly excited to see it, and he also studied this trap mode in detail. Even Gu Xiu felt extremely strange. Finally, when the time reached 8:30 p.m., several people fell asleep in their own sleeping bags. They had set their alarm clocks and would start hunting after 5 hours of sleep. The weather is cold. As long as there is a warm environment around you, it is always easier for people to fall asleep. Gu Xiu and Shi Qing-song were chatting energetically before, but not long after, the two of them fell asleep. This kind of life was a rare experience for Gu Xiu, whether in the previous life or in this life. At night, Gu Xiu even had a dream. In a dream, he has not been reborn, he is still the independent game producer who tinkers with games. But life is not miserable either. Because the version number never came down, he simply decided to port the mobile version to the PC version and launch it on STM. Originally, it was just a casual test of the waters. But I didn't expect that it would somehow become a domestic product and its sales would explode. But in the dream, Gu Xiu was still faced with either being acquired or continuing to deal with this problem on his own. It was a gunshot. This dream was shattered. What's going on? It seems like someone was shooting. Where was the shooting? What time is it now? The sudden sound of gunshots immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the wooden house in the tower, and everyone poked their heads out of their sleeping bags. Look at the time. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning, a while before the previously planned hunting time, and the sudden sound of gunfire obviously exceeded the expectations of everyone present. Someone is hunting. The guide immediately noticed something and pointed to a forest in the distance. There is a small shack over there, which should have been built by people who hunted before. The sound of gunfire came from there. Someone should have decided to hunt in the middle of the night like us. Everyone suddenly understood. Such a long time was actually enough for them to understand the surrounding situation. Everyone had noticed the shack mentioned by the guide before. It was an A-shaped camp built simply with branches and sticks. At that time, Shi Qing-song was curious and asked the guide. The guide told them that such small camps are usually set up by hunters. And, although that kind of camp setup looks simple, but it's actually very troublesome. However, it will be easier to live in and safer after it is set up. So, generally speaking, those who set up that kind of camp are aiming to live there for at least a week. Shi Qing-song complained before. It might be a nice place in the summer, but in the winter, it's too cold for most people to survive. But now it seems someone must have already lived there. No more than one person can live in that place. It can hold 2 people to death. Are 1 or 2 people hunting outside in such a cold weather? We're so lively here. People over there must have seen it. Why don't they come to us? The little devil asked doubtfully. But this is a silly question. After all, not everyone likes to communicate with others, especially those who hunt. In fact, many characters are relatively withdrawn and prefer to act alone. While he was talking, gunshots suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by. You can also see the flash of light after a gun is fired over there. However, that's all. From such a long distance, it is not easy to hear the sound of gunfire and see the light of fire. As for more details, it is difficult to see clearly. Forget it. Since we're all awake, let's take a look too. I just don't know if the sound of shooting over there will affect our plan. The motorcycle man suggested. No one objected to this proposal, and Ching Song dressed up early and started searching the surrounding area with night vision goggles, hoping to find traces of prey. Have to admit, night is still the main time for a large number of animals to be active. If you take a quick look, you can see many animals running in the forest. It's a pity, because the gunshots were too loud. Many animals were frightened and acted very hastily. It was very difficult to hit the prey in this situation. We fired 2 shots in a row over there. We haven't fired for a long time, so we should have gained something. Let's prepare now. After a while, there will be no danger, and the animals will calm down again. Then will be our chance to take action, and this chance is very high. Because after the shots are fired over there, the animals will try to stay away from the danger zone and will definitely run towards us. So, whether we can gain anything tonight depends on your performance. The motorcycle man said excitedly. Naturally, everyone nodded. But, although it is an opportunity, the difficulty of hunting at night is obviously completely different from that during the day. The only benefit, perhaps more prey, is visible than during the day. But similarly, in this extremely dark situation, it is twice as difficult to catch prey. After all, it is impossible to put night vision goggles in front of your eyes anytime and anywhere, right? This requires patience and determination. Finally, after waiting for about 10 minutes, the animals running around in the forest gradually became quiet again. Animals would instinctively run away from danger. But once they realize that danger is not coming to them, these frightened animals will calm down again. Soon, the wild beasts that had fled in panic before long calmed down again, leisurely, as if what happened before had never happened at all. Everyone started to get serious. Brother Xiao, I'll assist you this time. You fire the first shot, and I'll be responsible for the follow-up shot. Ching Song spoke first. Although the deer at noon was still not sure whether it was Gu Xiao or him who shot it, he must worry about Brother Xiao's gaming experience, right? Gu Xiao was not polite. I immediately found a suitable location and began to pick my goals. Have to admit, in such darkness, it is indeed not easy to hunt successfully, but after determining your goal, everything will be much easier. And there are really many prey at night. Gu Xiao just scanned around casually and quickly found his target. The same is true for deer. And compared to the targets Ching Song had chosen before, the one Gu Xiao chose was not that beautiful, nor was it much bigger. The most important thing is the quantity. To some extent, the fault tolerance rate is too much. After all, we just regard this as entertainment. If we can hit it, it's good. As for other things, we don't have much pursuit. If you can hit it, you win. As for the rest, the pursuit is not high. Soon, Gu Xiao found his target. There was nothing special about it. The only thing that was special was probably that the elk tested Gu Xiao, allowing Gu Xiao to easily pinpoint its body's weaknesses. Certainly, another bonus is that the range is sufficient and there aren't too many escape routes around this elk. The most important thing is, the elk was followed by a companion. Gu Xiao estimated that even if he missed a shot, he would definitely hit the companion behind it. Load the gun, turn on the safety. Gu Xiao started to adjust everything according to the experience he had learned several times before, and then got himself a shoulder pad for the costume. This thing is mainly used to reduce recoil. After all, we are only 10-year-old children and do not have as strong bones as adults. It just so happens that the recoil of this gun is high enough. Don't say anything else. As for the shot fired at noon today, although Ching Song kept saying that he didn't know who shot it, Gu Xiao actually knew. He definitely didn't hit it himself. Mainly because of the powerful recoil at the moment of shooting, Gu Xiao even wondered if his shoulder blade was broken. Now, of course, you have to be prepared. After adjusting his breathing and taking advantage of the moment when the elk lowered its head, Gushio no longer hesitated. Pull the trigger. Shot. Bang. As the firing pin hammers the bullet, the primer immediately explodes with powerful energy under such impact and instantly rushes out of the barrel like a wild horse. The bullet that seemed to be able to penetrate everything rushed out instantly, as if it wanted to tear everything in the world apart. Ching Song observed the whole process, and he who was planning to use the rifle suddenly exclaimed, "It's hit! It's hit! Brother Xiao! One shot! Nice!" Ching Song was very happy, and Gu Xiao also hurriedly stepped forward to take a look. Don't ask why he fired the gun himself, but didn't know the result. The damn recoil made him take 2 steps back. This is when Gu Xiao put the gun on the ground. Gu Xiao even wondered whether those who held guns with both hands and fired directly were just showing off for the sake of showing off. Good thing. The result is pretty good. Looking through the camera, I saw that there was indeed an elk lying on the ground. It seemed to be struggling slightly, but the shot seemed to have hit the vital point. It couldn't move at all. Brother Xiao, you can hit with 1 shot in such an environment. You are indeed the most talented sharpshooter. It seems that I still have a lot to learn from you. Ching Song, the #1 admirer, started to praise, but Gu Xiao couldn't help but blush. Low-key, low-key. Humble, humble. It wasn't that we suddenly became humble. The main reason was that Gu Xiao discovered that the person who fell on the ground was not his target prey, or even the one behind the target prey. It was another lucky spectator who was slightly offset. Fortunately, no one knows about this. Otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. But while the two of them were complimenting each other, the motorcycle man on the other side was also preparing and trying to find the target, but suddenly exclaimed, "That is... Oops, there's a person lying on the ground. Seems to be injured. Is there anyone? Where is it? Why is there someone running around outside in the middle of the night? Let me see." Following the motorcycle man's voice, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, and they all looked in the direction the motorcycle man pointed. This look, sure enough, something was discovered. I saw a person kneeling on the ground at an intersection where one of the animals I was originally paying attention to was more active, seemingly struggling with something. Trap! The guide reacted immediately and looked directly at the motorcycle man with a serious look. "Is that place where you place a trap?" "Ah." The motorcycle man was stunned for a moment, then nodded, a little embarrassed. It seems that I did put the trap. Didn't you make any signs?" The guide couldn't help frowning. The motorcycle man faltered and was speechless, and finally muttered, "I didn't know there would be people here in the middle of the night. There are wild beasts outside here at night. Isn't it sick to run around outside at this time?" The meaning of this was obvious. He made traps, but he didn't make any hint for people. The guide suddenly became angry. You're operating illegally, do you know? The local hunting bureau can cancel your hunting qualification and license. I didn't mean it, The motorcycle man was a little anxious. "Oops, there's a bear." At this moment, the Indian hunter on one side suddenly exclaimed, "Bear?" As soon as these words came out, everyone immediately exclaimed and hurriedly looked in the direction pointed by the Indian hunter. The little devil even exclaimed at that time, it's over, there are bears in the mountains. Just behind that man." As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts sank. The guide was also startled. He picked up the binoculars and looked over, and his face immediately sank. "No, I have to save people." He must have been injured, and now he is trapped in a trap. He is in a panic and has no way to escape. This was agreed by everyone. Although the motorcycle man repeatedly emphasized that the trap he made was mainly for smaller animals, humans would definitely be able to untie the rope as long as they remain calm. But the premise is to stay calm. In the darkness, with a bear behind him and no scary animals around, I'm afraid no one can remain calm at all. At such times, once he is unable to break free from the rope, the man may be in real danger. In this case, we must save people. I'll go with you. Indian also stepped forward at this moment. Okay. The hunter nodded without hesitation, grabbed his gun, and rushed over in a hurry. He also said to the other people on the tower, "Please help us be on guard. If you see a bear, don't hesitate to shoot." Naturally, Everyone nodded repeatedly. Even the little devil, who had injured his ankle and had no intention of hunting, took out his shotgun and set it up. All were attentive. Shi Song was a little strange. He pulled Gu Xiu and asked, "Brother Xiu, have you seen the bear? Why didn't I see it? Tell me where it is hiding so I can take aim." Gu Xiu shook his head. He couldn't see clearly either. After all, the vision at night was poor. They had to rely on the night vision goggles installed on the scope to see things. So far, Gu Xiu was also looking for the bear hiding in the darkness. It's strange, this stinky bear is quite smart, and he actually knows how to hide it. Shi Song couldn't help but complain. The motorcycle man said from the side, "Don't underestimate animals. Although many animals are not as intelligent as us humans, they are actually very smart, especially in terms of survival instinct. Some animals are better than humans. After all, hunting is just a game for us. We are happy when we win and upset when we lose. But for these prey, if they lose, what they lose is their lives." This is still a major hunting area. Many animals are actually very sensitive to humans and gunfire. Some are even smart enough to deliberately avoid our human buildings. As he spoke, the hunter and the guide had successfully descended from the watchtower. Not long after they walked out, it was already difficult to distinguish the two figures with the naked eye. Looking at the person tied up in the trap over there, it can be seen that the other person is struggling like a child, desperately trying to break free from the rope. But this trap, generally, the more you struggle, the deeper you sink and the tighter the rope becomes. If you cannot calm down and release the rope, there is no way to break free in a short time. "Here we go again," the little devil suddenly shouted. The motorcycle man next to him was more decisive than him. He immediately aimed at the target and fired without hesitation. This shot startled many animals again. You can clearly hear the sound of animals running fast in the forest. "No hit," the motorcycle man said regretfully, and the kid on the side also frowned. "No matter whether we can hit or not, let's try our best to scare the bear before shooting, and try to buy time for them both." "Okay." The motorcycle man nodded and agreed. At the same time, he told Gu Xiu and Shi Song to just shoot if the situation arises. If they really can't find the bear, then fire blank shots elsewhere, mainly hoping to scare away dangerous beasts in the forest with the sound of gunfire. This request was better than asking them to find the bear and shoot directly. Shi Song immediately agreed and then fired a shot in a random direction. It was Gu Xiu who couldn't help but frown. Looking back at Zhang Wu, he saw that Zhang Wu was still standing beside the two of them. It seemed that he was aware of his gaze, and Zhang Wu also looked towards him. The two just made simple eye contact. No words were spoken, but Gu Xiu saw some special brilliance in Zhang Wu's eyes. He immediately raised his eyebrows. He then looked at several other people on the field, then looked back at Zhang Wu, only to see Zhang Wu nodding slightly. This discovery, Gu Xiu's eyes suddenly froze, and his head started to move rapidly. Bang! At this moment, gunfire suddenly erupted in the distance. It's already started. It seems they are in trouble. They have started exchanging fire with the wild beasts. Too bad. Our view here is blocked. The little devil spoke first. He told the truth. The hunter and the guide were already close to the trap, but due to the obstruction of the woods, they could not see the specific situation clearly. They could only hear the continuous sound of gunfire, accompanied by the flickering of fire. "Crisis situation. I'm going to help." The little devil immediately greeted him, but as soon as he took a step, he remembered that his ankle was injured, and he almost fell to the ground. "No, your foot is injured. You can't take risks." The motorcycle man frowned, then turned to look at Zhang Wu aside. "Sir, you should be able to shoot. Go down below to help, and we will show you the way." As if he knew Zhang Wu would question why he didn't take action, the man opened his trousers with a wry smile. "I was injured when I was hung up today, and I haven't recovered yet. It's very inconvenient to go up and down the stairs." This is true. After all, he was hung upside down by his own trap for so long. Although he was rescued in time, there was still an obvious strangulation mark on his calf. In fact, when he went up to the tower at night, the hunter and the guide helped him get it. After hearing this, Gu Xiu and Zhang Wu looked at each other again. Uncle Jean, go ahead. We're safe up there. Shi Qing said at this time. Don't worry, I will protect Brother Xiu's safety. Yes, Uncle Jean. Go help. They must be in big trouble. Gu Xiu also nodded repeatedly. These words played a key role. Zhan Wu finally seemed to stop hesitating, nodded, picked up Gu Xiu's shotgun, turned around and rushed towards the bottom of the tower. After all, it is the first combat force, and its speed is naturally very fast. In just a few seconds, Zhan Wu rushed to the bottom of the tower, and then turned to look upstairs. Several people upstairs immediately waved their hands. Zhan Wu nodded, seemed to glance at Gu Xiu again, then quickened his pace again, rushed towards the firefighting area, and disappeared into the jungle in the blink of an eye. But when Zhan Wu just disappeared, the motorcycle man and the little devil suddenly looked at each other, and then looked at Gu Xiu. Face, showing a ferocious smile. Hey, this man has good skills. Is he your bodyguard? He's really fast. He looks like a very powerful master at first glance. The motorcycle man was the first to praise, looking as if he was surprised by Zhan Wu's speed. Although Shi Qing didn't have a good impression of these two people, but seeing the other party praising Uncle Jean, whom he admired, he immediately nodded and said arrogantly, That's not true. My Uncle Jean is the strongest, and he knows Kung Fu. Kung Fu. The motorcycle man was surprised. Are you talking about Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu? Is that true? I always thought it was fake. Of course it's not fake. Shi Qing pouted. My Uncle Jean is a master of Zhen Er Bajing. As for Kung Fu, it must be real. It's normal for you people to not understand. This is a bit arrogant. In fact, Shi Qing was often asked similar questions when he was in school, and Shi Qing answered the same question every time. Normally saying this would inevitably lead to countless questions. But the kid curled his lips with a look of disdain. Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu, it's all a lie. There is no such thing in this world. I have seen so-called Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu masters before, but in fact they are all useless tricks. Our neon karate is the strongest. You know, our karate is well known all over the world. Even a Milliken's army had to learn karate. Where's Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu? It's nothing. What do you know? Shi Qing was a little angry. This little kid deliberately sabotaged his hunting, which made Shi Qing very unhappy. Even throughout the night, Shi Qing didn't pay much attention to this little kid. And now, this little devil actually came to question his Uncle Jean, which made Shi Qing even more unhappy, and immediately retorted, Real Kung Fu. It's a killing skill. Do you think it's like your so-called karate, fighting people? The Kung Fu over Dragon Kingdom was something that was used for fighting on the battlefield in those days. Many powerful Kung Fu masters can kill people with just a snap of their fingers. If you haven't seen it, it can only be said that you have little knowledge. It sounds nice, but it is just a lie. What you people from the Dragon Kingdom like most is to tell lies. The little devil curled his lips and looked like he needed a beating. Shi Qing didn't know what others were thinking, but he was at this moment. I really want to beat this little devil to death. Isn't it? What? Is there anything wrong with what I said? You said that man is so powerful. Have you personally seen him kill someone, or have you learned from him? If not, then don't brag like that. If you have learned from him, that's fine. Come and try to hit me. The little devil was still provoking. Shi Qing gritted his teeth and felt even more angry when he saw the other persons come and beat me. Look, what's even more annoying is, the little devil not only made crazy provocations, but even raised his face. No way, right? You don't even dare to resist. Let me just say, my ancestors almost made you our colony. This is not because of how powerful my ancestors are, but because of the innate cowardice of you Dragon Kingdom people. Ha ha ha. And just right. Shi Qing is such a person. At that moment, he no longer tolerated it. He clenched his fist and planned to hit the opponent in the face. But Shi Qing, who was already irritated at this time, obviously didn't notice. The little devil in front of him had a smile on his lips. Even less noticed. The motorcycle man beside him kept his gaze downward from beginning to end, always staring at the position of the disappeared figure. Okay. At this moment, Gu Xiu spoke, interrupting Shi Qing's accumulated anger. Gu Xiu glanced at the little devil indifferently. His eyes were dull, without any emotion. This child, who was obviously the youngest and least likely to be an obstacle, suddenly looked at him with such eyes. The little devil felt at a loss for a moment. Even the previous momentum was slightly weaker. But then, the little devil came to his senses again. He looked at Gu Xiu frivolously and raised his chin. "What's wrong, kid? Do you also think that what I said is right?" Ha ha ha. This wild smile made Shi Qingsong turn pale. But just when he was about to make a move, he heard a crisp sound, pop. This was a slap, not that loud, but here this slap was enough for everyone present to hear it. It's Gu Xiu. It was this kid who suddenly took action. The little devil was stunned. All his attention had been on Shi Qingsong before, but he never expected that this kid would take action as soon as he said it, without even hesitating. When this happened, he capsized in the gutter. But then, the little devil became furious. But just when he was about to make a move, he saw Gu Xiu quietly said, "You are testing. Uncle Jean, am I still staring at this place?" Gu Xiu's tone was very calm. But just what he said in this calm tone made the little devil who was about to take action in anger suddenly freeze on the spot. There was even more surprise and uncertainty in his eyes. "What did you say? You, or rather you, didn't meet us by chance from the beginning, right?" Gu Xiu asked calmly, "Including your injured legs and deliberately irritating us. Right from the beginning you wanted to get close to us and look for opportunities? What is the purpose? Let me guess. It seems that you don't want to kill us directly, but want to capture us alive. Otherwise you wouldn't be so verbose. The reason why you go around in such a big circle is because you know that my Uncle Jean is very powerful, so you deliberately go to such trouble and make a plan to make Uncle Jean leave us. And now, you are still trying to anger us because you are testing. You seem to be afraid of my Uncle Jean. Because you are afraid of him, even if others are not here, you still dare not take action directly. Instead, you want to provoke us. Let us take action first, and then you can fight back. In this way, you can reasonably find an opportunity to take action. If Uncle Jean pays attention to us and stops it in time, you will treat it as just a quarrel and a normal conflict. But if Uncle Jean is not here, or does not pay attention to what is going on here, at this point, Gu Xiu tilted his head. "You too, are you going to kidnap us directly? Are you just going to kidnap us?" Gu Xiu's tone was still calm, and his eyes seemed to be able to see through some illusions. The expressions of the little devil and the motorcycle man changed several times. But, in the end, both of them began to shake their heads without hesitation. I don't know what you're talking about. Kid, there's a term in psychology called persecutory delusion. I suspect that you may have such a symptom. I don't even know what you mean by saying so much. Shi Qingsong also looked confused. But, because he never thought that his IQ would be on the next level compared to Brother Xiu, he never thought of doubting Gu Xiu. So the first time Gu Xiu said this, he stood directly next to Gu Xiu, picked up the gun, and looked at the two of them carefully. "It's just that I still have some doubts in my heart. Brother Xiu, how did you figure out the problem? If you don't admit it, forget it. I'm not interested in explaining to you the mistakes you made." Gu Xiu shrugged, "But I think I may need to remind you that Uncle Jean is very strong, so he can solve the following troubles quickly and come back. That is to say, you only have this chance to take action. If you don't take action now, it will be difficult for you to find such a God-given opportunity even if you stay with us for another month." As soon as these words came out, the two people's expressions changed several times again. Look at each other. There were questions in their eyes, and they were already thinking in their hearts whether they should take action now. It was Gu Xiu. As if watching the fun was not a big deal, he actually waved his hand at this time. "Speaking of which, the slap I just gave you was quite refreshing, but you were too thick-skinned and my hands hurt from the slap." "What? Didn't you just say that you have a bad temper? You were slapped by a 10-year-old kid like me, and you didn't dare to fight back. No, right? You are an adult. An adult was slapped loudly by a 10-year-old child like me. This is a shame. It is a shame for your ancestors in the divine toilet." Shi Qingsong was shocked to find out. The situation seems to have been reversed. The little devil who originally madly angered him is actually livid at you now, and Gu Xiu in turn angers you. Exactly. This little devil doesn't know what's wrong. Unexpectedly, he was just suffering, not even daring to fart, and just glanced down from time to time. Obviously, he has concerns. Baga. Finally, under such ridicule, the little devil couldn't hold his anger anymore. After he shouted angrily, he slapped Gushio first. Although I don't know what you're talking about, but you insult me like this, if I don't fight back, then I can still be considered a warrior of the empire. But, although he said that but he still stared down. Obviously, he decided to take the risk and give it a try. However, when he faced a child so absent-mindedly, he was obviously underestimating the enemy. At least Gushio was not the kind of person who remained indifferent to the slaps coming. I saw that he only turned slightly to one side, and then hid to the side, and then hit the little devil with his elbow forcefully. This is what Zhang Wu taught Gushio by reviewing his tactics after instructing him to avoid Yisiu and Takuya. Although Gushio's previous tactics were good, and he made 2 consecutive achievements, but in Zhang Wu's words, such tactics are only suitable for surprise once the opponent is on guard, or if there are many people. The result of what Gushio did. Just throw yourself into a trap. But now it's different. You can advance, attack, retreat, or defend. Although the lethality is reduced, at least Gushio can counterattack to a certain extent and still retains his strength. Like now, although the short-legged move of cutting off one's descendants and destroying one's descendants is a unique technique in the world, it has not been reproduced yet, but new moves have appeared as expected. This move hits the side, waist area. This is also a weak spot of the human body. Whether it is Sanda or boxing, this part is a critical part. And this move, Gushio gave him a famous name. Shaoshinka's Redemption. Don't worry, Gushio is just a 10-year-old kid. Both his strength and speed are weak for an adult. But with the strength of the elbow, the explosive power of this blow is no weaker than that of an adult. Plus, it still hits the kidney area. That's sour and refreshing. Just looking at the little devil in front of me, covering his waist with an old face huddled together. You can see it. The power of this move is definitely not small. Baga. The little devil howled angrily, but his voice changed a bit. This feeling of being suddenly hammered was definitely not pleasant. Almost subconsciously, while rubbing the injured area, the little devil hit Gushio with a right uppercut. But it's a pity. Gushio was on guard and stepped back to hide. Damn it, I really underestimated you. The little devil was a little angry and stared at Gushio fiercely. I can't wait to catch this kid and tear him to pieces. At this moment, bang bang, gunshots rang out again in the distance, and it was obvious that the situation below had changed again. This sudden change instantly made the little devil's eyes light up. Even a motorcycle man, who is always on guard, also pleasantly surprised. The war started below. It means Zhang Wu is being held back. And think about it, I had attacked this boy before, but Zhang Wu didn't make any movement at all. Now I can be more sure of my guess. It seems that your bodyguard can't take care of you for the time being. The little devil laughed ferociously. The motorcycle man on the side didn't even say anything this time. He took out a gun from his arms and pointed it at Gushio's head. Stop nagging them. Hurry up and take these 2 boys away. Until this moment, these 2 finally recovered their true colors. They're indeed not good people. In other words, they came here for Gushio this time. Everything before was all a disguise. To be honest, the sudden change of the 2 people was beyond Shi Qingsong's expectation. But after all, he had already been on guard. At this time, he raised the gun in his hand without any politeness. What are you going to do? Put down the gun. As he said this, he took a step forward diagonally and stood in front of Gushio, with a pair of big eyes like those of a cow. Not to mention, he is full of murderous intent. But Shi Qingsong was destined not to have a chance to explode, because the moment he just made a move, the little Japanese suddenly stepped forward and grabbed the barrel of the gun. In a hurry, Shi Qing let go of the gun. But it's a pity. When the barrel of the gun was grabbed by someone, the bullet was fired without any surprise, and then the other party kicked Shi Qingsong without hesitation. The momentum is strong. Even a big man like Shi Qingsong took a few steps back and fell to the ground after receiving this kick. Just wanted to fight back. But the dark muzzle was already aimed at him. The two children were restrained on the spot. The two people who took control of the situation were no longer provocative or naughty as before. They had such a tacit understanding that they each took out a pair of handcuffs from their bodies and put them on them. Gu Xiao was very cooperative. Shi Qing was not so easy to cooperate. This kid was extremely tough. Even after being hit twice, he still wanted to resist. But when the motorcycle man pointed his gun at Gu Xiao and told him that if he continued to resist, they would beat Gu Xiao's head to pieces without hesitation, Shi Qing finally became honest. Hurry up. The bodyguard will be back soon. The motorcycle man greeted, put Gu Xiao on his shoulders, and rushed down the stairs quickly. The little devil was a little depressed. He couldn't carry such a big man as Shi Qing, so he could only threaten him with a gun and ask Shi Qing to follow him downstairs quickly. After all, Brother Xiao was in the hands of others. Shi Qing did not resist. This time, although his hands were cuffed behind his back, he still hurriedly followed. He was afraid that if he was far away from Gu Xiao, something might happen to him. Soon, the four of them came downstairs. They did not look at the battlefield where the exchange of fire had stopped, but quickly headed towards the woods behind them. They obviously have a good plan. Whether approaching or retreating, he behaved in an orderly manner along the way. Soon, after entering the jungle, the two of them rushed directly into the deeper bushes. Gu Xiao and the others have been to this place before. However, because the bushes were too messy, it did not get too close. But now they saw these two people coming to the bushes and directly pulling the bushes away. I saw this off-road vehicle parked inside. Shi Qing immediately shouted that it was bad. The other party was too well prepared. Originally, he thought that Uncle Jean would be able to track him down quickly after finding out, but if they were pulled into the car, it's really dangerous. But soon, Shi Qing had no time to think about anything more, because he found that after briefly clearing the obstacles around the off-road vehicle, the motorcycle man opened the trunk, stuffed Gu Xiao in, and then looked at him. But that look didn't look like he was asking him to get into the car by himself. More like, our target is just this kid. As for this kid, the motorcycle man said quietly, there's no need to take him with him. No need to take him with him? That means he doesn't need to be alive anymore. The little devil immediately raised his head and pointed his gun at Shi Qing. Even Shi Qing could clearly see that the other party's finger was ready to pull the trigger. I advise you not to shoot. At this moment, a faint voice came, and then Shi Qing saw a scene that surprised him. In the Jeep. I don't know when Zhan Wu was sitting inside, holding a pistol in his hand, and spoke in a calm tone. Zhan Wu, we were already in the car, waiting for them. Why are you stealing my lines? I'll say the next line. What shocked Shi Qing even more was that Gu Xiao, who should have been as frightened as himself. At this time, he actually had time to speak. This is my favorite line. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Gu Xiao suddenly spoke in a broadcast voice. I bet your gun is in it. There are no bullets. I bet you have it in your gun. There are no bullets. After Gu Yin Shuanging Xiao said these words in a highly realistic manner, he bared his teeth in a handsome manner that could not last more than 3 seconds. Uncle Jean, please help me. The feeling of these handcuffs is really unpleasant. I swear I will never let anyone put handcuffs on me again. As he said that, Gu Xiao added, except in bed, Shi Qing. But it was obvious that at this time, neither Gu Xiao's tricks nor Shi Qing's confusion and astonishment could attract the attention of the motorcycle man and the little devil, because at this moment, the two of them were surrounded by shock and fear. At this moment, the two of them were already surrounded by countless question marks. What's going on? What happened? Why is this happening? A series of questions kept coming to my mind. They didn't understand why this plan that was supposed to be flawless suddenly failed inexplicably, and they didn't understand why their acting skills were discovered. I don't understand even more. Is it true that there are no bullets in the gun? I'm glad you didn't try to shoot. While the two were puzzled, Zhan Wu Yu said. At this time, he had already opened the car door and got out of the car. But then, Zhan Wu suddenly said, but I'm not very happy that you bullied these two children." As soon as he finished speaking, the motorcycle man and the little devil suddenly felt vigilant in their hearts. But just as they were becoming vigilant, two gunshots suddenly rang out. The gunshot rang in the ears of the two men. Although it didn't hit them, the harsh sound made the two people's ears ring and even became temporarily deaf. And look back, an even more desperate scene appeared. At the position where Jean Wu's gun was pointing, a woman fell directly to the ground with a plop, not moving. There seems to be no life left. This scene happened to be with their backs to Gu Xiu and Shi Song. When the two noticed it, it was too late to see the woman's face clearly, but they would have noticed it if they had seen it. This woman, it was the female killer whom I met at the door of the gun store. But they didn't see it, but the motorcycle man and the little devil saw it clearly, especially after watching the woman fall to the ground motionless. Fear, like a nightmare, it instantly haunted the two of them. That woman, but their captain. Moreover, she is also recognized as the strongest killer in their organization. Her strength even made the two of them feel desperate. But now, the captain who is so powerful that it made people feel hopeless was now easily killed by two shots, lying on the cold ground and blending in with the mud. Even, from beginning to end, I didn't even get a chance to say a word. At the same time, the two of them suddenly remembered that the captain had specially summoned them all for this task. When faced with questions about why so many people were needed to deal with the child, the captain said meaningfully, "I know you all think you are demons, but what you're going to face this time, it's the king of demons. He is the absolute killer walking in the world. The absolute killer. The demon king." Crack! While the two were still distracted, Jean would already remove the handcuffs from Gu Xiu and Shi Song. He was so fast that he didn't even see clearly how he did it. Both sets of handcuffs have been opened. The quality of these handcuffs is really good. Gu Xiu moved his wrist and complained, "It hurts me. Have you ever seen handcuffs of poor quality?" Jean Wu was surprised. Gu Xiu replied casually, "There are some small shops with curtains outside the university town that sell handcuffs of poor quality." Jean Wu suddenly looked at Gu Xiu strangely. It's a bit hesitant to speak. Good thing. Jean Wu had long been used to the fact that Gu Xiu always said some weird words. He shook his head and looked at where he was standing. The two people who dared not move said, "Are you going to explain yourself, or should I explain it for you?" I don't know anything. Really? Jean Wu smiled and looked at the little devil. "What about you?" Me too." Bang! Gunshots rang out again without warning. This shot. He shot at the little devil's head, but Jean Wu did not hit him directly, but raised the muzzle of the gun slightly. But even so, this shot is still frightening. Or rather, it was even more terrifying, but it was okay for the little devil. He just felt a little hot on his head, mixed with the smell of burnt hair. But for motorcycle men, that would be really terrifying, because he saw that a groove had appeared in the hair just above the little devil's head, and even the scalp was exposed. This shot, he actually knocked off the little devil's hair accurately without hurting the little devil at all. A layman looks at the excitement. An expert looks at the door. This shot looks simple, but he knows firearms very well, and it can even be said that he can hold a gun as steadily as a rock and can command it like an arm. 1 point upward, and the scalp cannot be exposed. A little further down, the little devil's skull will crack. At least, after touching his hair, the little devil above his head was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, and his crotch was wet with a filthy smell. Shi Song and Gu Xiu immediately covered their noses and took a few steps back, although understandable. But I still feel a little disgusted. But Jean Wu completely ignored the scared kid and looked at the motorcycle man again. "Do you want to say something now?" I really don't know." The motorcycle man was extremely frightened, but still shook his head desperately. Jean Wu nodded and turned to glance at the little devil. The little devil was really frightened. He wanted to speak hurriedly, but as soon as he spoke, he saw that Jean Wu had already pushed back 5 or 6 meters. Little devil. Bang! Raise the gun and shoot. There is no aiming process at all, and with this shot, the groove on the little devil's head became wider. Zhang Wu actually deliberately stepped back and fired again, and still accurately shaved off the opponent's hair. Uncle Zhang's marksmanship is great. Opening a barbershop as Tony's teacher will definitely bring good business. At this time, Gu Xiao was the only one who said something sarcastic, but this distance can't show off your skills. Zhang Wu shrugged and actually took a few steps back again, almost 10 meters away, and looked at the motorcycle man as before. Do you want to say it now? I really don't. The motorcycle man gritted his teeth, obviously wanting to continue to be harsh. But just as he said these words, the kid beside him, who had already broken through the defense, was already crying and shouting. I know. Stop shooting. I'll tell you everything I know. While crying, the kid glanced at the motorcycle man with full of resentment. The co-author was not the motorcycle guy who was intimidated. Of course he could be tough-talking. When Zhang Wu heard this, his face was still expressionless, but he looked like he was looking at a dead person. He looked at the motorcycle man and said, Now it's your turn. If he tells a lie, I'll shoot you. Motorcycle man. 10 minutes later, with the engine roaring like a beast, the Jeep rushed out of the forest area, splashing large swaths of mud. Wherever you go, beasts and birds fled in all directions. Uncle Zhang, I have watched a lot of interrogation techniques on TV, but I have never seen you so perverted. Shi Qing muttered. Zhang Wu, who heard this, just shook his head. Perverted? It was indeed perverted. By relying on the technique of shaving people's heads, Zhang Wu successfully pried the two people's mouths open and even made the two people eager to answer questions. One thing to say, in terms of mental torture, Zhang Wu's methods were indeed a bit abnormal this time. But regarding Shi Qing's words, Zhang Wu just replied, My method is not very good. In addition to not wanting you to see any too bloody scenes, it is also because I am not professional in this area. I think they were both frightened. Isn't this professional? Shi Qing was incredulous. He can see it clearly. The motorcycle man and the little devil were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground, with running noses and tears, eager to answer, fearing that their opponents would harm them. That's it. Not considered professional? I know two people. They are the real interrogation experts. One of them is good at attacking your mind. He won't touch you even a hair and won't harm you physically at all. But he can honestly tell you all your memories from birth. But the side effects are very serious. What are the side effects? Generally, people who finish the interrogation will have psychological problems, and almost all the people who finish the interrogation go directly to the mental hospital. This is too scary. Shi Qing's eyes widened. What about the other one? The other one. Zhang Wu shook his head. The other person who has finished the interrogation will not go to the mental hospital. Where to go? Not going anywhere, because the person who has been interrogated will be eager to commit suicide and be free. Hearing this, Shi Qing couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he secretly said that he was just a good young man, far enough away from the world Zhang Wu mentioned. At this moment, behind a few people, there was a sudden explosion, flames shot into the sky, and the earth shook. Shi Qing looked back and saw the place behind them where they had been. At this time, it had been bombed into a blur. Seeing this scene, Shi Qing suddenly trembled with fright and glanced at Zhang Wu cautiously. Does he know? Zhang Wu had previously locked up the kid and the motorcycle man with handcuffs. Now, there was such a big explosion, and those two people, they are both killers, and they have a lot of lives on their hands. Zhang Wu replied. And such killers will either complete their missions or be hunted down by the killer organization, which means that they will either be hunted down or come to trouble us again. Since we don't want to trouble ourselves, let's find a way to solve the trouble. These words are not in line with Zhang Wu's always calm and calm style, even a bit mother-in-law. Obviously, when facing two underage children, Zhang Wu had always tried his best to use less bloody methods. Even if it is used, try not to let the two of them see it directly. Where are the others? Shi Qing hesitated and asked, They are all in the same group? No. Then, our guide is paid to do things, and he is not really a group. Hearing this, Shi Qing's eyes suddenly widened. Who is this person? How much hatred and hatred? So many people are coming to arrest us? No, they're coming to arrest Brother Xiao. What are they doing? Shi Song has not forgotten. The purpose of the little devil and the motorcycle man was very clear before. That is, they wanted to capture Gu Xiao, and they had to capture him alive. As for myself, the other party is ready to kill me, so it definitely has nothing to do with me. Regarding Shi Song's question, Zhan Wu and Gu Xiao both frowned. Obviously, they didn't know. Although Zhan Wu interrogated the little devil and the motorcycle man. But it's a pity. Those two people belonged to a killer organization, and their mission was to kill Zhan Wu and capture Gu Xiao alive, with the latter having the highest priority. That is to say, it doesn't matter whether Zhan Wu is there or not. It would be best if he can kill him, but forget it if he can't. But Gu Xiao, it must be caught, and it must be captured alive. As for the rest, the two of them didn't know. According to them, their captain might know a little more. And their captain, it was the female killer they met at the entrance of the store. She was also the woman who was shot in the head by Zhan Wu before interrogating the two of them, without even leaving a single line. Not long after driving, Zhan Wu suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the car stopped without warning in a forest surrounded by lush trees. What are we going to do? Shi Song asked. Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who are you waiting for? Shi Song was surprised. The words just left his mouth. I could vaguely hear the roar of an engine, but it wasn't really that loud, especially at night when the sounds of various beasts and birds could always be vaguely heard around me. But when everyone can hear it, the distance is actually very close. Motorcycle. Hold the grass. No lights on. As Shi Song shouted, he saw, in a jungle, a mountain bike with no lights on, rushing over quickly. When approaching the jeep, the motorcycle braked suddenly, and the rear wheel drifted instantly. After a beautiful flick, the car stopped accurately in front of the window. This is a woman with long flowing hair and a dashing appearance. But when he saw the woman's appearance clearly, Shi Song was startled, and his body shrank subconsciously. Why is it you? Aren't you dead? The woman who appeared in front of him was none other than the female killer, who had met at least 3 times. But she should have been killed by Zhan Wu's precise headshot before. It was precisely when they saw him dead that the motorcycle man and the little devil completely broke through their defenses. But now, this woman who was supposed to have been killed by a headshot reappeared here. Little brother, you don't think that Zhan Wu is really willing to kill me, do you? Is he the kind of person who doesn't miss old feelings? The female killer raised an eyebrow at Shi Song. Be reasonable. If he didn't know the identity of the other party, the lethality of these eyebrows would be really great. After all, the other party has a perfect face and a figure that makes countless LSPs feel excited. But as soon as she raised her eyebrows, the female killer noticed that Zhan Wu's face turned cold and immediately shrank her head. Of course. The most important thing is that I've done a good job in protecting you. Protect? Shi Song blinked, his face full of confusion. If I remember correctly, this female killer is the captain of this gang of killers, right? Why protected? But while Shi Song was confused, Gu Xiao, who had never spoken much, looked at the woman up and down, and then asked, Are you Huofeng? The kid actually knows my name? Huofeng was a little surprised, and then seemed to think of something. Yes, you know Sister Dao and Sister Miao, so you must have heard my name from them. You didn't meet by chance at the shooting point before, let alone recognize your face, but deliberately left a signal to Uncle Jean? Smart. Have you discovered this? So, tonight you actually prepared a show of fake death for yourself? Do you want to wash your hands in a golden basin and completely end your previous life? That's not true. Huofeng shook his head. I have no intention of retiring, so I can't wash my hands in a golden basin, but I want to abandon the dark and turn to the bright. The two answered these questions very fast. Zhan Wu remained silent and gave all the power of speech to Gu Xiao. There is only Shi Song, looking at Gu Xiao and then at the female killer Hua. Feng, she finally couldn't help but say, Brother Xiao, can I take the liberty to ask, is it, I missed a lot of things? Otherwise, why can't I understand anything? Be reasonable. Everything that happened tonight, was a bit too sudden. At least until now, Shi Ching-sung still looked confused. For him, today was just a normal hunt. No matter the people he met or the things he came into contact with, it was very normal for him. Can be biased. Now it seems that everything is not normal. Everyone he met came prepared, and everything that happened seemed to have been carefully anticipated by others. It was fine. He felt that he and Gu Xiao were in the same situation, not understanding these things at all. Now it seems the clown is actually me. Little brother, do you know a lot? Huofeng laughed, then looked at Gu Xiao and said strangely, I'm surprised. How could you think of so much? Even when you saw me for the first time, you knew something was wrong with me? Actually, I didn't know at that time. I even just thought that I just happened to meet a killer like you, and it should have nothing to do with me. Gu Xiao shook his head, but I am quite curious about everything, especially some fields that I have no contact with. I am more or less curious. So after I went back, I launched an investigation on you. Investigation? Huofeng was surprised and couldn't help but ask, what did you find? Nothing was found. Gu Xiao shook his head. I only investigated you on a limited part of the internet, but obviously not everything in this world can be omniscient and omnipotent through the internet. Gu Xiao shook his head. It is obviously impossible for me to investigate you when I have only met you once. So I change away. What method? Huofeng became interested. Gu Xiao replied, I investigated your target, or the person we thought was the target. This. Huofeng suddenly came to his senses. Did you find clues from him? Yes. Gu Xiao nodded. I just wanted to know more about your industry, which I had no contact with at all. So I wanted to see who your target person was, and he could actually cause the killer to pursue him. This will be relatively easier. After all, he actually applied to purchase firearms. As long as there is a record, I can easily find something. So what did you find? Huofeng wondered. He has a complete identity. He does have a complete identity, but the problem is that this person's identity is just an ordinary person, and there is nothing special about him. I also checked his social security and driver's license. Through these investigations, I found that his identity information was false. In fact, this kind of identity information can be discovered with careful investigation, because his past is actually a blank. Huofeng nodded, and Gu Xiao continued. This piqued my interest, so I started to investigate deeper, including all his medical information and the direction of his funds. In the end, it took me a lot of time to investigate and found out that the person's other identity should be a real identity, but this identity is even more strange. Similarly, he is also an ordinary person, and there are many criminal records, but basically they're not big records. Just because of this, you think I am strange? Huofeng was surprised. Yes. Why? Huofeng was incredulous. But Gu Xiao shrugged. I like to think about problems, so the first time I found out the information, I thought about whether what I was investigating was still a fake identity. But judging from all the information, including his consumption trajectory, my investigation cannot be wrong, because his identity can indeed withstand scrutiny. If this can be faked, then I can only say that I am afraid that multiple official departments of Alican are helping him to fake it. So I started guessing. Either this person's identity has something to do with the official, and even has hands and eyes, or the identity I found out is the true identity. If it is the former, then everything is natural. If it is the latter, it only means that this person is in the same group as you. So, you don't seem to have guessed the first one. Huofeng was curious. In fact, I was most suspicious of the former at the beginning, so I tracked this person in detail, including his recent and subsequent series of consumption. Through these, I was finally convinced. This person is indeed not a simple person, but he is definitely not an extraordinary big shot. Why? Huofeng didn't know, but Gu Xiao smiled. Because I'm a rich man, and I know very well that a rich man with status will never go to an ordinary high-heeled dance club and swipe his credit card. Huofeng, good guy. Although he has always known that being able to become a target is definitely not a simple child. But she really didn't expect it. Just relying on this, he can actually conclude that his teammate is a killer. The next thing is very simple. I started to analyze from the perspective that this person and your teammates, so I went back and reinvestigated the first meeting at gunpoint. As a result, I found that you seem to have been waiting for us to arrive before coming out. For this reason, it is to create an opportunity to meet. At this point, Gushio paused briefly and glanced at John Woo. Then I thought that when Uncle Jean met you for the first time, he was wary at first, but then he seemed not worried at all. This is obviously something wrong. So I think you may have used some method of communication that I didn't understand during that meeting. These words surprised John Woo. It is true that he never told Gushio about this aspect from beginning to end, but he did not expect that Gushio was already suspicious at that time. This kid, smart and scary. Huofeng was in disbelief. So, when I came a hunt this time, it seemed that I was the hunter, but in fact, from the beginning, I, or my teammates, were all your prey. Even, Huofeng looked at John Woo and said nothing, but the meaning was very obvious. Even John Woo, Gushio saw it all. You're wrong to say that. In fact, the investigation found that you are the killer, and you seem to be running towards me. But when I communicated with Uncle Jean, I stopped investigating you. Gushio shrugged. What? The question this time was from John Woo. But Gushio smiled, because I know, Uncle Jean, you are a person who keeps his promises. Since you are my bodyguard, no matter what you do, you will never hurt me. Hearing this, John Woo fell silent, then patted Gushio on the shoulder. Thank you. This was obviously a thank you to Gushio for his trust. That's wrong. Huofeng became confused. Since you haven't investigated my information, how do you know that I am Huofeng's? Guess. Gushio spread his hands. Guess. I heard about your existence from Sister Dao and Sister Miao, and you and Uncle Jean obviously knew each other last time we met, so I guess that you might be the Huofeng. That's okay. Huofeng was helpless. He seemed a little unconvinced, but in the end, this dissatisfaction turned into helplessness. There is one. The feeling of being crushed by a child. Then how did you spot the motorcycle man and the little devil? Sure, Ching Song couldn't help but ask. You don't need to look at this. They have been staring at us from the beginning to the end. They obviously regard us as prey. Gushio replied. Is there any? Sure, Ching Song wanted to ask, but quickly thought of it. After all, they had been together for a long time, and there was something strange about the two of them. They must not be top experts. No one refuted this. But Huofeng couldn't help but look at Gushio one more time. Those few people were indeed not top experts, just ordinary killers. But Gushio could tell the problem by splicing together some abnormal eyes. This is a bit too scary. Actually, it's not that bad. Gushio shook his head. I just happened to know that there was something wrong with your actions, so I was wary of everyone I came into contact with, so I could detect something was wrong. If you had known earlier, you would have been suspicious. Huofeng took a deep breath and wanted to say that this was not easy, but in the end, he did not say, now my doubts have been cleared. Then let's go. It's time for me to clear your doubts. At this point, Huofeng looked directly at Gushio. The person who wants to kidnap you. Are you curious who it is? Hear this. Not only Gushio, but also Shi Ching Song and John Woo cast doubtful glances. They knew that all this was aimed at Gushio. But actually I am more confused. Why? Will someone target Gushio? It doesn't mean that Gushio can't become a fat sheep in the eyes of others. After all, Gushio's apparent identity is that he is the successor of Yuan Shio's investment in the Gu family. It is actually a normal thing to be targeted by some kidnapping gangs who want to extort money. But if it is really just an ordinary kidnapping gang, they will usually take action directly instead of going a lot of trouble to find a professional killer organization and hire such a team of killers to take action. This shouldn't be the case. Huofeng looked at Gushio with a smile, but not a smile, with a bit of pride on her pretty face. She had been feeling depressed since the beginning. Rare now. Although it wasn't a big deal for her to see this kid who had tried his best to be defeated, she felt a little happy. But it's a pity. To Huofeng's dismay, although Gushio frowned, he quickly shook his head and calmed down. You are just a killer. It is impossible to know the cause and effect, and it is even more impossible to know who wants to kidnap me. So in fact, you probably don't know much. Huofeng was unhappy. He was questioning himself, and said rather unconvinced. Although I don't know the specific inside story, through some details, I can roughly know who wants to arrest you. Don't you want to know? These words made Gushio silent. He had to admit that Gushio was actually curious when he noticed that something was wrong with Huafeng and that someone seemed to be targeting him. Who wants to take action against him? The first thing he thought of was the revenge of the Nomura family. After all, the Nomura family was considered a world-class wealthy family. But such a big family had a first-generation helmsman and a second-generation successor in its own hands. Even the Nomura family was in trouble and suffered billions of dollars in losses. This is not a bunch of numbers. This is real money. It's absolutely not surprising that they would want revenge. They might even kidnap themselves, make Yuanshio Investment make concessions, or even make themselves evaporate in the end. The second suspect was Madoff. Although in the previous incident, it seemed that Madoff had suffered the least loss. Afterwards, he and Yuanshio Investment reconciled. Although there was no commercial cooperation, at least it was a complete truce. But in fact, Gushio knew. For Madoff, capital flow was always his biggest headache and worry. After instigating such a counterattack with the Nomura family, in the end, the Nomura family got involved. It's almost a no-brainer to know. The Nomura family must have proposed exiting their asset management business, which means Madoff will need at least billions of dollars in funding to fill the gap. Under such circumstances, whom Madoff hated the most was definitely the initiator himself and Yuanshio Investment. So, by kidnapping yourself, you can not only avenge your past shame, but you can also use yourself as a threat to do many things. These two are prime targets of suspicion. Besides, Gushio even suspected the Yi family of Dragon Kingdom, but the possibility was very low. After all, for now, through a series of clues, it can be pointed out that the Yi family currently has a deep relationship with him, and it even seems to involve a lot of struggles, such as the handover and inheritance of rights. But, for now, Gushio and the Yi family have not initiated any head-on conflicts, and there are not even many contacts. On the contrary, because Yuanshio Investment has the Yi family shares, many of his businesses are going very smoothly. To put it bluntly, the relationship between the two parties is actually very ambiguous. So, this possibility is actually the smallest. While Gushio was thinking silently, Zhan Wu on the side had already taken the initiative to ask, "If you have any clues, why don't you tell them directly?" Zhan Wu did not give Huafeng a chance to bargain, and said again at this time, "You faked your death because you wanted to get rid of the previous organization and become a free agent, but it also means that in the future you will either completely hide and become an ordinary person, or you'll have to find someone to protect you. And this is also the purpose of why you came to Gushio, or to me. In this case, the first thing you need to learn is to prove your worth. There is no need to use any tricks." Zhan Wu's words were plain, but when they fell into Huafeng's ears, she couldn't help but be stunned and glanced at Zhan Wu in disbelief. Then he looked at Gushio in shock. She knew Zhan Wu's character. He was a man of his word. As long as he was determined to protect a certain target, he would do everything possible to ensure the safety of the target. But he is also limited to protection. At least, Zhan Wu will not care about anything other than protection. If he were a general protection target, Zhan Wu would definitely not interfere with the negotiations he planned. That's right, it's negotiation. Huafeng had long wanted to leave the previous organization, but sometimes it was easy to get in, but not so easy to get out. The killer has only one fate. That is death. Either he failed the mission and died, or he escaped from the organization and was hunted down and killed by the organization. So Huafeng has been looking for an opportunity to escape. And this time, this mission gave Huafeng hope because when he saw that his opponent was Zhan Wu, Huafeng knew that he would basically lose this mission. If it was just to kill Gushio, perhaps if he planned carefully and used heavy firepower shells to kill people on a large scale, there might be a real chance of success. But if you want to kidnap, don't even think about it. That was Calabash Baby saving Grandpa, sending them one after another. Therefore, Huafeng simply did not expect this mission to be successful. It was better to betray the organization directly, to remind Zhan Wu, and stage another carefully planned drama. Complete suspended animation. Then, of course, she would use the clues she knew as a bargaining chip to have a good chat with Jean Wu's employer and get some benefits and help from it. Normally speaking, Jean Wu would not stop him. After all choices are in the hands of Jean Wu's employer. But now, Jean Wu not only intervened, but even reminded himself with seemingly plain but actually threatening words. What does that mean? This means that for Jean Wu, the child in front of him is not a simple ordinary customer, but a person that Jean Wu truly recognizes in his heart. The person who came to us is a newbie. Huofeng was a smart man and spoke immediately. Seeing that Gu Xiu was a little confused, he explained, "Although our organization is secretive, we still have to do business, so we need a certain degree of publicity to ensure that our customers always have fresh blood. In order to ensure that our customers can trust us and cooperate better to complete the task, our organization will distinguish customers. The difference between new customers and old customers." Hearing this, Gu Xiu nodded. The reason is very simple. To put it bluntly, the killer organization is also a business, similar to the model of mercenaries. The buyer pays money for tasks, the organization arranges people to complete the tasks, and finally divides the bounty. Of course, old customers are fine and they know what they need to do in the process, but new customers don't understand anything and don't trust them very much, so they need special attention. But what does this mean? Our killers will not have any contact with buyers, so I don't actually know the customer's information, but because this customer is a novice, I actually left some clues. Normally when I do tasks, I won't pay attention to these clues even if I know them, but this time since I plan to leave, I use some privileges to investigate some. The other party is a novice, so I have no experience. Even the reward was transferred directly from my own account. I easily guessed the identity of this person. With that said, Huofeng took out a piece of information from his backpack. It was handed to Gu Xiu generously. Gu Xiu glanced at the information, but did not take it immediately. Betraying your employer is a very bad thing. Not only will your organization hunt you down, but your reputation will also be completely affected. So, I need your help. Huofeng blinked. 10 million, rice knife. Gu Xiu directly offered the price. This is already a sky-high price. After all, the reward for this task is only hundreds of thousands of dollars. 10 million. It is enough for one person to live a prosperous life. Hearing the other parties talk, Huofeng smiled and said, "Deal." After settling this matter, Gu Xiu took the information and started reading it. But at this glance, Gu Xiu frowned. But once again, I couldn't help but frown. Kutcher Allen? Who is this person? In the car, Shi Song looked at the frowning Gu Xiu and asked strangely. At this time, he already had the information given by Huofeng in his hand, and his face was full of doubts. Male, 42 years old, Californian, graduated from Zhejiang University. Since then, he has worked in companies in many fields including production, business, etc. 2 years ago, I raised funds and founded a company called Forbelin Services. The company's main business is in the field of housing rental and sales. The business is doing very well. The business covers 5 states. At the beginning of this year, it also received an additional investment of more than $5 million. It can be seen that this is indeed a letter of investment. The information Huofeng brought was not just a name and basic information, but also included some detailed information. This saved Gu Xiu a lot of effort. But it was because this information was relatively comprehensive that it made Gu Xiu even more confused. No, what does this person have to do with us? Why did he hire a killer to kidnap you, Brother Xiu? You even paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to hire such a killer organization to catch a completely unrelated person like you. Shi Song was puzzled, because judging from information in front of us, neither this person nor his company's business development has any relationship with them. But this is a person who he has never met before, and is even completely out of his league, but he spends a large sum of money to find a killer organization and asks to kidnap Gu Xiu. Is this reasonable? It's totally unreasonable. It couldn't be that Fire Phoenix who deceived us, right? Shi Song couldn't help but question, but then shook his head. That's not necessary. She just helped us resolve this crisis. Brother Xiao, you won't treat her badly. There is no need for her to come up with a false document to fool us at this time, right? But if it's not a lie to us, then why is this person targeting us? We have no grievances in the past, so we can't inexplicably attack someone we have never met, right? Brother Xiao, your Yuanxiu investment has interacted with this company and knows that Yuanxiu investment is rich and even knows you, Brother Xiao, so he went crazy and planned to kidnap you for blackmail. A series of questions popped up. This is actually where Gu Xiao is at a loss. And as for what Shi Qingsong said later, Gu Xiao nodded suspiciously. Really, he had nothing to do with this culture, and Gu Xiao had never even heard of this company or this person's name before this. Let's talk about the possibility. There's only one explanation. After all, since the other party runs a company, he might have had contact with Yuanxiu Investment and then got to know him through Yuanxiu Investment. This is also understandable. But the problem is, find a killer organization to kidnap yourself just for extortion? This question, no matter how much I thought about it, Gu Xiao felt something was wrong. Uncle Jean, do you have any ideas? Gu Xiao turned to look at Zhang Wu. He noticed that Zhang Wu was also silent after reading the other party's information. His brows were furrowed all the time. Hearing Gu Xiao's question, Zhang Wu hesitated, but finally shook his head. I don't know too well. This performance made Gu Xiao raise his eyebrows. He felt that Zhang Wu should know something, but he seemed to have not said it for some reason. But after discovering this, Gu Xiao did not continue to ask Zhang Wu anymore and asked Zhang Wu directly. As long as he was unwilling to tell, he would definitely not be able to find out anything. But, Sister Dao, Gu Xiao dialed the phone directly. Dao Lan's lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. Little Gu Xiao, why do you remember to call your sister now? Aren't you hunting in the mountains in the middle of the night? Are you in no mood to sleep and want to talk to your sister? Gu Xiao choked at the other party's words. When we first met this woman, she looked like a mature lady, and she liked to tease her little bean every now and then. After getting in touch with him, he even started to flirt with her, as if he wanted Gu Xiao to see the adult world. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, this young lady didn't feel angry to get up, but she still stayed true to her original intention. Ahem. Although we have an adult mentality, to put it bluntly, we are just a 10-year-old child. We definitely have no capital to refute in this regard. We can only dryly cough and talk about the business. Sister Dao, we are being chased by a killer tonight. What? The other person seemed stunned, and then Gu Xiao could hear the sound of clanking, and he didn't know what she was doing. You are being chased? Where are you? Are you safe? Forget it. I know you are hunting in the mountains. Now try to find a safe place to hide. I will send people over immediately to support you. Gu Xiao's security force is not only Zhang Wu. There is also the security team provided by Dao Lan and Miao Chun, the same group led by the blonde Harry who helped Gu Xiao deal with the black intermediary. But although Gu Xiao did not refuse their protection, he did not ask them to protect him closely throughout the whole process. After all, Zhang Wu, a big bodyguard, was here, and Gu Xiao did not want to be followed by a large number of people wherever he went. So, this group of people is not actually Gu Xiao's bodyguards in the true sense. They will still go out for action occasionally, but Miao Chun basically places them close to Gu Xiao every time. Try to make sure, when Gu Xiao is in danger, he can arrive as quickly as possible. Come hunting this time. Harry also came to your city, but because he had to go up the mountain, Harry did not follow him. Although Gu Xiao had noticed the existence of the killer before, he did not notify them out of trust in Zhang Wu. Therefore, when she learned about Gu Xiao's encounter with the killer, Dao Lan was really shocked and immediately wanted to notify Harry to come. Sister Dao, the matter is over. Uncle Jean is very powerful. Gu Xiao hurriedly comforted him, and the other party was relieved when he heard this. Thinking about Zhang Wu's strength, he didn't think it was any surprise, but he still couldn't help but remind Gu Xiao. I know you don't like a lot of bodyguards following you, but this time my sister has to remind you again that Olikin is different from Dragon Kingdom, and safety should always come first. Thank you, Sister Dao. I understand. In fact, this incident has given me more ideas about this aspect. Gushio nodded. It sounds like that too. He had encountered 2 dangers without John Woo, but after John Woo followed him, he basically did not encounter any danger again. As time passed, even Gushio began to wonder if he no longer needed a bodyguard to follow him, but this time the killer. But it sounded the alarm for Gushio. When a person's assets reach a certain level and his exposure reaches a certain level, he will always attract more or less attention. These glances, there may be good intentions and there may be malicious ones. In terms of safety, safety is always the top priority. Just because there have been no dangers before, it does not mean that the world is really safe. However, there was no rush about these matters for the time being. Gushio spoke directly, first explaining the whole story to Dao Lan, and then said, I didn't know the person who hired someone to kidnap me before, let alone have any interactions with him. So I understand. Dao Lan answered directly. The previous laziness was gone, and now he said seriously, give me 24 hours. I will investigate the purpose of the person who wants to kidnap you, or who is behind him. Next, you stay in the hotel. Harry's people have all arrived. They're in the rooms around you. If you need anything, just contact Harry directly. As for what happened last night, try not to tell anyone. Our people will deal with all other traces. No one will cause trouble for you. Also, we have now controlled the person who is looking for the killer organization. We will conduct some interrogations next, and I will give you the answer as soon as possible. Don't worry, you come to my sister's territory. Although my sister doesn't have the final say on this territory, you certainly won't be wronged. When dawn broke, Gushio and his party were already in another hotel room. All this was arranged by Dao Lan. In fact, just at night, after Gushio's phone call ended, Harry's motorcade set off in an emergency, fully armed. After meeting up with Gushio's off-road vehicle midway, a mighty convoy formed, even during a brief encounter. Harry also took out a submachine rifle and gave it to John Woo. And themselves, all pistols and rifles are equipped. Such a force, let alone a few killers. Even if it encounters the strength of a police station, it can completely suppress it when no anti-personnel weapons appear. Certainly, they would not confront a Lycan's police system inexplicably. These people were mainly responsible for Gushio's safety. Okay, such a big thing happened last night, and you must not have slept much. Now take a good bath and get some sleep, and leave the rest to my sister. Dao Lan on the other side said something and hung up the phone. Gushio was indeed a little tired. After all, he had been working hard all night and was already exhausted. However, looking at John Woo's appearance, Gushio seemed to have noticed something. Uncle Jean, are you going out? I want to go out to do something. John Woo nodded, glanced at Gushio, but still hesitated. This matter is very important. Upon hearing this, Gushio raised his eyebrows. But, seeing John Woo's behavior, he obviously planned to follow the old Riddler's route. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of it. So he simply nodded and said, if you have anything to do, go ahead. I have Harry and the others protecting me here, don't worry. John Woo nodded, finally without hesitation, turned around, opened the door, and left first. Watching his leaving figure, Shi Ching Song also looked confused. Brother Xiao, does Uncle Jean know something? Gushio nodded. Then why didn't he say it? Shi Ching Song was puzzled. Gushio shook his head. He is a person who keeps his promises. Shi Ching Song didn't know why, and he didn't quite understand the relationship between keeping his promises and being unwilling to disclose the situation. But it was obviously impossible for him to figure this out, so he could only yawn and said, forget it. Brother Xiao, let's catch up on our sleep quickly. We're almost exhausted this night. Go ahead, I'll sit down for a while. Gushio smiled, dismissed Shi Ching Song, and went to the window on his own. But he thought about Harry's previous reminder, telling him not to stay by the window unless he had nothing to do, and that it was best to keep the curtains closed 24 hours a day to prevent accidents. Gushio finally left the window and went to the hotel's study room to sit down. A little nervous, but also a little hopeful. He has a guess. This guess came to Gushio's mind after he noticed something strange about John Woo. And this is also a guess. This may Gu Xiaoxing feel like this. Perhaps. It won't be long before the answer to the mystery is revealed. In front of him, there's all the information about the employer who was looking for a killer organization. But what Gu Xiao focused on was the column of the business direction of the other party's company. House renting and selling, hotel room reservations. Yesterday's night was indeed shocking and exciting, but in Gu Xiao's life, it was not actually the most exciting. So Gu Xiao was the one who felt more at ease this time. I just still dream a lot. And in dreams, I can always vaguely hear the gentle voice that I often heard when I was a baby. Finally, the knock on the door made Gu Xiao wake up from his dream. Through the peephole, he could see that there were many people standing outside, and the leader among them was. It's none other than Dao Lan. Looking at the time, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he had slept for most of the day. Open the door. Dao Lan immediately gave Gu Xiao a big hug. Little brother, do you miss your sister? That's necessary. Gu Xiao replied affirmatively. Sister Dao Lan is getting more and more beautiful. Hi, you have such a sweet mouth. Dao Lan laughed. The two were old friends who reunited, so they talked a lot. However, Dao Lan's visit this time was not just for a simple meeting. After chatting for a few words, he went straight to the topic. Sister, I brought you 2 pieces of good news today, and it's great news. Let's talk first. How do you plan to repay sister? Hearing this, Gu Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. The excitement and anxiety in his heart completely relaxed at this moment. He thought for a moment, Sister, just ask for whatever you want. Really? Of course it's true. Okay. So Sister Dao, what do you need? There's no hurry. Let's talk about your business first. Soon, Dao Lan took out a detailed piece of information. The information was messy, but it could prove the authenticity of what she said next from all aspects. Well, Feng did not lie to you. The person who contacted his organization was indeed counterattack. This identity was not false. He learned about this killer organization through some seemingly coincidental channels. 10 days ago, Mr. Kutcher contacted the killer organization and asked the killer organization to capture a child alive for a price of 800,000 meters. The goal is very clear. The child he wants to capture alive is no one else. It's you. Because you're just a kid, the price won't be very high. 800,000 meters is even considered a high price. In fact, normally, it only takes 1 or 2 killers to complete it. However, since this is the first time we cooperate with a new customer, and the money seems to be very decisive, the killer organization has a lot of people this time, and let Huofeng, a brave and experienced old killer, lead the team. Of course, you should know what happens next, little Gu Xiao, so I won't go into details. Gu Xiao nodded and frowned at the same time. It turned out that this person whom he had never met was really coming to kidnap him. Okay, the above are some conventional clues. Next, I will report to you some information obtained after our less conventional interrogation. First of all, Kutcher Allen runs a house rental and sales company, and due to the impact of the internet wave, they began to not only limit themselves to local housing agencies, but also began to turn to online consulting. And they also created a website. Since then, the business has been progressing smoothly, and the number of users of the website has also increased, which has attracted the attention of many investors. Later on, Mr. Kutcher did receive capital injections from some investors. It is considered a company with great potential. Gu Xiao nodded. Combining house rental and sales with the internet is itself an industry with potential, and many large companies in later generations have made money through this. There are quite a few companies that follow this model in Alekin. It is impossible to say who is the first. After all, plagiarism is not uncommon in Alekin, and these model companies. In fact, it is also quite popular with capital. After all, many people understand that the method of combining traditional industries with the internet is likely to be the mainstream in the future. Even if it's not mainstream, at least you can make some money. After all, the concept is correct. But what does this have to do with yourself? Actually, if we follow the normal route, Mr. Kutcher might actually succeed because his company's valuation is considered good among the emerging peers. After all, with the support of previous resources, they have gone very smoothly after integrating with the internet. But that is just a normal situation. But the reality is that at this time, something went wrong. Dowlon did not pretend to be a Riddler and said directly at this time, Kutcher Allen is addicted to gambling. Because the company's situation is getting better and better, although there are some competitors, in Kutcher's view, the competitors are not a threat at all. And because he has contacted more and more investors, the garage is becoming more and more inflated. He is originally a person who likes to go to the casino to play a few games. He loses and wins. Generally speaking, he is relatively restrained. 2 months ago, Kutcher's good luck came. He killed everyone in the casino and made a lot of money almost every day when he went to the casino. This made him believe that the goddess of luck was favoring him. And for this reason, his poker games became bigger and bigger. Gambling is a thing. 9 times out of 10 bets, he loses, and once he is angry with greed, no one can escape unscathed and return home with a lot of money. In the past 2 months, the first month, the garage kept winning, and the poker games got bigger and bigger. At the highest point, he even won more than $50 million. That month was Kutcher's paradise. He began to enjoy life, and even the company didn't pay much attention to it. But in the next month, Kutcher's paradise turned into hell. In his words, the god of luck no longer favored him, and he began to lose one after another. At this point, Dowlon shrugged with disdain. That's what dog gambling is like. He always thinks he can win, but in the end he spends everything to lose at the gambling table. He will not let go of any opportunity to encounter money. After losing everything, and even starting to lose all kinds of loans, he turned his attention to his company. He wanted to sell the company, get a high price, and then go to the casino to make money. In his words, as long as he wins, everything he lost can be returned, and even the company can be bought back. But what he didn't expect was, the internet industry is changing rapidly. His company was indeed good before, but during the 2 months when he was addicted to gambling and ignored the company, he didn't know it. His company was surpassed by one peer after another. In particular, his company's customers, cooperation partners, and even all resources were divided up by peers. One of the most powerful companies has almost turned his previously prosperous company into a shaky boat. Let alone selling it. It's good if it doesn't go bankrupt. At this time, an investor wanted to inject capital. This was the only opportunity for Kutcher, but this investor had 2 choices. One is Kutcher's Forbelin, and the other is a company called Neighbors in the same city as him. And as long as this company accepts investment, it basically has nothing to do with him. At this point, Dowlon paused briefly. But Gushio couldn't help but frown. Dowlon had already explained the cause and effect. But there's a small problem. You have said so much, but what does it have to do with Brother Shio? Shi Song didn't know why and asked first. This is a madman who has lost his sight and understands everything. But it's impossible to cause trouble to Brother Shio for no reason. Actually, generally speaking, it doesn't matter, but Kutcher learned a piece of news that surprised him in an accident. That is, his competitor paid special attention to a child from the Dragon Kingdom. She even booked a lot of hotels for the child in advance through her company's business scope, and let the child stay for free. And that child, that's you. Hold the grass. As soon as Dowlon finished speaking, before Gu Shio could speak, Shi Song on the side had already taken the lead in exclaiming. He looked at Gu Shio in disbelief. Brother Shio, it's here, it's here. The man who booked the hotel for me has appeared. That man must be the competitor of the man who booked the hotel for us. Shi Song could see such a simple truth, and Gu Shio could certainly see it. And he thought more than Shi Song. However, Gu Shio still tried his best to keep his expression calm, but his heart was already filled with turmoil. Appeared. The person who helped me book a hotel showed up. And that person, if his previous guess was good, very likely, it was my mother whom I had never met before in my previous life, and only knew that she had gone to Amlikin for treatment. After all, there will never be kindness without reason in this world. If there is, it is only parents. As for Gu Shio's study abroad this time, from the application to study abroad to the hotel accommodation expenses along the way, someone was secretly helping him. Although Gu Shio never said it, he had always had suspicions in his heart. That person, it's my mother. And now, it seems that for the first time in so many years, accurate news about my mother has appeared. However, after experiencing countless alternations of hope and disappointment, even though he was extremely excited at the moment, Gu Xiu still tried hard to stay calm. After thinking for a moment, Gu Xiu asked strangely, just because someone else booked a hotel for me, he planned to kidnap me. He thought this would threaten him. This explanation is a problem. At first glance, it seems to make sense, but if you think about it carefully, there are many loopholes in it, and some are even illogical. I also have such doubts. In fact, we have also questioned it, but in the end, after our repeated questioning, it was determined that he was not lying. Repeatedly asking these 4 words, Daolon deliberately emphasized his tone. Gu Xiu naturally understood. The inquiry was certainly not going to be that peaceful. The mind of a gambler can never be thought by a normal person, especially a gambler who has lost everything, like a drowning person. They will desperately try to catch any straw floating on the water. Daolon explained, and after we inquired, we found that according to the gambler, his competitors are not just helping you book a room for free. Even, their company still has some shares, which were donated to a child from the Dragon Kingdom. Once the child reaches adulthood, the equity transfer letter and notice will be sent to that child. Hearing this, Gu Xiu was shocked. That child from the Dragon Kingdom is me? That's right. Daolon nodded. This matter was clearly stated by the company during the acquisition negotiations, so it is not really a secret. And it is precisely because I know this. So after learning of your existence, the gambler set his sights on you. He didn't have the ability to operate on his own, and he happened to know the existence of the killer organization. He thought that the killer organization would do things cleanly and would not implicate his employer. So he tried his best to mortgage all his properties and use the money to capture you alive. The purpose is to use you to threaten the company and at least withdraw from the competition, because if he wins this time, he can even earn more than 50 million yuan with the company in his hands. 800,000 and 50 million. Even an ordinary person would probably do it without hesitation, let alone a gambler who loses his money. But now it was difficult for Gu Xiu to focus on this gambler. At this moment, Gu Xiu's heart seemed to be tugged by something. To Gu Xiu today, such a company was actually nothing. But the deep meaning hidden in it is different. So, Gu Xiu opened his mouth and spoke, but his voice was a little hoarse. That person is... It's your mother. Daolon finally gave a positive answer. Your mother's physical condition was very bad at that time. It can even be said to be extremely bad, because during our investigation, we found that your mother even needed blood transfusions to survive. As for root transplantation, it is simply impossible. After that, she seemed to have found a traditional Chinese medicine clinic and stayed there for a long time. But when we went there, the traditional Chinese medicine clinic was closed. It is said that there was a huge fire there, which completely burned down the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Our clues were cut off after that, which is why we haven't received any news for so long. But this time we immediately launched an investigation after getting the clues, and pieced together the clues bit by bit. At this point, Daolon took out another piece of information from his arms. Gu Xiu took it. When I opened it, the first thing I saw was a woman. Even though he had never seen his mother before he could remember it, he had already engraved his mother's appearance deeply in his heart through his investigation. And at this time in this photo, Gu Xiu dared to conclude with 100% certainty that this person was his mother. Compared to when I was young, she looked a little more vicissitudes of life. The other party's face has not changed much. He is wearing a black professional attire, which is somewhat similar to the photo he saw at Mi's house. However, on the timeline, it is obvious that many years have passed in this photo. She is now a Chinese with Mi origin. Her name is Niangu in Longhua. Niangu. Gu Xiu said the name, but for some reason, his eyes were slightly moist. Daolon nodded and continued. We investigated all her information and found that all her information was blank 3 years ago. She should have obtained a new identity. However, her first record 3 years ago was that she left a very expensive private hospital. Since then, her records have been intermittent. The most common records are the purchase of various drugs and medical records. This kind of life lasted for more than a year. 2 years ago, she visited the Dragon Kingdom. Been to the Dragon Kingdom? Gushio was surprised. Yes. Daolon nodded, with a complicated look on his face. Moreover, it wasn't just as simple as going to Dragon Kingdom. She went to Jiangcheng. 2 years ago, Jiangcheng. Gushio realized in an instant that he was already living in Jiangcheng with his father at that time, and even the gourmet restaurants were open in a flourishing manner. That time, my own mother had seen their father and son somewhere before. But why doesn't she recognize herself? She didn't stay in Long Country for long, so she returned to Alekhine. After returning to Alekhine, she founded her current company, Neighbors. This company was positioned on the internet from the beginning, and its main business was information on house rentals and sales. In addition, there's another project. Hotel booking. Gushio said. You know, Daolon was a little surprised, but then she reacted. I remembered, you should have used their products. This model has allowed the neighbor company to rise rapidly. In the past 2 years, the company has experienced 2 rounds of financing. The current market development is good, and the prospects are very good. Gushio nodded. But I understood in my heart. No wonder her mother knew their whereabouts very well, because the online booking services they often used were all booked under her company's products. And in itself, her company has to cooperate with most hotels in Alekhine, and buying a few front desks is not a difficult thing in itself. But the more he thought about this, the harder it became for Gushio to calm down. She clearly went back to see herself and her father. But why? In the end, she chose to leave Jiangcheng and come to Alekhine to start a business instead. Shake his head. There were too many doubts, and Gushio wasn't sure whether he could figure out the key to the problem. But now, there's no need to think about it. Standing up, Gushio took a deep breath and said, I want to see her. The convoy slowly set off from the hotel. Although the convoy of black bulletproof cars had just come out of the basement, it attracted the attention of many people at the first moment. Many passers-by were even guessing which capital consortium was involved. But Gushio turned a blind eye to the looks of people on the street, and a brainstorm was going on in his mind. He is thinking, what should I do next? And what should I say when I see my mother? But such thinking turned into a blank in the end. Gushio discovered he didn't know what to do next. Even for the first time after being reborn, Gushio felt at a loss. We're here. This company is located in your city. Within a few minutes, the motorcade stopped under a commercial building. Gushio looked around and was a little surprised. Isn't this opposite the hotel we stayed at before? Shirching Song was in disbelief. He looked at the business building in front of him and then at the hotel next door. Then he thought of something and looked at Gushio with a hesitant look in his eyes. Brother Shio. I'm fine. Gushio shook his head. He had noticed this building before, but because he was only here for vacation, he never thought that he would be so eager to enter this building. We will accompany you to the entrance of the company. Daolon got out of the car first, and her men followed her and started talking nonsense. For a while, the darkness covered a large group of people, protecting Gushio among them, and they looked very imposing. After all, they are professional mercenaries. They look like they're standing in a group, but you can actually tell if you look closely. Everyone's position is fixed, which not only ensures the safety of internal personnel, but also ensures that they can respond immediately in case of emergencies. Many people around saw this fierce group of people and subconsciously avoided it for fear of being targeted by this group of people. That sense of oppression, it's definitely something no one wants to experience. But the same thing. Many people also looked at the child who was protected by the crowd, thinking that this child might be the treasure of some big shot. Gushio ignored these glances. Soon, a group of people entered the building. The security guard came over, but instead of asking them what they were doing, as they looked like they were not good-natured, he asked them very politely which floor they wanted to go to and pressed the elevator button for them personally. Just like that, a large group of people took the elevator straight to the 16th floor. Ding! As the elevator door opened, Gushio didn't step out of the elevator. Daolon patted him on the shoulder and said, You've been looking for this for so long. Isn't it just for this side? Let's go in. This made Gushio nod heavily. He suppressed the disturbing thoughts in his heart and stepped out. Although the neighbor company has achieved some results. But in this era where there are so many internet companies and even dozens or hundreds of companies go bankrupt every day, it is actually not that dazzling to say the least. Nature. It is obviously impossible for such a company to have a large flat floor in such a high-end office building. In fact, there are more than 10 companies on this floor. The group of people still followed the signs at the elevator entrance and arrive at the entrance of a company after twists and turns. Although this company is not big, but it is definitely exquisite. Whether it is the design of the door or the decoration from the outside to the inside, the overall feeling is warm, but some high-tech elements are added to it. It makes people feel like they have entered a futuristic home. Hello, you are. The front desk of the company saw this large group of people for the first time. The little girl was obviously frightened, a little nervous and wary, and even had one hand on the landline phone. Looking at this posture, it seems that he is ready to call the police at any time. Of course, Gushio was not looking for trouble. Having adjusted his mentality, he took a step forward and said, "Hello, I'm looking for your boss. I'm Ms. Gu. Looking for our boss." The girl at the front desk swallowed her saliva. "I wonder if you have made an appointment." She seemed to want to ask if there was an appointment and delay the time. But the next second, when she saw Gushio's appearance clearly, her eyes widened suddenly. "Are you Gushio?" Gushio was a little surprised that the other party recognized her and called out his name, but still nodded. "I'm Gushio." You wait a moment." The front desk seemed to be on standby for a few seconds, then suddenly reacted, looked at Gushio in disbelief, then picked up the phone and dialed. But before she opened her mouth, a faint voice came from the phone. It's a female voice. Gushio didn't hear clearly what was said, but the dream he had countless times resurfaced in his mind again. The voice of that person in the dream. Very similar to this sound. "Our boss invites you to come in," the front desk relayed, and then opened the glass door directly. Gushio thanked him warmly and looked back at Daolon and others. Daolon just smiled and waved towards him. "We'll wait for you outside the door." "Brother Shio, come in and take a look," Shiqing Song also urged. Gushio nodded and took a deep breath. Stepped in. This is a very ordinary internet emerging company. Like all companies, there are many employees in the lobby. Everyone is busy with their computers or doing their own things. They don't pay much attention to Gushio, who comes in. But here's the interesting thing. Whenever someone accidentally sees Gushio, they will show a look of surprise, as if these employees are already very familiar with him. Soon, Gushio came to the door of an office, which could be seen from the sign on the door. This office, it belongs to the boss. Taking a deep breath, Gushio knocked on the door. "Please come in." A female voice came from inside. The voice was a bit sharp, but if you listen carefully, you can notice the softness and anxiety hidden under the sharpness. Apparently, the people inside were also not at peace at the moment. Gushio did not walk into the office immediately, but turned to look at another office to the side, where he saw a familiar figure. Zhang Wu. At this moment, the guess in his heart was confirmed. Gushio didn't say anything, just nodded toward Zhang Wu, and then opened the door. Enter the office. The decoration of this office is very special, yet very familiar at the same time, because this is not so much a CEO's office as this is an ordinary family layout of the Dragon Kingdom in the 1990s. Certainly, it was smaller in proportion, but it still made Gushio feel very familiar. There is a wooden square table at the entrance. This kind of wooden table, which is particularly common in the rural areas of Longhua, is generally responsible for the family eating, placing leftovers, and children doing homework. The tables seem to be the same, with some cold dishes on it and even a plastic dish cover. Further inside is a low wooden cabinet painted with red paint. On it is a TV that should have been eliminated long ago. It is also covered with a gauze towel to seem to prevent dust. Look in other directions. Fong Fongzheng was definitely not a comfortable old-fashioned sofa in this era. It was a coffee table with a vermilion edge and thick hollow carvings, a straw stool wrapped with scraps of woven straw. In addition to the obvious addition of many photos of Gushio and Gu Jianjun on the wall, as well as the desk in the corner. This office, It even made Gushio feel that he was not in a high-end office building in Amalekina City, but at home in an old employee dormitory in Zhou County, 15,000 kilometers away, full of fireworks and human touch. Look up. Gushio looked at the man in the corner, who had stood up, his eyes full of joy but mixed with timidity, guilt, and sadness. Gushio, I am mother. For his mother. Gushio actually had countless fantasies. Among them, the one I have fantasized about the most is the scene of meeting my mother again. He thought about everything from the clothes to the setting to the location. But he never thought that he would meet his mother in a place 15,000 kilometers away from home, in a place decorated to a similar height as his hometown. Wouldn't even think of it. The meeting was so sudden. It was really sudden. Since his rebirth, Gushio has gone from an age that was not even 6 years old to almost 11 years old now. Gushio had thought about it several times, desperately hoping to find his mother. But his hopes rose again and again. They were disappointed again and again. To be honest, although Gushio was looking forward to meeting his mother, he actually knew in his heart that this might be a very long process, and it would take many years before he could even see his mother again. But now, this all happened in a hurry. Somewhat sudden. At least Gushio didn't expect that he would see his mother so soon because of an assassination that seemed even absurd. Gushio, Niangu spoke first. She seemed to want to show a gentle smile, but she couldn't help but shed tears in her eyes, which seemed a little weird. She hurriedly came to Gushio and opened her arms as if she wanted to hug the child in front of her. But he opened his arms, but retracted them awkwardly, as if he was afraid that if he really hugged her like this, the child in front of him would disappear. Mom, finally, Gushio shouted, and Niangu couldn't help but said, "Oh." Then she hugged Gushio. She hugged her very tightly, as if she was afraid that her child would disappear again. It wasn't until Gushio moved twice that she realized that she might have used too much force. She hurriedly relaxed and kept saying, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry for you." At first, she might have apologized for accidentally using too much force and hurting her child. But to the back, those apologies were filled with deep guilt, and they were obviously not only sorry for this one thing. And listening to this series of apologies, the original resentment, anger, and resentment in Gushio's heart slowly dissipated at this moment. Gushio didn't know why. Maybe it was because of her emotions, or maybe it was after roughly understanding the situation, or maybe it was because of the decoration in this office. That night, Gushio and Gunyan stayed in this office, and Gunyan cooked a meal for Gushio. Gushio was surprised to find that in this office, there was a separate compartment for cooking, and there was even a bedroom that was almost the same as in his hometown. My mother usually lives in the company most of the time, which makes it easier to work. Seeing Gushio's confusion, Niangu smiled and explained to him, "It's not that Mom doesn't want to go back. Mom really wants to go back to you. In fact, Mom has secretly visited you and your dad before. But, for some reasons, I have to leave you and have to stay away from you. Mom, I'm sorry for you." As she spoke, Niangu started crying again. Looking at his mother crying like this, Gushio couldn't help but ask, "Is it because you are afraid that the Yi family will target me and my father?" Niangu did not answer directly, but he did not deny it either. It seemed that he was afraid that Gushio would misunderstand. Niangu added, "Actually, that's not entirely true. You and Dad are both good people. You both have your own careers now, so I still want to wait until I can officially meet you in the future. I can give you some help." Hearing this, Gushio raised his eyebrows. He noticed that what his mother said was that they could officially meet each other in the future, which meant that in his mother's opinion, now was not actually the right time to meet. As for the help, she said, it should be the current neighbor company. To be honest, from Gushio's current perspective, this company is actually just like that. But in fact, the current valuation of this company has actually exceeded $10 million, and even if the subsequent investment is negotiated, it will be able to reach a valuation of at least $50 million. In this day and age, this is already a very powerful company. If it continues to develop like this, if everything goes smoothly, this company can even grow into a behemoth. She said she would help the father and son. Obviously no joke. By the way, dinner time is almost here. You must not have eaten yet. Gu Xiu shook his head. Originally, his mother would take him out to eat, but to his surprise, Nian Gu stood up, opened the door next to him, and took out a lot of fresh ingredients from the refrigerator. There is even a kitchen in here. I usually live in a company, and everything is taken care of by the company, whether it's food or accommodation. It makes me feel at ease here. Actually, sometimes when I have nothing to do, I like to study cooking. I hope you can try my mother's cooking. If you don't like the food, you must tell me. Of course, Gu Xiu wouldn't just watch and stepped forward to act as a helper. You sit down, just let mom come. Gu's mother wanted to stop her, but she couldn't resist Gu Xiu. Finally, she smiled softly and started preparing dinner with Gu Xiu. Because you came so suddenly, Mom hasn't had time to buy any vegetables. Let's make do with it tonight. Mom will go sell some vegetables and cook you something delicious tomorrow morning. This is actually considered modest. Although Niangu did not make any big dishes, he only made a few small home-cooked dishes. But even with these home-cooked dishes, her intentions can be seen. At least, these are the dishes that Gu Xiu usually likes to eat. Looking at the dishes on the table, Gu Xiu suddenly understood and asked, Uncle Jean is yours, right? She used to be my bodyguard, and she has always taken care of me for many years. Niangu nodded. He is a very loyal and trustworthy person, although he had already guessed, but now after hearing the confirmation, Gu Xiu understood. You guessed it right. There are always people with mothers around him, and Zhan Wu's mission may not only be to protect his own safety, but also to understand everything about himself. But Gu Xiaodao became even less angry and did not ask hysterical questions. After a period of silence, he said, Can you tell me your story? You should already have some understanding of what happened back then, right? Facing his son's questioning, Gu Nian was silent for a while and then asked. Gu Xiu nodded. I know that you were trafficked by human traffickers and went with Sister Rongrong, but after that, you seem to be taken away by the Yi family in Yanjing. I don't know much about what happened after that. I only know that you seem to be responsible for some business operations in the Yi family. In the matter of your poisoning, Gu Xiu briefly talked about what he knew. Many of the clues were not even coherent, especially some of the details. Gu Xiu even relied on guesswork. After listening to Gu Xiu's words, Niangu nodded and pondered for a while, seeming to be wondering where to start. Gu Xiu did not rush, but waited quietly. Good thing. Without making him wait too long, Niangu finally spoke. How much do you know about your grandmother? I don't know much. Gu Xiu shook his head. This is the truth. Although he has actually heard some things about his grandmother, he knows nothing about who her grandmother is and what kind of past she has. The only one who knows. My grandmother was an educated youth who went to the countryside, and he seemed to be from Shanghai. But not long after returning home, he returned to the small mountain village with a heavy belly and became a local teacher, and he stayed there for the rest of his life. Actually, I don't know much about your grandmother. Niangu shook his head and sighed. Gu Xiu was a little surprised, but Niangu said, Your grandma and I were dependent on each other, but she never liked to talk to me about the past. The only thing I know is that her hometown is from Magic City, and then she went to the mountains and countryside and came to that village. My mother was still young at that time, so she often asked your grandma who my father was, but your grandma always shook her head and said nothing about this question. And the only thing I have from your grandpa is a pen. Pen. Gu Xiu instantly remembered that the pen that belonged to him in the previous life was the only thing left by his mother. However, in this life, the pen disappeared and was lost by his father. Your father didn't lose it. I asked Zhan Wu to take it away, and it's in my hands now. Niangu smiled, got up, and took it from a drawer. Take out that pen. This is a pelican fountain pen from the Germanic country. It was very popular 50 years ago because of its good ink flow and convenient operation. Actually speaking, this pen is not that precious, but in that era, it can be seen that the person who used this pen was from a good family. Because when I was a child, I ran into trouble every time when it came to your grandpa. So, as I grew up, I gradually stopped paying attention to the past. I didn't know about your grandpa until your grandma passed away. My grandpa's surname is Yi? Gu Xiu asked. Yes. Niangu was not surprised at all and nodded at this time. When your grandmother was dying, she told me about her past. In fact, the story is very simple. After she was qualified to return home, she returned to the Magic City, and with the help of her family, she entered a unit in the Magic City and started working. But it was through that job that she met your grandfather. Your grandmother didn't know his identity at that time, and the two of them interacted very naturally and peacefully. But when your grandma excitedly told the news to your grandpa after she got pregnant, your grandpa finally revealed the truth. He was actually already married a long time ago, and even had 2 children. He was with your grandma just for fun. He wanted your grandma to beat the child, and he was willing to compensate for a sum of money. When he said this, sarcasm appeared on Niangu's face. Some powerful people always feel that everything in the world can be solved with power, but they ignored it. Some people may suffer pain that cannot be healed in their lives because of their thoughts. After hearing this, Gu Xiao fell silent. Very cliché indeed. To that man, it might be just a small thing, but to Grandma, it was obviously a huge event that made the sky fall. So, Grandma left her hometown. Instead, she went to that small mountain village and stayed there for the rest of her life. Gu Xiao asked. Niangu nodded and sighed. Your grandma couldn't accept all that happened. She hated that man, but she loved that man. In the end, she didn't have the heart to abort me, but decided to give birth to me. But getting pregnant out of wedlock was a heinous crime and a shameful thing in that era. After being ignored at home, your grandma simply went to the small mountain village where she was. After that, she gave birth to me. Then, Gu Xiao hesitated. Grandma and Grandpa are over like this? It's over. It's not actually the end. Niangu shook his head. I actually met your grandpa once when I was young. However, your grandma scolded him away at that time. I still don't know what the content was, but I know that your grandma was unwilling. But at that time, I didn't know that he was your grandpa or my father. I even thought that man was my uncle. It wasn't until your grandma was dying that she told me about your grandpa. He was a big shot. Your grandma didn't know what kind of big shot he was. She just told me not to look for your grandpa in the future. But at the same time, she also gave me a phone number. She told me not to call that number unless it was absolutely necessary, because once I made that call, everything about me would change. At this point, Niangu smiled bitterly. It turns out that your grandma was right. So after you were kidnapped by human traffickers and had no other choice, you chose to make a call? Gu Xiao asked curiously. Yes. Niangu sighed. At that time, I had no hope. I thought I could be rescued if I went to the town, but I obviously underestimated the dangers of people's hearts. I went to the police station and did not get help. On the contrary, they were not good people. In the end, I had no choice, so I took the opportunity to make a phone call. Then, I went to Ye's house. She did not elaborate on what exactly happened, but some clues could be found through Gu Xiao's investigation. At first, many people died and many others were implicated. Clearly a very serious crisis. Niangu sighed. When I first went to the Yi family, I met your grandpa, and that's when I found out. My father is your grandpa. He is the second generation of the Yi family. He is also the child of the old man who has left countless glorious stories and appeared on TV and in various reports more than once. At this point, Niangu paused, and she seemed to sigh. It was also at that time that I found out. Me? I can't go back. Why can't you go back? This sentence came to Gu Xiao's mind, but after a moment, he shook his head and did not ask. Yi family. He has learned about this family in detail. And precisely because he has learned about it in detail, he has a better understanding of how powerful and terrifying this family is. This family is different from those centuries-old families. This family, it was established 50 years ago because the old gentleman had made great achievements and made this family one of the most powerful families in Yanjing. Military and political affairs are the trump cards of this family. Even though that man of merit has now passed away, his descendants still control countless resources and energy. In both the military and political circles, almost more than half of the people in this family hold important positions, and their background is terrifying. What's more, This family also has a very good reputation. Unlike some families that often have messy, rich second generations who often do things that disgrace the family. The feathers of this family are very clean. Even, you can't find anything negative to say about them from anyone in this family. And such a family. But an illegitimate daughter appeared. Perhaps this kind of thing is not uncommon among those powerful families, and it is not even a serious matter, but for the Yi family, which has extremely clean feathers. But it's almost unimaginable. It was also at that time, Mother, did you change your name to Yi Runin? Gushio asked. Yes. Niangu nodded. Although I am an illegitimate child. I am of Yi family blood after all. So your grandfather gave me the name of Yi Runin and asked me to completely separate myself from my past and appear as a member of the Yi family. Hearing this, Gushio frowned. Now that she was safe, she didn't find herself or her father, and she didn't even seem to tell anyone about her past. But these doubts, Gushio didn't ask, just waiting for his mother's explanation. Although I was rescued in an emergency and was later transferred to the Yi family, I was seriously injured in that small town and required half a year of treatment. During the period of treatment, I experienced some dangers, and even this danger was not just illness, but also came from my family. Nianguyu said with a sigh, when a family's feathers are too clean to tolerate a trace of impurities, then if there is a trace of impurities, the best way is to completely eliminate the impurities. So, I don't dare to tell anyone about you and Dad, because I am afraid that one day you will also become impurities and be completely eliminated. Hearing this, Gushio raised his eyebrows. What does this mean? The Yi family cherishes feathers, but it is precisely because they cherish feathers so much that as long as a drop of dust falls, the Yi family will clean up the dust without hesitation. So who is Dust? There is no doubt that this speck of dust is obviously his mother. Even, it can also be heard from her words that she had actually encountered some dangers while receiving treatment. It's your grandpa. Although he was a bastard when he was young, when he saw me, he regretted it. If it weren't for him, I might have died from my injuries. His dash. This was said in a plain tone, but it revealed the danger within it. Gushio couldn't help clenching his fists. Then you can't leave? Although I, as dust, was not cleared away by luck, it is obviously impossible to let this dust leave. Niangu shook his head. The Yi family was in chaos at that time. Because of my affairs, there were even many quarrels every day. Some people think that since I am a member of the Yi family, it is impossible to let it go. I need to accept the education of the Yi family and shoulder the mission of building a century-old family for the Yi family. Some people think that my existence is a scar for the Yi family after all, and such people should hide it forever. There are also people who think that I am a scar for the Yi family, but at the same time, it is also a scar that the Yi family should face and should warn future generations. Not only should I not hide it, but I should also come out. At this point, Niangu's eyes were a little complicated. At that time, I didn't know what the future would be like, and I wasn't even sure about life or death. The only thing I'm sure of is that I must have nothing to do with you. I must hide all contact between you and Dad, and even my past must be completely hidden, because I don't want it. You become fish on the chopping board. Fish on the chopping board. This is her evaluation of the situation at Ye's house. I'm glad at this time. Fortunately, I was abducted by human traffickers. As long as I don't want to tell anyone, no one knows about my past. Even the Yi family doesn't know you exist at all. Next, she told Gushio about her experience in the Yi family. As an illegitimate child, Gu's mother's life in the Yi family can be imagined to be precarious. She doesn't even know when a Yi family will come together to give her the worst possible outcome. Good thing. Although Gushio's grandfather was the biggest culprit, he was already in his old age when he met Gu's mother, so he was full of guilt for his daughter. With his efforts, the dispute over the fate of the illegitimate child finally came to an end, and Yi Runin appeared. It is worth mentioning that although the Yi family focuses all its attention on the military and political circles, no matter what kind of family it is impossible to give up commercial activities. This is naturally the case for a family like the Yi family. At that time, The Yi family's business activities were exclusively handled by relatives and descendants. But to be honest, they were not successful in this regard and even suffered from serious corruption. Although Gu's mother was just an illegitimate child, she was also a legitimate child of the Yi family. Therefore, Gu's mother was eventually given the name Yi Runin and became responsible for a series of business matters of the Yi family. There are also those things that Gu Xiu investigated. I don't want to do such a thing. I want to go home. I want to meet you and Dad. We are the real family. So during that time, I was actually looking for a chance to escape. I even regretted making that phone call. But unfortunately, it didn't succeed. My thoughts were even noticed by Mr. Yi, your grandfather. I told him that I wanted to leave the Yi family and was unwilling to stay in such an environment. He was surprised, but he didn't refuse. He just made an agreement with me. Agreement? Gu Xiu was surprised. He told me that if one day I can help the Yi family set up business territory and take all business activities into my own hands, he will allow me to leave. Do you believe it? Of course I don't believe it. Gu's mother shook her head. I know very well that this kind of thing cannot exist. The deeper I sink, the less likely I am to leave, because some of the business activities of this family are not normal business methods. This was said casually, but Gu Xiu understood the meaning. As a truly wealthy family, how could the Yi family run a business like ordinary people starting a business? Some means that cannot be known to outsiders. Definitely used a lot. But you still agree? Gu Xiu asked. Yes. Mother Gu nodded. I have to agree, because this is my only chance. In fact, when I was in the Yi family, I heard someone say that someone hopes to use my name as a Yi family bloodline to find an external marriage, and a marriage partner is a white glove. So, if I want to avoid this situation, there's only one way for me. That is to seize the opportunity and strengthen myself. Although I'm still just a puppet, at least I'm also a puppet with some power. I hope to find a chance to leave the Yi family and come back again. Gu Xiu nodded. He could understand his mother's thoughts. The next thing is what Gu Xiu investigated. After her mother changed her name to Yi Runin, she began to show her potential in business. In just a few years, she reorganized the Yi family's business, which had become a mess. Even from initially losing money every year, in one fell swoop, profits doubled every year. And that was that time. Yi Runin began to become the Yi family's money bag from an unpopular, illegitimate child. It was also at that time that Zhang Wu appeared on the stage and became Yi Runin's bodyguard. And it was only at this time that Gu Xiu found out. In fact, during those few years, he went to see comrade Gu Jianjun and Gu Xiu, but in order to avoid being exposed, she never took the initiative to recognize each other. Even when she went to see the father and son, she always hid in the dark. Certainly. In fact, it's not like she didn't think of a way to get close to comrade Gu Jianjun, but unfortunately, the old comrade was a bit dull and didn't notice anything unusual during the whole process. Of course, it mainly has to do with Gu's mother not being too obvious. And time passed quickly like this. In the blink of an eye, Gu's mother's career was developing more and more smoothly, and she was even getting closer to the goal she had agreed upon. Everything seems to be heading for the best outcome. But what she didn't expect was. But this time, an accident happened. Gu Xiu's grandfather, the second-generation descendant of the Yi family, is the current talkative person of the Yi family. Pass away from this world. I've heard about this. It was on the news. The old man's funeral was even broadcast live on the news. Gu Xiu nodded and thought about it. It's not that he found out, but that everyone knew about it. At that time, the TV station broadcast the entire event live, and people who often appeared on the news broadcast also went up to pay their respects. It can be said, that incident was the biggest news of that time. Immediately, Gu Xiu thought, because the old man passed away, your agreement was also voided? If it was just the agreement that was voided, then maybe it wouldn't be the situation it is now. Nian Gu smiled bitterly and shook his head. The Yi family's business is a cake that everyone wants to take a bite of. When I was running the business, although I studied for a while, it was impossible to rely on me to stabilize the plate. To put it bluntly, there was your grandfather's intervention behind it, so I was able to mobilize all resources and I was able to block all those who coveted this piece of fat. And your grandfather's sudden death. It means that the layer of protection behind me has completely disappeared. Gunyan did not elaborate on this aspect, but Gu Xiu could understand the danger inside. How big is the Yi family's plate? During the subsequent investigation, Gu Xiu found out that the Yi family had a very big deal, ranging from energy and mineral deposits to manufacturing, and the Yi family was involved in basically every industry that made money in those days. This is a very large cake. In the past, such a cake was left to various relatives to take care of. After all, the Yi family is a truly famous family, and money is important. But it is impossible for his own children to participate in it. This looks like a wealthy family. Lose share. These relatives are basically responsible for some of the Yi family's brothers-in-law and in-laws. The most powerful among them are mainly the family of Gu Xiu's grandfather's first wife. However, because the Yi family did not pursue the case before and turn a blind eye, it also resulted in the Yi family operating very poorly in the business sector, and even some troubles would happen every now and then. The Yi family is actually miserable about this, but they are relatives after all, and the Yi family, who have a big family and a great business, will not fall out with each other. The main reason is because there is no suitable candidate. Yi Runin's appearance was just right. He was from the Yi family. Although he was an illegitimate son, he was definitely better than his relatives. More importantly, he also had the support of the Yi family's old man. This is why Yi Runin was able to go smoothly, because she relied not only on her own abilities, but also on the support of the old man of the Yi family. And precisely because of the old man standing behind and protecting her, Yi Runin not only enjoyed smooth business development. The main thing, even those great business managers in the past did not dare to make mistakes. Although their previous jobs were taken away, profits were compressed, and even Yi Runin caught a lot of corruption after taking office. But after all, I still dare not do anything. After all, no matter how bad Yi Runin is, she is still a serious member of the Yi family. Even if her status is not glorious to the Yi family, she is still their master after all. Not to mention, because of his guilt over that incident, the old man of the Yi family took great care of Yi Runin. Anyone who dared to make a small move would immediately have a strong backlash. The matter of killing the Lord. Everyone just dares to think about it. But the old man of the Yi family left, and even because of his sudden illness, he didn't have time to leave any words. What does that mean? This means that Yi Runin's backing is gone and his layer of protection has disappeared. Naturally, everyone can do something. Poisoning. Gu Xiu thought about it instantly, but then he became strange. According to his investigation, the poisoning was actually done before. The death of the old man of the Yi family. Even his mother was aware of it. The poisoning started a long time ago. Even when your grandfather was still alive, someone had already done it. After all, to many people, I'm not only a person who brings shame to the family, but also a person who blocks the way forward for others. As long as I die, the road will naturally get out of the way. Nian Gu said. Her tone was very relaxed and calm, without even a hint of anger or resentment, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Gu Xiu asked, who poisoned him? What a pity. After hesitating about this question, Nian Gu shook his head. That's all in the past. Mom is still alive now, isn't she? Everything will be fine in the future. It will get better and better. We are a family together. And that's enough, isn't it? It can be seen. Nian Gu didn't want to mention the poisoning anymore, and she didn't even want to say more about who poisoned her. Gu Xiu frowned slightly. He wanted to say that the matter was not that simple, but he knew in his heart that Nian Gu obviously did not want any conflict between him and the Yi family. Seeing the tenderness in his mother's eyes, Gu Xiu didn't ask any more questions on this issue. She was right. Mom is still alive, and the family can be together, which is the most important thing. What happens next? The Yi family can't stay any longer, so you come to Alikin for treatment? Gu Xiu asked. He also had a question that puzzled him the most. Why not go back? At that time, I actually wanted to go back and live happily as a family with you and my father. But it's not that easy to leave. The Yi family would not allow it, and my mother underestimated the power of the poison at that time. I couldn't go back at that time. Even if the Yi family would not embarrass you and my son, with my condition at the time, even if I go back, it will only increase my worries. In this case, Mom would rather you think that I am dead or always keep some expectations for me. Having said this, Niangu looked at Gushio with a more anxious look. Do you think Mom is selfish? Selfish? Gushio shook his head. If I didn't know anything, I might really think that my mother was selfish, but based on what she said combined with what I had previously investigated. Then I contacted this office, which was decorated exactly like my home. This question has an easy answer. She's just a mother who wants to go home, but is afraid to go home. After receiving Gushio's answer, Niangu was obviously relieved and couldn't help but smile. The narration continues. And what happens next is very simple. According to Niangu's account, in the next few years, Niangu mainly went around treating patients. After she realized that she had been poisoned, Niangu had actually been looking for a medical institution that could treat her. But it's a pity. At first, she thought her poison could be easily eliminated, but what she didn't expect was that this chronic toxin was stronger than she imagined. After spending a lot of time and energy, the medical institution she originally agreed on finally found no solution. After that, she went to many places to seek medical treatment, but still found nothing. At that time, Niangu gave up treatment because all the doctors told her that she would only have less than half a year left. The only thing they could do by continuing to spend money was to prolong her life. But Niangu gave up the idea of extending his life, because she knew that if she continued, she might be able to survive, but that kind of life was not what she wanted to see. Instead of spending the money on himself, who is about to die, it is better to give the money to Gu Jianjun and Gu Xiao to improve the lives of her husband and children. But she never expected it. It was at this time that an accident happened. At that time, I already knew what my fate would be. I underestimated the horror of these chronic toxins. They're like maggots attached to the bones, like cancer cells, which are completely impossible to eradicate. After every treatment, these toxins will be cleared out a lot, but they will quickly spread again soon. So I thought at the time, I go to renew my life every 3 to 5, but I can't see any hope of recovery. Rather than continue to waste money like this, why don't you use this money to subsidize you and Dad? This money is not too much, but it is not too little. It is about $3 million. For you and Dad, it is enough for you and Dad to live a wealthy life. Besides, I had been away from the Yi family for some time. The limelight had passed, and even the Yi family no longer paid attention to me. At least that's what I thought at the time. I can't wait to touch you, charge you, and hug you. Niangu looked at Gu Xiao and said. Gu Xiao nodded. Although there was no expression on his face, his heart was already full of mixed emotions. My mother has been through so much. But in my heart, I always hoped to reunite with myself and my father. Although she said everything very plainly, and even some processes that were obviously full of pain were deliberately omitted by her, Gu Xiao could still hear it. Her years. Not easy. However, I hesitated when it came to how to contact you. Niangu spoke again. My original intention was to go to you directly, and then our family of 3 would be together. But then, I changed my mind. Niangu pursed his lips. Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were full of bitterness. Seeing this bitterness, Gu Xiao instantly understood. Are you afraid that the money you gave us will be used up by us to treat your illness? This was indeed a concern. It is certain that once his mother comes back with the 2mm knife, Comrade Gu Jianjun will be ecstatic, not because of the money, but because the people he cares about here are back. But what happens after you come back? It was impossible to hide his mother's illness from himself and his father, so there was only one final result. Give all your treatment. All the money my mother brings back will be used for treatment, and she will even try her best to sell the pot. Gu Jianjun will never blink an eyelid. Looking at my mother's condition, unless a miracle happens, the final result will definitely be a loss of life and fortune. You should know very well what kind of person your father is, right? I know. So, Mom can't go back, at least because I'm sick. There is absolutely no way I can go back, so I made a decision at that time. Nian Gu sighed. Treat all my assets as inheritance. When I die, these inheritances will go to your father's account. Hearing this, Gu Xiu's heart twitched. He understands. This decision means that the mother will not go back to see them, even though she desperately wants to go home and be with her husband and children. But she ultimately chose not to meet, only just sending back the news of his death. But did something unexpected happen? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask. Nian Gu was a little surprised. You know? Gu Xiu shook his head and explained casually that his mother was fine now. There must have been an accident. Nian Gu didn't ask any more questions. But in fact, only Gu Xiu himself knows. It comes from rebirth. In his previous life, he knew very well that his mother never went back until comrade Gu Jianjun died and when he came back from rebirth. As for the money left by my mother, Gu Xiu said this, even more ignorant. That money was cheated. Nian Gu sighed, even with hatred in his eyes. Being cheated? Yes, I was cheated by someone, the so-called Heritage Company. They are actually a group of liars, and they came prepared and deliberately targeted me. Gu Xiu was stunned and a little incredible. This happened so suddenly. But then, Gu Xiu thought of something. Is it related to the Yi family? Normally, this money is very important to the mother. Is the money she leaves for her husband and children. But the most important thing is never money, but people. Because she had to give them money, Gu's mother would choose not to see them. Not only because she didn't want them to see her injured side, but also because she didn't want her salary and children to waste the money on herself. But now that the money is gone, the problem becomes simpler. Normally, she will definitely go home, but she still didn't. That explains it. Someone in the Yi family is not willing to let me go. In other words, from the moment I arrived at the Yi family, I was a thorn in someone's side. She wanted me to die, and she wanted me to be miserable. Nian Gu shook his head, as if he knew that Gu Xiu would ask who that person was, and said again, I won't tell you who that person is. But I later discovered that it was all set up by that person, and she knew about my existence from the beginning. So I knew at that time that if I went back, I might end up bringing more misfortune to you and Dad. I can't bet. These words made Gu Xiu feel troubled. What kind of hatred is that? It actually makes people hate their mother so much that they are not willing to let her go, even to death. At the same time, Gu Xiu couldn't help but worry. What happened next? Even though he knew that his mother's appearance here now meant that she had passed the critical period, Gu Xiu still couldn't help but sweat for her. Then the money was lost, and I encountered some dangers. In the end, I had to hide here and there. But it was good luck. I was saved by an old man from a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. The old man's medical skills were very good. Although my disease was not completely cured by him, it did not get worse, and he was still trying to find ways to treat me. After hearing this, Gu Xiu remembered. The original investigation revealed that when her mother was in a Milliken, Dao Lan and the others had investigated many medical institutions and even found some of her mother's treatment records. And finally, they investigated a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. But unfortunately, there was no news further down the line. And that Chinese medicine clinic, after a fire, it completely disappeared. And along with it, all the clues about the mother were completely lost in a fire. Really? Then Nian Gu said again, everything was going well. If nothing else happened, I might be able to be treated at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. But unfortunately, I hurt that old gentleman instead. The medical clinic was burned down by a fire, and the old gentleman was also implicated by me, and in the end, Nian Gu shook his head. The meaning is obvious, and Gu Xiu's brows also frowned tightly in an instant. This is no ordinary conflict. This is to make people have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth, and to force people to a dead end. How much hatred can one do such a thing? At the same time, Gu Xiu was also curious. How did you survive after becoming a mother? It was Zhan Wu who helped me. Zhan Wu is a very loyal person. He is an old friend of your grandfather. When I first took charge of the Yi family's business affairs, Zhan Wu was responsible for protecting my safety. But then he was transferred. Later, I met him again after I left the Yi family, and he has been protecting me since then, so that I can turn danger into danger again and again. Nian said with emotion. And those dangers were basically due to Zhang protection, so I was able to escape them again and again. As time passed, the pursuit gradually disappeared. Perhaps there were changes within the Yi family, or maybe the people behind it knew that I was terminally ill and could not escape death. Gu Xiu pursed his lips and did not interrupt his mother's story, because he noticed that until now, when he talks about it, there is something in his mother's eyes. The pain still remains. Obviously, the original situation might be worse than Gu Xiu imagined. You saved my mother's life, Niangu suddenly said. Me? Gu Xiu didn't know why. Yes, that's you. Niangu nodded and smiled gently. My illness was very bad at the beginning, and it was even at its worst. Every day, I thought it was the last day of my life. What's funny is that at this time, a medical institution suddenly contacted me again. They told me that they had new ideas and there was a probability that they could cure me. But again, the cost is very high. Preliminary estimates are that it will require at least 3 million meters of knife, and it will take 1 to 3 years of treatment. At that time, I was desperate at first, because I didn't have that much money, and it was impossible to collect that much money to win this opportunity. But at this time, you appeared. Hearing this, Gu Xiu suddenly reacted. Show up on your own? And what mother needs is money. Doesn't that mean? Zhang Wu agreed to be my bodyguard, but he asked me to pay 30 million, and he paid in one lump sum in advance. So that money is actually the cost of your treatment. Gu Xiu's eyes widened. He looked at his mother in disbelief. Yes. At that time, Zhang Wu didn't actually know you, let alone your identity. Actually, we all knew that I was certain to die. He offered such a high price just to give it a try. But we didn't expect that someone would actually be willing to pay such a high price. We didn't expect it even more. That person turned out to be you. When Gu's mother talked about this, her eyes were full of disbelief. It's really incredible. Gu Xiu was definitely the most shocked. He originally spent 30 million to hire Zhang Wu because for him, 30 million to buy a few years apiece was a very good deal, and also because Zhang Wu was very anxious. So Gu Xiu spent money. But he never expected that just because of this money, he would save his mother's life in the end. Yes, just save her life. Because Gu Xiu is a reborn person, he was reborn from the future 20 years ago. He knew it very clearly. Until 20 years later, when Gu Jianjun died on the hospital bed, he never saw his mother again. There was only one possibility, and that was that his mother might have died back then. And now it seems, my mother is still alive, and the biggest connection with me is the 30 million. So, in the previous life, my mother may not have waited for the 30 million at all. In the end, she could only turn into a handful of lusts, and naturally, she would not be able to come back to see them again. In this life, because of his own appearance, and because of some of his seemingly inadvertent decisions, things will inevitably happen in the past. Completely changed. Destiny. So amazing. To be honest, because you need treatment and often need to hide, I didn't even know that you had reached the point where you could give out 30 million. When I first learned about this news and learned from Zhang Wu that the person who gave the money was you, I was shocked. I didn't expect it at all. You're only a few years old, but you can do this. To be honest, until now, I can't believe it, Niangu said incredulously. The look in Gu Xiu's eyes was filled with disbelief. Gu Xiu had seen this kind of look in Luo Xiang's eyes before, and also seen it in Dama and Xiao Ma, and now he also saw it in his mother's eyes. Now that you know my identity, why aren't you willing to come back? Gu Xiu couldn't help but ask even. You're still avoiding me on purpose. If everything was bad before, and you even had the idea of not dragging down your family, Gu Xiu could understand it, but what's going on now? It seems my mother has recovered. Even her current company is considered pretty good. In this case, mother should meet them as soon as possible. But didn't you also hide it from your father and tell your father that you have achieved a lot over the years? Niangu asked with a slight smile. These words made Gu Xiu choked. This feeling is different from the feeling of being discovered by someone like Ma Xiaoma that you are the big boss. After all, the other party is not a subordinate or a customer, but his own mother. Especially think about it. With Zhang Wu, the trader, by his side, isn't everything he does clearly understood by his mother? Good thing. Nian Gu explained to Gu Xiao. The Yi family's current attitude is not clear enough. I'm not sure whether that person will still pursue me. Of course, this is just one reason. There's another reason. You and Dad are both good. As for the results you have achieved now, I know I can't compare to them, and your dad's business is also doing very well, so I want make some achievements and go back in glory. After all, I already know that you're living a good life now. In this case, I can suppress my thoughts and see you later. These words made Gu Xiao couldn't help laughing. What is your mother's personality like? Be strong. This can be seen from the things she did when she was a child. She's a very strong person. She can naturally go back after the treatment. But the same thing. She also doesn't want to be a vase when she goes back. She likes to go back with some achievements. Actually, at the beginning, I thought that you would come to Olikin sooner or later, so I hope to develop here. When you start to develop an Olikin in the future, Mom can be your helper. Nian Gu helplessly touched Gu Xiao's hair, but Mom didn't expect it. Our little Gu Xiao is so powerful, it's almost impossible for Mom to help you. I didn't expect it even more. You can find Mom so quickly. Obviously, this time Gu Xiao discovered the problem in advance, investigated the clues about his mother, and even successfully found his mother in one fell swoop. For Nian Gu, it was an accident. But Gu Xiao suddenly frowned. What if this is not an accident? It's not an accident. What do you mean by that? As soon as Gu Xiao finished speaking, Nian Gu couldn't help but raised his eyebrows and asked. But Gu Xiao shook his head and said, I just feel that it's a little too coincidental and a little too smooth. Huh. According to your original plan, Mom, you definitely don't want to meet me, at least for a short period of time, right? Gu Xiao asked. I really plan not to meet each other for a short time, because my company is currently negotiating a new round of financing. This round of financing is very critical and may even make the company's market value exceed 100 million yuan. After I plan to complete the financing, I will sell the company's shares to cash out, which should be worth tens of millions of dollars. Then I will take the money and wait for you to take a vacation. I guess you may not go home during the spring festival, but you will definitely go home during the summer vacation. I will go back with you quietly then. Then when you didn't expect it, he suddenly appeared and gave you a surprise. Niangu nodded and spoke of his thoughts. I have to admit that this idea is good. Even Gu Xiao could imagine the scene when he returned home from vacation and was sitting at home with comrade Lao Gu. And then suddenly the door was knocked open and his mother was standing outside. Dad was afraid that he would jump up excitedly on the spot. However, I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. Niangu said helplessly, I didn't even expect it. It was because of this reason. Having said this, Niangu was a little scared. I didn't expect. Kutcher is so crazy. I have been in contact with this person several times, and I never expected that this person can do such crazy things. Gambling is really harmful. Fortunately, you're okay. Otherwise, my mother would have to live with regrets for the rest of her life. It's okay that gambling does harm to people, but how could a person with a good life and a bright future suddenly become addicted to gambling? Gu Xiao frowned. This, Niangu also reacted. It is a consensus that everyone knows that gambling harms people, and precisely because it is not a secret, most entrepreneurs with some brains know it. 9 times out of 10 you lose. As for the real wealthy giants, in fact, no one will really fall into the mud of gambling. Even if they love gambling, most of them will stop in moderation. Few truly smart people in this world expect to get rich overnight through gambling. If we say it is an ordinary bottom class of society, if you're caught up in the thrill of gambling, that may be understandable. But Kutcher, if you put it like that, I also find it a bit strange. Why did such a good person suddenly become addicted to gambling? Niangu also frowned. Mom, how much do you know about this man? I can't say that I know much, but Kutcher is my competitor after all. I have met him a few times, and I have learned about some of this man's previous methods. Oh, Keijin Niangu thought for a moment and said, this is a very smart and capable person. He started out as a traditional real estate agency in the early years. After the internet began to appear, he began to integrate with the internet. If you ask me to comment, this person is definitely a real business elite with brains and ideas, and this person loves his family very much. As for gambling, I don't think that this person will make such a big mistake because he is addicted to gambling. At this point, Niangu shook his head again. But who can say clearly about things in the world? Although this kind of thing is rare, if gambling is really deeply involved, it cannot be treated with common sense. Gu Xiao nodded. Naturally, he would not deny this. After all, people who lose everything because of gambling are not a minority in this world, and Kutcher is no exception. But it's understandable, but Gu Xiao still couldn't help but frown. He just happened to be involved in gambling, happened to know the hotel you prepared for me, and guessed that he could use me to threaten me, and happened to know the contact information of a killer organization. Isn't all this a coincidence? As soon as these words came out, Niangu's expression suddenly changed. You mean someone is doing all this behind the scenes? I'm not sure, it's just a guess. Gu Xiao shook his head. Niangu suddenly frowned. If there is really someone behind this, who are you? Or what is this person's purpose? Could it be the Yi family? Gu Xiao asked. No. Seeing Gu Xiao's confusion, Niangu explained, this is overseas. If that person really wants to do something, he won't make it so troublesome. And I heard the news that the Yi family situation is different now. After so many years, the Yi family is not so powerful. Hearing this, Gu Xiao nodded. Really? Judging from the current clues, if there is really a person in the dark, then this person has the intention of killing someone with a borrowed knife. This does not seem to be the method of a Yi family. After all, this is overseas. If the Yi family wants to take action, they will not have any worries. What's more, from Gu Xiao's contact with the Yi family so far, it can be seen that the Yi family is a wealthy family, but its attitude towards him seems to be very interesting. There was no excessive affection, and no hostility was shown. Even through several contacts with Yi Mingyu, it can be seen that this person is willing to keep a distance from himself. The attitude of the Yi family. It doesn't look like he wants to kill himself, at least according to the previous clues. If it's not the Yi family, then who is it? Gu Xiao thought about it for a moment, but turned his head and looked at his mother's frowning expression, but couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. This person, it's my mother. Mom, should I inform Dad now? Gu Xiao couldn't help but ask. No. Gu Nian shook his head, and then added, since you have discovered me, there is no need for me to hide anymore. I want to go back. It shouldn't be your father looking for me, but I should go back to find your father. Hearing this, Gu Xiao smiled. There may be a lot of weirdness behind this matter, but at least for now, these are not the most important. The most important thing is, my mother is back, and Dad, after waiting for so many years, can finally meet again with the person he can't let go of. This matter, that's the most important thing. That night, Gu Xiao stayed in Niangu's office. Niangu told Gu Xiao a lot, including her experiences in the past few years and how much she missed her children and husband. Mother and son seemed to have endless topics to talk about. Early the next morning, Niangu asked someone to book a flight back to Long Kingdom. She's going back. Go back to the home that I have wanted to go back to for many years, but have not dared to go back. Lao Gu, are you back again? Hey, Xiao Gu, you're a real person. You come back as soon as you come back. Why did you bring gifts? Did you come back alone this time? Where's that little monkey Gu Xiao? This guy won't come back to see me, this old man. Jianjun will be back for a few days this time. If nothing happens, remember to find the old man, and I will play chess and kill 2 games. Let me see if your level has improved. Now, there are fewer and fewer people in our place. Last month, Lao Wantu died, and Lao Lu and Lao Li moved away. There are almost no young people here. In a few years, all of us old people will die. Will there be nothing left here? In the old workers' dormitory in Zhou County, Gu Jianjun opened the door of his house with a few bags of unsent gifts, accompanied by the sighs of the old people. This is their original home. Nowadays, the life of the Gu family is getting better and better. Gourmet Mike and Shu Yishu Air have developed into the strongest restaurant chain in the province in the past few years. Besides, Gujia supermarkets have also begun to bloom everywhere. relying on the dividends of the times and conscientious prices. In such a situation, as the boss, Gu Jianjun is very busy. Others who work part-time can still get a few days off a month, but he is the boss. But there is really no rest time. I wake up early every day and work hard until late at night. After all, there are so many stores, and it would take several days just to inspect them. Certainly, this actually has something to do with Gu Jianjun's unwillingness to rest. After all, under Gu Xiu's guidance, Gu Jianjun had already established related trading companies, whether it was a restaurant or a supermarket, managed through the company. This also, to a certain extent, avoids the problem of Gu Jianjun being too busy on his own and actually frees up more time for him. But Gu Jianjun did not reject the company's corporate management, but at the same time he still did not slack off and was busier than before. This was his initiative, because for him, only if he keeps busy and doesn't have time will he not be able to suppress the longing. But even so, Gu Jianjun still often takes time out to come back and stay in this old staff dormitory every now and then. Others say he is nostalgic, but in fact, only Gu Jianjun knew that nostalgia might be a reason, but more importantly, he hoped that someone would come back one day and find him, although that person may never appear again in his lifetime. I don't know what's going on with the Brad and Ollie Kin lately. It's probably Christmas time there, and they didn't even call me. Don't think I'm going to take the initiative to call you. I want to see how wild your brat is. Gu Jianjun muttered viciously while placing the unsent gifts on the table. Looking at these gifts, Gu Jianjun sighed. It's only been a few years. There are no people in the employee dormitories. Not only the dormitories, but also the entire Zhou County. The number of people has been decreasing year by year. Many people have gone to work in big cities outside the city. Now the living standards are getting better and better, but the cost of living is also getting higher and higher. Even some people who have been unwilling to leave their hometowns all their lives are beginning to be forced to leave their hometowns. This is definitely a good thing. In the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult to be as humane as I am now. This is the emotion he said to himself. But at the same time, it was more like Gu Jianjun was talking to someone. Perhaps ordinary people would be really frightened when they come here, thinking that the man in the room has gone crazy. But in fact, I don't know whether he is crazy or not. The only thing Gu Jianjun knows is that this is a very good place to talk to him every time he has any troubles. They will all talk in this old house. But speaking of it, it's really weird these days. It's okay for young people to go out and work hard. Some old people are starting to work. Out. The retired man Gao heard that he went to work as a security guard in a factory in Pengcheng because his son wants to buy a house in a big city. House prices are really high now. One person can't afford a house by himself in his lifetime. In order to buy a house, several members of the family have to work to raise money. Retired people can't continue to retire. It's hard to imagine what people in the future will pursue. I used to say that in order to pursue a better life and higher ideals, I just feel that the houses that people in the future will pursue are not very lofty. Fortunately, I listened to Xiao Xiu and bought a house. I bought several houses, not only in Jiangcheng, but also in the provincial capital. If Xiao Xiu comes back in the future, I will give him the house in the provincial capital. If he doesn't come back, no, this kid must come back. If he doesn't come back, I will break his legs. He will serve the motherland and contribute to the motherland. He talked nonstop for half an hour. The fatigue and worries accumulated during this period gradually disappeared after this period of talking. Stand up and stretch. Gu Jianjun started cooking, but when he came to the old photo, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but stop for a moment and sighed. How great would it be if you came back? Shaking his head, Gu Jianjun seemed to understand that his idea was a luxury, so he could only smile bitterly, roll up his sleeves, and start cooking. A person should also eat well. At least in this house, it really does. After all, he runs a restaurant. Although Gu Jianjun is not a great chef. After all, he was once the man who invented the hot pot base. Home-cooked side dishes are a no-brainer. But, just when he was finishing a dish, the cell phone in his arms rang. Gu Jianjun glanced at it. When he saw the caller ID, the old man's eyes were filled with joy. But, after answering the phone, what he said was not only devoid of any joy, but full of disgust. What are you doing? I'm busy. Hey, Dad, what are you busy about? It's none of your business. Talk about something and say it quickly. International long distance is not cheap. Dad, you are a big boss, and you still want to pay for long distance charges. Gu Xiu complained, but did not give Comrade Gu a chance to get angry. Gu Xiu said directly, Dad, where are you? Forget it. Open the door. What? Your son is standing at the door. It's such a cold day. Are you willing to let your son freeze? What? When did you? Gu Jianjun was shocked, but just about to ask a few questions. Then he remembered something and hurriedly came to the door in 3 steps and 2 steps. Pull it open. You brat, are you fooling me? Gu Jianjun was furious. Dad, are you not in Jiangcheng? Gu Xiu on the other end of the phone seemed to be unexpected and a little depressed. Your son, I came all the way back to surprise you, but I didn't expect you to be not at home. I'm going back now. Wait. No, it's quite cold now. You should go to the hotel first, at least to get warmer. I'll be back as soon as possible. You brat. You won't even say a word when you come back. Gu Jianjun quickly turned off the stove while chattering. Prepare to simply pack up and rush to Jiangcheng. But Gu Xiu on the other end of the phone said directly, Forget it, Dad. Don't come to Jiangcheng. You must be in Zhou County. I'll come back to you now. It's so late, and all buses have stopped running. Sure, Ching Song replied. What kind of bus are you taking? I just bought the Nimbus 2000. I'll be in Zhouxian County in a few minutes. Gu Xiu chuckled slyly. You returned Nimbus 2000. Why didn't you talk about somersault clouds? Gu Jianjun rolled his eyes. Don't think I don't watch Harry Potter. Ha, Dad. You are well informed. Open the door now. Now? Yes, right now. What are you kidding? I have a gift delivered to your door, waiting for you at the door. Gu Jianjun was dubious and pushed open the door. But soon, Gu Jianjun was stunned. Appearing at the door was an employee of Mike Zhouxian's store, holding a food box. Boss, the meal you ordered. I didn't. Gu Jianjun was a little surprised, but he hesitated and waved his hand. Put it down. But soon, Gu Jianjun became a little confused. I saw a lot of dishes in the food box inside the waiter, and all of them were hard dishes. He even took out a rose in a glass bottle from the food box and placed it on the table. What do you think, Dad? Are you satisfied with this gift? We are bosses now, so we have to treat ourselves with something good every now and then. You brat, with your gift, you are ordering food from my restaurant, right? Gu Jianjun curled his lips. Although he was complaining, he was still very happy in his heart. No matter what the gift is like, or why there's a rose, at least my son is willing to put effort into it. Right? Dad is not satisfied. It's okay. I have another gift. Gu Xiu interrupted Gu Jianjun again. Now, open the door. Huh? Gu Jianjun was stunned. What happened to this son? One set after another. What are you doing standing still? Open the door. Gu Xiu urged again. What are you doing, kid? Gu Jianjun was helpless, but he still walked to the door obediently and held the door open, while saying, You brat, please do all these fancy things for me, and wait for you. He was mid-sentence. Afterwards, Gu Jianjun couldn't continue talking no matter what, because it's at the door. A picture appeared that he had fantasized about countless times, but it only appeared in his fantasy. The person who lives in his heart. Back. You. Is it really you? Xia. At this moment, Gu Jianjun's eyes were straight, staring blankly at the woman who appeared at the door. This scene was so sudden that he still didn't react. He stood blankly at the door, as if his soul had been lost. However, the Niangu in front of him was not much better than him, compared to when I saw Gu Xiu. The moment Niangu faced her husband, her eyes were full of deep longing and affection. At this moment, she could no longer hide anything. How long do you think they're going to stay like this? Downstairs. Gu Xiu hung up the phone, looked at the scene above, and asked Zhang with a smile. Zhang was still so serious. After thinking about the problem seriously for a moment, he said, No more than 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes? Gu Xiu was surprised. How can you be so sure? Because they will smell the paste right away. Zhang blinked. Pasty? Gu Xiu was stunned for a moment before he could react. The scene that seemed to be frozen at the door was suddenly broken as the noses of Father Gu and Mother Gu moved at the same time. Gu Jianjun seemed to want to rush into the house subconsciously. But then he turned around again, grabbed the woman at the door, and the two of them rushed into the staff room. Close the door. Outsiders can no longer explore the slightest bit. Gu Xiu was speechless. Looking back at Zhang Wu, he saw a rare smile on his face. Your father forgot to turn off the fire. The food must have been burnt after such a long time of tossing. Gu Xiu, as expected of my father. However, the thought of his parents meeting again after a long separation without any sad scenes of crying and screaming made Gu Xiu feel a lot more comfortable. Come on, Uncle Jean. Let's go have our luxurious dinner. My dad is happy today. Even if I order the most expensive dish on the table, my dad will definitely not feel bad. With that, Gu Xiu turned around and headed towards the gourmet restaurant. At that time, Zhang Wu was surprised. You're not going back? Why are you going back? Gu Xiu asked back. Zhang Wu asked strangely. You haven't been back for so long, and your parents are reunited. Don't you want to go and witness and share the joy? In response, Gu Xiu just rolled his eyes and said, Do I look like a light bulb? Although he was only 10 years old, he was not a mobile kid. My parents must have endless things to talk about tonight. You may be a happy family there, but you may also become a super light bulb for no apparent reason. Why bother? Light bulb? Zhang Wu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. He glanced at Gu Xiu strangely and finally smiled. Sometimes I'm really curious about what's in your kid's head. Sometimes he looks like a child who hasn't grown up, and sometimes he looks like an adult who knows everything. You are so young and old. Don't you understand? Gu Xiu laughed loudly and freely. What is your biggest regret after coming back? It was my father who died young. I don't know whether my mother is alive or dead. And now, the biggest regret has been made up for. At least at this moment, Gu Xiu only has one feeling. This time I am reborn. Worth it. 10 minutes later, Gu Xiu and Zhang Wu were sitting in the gourmet dining room. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes, especially Gu Xiu's favorite drink. There were even several bottles placed. The ladies are so enthusiastic. Gu Xiu sighed and rubbed his red face. The luxurious dishes and endless drinks come at a price. As soon as he entered the store, he was surrounded by the shop assistants and ladies. There were all kinds of questions asking Gu Xiu. Some even moved their hands and feet, touching this and that. Some of them were more intimate, which made Gu Xiu feel embarrassed. This kind of situation really doesn't happen in other stores. But it's different in this old store. Those who have been around for a longer time can even be said to have watched Gu Xiu grow up. Even the store Gu Xiu often goes to in Jiangsheng cannot compare. It's a good thing to be liked by others. Many people are too late to envy you. Zhang Wu said. Gu Xiu agreed with this point. If we weren't a lovable kid, how could we eat tofu so openly? Thinking of this, even the food tastes better. But when Gu Xiu was enjoying his meal, Zhang Wu couldn't help but asked, Aren't you angry with me? Why are you angry with you? Gu Xiu asked back. I betrayed you. Zhang Wu was silent for a moment. And I betrayed you for a long time. Then what? Then, Zhang Wu was stunned, thinking that there was no way this could happen. Fortunately, Gu Xiu took the initiative and said, To be honest, I was really angry when I first found out, but after thinking about it, I can't blame you for protecting my mother, right? So, not only do I not hate you, but I also want to thank you. Of course, it's not that I have nothing to blame you for. Gu Xiu couldn't help but add, especially when I thought about you standing nearby and listening when I analyzed the clues about my mother, I always felt like an idiot. So, Uncle Jean, if you don't make some compensation in this situation, then I don't agree with it very much. What do you want? Zhang Wu was obviously relieved. But Gu Xiu replied, The truth. What? I want the truth. All the truth. Zhang Wu raised his eyebrows and looked into Gu Xiu's eyes. Didn't your mother tell you already? But she didn't say who wanted to harm her. Gu Xiu's eyes were glaring. This matter. Her mother didn't want to tell her, and Gu Xiu never asked. But don't ask. It doesn't mean that Gu Xiu just thinks that this matter doesn't exist. Quite the opposite. Gu Xiu always kept this matter in mind, not just because his mother had been forced to hide from time to time in this life, and she was even worried about it. What's more important is that Gushio still knows about his previous life. All the tragedies my family had encountered long ago. Now that he knows about this matter, Gushio cannot pretend that this matter does not exist. He needs to understand the original truth, and at the same time, he also needs revenge. He is not a person who likes to shout and kill, but now that things have happened, he has even pushed his mother to this level. Gushio couldn't remain indifferent, because after rebirth, the tragedy of the previous life did not happen again. But what about the previous life? Such a tragedy. In the end, it brought the heaviest consequences. But in the face of Gushio's question, Zhang Wu was silent. After hesitating for a long time, he shook his head and said, "I can't talk about this matter. Because it's the Yi family, so you don't want to talk about it?" Gushio raised his eyebrows. "Do you think I'm a worm trying to shake a tree?" Zhang Wu was silent. No denial. Gushio did not urge him, but still looked at Zhang Wu. Finally, as if he couldn't bear Gushio's gaze, Zhang Wu finally couldn't help but shook his head. "Gushio, I know you are not simple, and you have achieved many impressive achievements. Your future achievements are limitless. But this matter, it is very complicated, and the Yi family is a wealthy family. This cannot be described in just 4 words. This is an existence that no one can shake. According to the information I received, it is impossible for that person to target your mother anymore. According to your mother's wishes, she hopes that this matter did not happen. No interference." These words made Gushio raise his eyebrows. That person has a very high status in the Yi family? At least he once had a very high status. Zhang Wu was silent and did not answer. Gushio nodded. "Uncle Zhang, don't worry. I'm not a person who overestimates my abilities, and I'm not a person who is so arrogant that he thinks he can challenge such a century-old family. But I want to create a century-old family of my own. A century-old family." The moment he heard these 4 words from Gushio's mouth, Zhang Wu froze on the spot, and even his breathing couldn't help but quicken. After staring at Gushio for a long time, Zhang Wu couldn't help but ask, what is a century-old family? Those who have been around for a long time are called a family. Gushio raised his eyebrows. The name of the family represents a super family with absolute power in politics, business, and even all aspects. This kind of aristocratic family, in this era, is somewhat similar to the Alikin family, the Chabal of Goryeo, and the like. Of course, today's Yi family can definitely be called an aristocratic family. As for a century-old family, it is easier to understand. If it lasts for 100 years without being destroyed and stands for 100 years without falling, it is a century-old family. Seeing Gushio's talk, Zhang Wu was stunned. "Since you know it so well, you should know that a century-old family. It can't exist. At least, it can't appear again now." Zhang Wu denied it very firmly, because he was sure that it was impossible for Gushio to do it. Not just Gushio, it was impossible for anyone in this era to do it. Family. These 2 words are as heavy as 1,000 pieces. Throughout the 5,000 years of history of the Dragon Kingdom, there are many wealthy families, and it has even given rise to the saying that a century-old dynasty is a 1,000-year-old family. No matter how the dynasty changes, the status of the family seems to never be shaken. Even if you look through history books, you can see that there are actually shadows of aristocratic families in every dynasty and every generation. If you look at the birth of aristocratic families, you will find that the birth of any powerful aristocratic family is often accompanied by the change of dynasties and changes in the world structure. Look at the family members of Alikin, the birth of which family is not accompanied by blood and fire, and the rise of which family is not the result of mutual use of Alikin and the mutual success in the end. Do you really think that the statement that private property is sacred and inviolable is meant to protect the property of ordinary people? Perhaps this is more distant. That is to say, the current aristocratic families in the Dragon Kingdom, the century-old aristocratic families, have basically been destroyed decades ago, and most of the current aristocratic families are behemoths that took advantage of the situation in that era to rise. The status of these aristocratic families may not be unshakable. But, want to create a new family? Terribly sorry. This is impossible. This kind of thing cannot be achieved through hard work. There are richest people in the world every year, but how many of the richest people in the world have formed a super family? This thing requires more than just making money to make up for it. It also needs strong, official background support. And what does Gushio have now? Money? He is indeed rich, but his current assets are still far away from being the richest man in the world, let alone reaching the kind of existence that will not be on the wealth list at all. Right? I have to admit that Gushio did have a good background before. Through his teacher Liang Xining, he got to know a lot of big shots. He even has good relationships with many people. But that's just a good relationship, and everyone just regards him as an interesting junior, but to the extent that he can build a family. There are still many, many things Gushio lacks. Even these are available. But to be honest, this world no longer allows the birth of new aristocratic families. Unless there are earth-shaking changes in the world structure, it would be good to establish a consortium with some energy. This is a path destined to be impossible to succeed. Even though, for example, even if Gushio really succeeds, he has capital beyond imagination and can even influence the situation, and has unconditional official endorsement and support, but wanting to maintain it for 100 years is not an easy thing. Watch him build a tall building, watch him entertain guests, and watch his building collapse. Century. It's not long, it's not short. What this requires is a century of advancing with the times, a powerful capital that can be squandered for a century, and a family ecosystem with healthy development and a virtuous cycle. It's precisely because I know it's difficult that I want to give it a try. If I finish it in the end, can I be proud of it? Regarding Zhang Wu's unceremonious disapproval, Gushio just laughed and said, "After all, we are still young, right?" Zhang Wu couldn't help but nod at this. Really, Gushio is too young, and youth means unlimited potential. Immediately, Zhang Wu thought of something that frightened him. Gushio today, only 10 years old. You have reached your current height at the age of 10. What about the age of 20, 30, or 40? How high can he reach? And how old was Gushio when he started his business? Like 6 years old? In other words, it only took him 4 years to go from scratch to where he is today. What about 8 years later? What about 20 years from now? What about 40 years from now? Thinking of this, Zhang Wu was suddenly startled by his own thoughts and broke into a cold sweat, if it was impossible for others to do it. But what about Gushio? Is it really impossible for him to do it? At this moment, Zhang Wu didn't know how to refute, and even his affirmation felt a little apprehensive at this time. What if? If you want to become a family, you must first create a family that is strong enough and powerful enough. Zhang Wu shook his head and said, "And if there are only 3 of you in the family?" To be honest, it's not an exaggeration to describe it as sparsely populated. A family of 3? Are you kidding? Gushio didn't care. What does it matter? When the aristocratic families in Yanjing were first established, were they all big families and prosperous? I'm only 10 years old, and I will definitely branch out in the future. And my parents reunited after a long absence today. Maybe they will bring me a new force in 10 months. Zhang Wu, fortunately, your father is not here. Otherwise, I am afraid that a few of the 7 wolves will be broken today. Of course, dreams are dreams. I haven't grown too big yet. I've been dreaming about starting a famous family since I was 10 years old, so I'm not in a hurry now. I just set a goal for myself. Once I have a goal, what I do next will be easy." Gushio smiled, as if he didn't feel that his dream was a bit scary at all. Zhang Wu was silent for a while. "So, what are you going to do next?" "Since I want to go down the line of aristocratic family, then what I need to do is not just a speculator, and I shouldn't just make a profit and run away." Gushio said. Zhang Wu nodded. He agreed with this. It's just that having money is of no use. After all, the official side doesn't look at how much money you have. The most important thing to look at is what you could drive. "Then what are you going to do?" Zhang Wu asked strangely. Gushio did not answer, but after thinking for a moment, he suddenly asked in a confused manner, "I remember. It seems that the global semiconductor conference will be held in a while, right?" Huh? Jean-Wu was confused and couldn't keep up with Gu Xiu's fast thinking. But Gu Xiu blinked. Uncle Jean, tell me, if I hold a future country's top semiconductor technology in my hands, will this increase my leverage behind me? Comrade Gu Jianjun and Ms. Nian Gu reunited after a long absence. The two stayed at home for 3 full days, perhaps because their chat was too emotional. Within 3 days, the couple never even left the house. It was still 3 days later that Gu Xiu went up and knocked on the door, and finally the door was opened. The couple finally walked out of the house. The family really had a great time, and all 3 of them burst into tears that day. After that, the family went to visit Aunt Zhang's family. Gu's mother was also very grateful to this ill-fated old sister who always cared about her. It was inevitable that the 2 girls would hug each other and cry that day, even Zhang Rong. Good thing. The sad thing finally passed, and Gu's mother was back. The days will get better and better. 1 week, the Gu family finally calmed down from the previous excitement. Gu Jianjun is a career-minded person, but after his wife came back, that sense of professionalism has faded a lot. He plans to enter semi-retirement after working hard for so many years. Whether it's Gourmet Mike or Gujia Supermarket. In fact, they already have a complete system and a small number of talents that can be put to great use. Even if he, the boss, doesn't go to the store, it won't affect normal operations at all. Such thoughts appeared after Gu's mother came back. Think about it. Comrade Gu Jianjun still approached Gu Xiu and chatted with him about his true thoughts, but what he never expected was that this thought had just begun. He was immediately rebutted mercilessly by his own son. Retire? You want to lie down and retire now? How old are you, Dad? Guijidu has postponed his retirement age. People all over the country are rolling up their sleeves and working hard. You told me that you plan to retire. Gu Xiu's eyes widened, and he looked at his father with a look of disbelief on his face. Those eyes that could speak were filled with the expression, Comrade Gu, you have disappointed me so much. A simple look, but Comrade Gu Jianjun felt a little embarrassed and even a little at a loss. I just feel that our family has some money now, and our life is pretty good. I want to spend more time with your mother. As for work matters, it's not really a delay. Try to leave it to others. As he spoke, Comrade Gu Jianjun couldn't say anything else. He felt that his son looked at him like an old leader in the workplace looking at a new employee who made a mistake. Gu Jianjun felt ashamed at his heart. Ashamed? What am I ashamed of? Immediately afterwards, Comrade Gu Jianjun realized that he seemed to be the father, but somehow he felt like he had become his son. Why are you looking at me like that? Why, if I want to retire early, I need your permission, right? That's not true. Gu Xiu shook his head. But I think, Dad, you are still young now at the age when you should work hard. How can you settle down? Besides, you don't want to be a grown man, not even as good as your own wife, right? Gu Jianjun was stunned. What do you mean? If Gu Jianjun could still sneer at what he said before, then what Gu Xiu said later really made Comrade Gu Jianjun a little bit unable to calm down. After all, although Comrade Lao Gu loves Mother Gu to the extreme, from the bottom of his heart, he is actually a slightly macho man. Now my boy says that he is not as good as his mother or his wife. Can this be tolerated? Dad, you don't know, right? Didn't Mom tell you? What did you say? Looking at his boy's appearance as a riddler with a crooked mouth, Comrade Gu Jianjun felt more and more displeased. He frowned and said, You brat, just say what you want. If you fart, hurry up and hesitate. Do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? Gu Xiu smashed his mouth. It seems that you really don't know, Dad. It seems that Mom didn't tell you because she was worried about your face. Speaking of which, Mom and Dad, you must be really in love, and Mom takes good care of you. Hey, Comrade Gu Jianjun said that he had a toothache and felt that. The weather today was very good and seemed very suitable for spanking children. Good thing. Seeing the bad look in his father's eyes, Gu Xiu finally stopped inciting hatred and said, Dad, do you know that before my mother came back, she started a random business in Alikin? I know that. Gu Jianjun nodded and sighed. It's not easy for your mother either. She has to make money from medical treatment. If she told me, I would also find a way. Although Gu's mother talked to comrade Gu Jianjun about her experiences over the years, she also hid something, including Zhan Wu's existence. Gu Xiu's 30 million incident was naturally eliminated. This is what Gu Xiu requested. Although he has achieved a lot now, Gu Xiu still doesn't want his father to know about those things. At the beginning, he was unwilling to disclose it, just because Gu Xiu had been hiding this aspect, so he could only continue to lie with tears in his eyes. But if you don't say it now, it will be different. Gu Xiu just had a bad taste and wanted to see when his father would realize that he had used his famous name to do so many big things. Gu's mother did not reject Gu Xiu's idea at all. Instead, she was very interested in helping Gu Xiu complete his lie. So, naturally, the only thing Gu Jianjun knew was that Gu's mother started her own business to earn money for medical treatment, but he didn't know exactly how much money she made or what business she started. Yeah, it's not easy for Mom. Gu Xiu sighed and then said, but Mom is also very good. Did you know that Mom has a company in Alekin, which has now entered the second round of financing? After this round of financing, what is the market value of Mom's company? How much? Gu Jianjun was curious. After all, he has been a small boss for so many years, and he has some understanding of things like financing and listing. But he saw Gu Xiuxi lifting a finger. 1 million. Gu Jianjun asked. Gu Xiu rolled his eyes. In your eyes, this is my mother's ability? I'm talking about the rice knife. Gu Jianjun retorted. $1 million is not considered small money. But Gu Xiu curled his lips and said, Dad, that's all you have? Comrade Gu Jianjun was a little annoyed at being despised by his son, but he still asked curiously, it can't be 10 million, right? 10 million meters is not a small amount of money. It's equivalent to 70 or 80 million dragon national coins. Gu Jianjun's property combined is quite a lot. A restaurant and supermarket. He is a well-known entrepreneur in the province, but 70 to 80 million is still a big number for Gu Jianjun now. But what shocked Gu Jianjun was, he originally thought he was high-ranking enough, but he didn't expect Gu Xiu to shake his head. Add a zero. Well, what? Gu Jianjun's eyes widened. 100 million. Then he saw his boy shaking his finger again. $100 million. My mother's company's valuation in this round of financing is at least $100 million. Even if my mother's shares are diluted after the financing, she can still hold at least 40% of the shares. That's $40 million. Dad, do the math. $40 to $50 million. How much is it in Dragon Country currency? Do the math again. If you want to retire now, Dad, how many years will it take for you to catch up with Mom's assets? This is valued at 100 million, and I hold more than 40 million. Still, it's a rice knife. Gu Jianjun's eyes widened, feeling that his whole imagination had been greatly impacted. During this time, after Gu's mother came back, comrade Gu Jianjun began to have a second spring in his life. Although the two met again after many years, the relationship did not fade because of time. On the contrary, because of the passage of time, that feeling has become more mellow. These days, the two couples were inseparable almost 24 hours a day, and the topics they talked about ranged from the south to the north. Even Gu Jianjun felt as if he had returned to the time when they were in love. When Gu's mother told her about her achievements, Gu's mother always mentioned it in an understatement, which made Gu Jianjun feel that although Gu's mother started a business to earn treatment fees, but the results may not be very good. For this reason, Gu Jianjun did not ask the question to the end, because he felt that asking further questions might embarrass Gu's mother. But he never expected it. Gu's mother didn't go into details, not because she felt embarrassed, but to take care of her own face, so she didn't say much in this regard. Really? The clown is actually me? What kind of company does your mother run? How do you make so much money? Comrade Gu Jianjun couldn't help but asked. Mainly, it still feels a bit incredible. I have worked hard for so many years and just managed to build such a big foundation. Now it seems that the results are worse than those of my wife. It seems that I'm still far behind. What Mom does is mainly renting and selling houses online combined with the internet, and booking hotel rooms through the internet. Gu Xiu answered. Internet. Gu Jianjun smiled bitterly. No wonder. I really can't play with this thing. I don't understand at all. Today's Gu Jianjun is completely different from the laid-off employee who only wanted to pay back the money after the hotel failed. He is more willing to think about things that are more far-sighted, and he is more willing to get in touch with things that are emerging. Of course, Gu Jianjun is not unfamiliar with the internet. But let's be honest, the more he learns about it, the less Gu Jianjun understands how to play on the internet. Sometimes he even feels that he is too old after all. So when he heard that his wife was engaged in something related to the internet, Gu Jianjun lost his temper. Can't compare. I can't play with that thing on my own. But after taking a look at his son in front of him, Gu Jianjun couldn't help but ask, Gu Xiu, you have seen a lot now. You have been an American for such a long time. Have you ever seen anything new that combines the internet with supermarkets? Hearing this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but laugh. He knows. My father's interest was piqued. Retire? Retirement is obviously impossible. Dad's macho idea must have been aroused, otherwise he wouldn't have asked himself. But combining supermarkets and the internet. Gu Xiu narrowed his eyes and thought. Yes, Gu Jianjun nodded. Now the development of the internet is getting more and more popular. All fools know it. The future is the era of the internet. Actually, your dad, I haven't thought about it. Isn't there a Taobao website on the internet now? I even went there to buy things, and I found that this kind of thing will definitely become the biggest competitor of the supermarket in the future. It's cheaper and more convenient. What's more important is that what you can buy in supermarkets can be bought online, and what you can't buy in supermarkets can also be bought online. So to your dad, I'm thinking now, how many years can we last in supermarkets? Seeing his son still looking thoughtful, Gu Jianjun added, of course. If supermarkets can't do it, restaurants can do it. But it may be more difficult to combine the hotel thing. After all, everyone can buy things online, but it's impossible to eat online, right? Of course, that's what I say, but if it can be combined with the internet, the future will definitely be more promising. This is the bottom line. In fact, in the past 2 years, in addition to vigorously developing his own industry, Gu Jianjun has also been thinking about the next direction. What does the future look like? Gu Jianjun didn't know, but as his experience increased in the past few years, Gu Jianjun knew it very well. Future. It is an emerging industry. The internet is definitely the top priority among emerging industries in the future. Regardless of the current industries under Gu Jianjun's hands, they seem to be developing quite well. The restaurants have provincial signs and are relatively stable. As for the most profitable supermarkets, it seems that now is also a real dividend period. Basically, you can make a lot of money by opening a supermarket. But in fact, Gu Jianjun knew it in his heart. If a hotel cannot keep up with the times, it is uncertain that it will be eliminated in the future. It is even possible that its future development potential will only be this. It is not that difficult to expand the country in a big way. Compared with supermarkets, restaurants are actually better. Although supermarkets are very profitable now, and even several supermarkets have become the most profitable projects in Gu Jianjun's hands, Gu Jianjun actually knows it well. Nowadays, online shopping is not yet mainstream. So supermarkets can continue to make money, even make a lot of money. But in the future, when online shopping becomes mainstream and becomes more and more convenient in the future, supermarkets will probably be doomed sooner or later. This most profitable business may become the most loss-making business in the future. But there are many things in this world that cannot be developed just by knowing the principles. Just like now, even if he knows that the supermarket will be dead in the future, but now that he is making money, Gu Jianjun can only continue to invest money to open the supermarket. At least you can make money now, right? As for the future, let's talk about it later. This is actually a very helpless choice. Really, I saw Gu Xiu say, supermarkets will definitely have nothing to play in the future, especially the larger supermarkets. It may be more difficult to change in the future. This is a death sentence for traditional large supermarkets. Gu Jianjun was a little helpless. This is actually the current status of the industry. Even many players in large supermarkets are now a little timid and have many concerns. But it was unexpected. However, Gu Xiu suddenly changed the subject. Actually, I think, Dad, you can continue to work in large supermarkets and expand as fast as possible to create bigger plates. Gu Jianjun was stunned and looked at his son with a surprised face. What does it mean? You said just a second ago that large supermarkets will be dead in the future. Now you still want me to vigorously develop large supermarkets? This is knowing clearly that there are tigers in the mountains and traveling to the tiger mountains instead? No, this is obviously knowing that there is a cliff ahead, but you still have to go forward. It will take at least a few years for the internet to develop and kill supermarkets. But it will only take a few years. Supermarkets, especially large supermarkets, are definitely one of the most profitable industries today, especially as people's consumption levels increase and their desire to consume increases. Large supermarkets will definitely reach their peak. And Dad, you should be able to feel it when you open a supermarket now. Basically, as long as you open a supermarket, if it is not too bad, you can make money while lying down, right? Gu Jianju nodded. Really? In the past 2 years, Gujia Supermarket has opened 5 branches, opened 1 house, and exploded. The income was frighteningly high. Compared to Gourmet Mike, the supermarket made money at a faster rate than he imagined. But didn't you say that supermarkets have no future? Gu Jianjun couldn't help but wonder. Dad, these days you can no longer earn a living by relying on one craft. As society develops and consumption habits change, supermarkets are destined to be eliminated. This is normal. Gu Xiao shook his head, but one thing is true. What? Money. How much turnover can these supermarkets bring you every month? Hundreds and tens of millions should be no problem, right? 10 million is a bit difficult. This period is close to the end of the year, and the supermarket activities can indeed reach it, but it can't be so high normally. That's not bad. Such a high turnover in a month. Do you know what this means? Gu Xiao smiled. What? It means you can do many, many things. Gu Xiao smiled. Gu Jianjun scratched his head. But these sales are just sales. I still have to settle the payment for the goods, but not all of them are mine for the amount sold. Most of them are payment for the goods, as well as staff wages and rent. It is true that the supermarket is making money, but the rent has also increased in the past 2 years. Gu Xiao shook his head. The payment of goods and the rent of the staff must be calculated, but the wages are settled once a month, the rent is paid every 6 months, and the payment of goods is also settled every 3 months. This means, Dad, you have a lot of cash flow in your hands. And this is the trump card you can hold in your hand, Dad. 505. Cash flow. Ace. After listening to Gu Xiao's words, Gu Jianjun blinked. He somewhat understood, but not completely. Son, what do you mean? Use the money for other purposes? Yes. Gu Xiao nodded. Gu Jianjun was dumbfounded. But these funds are public funds of the supermarket, and in addition to staff wages, these funds are prepared to pay for goods and other expenses of the supermarket. But didn't I just say that this money does not belong to you alone, but whether it's staff wages, supermarket payment, or supermarket rent? All of this money has an account period. Gu Xiao shook his head. In other words, a lot of this money has to be kept in the company's account and will not be used out for a long time. In that case, why can't we use this money to do something else? But this money belongs to the supermarket system after all. If it is misappropriated elsewhere, it will easily lead to big problems. Gu Jianjun hesitated. Moreover, although it is a lot of money, but what can I do with the money? It seems like there is nothing good to do. Nowadays, whether it is a restaurant or a supermarket, although the boss is Gu Jianjun, in fact, the two systems basically have no significant relationship with each other. Both personnel and funds are completely independent. Nothing will get involved with each other. Dad, in order to facilitate management, didn't you register the company in both systems before? Gu Xiao asked. That's true. Gu Jianju nodded. After all, whether it is a restaurant or a supermarket, there are many stores. It is obviously not an easy thing to expect Gu Jianjun to manage them all by himself. Establishing a company can solve some of the problems to a large extent, from single store management to corporate management. It can manage each store more accurately and conveniently. Then you can register another company, acquire both companies, and conduct unified management. In this way, the funds of both companies can be circulated. Gu Xiao reminded. Gu Jianju nodded. This is indeed a solution. But, son, you haven't said yet. What are you going to use the money for? Gu Jianjun asked. What are you doing? Gu Xiu smiled. Dad, what you're best at is not only restaurants but also supermarkets. Of course the money will be used to expand stores. Gu Jianjun was stunned. Didn't I do this before? It's the same as what you said. What was your previous store opening speed? Gu Xiu asked. Gu Jianjun replied. It takes about half a year to open a new supermarket and 3 months to open a hotel branch. In terms of expansion, Comrade Gu Jianjun believed that what he was doing was pretty good. He never thought of standing still, so he focused on opening new stores. He is quite positive. But unexpectedly, as soon as he said these words, Gu Xiu shook his head. It's too slow. It's too slow. If this continues, how many stores can be opened in a year? Is it too slow? To be honest, my expansion speed is already very fast. In the past few years, there have been more than 20 branches of Gourmet Mike, and there are more than 10 branches in Shu 1 and 2, plus 5 supermarkets. This has all been developed in just a few years. Is this too slow? Normally speaking, this speed is not slow, but that is for someone who has just started to get involved in this industry. Judging from the turnover that restaurants and supermarkets bring you now, your speed is too slow. Gu Xiu commented. Your hotel and supermarket are managed and operated separately. In other words, your hotel's funds are used for hotel development, and the supermarket's funds are used for supermarket development. The two are not interconnected, and funds will not be used when there's a shortage of funds. This can certainly ensure that every step is stable enough, but it also means that the two cannot achieve mutual success. To be honest, if you hadn't reaped the dividends of the current era, and Dad, your rent has never been very high, otherwise, I would have been suppressed by competitors long ago and would not be able to survive. This does not sound good. But Gu Jianjun was embarrassed to refute because Gu Xiu was telling the truth. His rent, in the same area and in the same industry, the prices are generally not very high. This means he has more profit, which means he has more room to operate. This made Gu Jianjun sigh with emotion several times. My landlord is a good person. Certainly. It is precisely because of this that Gu Jianjun does not have to pursue profits excessively, so he can ensure that the quality and price of supermarkets and restaurants are balanced. But doing this means that if there's a problem in one aspect, the whole game may be lost. Gu Jianjun couldn't help but say, doesn't he know that the two companies can complement each other and use each other's funds to develop faster? He knows, but he didn't dare to bet, because doing so meant that the company could quickly enter a stage of rapid development, but it also meant that whenever something goes wrong, that may affect the whole body. Dad, there's always a time to be desperate in business. When you first open a restaurant, weren't you also desperate to close everything down? But now your business is getting better and better, and your plate is getting bigger and bigger. Why are you timid? Gu Xiu looked directly at his dad. This look made Gu Jianjun feel a little ashamed, because his son was telling the truth. As he grew older and his business became better and better, Gu Jianjun lost his original confidence in risking everything and became worried about gains and losses. Don't say anything else. As for hotel expansion, in just 1 or 2 years, Gourmet Mike had already opened more than 10 stores, but its expansion speed has become slower and slower since then. Except because other directions are sharing his energy. The most important thing is that he no longer dares to gamble so crazily. The rivers and lakes are getting older, the less courageous. But this kind of thing is something that I know very well, but it is still a bit embarrassing for my son to say it directly. Seeing his father's uncomfortable expression, Gu Xiu didn't think anything of it. He had actually noticed that his father's courage was slowly disappearing, which he could understand. But understanding does not mean agreement. He wants to change. What's more, when Dad asked Uncle Sher to borrow money to take over the branch, it might have been a desperate move, and you were bold enough. But it's different now. After so many years of development, your management experience, or the employees under you, have become more and more capable. So now you're going big. It is not called a desperate move. Instead, it is called an all-out charge. The two are completely different. because you may lose in the former, but it's hard to lose in the latter. In this case, if you don't charge, are you still waiting for the market to be divided and cannibalized by others, and then pick up some scraps and wait for the warm water to boil the frog? The shopping mall may be able to go smoothly for a while, but after the competition gradually becomes fiercer, it will completely turn into a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. If you don't fight, you will lose the opportunity step by step. After listening to Gu Xiu's words, Gu Jianjun fell silent, and his eyes gradually became ignited with brilliance. Seeing this flash of money, Gu Xiu struck while the iron was hot. Before I say anything back, Dad, your biggest advantage is your huge cash flow. This money is even more powerful than any investment. Because of this money, you can not only use it to invest and expand yourself, but you can even use it to cooperate with banks. If you play this hand well, you will even be invincible. This means, Dad, if you want to develop at a high speed, everything is ready. Even the east wind is blowing. You don't want to get a chance. These words were full of temptation, but he had to admit that Gu Jianjun was indeed tempted. But, after thinking for a long time, he looked at his son and asked, "What do you mean, son? Do I continue to open the supermarket with all my strength, and then use the supermarket to continue to expand my cash flow? But what next? What else should I do?" Obviously, he now knows the process, but his future plans are still clear. "I don't know." Gu Xiu shook his head. Gu Jianjun was stunned. But Gu Xiu said, "Supermarkets are doomed to die, so this thing is a springboard. What you have to do, Dad, is to make crazy money in the past few years when supermarkets are the most profitable. Then use supermarkets to open up more channels and connections. Instead of asking me now what to do in the future, it is better to take advantage of the dividends of this era first. On the contrary, I think that after you get the dividends in the future, what to do, you will naturally know." In the end, Comrade Gu Jianjun did not continue to question Gu Xiu, but left thoughtfully. He needed to readjust his plans. Think carefully about your next development plan. Have to admit, what Gu Xiu said was indeed very attractive. At least after Gu Jianjun listened to Gu Xiu's words, his thoughts of retiring and taking care of himself had slowly disappeared. Instead, I want to make more achievements. In this middle-aged man's heart, a flame called ambition once again burned. No man will give up the pursuit of his dreams, and no man will not want to make contributions and build a glorious empire. Comfort is the biggest enemy. Gu Jianjun was too comfortable before, and he almost lost the desire to fight, but in fact, he was still an ambitious man. And what Gu Xiu said, it gave birth to the seed of ambition in his heart. I didn't understand before how you could build such a powerful industry at such a young age. Now I still can't believe it, but I can understand it. Gu Xiu, you are really an amazing genius. At this moment, Niangu came over and handed Gu Xiu the bread she had just baked. Looking at Gu Xiu's beautiful eyes, she was full of pride and surprise. Obviously, having such an outstanding son is something to be proud of for any parent. No one does not want their children to be smart and capable. Of course, I am your child, Mom. Gu Xiu smiled and accepted his mom's compliments calmly. It has nothing to do with me. Although my mother has made some achievements, they're actually very average. Niangu shook his head. When I was in the Yi family, I relied more on my status and then went down the river. To be honest, as far as the achievements I have done in the Yi family, as long as I'm not a pig, I can do well. There is definitely some humility in this, but I have to admit that managing the Yi family's industry is not too difficult. After all, when Gu's mother took over, although the Yi family's property was riddled with holes, to put it bluntly, most of them were internal problems. The reason why it was so bad was because no one wanted to offend others. Mother Gu did it. After the cancer is eliminated, the Yi family's business will naturally go smoothly. The reason for this is simple. Just like a precision assembly line factory, if a part in a certain link is broken, most people will not replace that part because it may cause trouble to themselves. But Gu's mother changed. After replacing the parts, the factory assembly line will naturally be able to run quickly again. Mom, you must be humble. I heard that many subsequent actions of the Yi family were initiated by you, and your vision was proved afterwards. Gushio praised. Gu's mother shook her head. In fact, it can only be regarded as a winning bet. After all, I had accepted the Yi family's industry for a while at that time, and naturally I could learn a lot. As for my vision, it can be regarded as a training at that time. After all, you can see more from different angles. In comparison, Xiao, your growth is what surprises my mother the most. Your performance is not even worse than anyone I have ever seen. In this regard, Gushio just smiled. Stand tall and see far. It's true. What's more, I'm not just as simple as standing tall. As a reborn person, if I don't have this vision, it will be really ridiculous. I heard what you said to your father just now. I can feel that you must have plans for your father's future, but you don't want to tell him now, right? Mother Gu asked. Yes. Gushio nodded. Dad is a very capable person. What he lacks is some reminders and confidence. Even if I don't tell him now, he will definitely find a way by himself in the future. So instead of telling him about the distant future now, it is better to let him explore on his own. Mother Gu immediately praised without hesitation. Our Xiao is really amazing. Gushio bared his teeth, which was very helpful. There is no child who does not want to be praised by his parents. By the way, Mom, you heard that you plan to sell the company's shares? Gushio got down to business. Yeah. Niangu nodded. Now that I'm back, I don't plan to continue going to a Milliken. Anyway, my initial plan was to buy the shares and cash them out and go home. Investors happened to be very interested in it and sold it at the right price. Then what does Mom plan to do next? Gushio asked. You are a husband and a godson. Niangu smiled and said, Mom's dreams are quite ordinary. She just stays with you. Now that I'm back, I want to be a good wife to your father. This answer is not unexpected. However, Gushio couldn't help but said, Mom, if you have the ability and ideas, don't you want to do something else? I had this idea before, but after I came back, your father and I actually had the same idea. We just want our family to be together well. Gu's mother shook her head. Gushio was speechless. Sure enough, comfort is the biggest enemy of entrepreneurs. My father wants to retire because he is comfortable, and my mother obviously does the same. But what Gushio wants to do is to build a century-old family, and his parents are not in this state. But for his father, Gushio could still use the provocation method to help him get his mind back. But for his mother, could he also use the provocation method? Gushio, what do you want Mom to do? Gu's mother noticed that Gushio was hesitant to speak. Asked first, Mom, I want to do some more industrial work. Gushio nodded and finally said, all my previous industries were basically the internet and entertainment. In this aspect, it's actually a bit of a castle in the air, so I want to develop more industrial aspects. If this were said to Comrade Gu Jianjun, he might not quite understand what it meant. But the moment Niangu heard this, he immediately understood. Are you afraid that your current industry will be divided up by others in the future? Yes. Gu Xiaoning nodded. What did you do to create a family? Revenge? This is indeed one of the factors, but in fact there is another key reason. Gushio does not want to be picked off by others in the future. This world, it's not something you can achieve just by having ideas and abilities. Look at Dongzai and Laoma. Laoma may have himself to blame, but what about Dongzai? Not to mention that after Dongzi left Godong, he could live the rest of his life without worrying about food and clothing, and spend the rest of his life happily. But is he really willing to do so? If you want to avoid falling into such a situation in the future, the best way is to build yourself into a truly wealthy family. That is to allow yourself. Become a divider. The things inside may not be very understandable to ordinary people, but for Gu's mother, who is well-informed, she knows her son's thoughts very well. Let's not talk about the future. Just talk about the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom in the past 10 years. How many of them are safe and sound now? Gushio's investment in Yuanxiu now is due to Yi Mingyu's investment and shareholding, so there is no situation of being surrounded by wolves. But what about the future? What happened after the conflict with the Yi family? Or what about when the cake here by Gushio is huge enough and even heartwarming? Those people can really watch. Then don't interfere. So, sometimes, to strengthen yourself is not necessarily to attack anyone, but may also be to protect yourself. Now Guxiu's industry is very good. Both the internet and the entertainment industry are in the hands of Guxiu. In today's China, it can be considered that the basic market has been completely stabilized. But so what? To put it bluntly, whether it is the internet or the entertainment industry, perhaps it is an industry with great future and progress. In fact, this will be the case in the future. But these two industries, to put it bluntly, there is nothing irreplaceable. It can even be said that your life is in the hands of others. If a big shot wants to target you, he can be dealt with in a matter of minutes. Maybe it's very unlikely, but who can say for sure about the future? In this world, no one is invincible and wants to be invincible. The best way. It means making yourself irreplaceable and indispensable. So what can you do to reach this point? Internet, entertainment industry. I have to admit that these two industries are very profitable, can make a lot of money, and can provide high taxes to the local government. Even things like Penguin are really not replaceable by ordinary people. But this is a castle in the air after all. Still couldn't give Guxiu much sense of security. Industry. It is a very good line. Perhaps in the glory of the internet, industry does not seem so important, but in fact this is the top priority of country. Whether it is taxation, employment, or national influence, as long as the industry plays well. That is unstoppable, indispensable. Even, it is a powerful protective net. In fact, it is not that Guxiu does not have industrial-related industries. Guxiu successfully entered the soybean oil market by targeting soybeans, and it is now developing very well. But this is not enough. Have you ever thought about what to do? Niangu asked after thinking for a moment. The mining industry is already difficult to get involved in. In the early years, there was still hope, but now they're preventing new players from entering. Now if you want to enter, it is difficult to get a share of the pie. Manufacturing is a good choice, but you don't seem to have any foundation in this area, and it is not easy to achieve a certain degree of influence in the manufacturing industry. Metal smelting and crude oil mining are similar to mining. It's very difficult to get into the industry now, especially if you want to develop from scratch. If it's raw material processing, it's okay, but the cost of capital is high, and it requires professional and related technologies. After all, Niangu has seen the world. Niangu talked about these things clearly and analyzed them for Guxiu. Industry. It's not that easy to do. There may have been hope in the early decades, and the hope was great, but now it is really hellish to get into the industry. Those who were older in the past are either dead now or have become the ceiling of the industry. People don't like new players joining. A new player who enters with no experience, no connections, and nothing but funds is a fat sheep that has entered the wolf pack and may be eaten at some point and nothing will be left. I have never thought about traditional industry, and I also understand that it is very difficult, even almost impossible, to make some achievements on the road of traditional industry. I can't handle the basics. Guxiu said honestly, so I plan to go to the upstream manufacturing industry. Moreover, go in the direction of the upstream market that focuses on technology. You want to win with technology? Niangu nodded. This is a good idea, but it is also very difficult to take this path. Technology is the key. Have you ever thought about which aspect to go in? Industry is also divided into many types. The traditional ones are actually production type, raw material processing type, manufacturing type, and mining type. And with the development of time and technology, the technical threshold required by the industry is getting higher and higher. For new players who want to join, the difficulty level will only get higher and higher. It is very difficult for normal people to enter the game. But there are exceptions. That is, when you have certain powerful technologies, you can also achieve overtaking in corners. I want to do a lot in industry, but what I want to do for the time being is flight control. Guxiu thought for a while and said, Flight control? Gu's mother was stunned and said, Are you talking about the drone control system? Civilian or military? We will do civilian business first, and then we will develop military business. Guxiu replied. This. Niangu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that Guxiu would suddenly have such an idea. Do you have the technology or experience in this area? I plan to acquire a company. Guxiu replied. Acquisition. Niangu was dumb. I thought this kid was really wealthy. Because he wanted to develop the industry. He just spent money on acquisitions? I have recently seen several reports about civilian drones, and I am quite interested in this aspect. There is a small company established in Xinjiang that has been developing in this area. So I asked people from Yuanxiu Investment to get in touch and found that the other party was not too resistant to investment, so I wanted to acquire this company. This company used to mainly do flight control supporting systems, and then it intends to start developing drones as a whole. Currently, they're still in the research and development stage, and they mainly focus on civilian aircraft. However, if their technology matures, they can expand military business. This is the first step for me to prepare for my industrial enterprise. After listening to Gu Xiu's words, Niangu did not answer immediately, but after thinking carefully for a while, he asked, "It's a good idea, but the industry needs to develop. The flight control you're talking about is the civilian version of a drone. Is there a market for this thing?" Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. Currently, the country is also developing research and development of small, unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, but the effect is not great. If it succeeds, it can even cooperate with the military. The prospects are very good. This, don't you mean civilian use? The cooperation with the military you mentioned is a later matter. In the early stage, if there is no market recognition, it will be difficult for this company to have a future. Niangu couldn't help but wonder. Drones. This kind of thing is not unavailable in the Dragon Kingdom, but most of them are used as toys, and the market demand is not that high. Success is naturally a good thing, and if you can cooperate with the military, it is indeed a good card. But the premise is that it can develop. If a company needs to invest money every day for 10 years, then this company may not have a future, and it is unlikely to become a bargaining chip. This company is also considering this issue, so what they sold before has always been their own flight control system. But next, I plan to combine this company's drones with photography. With photography? Niangu's eyes widened for a moment. This? How did you think of it? Without waiting for Gu Xiu to answer, Niangu already nodded in agreement. If this is the case, the civilian market might really have a future as long as this company's R&D technology is good enough and it has enough innovation capabilities. It's really good. So, Mom, are you interested in going into industry? After all, you were engaged in industry before, and you know all aspects better than me. Gu Xiu smiled. If you are interested, this company will ask you, Mother, to come and discuss it, including the future management. This? Niangu hesitated. She did plan to retire. After all, she was considered a rich man with no worries about food and clothing. What he wanted more was to spend time with her husband and children. But, looking at Gu Xiu's pleading eyes, Niangu finally relented. Who made him his own child? What's more, if you think about it carefully, your children's current industry is not small, but just because the industry is not small, the problems they may encounter in the future will be even greater. If it can help his child, Niangu finally nodded. I'll try it. Upon hearing this answer, Gu Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. My mother is not a flower vase. Although the neighbor that Ali Khan got is just average to Gu Xiu, my mother's biggest advantage is not working on the internet industry in a foreign country. Her biggest advantage, it is enough understanding of the industrial field. With her help, I can implement many of my ideas. What's the name of that company? Taijiang. Taijiang. Niangu tilted her head and thought for a moment. But unfortunately, she still couldn't find any clue about the name Taijiang in her impression. But Gu Xiu took out a piece of information from the side and handed it over. Mother Gu was stunned. Looking down, he saw that this information contained a series of information about Taijiang technology. Look at the information. Look at his son again. Niangu suddenly felt that this boy was tricking him, or that he had been waiting for him to agree to it for a long time. Hey, to be honest, I wanted to get involved in the industry for a long time, but this area is different from other industries, and I'm not familiar with it myself, so I haven't taken any action in this area. So after Mom came back, I was thinking about how to find an opportunity to talk to you. So I had prepared the information a long time ago and was waiting for Mom to agree. Gu Xiu smiled. He explained calmly. This frank answer made Niangu couldn't help but chuckle. You kid, you are quite well prepared. But first, let's talk about it first. Although Mom has some experience in the industry, after all, it has been so many years, and those experiences may not be useful. What works, it will definitely work, and it will never change. Mom, you must be fine. Gushio laughed. Seeing that his boy was acting like a little scoundrel, Niangu was amused again and shook his head. Okay. There's really nothing I can do about your boy. Then I'll do my best. After all, he's his own son. Even if Niangu wants to retire, he can't refuse his child. Immediately, I started looking through Taijiang's information. But after watching it for a while, Niangu couldn't help but frown. She glanced at Gushio, but said nothing. Instead, she lowered her head again and read the information seriously. She looked very carefully. It took me more than 20 minutes to read this not-so-detailed information word for word, but the frown on my eyebrows became even tighter at this moment. Are you sure you want to acquire such a company? Seeing Gushio nodding in affirmation, Niangu took a deep breath and said, This Taijiang company has only been established for 2 years. The founder is a man named Wang Tao, who is originally from Linjiang and graduated from Xiangjiang University of Science and Technology. He founded this company directly after graduation. Before starting his business, this person was a drone enthusiast himself, so he met many drone enthusiasts and technicians. So, after graduating from college and starting this company, he invited these people to join Taijiang. At this point, Niangu stopped talking. After taking a look at Gushio, he said, Then, these people rejected his invitation one after another. Some people left within a few days after joining, and the company almost closed down on the spot. After that, he began to focus on employee training. He no longer pursued technical talents, but made himself a technician and was even responsible for teaching employees everything about drones. This person's ability is really good, and it even took only a few months to build Taijiang's prototype. But after the prototype machine came out, the situation in Taijiang did not improve, especially in terms of business. No one cared about their machines. After that, he had no choice but to start selling his own flight control system with the company. From a company interested in building drones, it became a company specializing in selling flight controls. But selling flight controllers can only be done temporarily. Their flight controllers soon encountered many pirated copies of reverse research, which put them in a difficult situation. They could only start to attract investment from everywhere. This is just an external trouble for this company. What is more serious is the internal trouble of this company. This small company actually has serious corruption problems. Some employees even use the company's platform to take over jobs privately. Even some of the company's core technologies may have been sold privately by employees. Having said this, Niangu glanced at Gushio again. Does Mom think this company is hopeless? Gushio asked. Yes. Niangu nodded. What I just said is still written in the information you gave me, but this information can also analyze a lot of things. This is not just internal and external troubles. According to the information, the boss of this company is not suitable to be a manager at all. He may have some skills, but he is definitely not a good leader. And this company faces many problems. Shortage of funds, insufficient talents, insufficient technology, and insufficient market. They're all fatal flaws. So, Mom, what's your suggestion? Gushio didn't refute, but asked. Give up the acquisition and change the target. Niangu said directly. Originally, you said you valued this company. I thought there was something special about this company, but now I find that this company is a mess. The cost and energy required are even worse than starting a new one by myself. Although I haven't contacted this Taijiang technology yet, according to my experience, the boss of this company will probably be difficult to deal with. This kind of person thinks he has skills, prospects, and some unwarranted confidence. Not only will he maliciously raise the price, but he will even find it difficult to give up the equity. So, that's why I said that instead of acquiring such a company, it is better to start one yourself. Even if you want to acquire it, you should find a company that is better in the industry. If you're interested in this aspect, I remember that I have been in contact with a company that inspects aircraft before. This company raised millions of dollars in financing at that time, and it should be even better with the development in the past few years. Listening to his mother's eloquent analysis, Gu Xiu couldn't help but nod secretly. After all, he was the one who took charge of the overall situation in the Yi family. Mom's ability is indeed very strong. Just through the limited information in front of him, he was able to analyze so many things. Based on this, Gu Xiu became more and more confident in the next industrial industry. But can it be done in Taijiang? Indeed, today's Taijiang is just a little sprout that is still in its infancy, but is full of problems. If only it wasn't so bad. When Taijiang was developing in the early stage, it would not run into obstacles when it came to financing. In the end, it relied on fooling a layman and recruiting its own mentor to join in to take a breather. But, Mom, your analysis is very good, but you ignored a key factor. Gu Xiu shook his head. What? This company may not seem worth investing now, but the owner of this company is a very ideal investment target. Wang Tao, yes. But as I just said, this person is a college graduate who blindly started a business out of passion. This person doesn't even have any experience in company management. This person may be a qualified technician, but he is definitely not a qualified boss. But what I need is such a person. Gu Xiu smiled. He has no management. Mom, you can solve the management problem. He has no funds, so we can give him funds. What I need is a person who is full of enthusiasm for this industry, full of fantastic ideas, and has skills and a certain ambition. And Wang Tao is the person I want to invest in. 3 days later, on the plane heading to Pengcheng, Gu's mother looked serious and spoke to Gu Xiu beside her. Let's talk about it first. Although Mom helps you with the business, since you leave it to Mom, many choices need to be left to Mom. Although Mom will be responsible for negotiating with Taizong, whether she decides to invest in the acquisition of Taizong in the end needs to be made by her own decision. Mom knows that you are optimistic about the boss who is too stiff, but the specifics can only be determined after meeting. If this company is really worth acquiring, my mother will naturally support it, but if I find that this company is not worth investing in, then I will regret giving up the investment without hesitation. In the end, with Gu Xiu's persuasion, Gu's mother not only agreed to return to work, but also began to help Gu Xiu develop industrial business. But the same thing. Gu's mother is not an ordinary wage earner. She needs to have the ability to make independent decisions. She is willing to listen to Gu Xiu's suggestions, but she must also ensure that she has the ability to make judgments. In response, Gu Xiu naturally nodded, even expressed pleasure. Although for a reborn person, what Gu Xiu needs is the kind of subordinates who obey his words without any hesitation. Because he comes from the future, he can accurately detect every opportunity and every pitfall. It seems, all he needs is one word. But in fact, when the company develops bigger and bigger and the industry becomes wider and wider, Gu Xiu cannot guarantee whether Yintang is really useful. After all, it is true that he is a boss, but the company is not his alone, and it is even more impossible for him to focus all his energy on the company 24 hours a day. How tiring that is. So, as his business grows and expands, Gu Xiu has actually begun to consciously downplay his own presence and instead cultivate the independent abilities of the company's employees. He needs the kind of helper who has the ability to think independently, and my mother is obviously such a person. She would not unconditionally obey any of Gu Xiu's suggestions just because she was her child. On the contrary, she would use her own thinking to weigh the pros and cons. Then, make the final decision. This is a good thing and what Gu Xiu needs to see. Just like he valued Taijiang this time, Gu Xiu valued this company because it had indeed achieved great success in his previous life. But if Taijiang is now, even if no one can convince his mother, and even if he is opposed by his mother, Gu Xiu will not hesitate to support his mother's idea and reacquire other companies, or simply start his own company. It's true that he is optimistic about Wang Tao, but to be honest, with Gu Xiu's current financial strength and energy, even without this person, Gu Xiu is confident that he can recreate Taijiang in his previous life. Seeing that Gu Xiu agreed, Niangu also smiled. Throughout the rest of the journey, mother and son stopped talking about work. It didn't take long. The plane started to land. Looking at the scene outside the window, Gu's mother's eyes were a little dazed, as if she was thinking of some past memories. But after a moment, Gu's mother shook her head and said, "Your father doesn't have time to come to Pingcheng with us this time. Otherwise, I will take you too to meet my mother's old friends." Old friends. Gu Xiu thought for a moment. Mom, are you talking about the Ji family? Yes. Mother Gu smiled gently. After returning, Gu's mother talked about many things about his past. The Ji family, of course, refers to Ji Zhantang's family. His daughter, Ji Qingyao, and Gu Xiu could be regarded as people who had experienced life and death together. And take care of your mother. It's the Aunt Ji Qingyao often talks about. When Gu's mother mentioned this, Gu Xiu was surprised. He didn't expect that he had missed the news about his mother back then. Ji Zhantang is now a person in charge of the Yi family's industry, and his acceptance of his fate at the beginning was due to his mother. Back then, Ji Zhantang was just an ordinary company employee, and his wife was just one of my personal bodyguards. Speaking of which, the two of them ended up getting together, and they had some relationship with me. When I was in Alican, that little girl from Qingyao often went to look for me. Unfortunately, when you found me, that little girl happened to be home on vacation, and she even invited me to spend the spring festival at their house. Then we can indeed pay a visit this time. Gu Xiu also smiled, but he still had some doubts in his heart. Mother Gu saw Gu Xiu's thoughts and smiled slightly. Are you thinking that when Zhang Wu went to work as a bodyguard and asked you for 30 million to pay for my treatment, why was the Ji family completely indifferent to this? Gu Xiu nodded. This was indeed his doubt. After all, even Zhang Wu was introduced to him by Ji Mu, and Ji Mu herself knew that Zhang Wu wanted to find a job that could pay him 30 million. But in fact, although 30 million is not a small number, if the Ji family really cares about their mother, they will definitely help raise the 30 million. They didn't know that it was me who was sick. They always thought that it was someone from Zhang Wu who needed the money. They even planned to give the money to Zhang Wu at that time. But I refused. Gu's mother shook her head and explained. Why? Gu Xiu didn't understand. It was obvious that his mother's situation was very bad at the beginning. Since there was such a big helper from the Yuji family, there was no reason to refuse. Gu's mother shook her head. Ji Zhantang was in the Yi family's property and was considered a direct descendant of mine. After I left the Yi family in a hurry, Ji Zhantang was implicated in some ways. But fortunately, he was strong enough and finally stabilized his position. But after all, his identity is just an outsider. To the Yi family, he can only be regarded as a chess piece, or even a chess piece that can be discarded at any time. And such a chess piece suddenly has such a big change in funds. It will definitely be noticed by the Yi family at the first time. With the character of some people in the Yi family, they will definitely pursue it and launch an investigation. In this way, the final result may be worse. These words, Gu Xiu understood instantly. It's not that the Ji family doesn't want help, it's that they don't even know the danger my mother encountered. For the Ji family, my mother left suddenly without saying goodbye and betrayed the family. My mother didn't look for them. Firstly, because she didn't want to expose herself, and secondly, because she didn't want to implicate the Ji family. Then you suddenly contacted them again? Gu Xiu asked. At first you were afraid of implicating them, but then you weren't afraid that they would be implicated anymore. He thought of Ji Qingyao's study abroad. This is because... Mother Gu was silent for a moment, and then continued, because I received a phone call. From the Yi family? Yes. How to say? That person told me that the past has become smoke, and the past things should be let go. Mother Gu said seriously. That's why I don't want to tell you who was targeting me when I was at the Yi family. It's also why I don't want to seek revenge from the Yi family. The past has become smoke. Let go. What does this mean? In other words, the Yi family plans to put aside their past feud and stop holding on to their mother? Gu Xiu raised his eyebrows, but couldn't help but clenched his fists. How light is that? They just want the past to fade away. But what does the persecution of their mother mean? Boss, you're finally here. This must be Ms. Nian, Mr. Nian. Hello, I'm Luo Xiang. Mr. Nian, just call me Xiao Luo. As soon as the mother and son walked out of the airport, they saw Luo Xiang, who had been waiting for a long time. He obviously already knew Nian Gu's identity, so Luo Xiang showed extra respect and kept his status very low to ensure that the Queen Mother would not dislike him. He helped with the luggage, and he flattered me in both ways. But he obviously thought too much. Nian Gu didn't act like a boss's mother at all, but put herself in the position of a working person. Mr. Luo, you are too polite. In terms of position, your position is higher than mine, and in terms of credit, your contribution is greater than mine. In fact, I want to thank you for helping Gushio over the years. Of course, I will also need your help, Mr. Luo, in my business in the future. Luo Xiang said quickly, of course, if you need anything, Mr. Nian, just let me know. Thank you, Mr. Luo, but I don't know the company very well. When this time is over, I will treat Mr. Luo to dinner, hoping to learn from you, Mr. Luo. Ha ha, Mr. Nian, there is no problem with what you said. Mother Gu's attitude was very comfortable. He didn't mean to use his identity to suppress others, but at the same time, he didn't completely ignore his identity. After all, if her posture was too low, Luo Xiang is the most uncomfortable. This is just right now. Seeing the two people's polite attitude, Gushio couldn't help but smile. In terms of career skills, Lao Luo is definitely the #1 in the company. And now it seems, in addition to Lao Luo, my mother is not weak either. After chatting for a while, the car started and left the airport. Luo Xiang reported the situation to them on the way. The Taijiang side has been contacted. We can now go directly to visit the company and meet their boss. Due to policy reasons, although this company is affiliated with Xiangjiang, the main body of the company is still in Pengcheng. We will mainly go to their office area in Pengcheng now. In the past few days, I have been in contact with them. Mr. Wang is very interested in our investment, but he is more inclined to inject capital. As for the acquisition, he is not too happy, mainly because he is afraid that after our acquisition, it will directly affect the company's business development. By the way, I have also privately tested the company in the past 2 days. Taijiang's intention is to estimate the value of 2 million, but he only accepts an investment of 800,000, which means that he still needs absolute control. At this point, Luo Xiang paused. Then he couldn't help complaining. I feel that this Mr. Wang is a bit ignorant of praise. He must know better than anyone else what the current situation of his own company is. To put it nicely, the current operating situation is not ideal. To say the worst, this company may go bankrupt at any time. Such a company dares to be valued at such a high price. Do you really think that the few patents in his hands are worth this money? Oh, Gu's mother became interested. How much does Mr. Luo think his company is worth? 500,000, Luo Xiang replied. As far as I'm concerned, 500,000 is still high. Although this company does have a prototype machine, and it has many patents on the flight control system, and the technology is also very unique. But let me tell you, judging from the current situation of this company and the current sluggish sales in the drone market, their few patents are just like that and not worth much. 500,000 is almost the same. That's it? Is it too low? Mother Gu raised her eyebrows. But I heard that someone wanted to buy one of their patents before. They offered 150,000 yuan, but were rejected. Mr. Luo only gave an estimate of 500,000 yuan. Isn't that too low? What I said is just my inner valuation of this company. Luo Xiang said with a bitter smile. This result is obtained after detailed analysis and data comparison. It means that if you can negotiate for less than 500,000 yuan, it is the most cost-effective and even profitable. If it exceeds this value, it will be a bit of a loss. Of course, the actual situation cannot be so ideal. After all, for technology companies that have mastered technology, especially when the boss is still a scientific researcher, their mental valuation is higher. Because they calculate not only what they can produce, but also add bonuses from their future research and development results on this road. It can be seen from the fact that Taijiang only intends to accept investment and also wants absolute controlling rights. The boss of this company has a kind of fanciful confidence in his own project, but he does not combine it with reality. So, I'm afraid that if you want to win this company this time, the difficulty will not be low. This somewhat means to increase the ambition of others and destroy his own prestige. But actually, Luo Xiang was taking a precaution. After all, it was the Empress Dowager who was negotiating this time. Luo Xiang had to be careful to prevent the other party from having higher expectations and being more disappointed in the end. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Niangu didn't look disappointed. Instead, he became interested. So, this Wang Tao is a very confident person? Indeed, very confident. Luo Xiang nodded. This person has the temperament of a scientist, and he doesn't like others to deny his efforts. If it is real material, it is normal. Niangu nodded. The rest of the way, Niangu asked Luo Xiang a few more things about Taijiang, mainly the company's scientific research direction and more details about Wang Tao's character. Finally, the car drove to the entrance of a dilapidated small factory in Lianhuan North Village. Such small factories are not uncommon in Pengcheng today, and most of them are small workshops and factories. But what makes this small factory different from ordinary factories is that there are various lines painted on the yard of this factory. This is for test flights. Sometimes they have new results and will frequently use this venue as a test flight venue. As I said, their aircraft control system is really good. Luo Xiang explained. And then when he was about to take out his mobile phone to make a call, he saw a young man sticking his head out of the factory at the door. When he saw the car at the door, he immediately ran over and said, "Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for neglecting you." After saying that, he immediately opened the door so that the car could drive in. Luo Xiang said hello to the other party, drove the car to the edge of the yard, and introduced to Gu Xiu and others. This person's name is Zhou Peng. He is in charge of reception. Of course, they said so themselves. In fact, this boy is just a handyman. Although this company is shabby and small, it is quite good at pretending. It is obviously just a small company, but it always pretends to be a big company with complete powers in front of me. Hearing this, Gu Xiu couldn't help but feel happy. Niangu also laughed. It seems that this company is really short of money. Luo Xiang was curious. Niangu said, "According to what you said, Mr. Luo, if this company was not short of money, it would probably not pay attention to us. Now it has to perform such a show for us. Doesn't it mean that they are indeed short of a batch of funds recently?" Haha, Mr. Nian is indeed observant of details. Luo Xiang suddenly praised. In response, Niangu just shook his head and smiled, glanced at the other party playfully, and said, "Mr. Luo is joking." Luo Xiang immediately understood what this meant. He was obviously being noticed when he was pretending to be clumsy, but he was not embarrassed when he arrived and took the two of them straight to the factory. From the outside, this small factory looks like an extremely ordinary factory. Only when you walk inside will you find it. This is indeed an ordinary small factory building. Although he was tinkering with aircraft, the equipment inside was not high-end and sophisticated. Instead, it was all common processing machines on the market. A group of people were tightening screws inside. One of them, a young man with glasses, well-dressed, and meticulously combed hair, was scolding an employee. "You haven't tightened the screws." I have said it many times, even a small screw may affect the overall situation. If the entire aircraft malfunctions due to the problem of this screw, then you are a sinner. I reiterate, every screw must be tightened until there is resistance, and then tighten it a turn and a half, no less. The man's tone was very harsh, and he was obviously extremely angry, and the person he was scolding also lowered his head and did not dare to raise his head. Then look at the eyes of other people around you. Obviously being yelled at for such a trivial matter is a common thing for those present. But Niangu, after taking a careful look at the other person, he glanced at Gu Xiu. No words were spoken, but the meaning is obvious. This person is a bit interesting. The plot requires it, so the timeline of Taijiang is moved forward 2 years, so book friends don't mind. "Hello, Mr. Luo, Mr. Yi. I'm sorry, the company's conditions are still relatively simple for the time being, and the reception is not good. I hope you can understand me." 10 minutes later, in the boss's office in the factory, Wang Tao began to receive the 3 people. Said it was the boss's office. But unlike a traditional boss's office, this place is more like a small workroom. without luxurious boss chairs or tea sets for entertaining. On the contrary, a very large rectangular table is placed in the center of the office, with various small equipment placed on it, mainly electromechanical related tools. There's also a row of shelves on the wall next to it, with various tools and some machine parts of the aircraft on them. The conditions are not shabby. On the contrary, I like your office, Mr. Wong. It's very interesting and unique. Gu's mother smiled and looked at various small parts. Does Mr. Wong usually conduct research and development here? Yes. Wong Tao nodded, filled a paper cup with water, and brought it to the three of them. He seemed to feel that his answer was a bit perfunctory. Wong Tao explained again, "Of course, I mainly try to do some inspiration here. If I have an idea, I will try it here as soon as possible." I can see that Mr. Wong is a person with many fantastic ideas. Nyinggu nodded and smiled. Her smile made people feel comfortable and friendly, which at least relieved Wong Tao's original nervousness a lot. And obviously, Gu's mother must have done some homework before coming here this time. After walking around the office, she picked up a small part and said, "This motor looks good. It is different from the regular product models on the market. Did you make it yourself, Mr. Wong?" Mr. Nyen knows about motors? Wong Tao was a little surprised. "I know a little bit, but in comparison, I definitely don't know as much as you, Mr. Wong." Mother Gu nodded. "To be honest, when I didn't understand this thing before, it was always called a motor. After all, it is found in many toys. But after learning about it in detail, I have to be surprised. There are so many doorways in a small motor, and there are even many classifications. Mr. Wong's one should be a brushless motor. The other components should follow the conventional route. But what surprises me is that, Mr. Wong, this one uses a low kV motor. It should be used to match your large propeller, right? In your ESC electronic speed regulator, it seems that it has been improved. The speed control should be more detailed, but the requirements for the flight control system are also higher. It seems that Mr. Wong has very high requirements for his flight control, and he has even strived for perfection. I didn't expect that, Mr. Nyen, you would also know something about this." Nyen Gu's talk made Wong Tao couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Not only him, Luo Xiang was also a little surprised. Electrical and mechanical stuff is not something that most people would understand, let alone a woman. As it turns out, this works pretty well. Wong Tao, who was not good at words at first, became interested. "Our recent research direction is mainly on the flight control system. To ensure that the flight control system can achieve higher accuracy and fit, this motor is also prepared for the flight system test. After all, our flight control cannot be limited to the present. What we hope to achieve is that it can be perfectly controlled on mainstream systems." And for the next 10 minutes, the two chatted like this, and the content of the chat was all related to drones. Finally, seeing that the conversation was almost over, Nyen Gu brought the topic back. "I have to admit it. Mr. Wong is indeed a very capable and thoughtful person. This also proves that we have not misjudged the person. Why don't we get back to business and talk about cooperation?" As soon as these words came out, it can be clearly seen that Wong Tao was stunned. Apparently, because he was so happy talking before, he had forgotten that this time the other party came to visit the company, not to exchange technology with him. It can be seen that Mr. Nyen is indeed a knowledgeable person, so I won't tell lies. Your company has contacted me before and initially expressed its intention to acquire. To be honest, I am not very satisfied with your company's conditions. Wong Tao began to speak. He was indeed not a qualified businessman. At least the first time he said these words, Luo Xiang couldn't help but frown. This is just the beginning of formal talks, saying things like this. If Wong Tao was an investor, it would be fine. But the problem is that what he said now was to investors. What is this? Did you offend the investors first at the beginning? Oh, not satisfied? Nyinggu was not angry. He just smiled and asked, "Since Mr. Wong said he was dissatisfied, why don't you tell me what aspect you're dissatisfied with?" First of all, in terms of acquisitions, I have no intention of selling the company, so I only accept investment. Nyinggu nodded. "Well, what next?" "Then there is valuation. 2 million is the bottom line. Your valuation of our company is too little." When Wong Tao said this, he paused briefly. He looked at Nyinggu's reaction. But unfortunately, he He didn't see any emotion on Niangu's face. He was calm from beginning to end and just nodded. You continue. The other party obviously didn't say anything, but such a plain attitude made Wang Tao feel a little less confident. Then it's about the company's management. I need to ensure that I am the absolute core of the company. I accept investment, but in terms of company management and control, I need to have absolute dominance. Is there anything else? Niangu asked again. No more. Since Mr. Wang has no other questions, let me answer Mr. Wang's concerns. Niangu Xiao. First of all, Mr. Wang has made it clear that he does not want his company to be acquired, and he just hopes to receive an investment. Of course, there is no problem with this. In fact, even if we choose to acquire your company, we do not intend to hold all the company's shares in our hands. We will reward the company's main members and key researchers with shares, so as to ensure healthy development. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tao's eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't want his company to be acquired by others, just because he didn't want his biological children to call others daddy. Now that Niangu said this, he felt relieved. And the good news hasn't stopped yet. As for Mr. Wang's second request, I can answer you now. There is no problem with the valuation of your company. Mr. Wang, you must also know the name of Yuanxiu Investment. To be honest, for the current Yuanxiu investment, 500,000 and 2 million are actually the same, and the difference is not big. These words made Wang Tao take a breath of air. No way. The other party's words were somewhat inhumane. I have been worried about money recently. For the company, 500,000 is a huge sum of money, and 2 million is a huge sum of money. The result is in other people's eyes. There is actually not much difference between these two numbers. Highlight a wealthy person. But if you think about it carefully, the amount of Yuanxiu's investment seems to be true, whether it is 500,000 or 2 million. It's really just a small investment. As for the last thing Mr. Wang mentioned, about company management, Niangu raised his eyebrows. Wang Tao immediately became nervous. He is unwilling to sell the company, and he also wants to ensure that he is the major shareholder, just to ensure that he has absolute say in the company, if there is a problem with the last one. Wang Tao even decided to give up this cooperation. But it was unexpected. Niangu actually just made a false shot. Of course, this is not a problem. Every company needs an outstanding banner or benchmark, and our investment purpose itself is to find a suitable company to prepare for the future. Of course, we will not interfere with the company's development or normal management of the company if we have so much energy. Then why should we invest in acquisitions? Wouldn't it be better to build a new one from scratch? As soon as these words came out, Wang Tao was stunned on the spot. Immediately afterwards, it is ecstasy. I made a total of 3 requests, but the other party actually said there was no problem. This collaboration. There's a lot going on. Although I have heard a lot about Yuanxiu investment from the beginning, after the contact in the past few days, to be honest, I was not very happy. To be honest, I thought it would be difficult for this cooperation to continue. But I didn't expect that Mr. Nian would be so courageous. Don't worry, after the cooperation is finalized, I will use my actual actions to prove that your choice is correct. 10 or even 5 years from now, when you think back on today's cooperation, you will definitely be grateful for the choice we made this time, because by that time, we will definitely be able to bring a beautiful answer to your company. Wang Tao said excitedly. He is not a person who is good at words, especially when facing people he is not very familiar with. He talks even less, but this time he was able to say so much. It was enough to tell that he was really happy, and his attitude, both inside and outside his words, also highlights his confidence. This is an entrepreneurial young man, full of dreams, full of hope for the future, and full of vigor. But this entrepreneurial young man, it is obvious that we are not yet aware of the dangers of society. Of course, I also hope that in the future, I can be proud of this cooperation. So I will always give the maximum support to the companies we are optimistic about. Gu Nian smiled. Just like Penguin and Taobao, these 2 projects are just because they're optimistic, so we can give them maximum support and help. In my plan, in the future, Taijiang may not be worse than these 2 companies, and may even surpass those 2 companies in some aspects. As soon as these words came out, Wang Tao's eyes suddenly lit up. Penguin and Taobao, these two companies have always been the most successful investment cases of Yuanxiu investment, and they're often cited even in the investment circle. And now, what Gunyan means is that Taijiang is on the same level as these two companies, and its outlook is no worse than those two companies. But when Wang Tao was getting excited, Niangu suddenly changed the subject. Of course, investment is an adventure. No one can be sure of the future, including Taijiang now. I see the potential of Taijiang. But at the same time, I also see some problems and some worthwhile aspects of Taijiang. So, whether this cooperation can really go ahead depends on you, Mr. Wang. Me? Wang Tao was stunned. Niangu nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Of course, Mr. Wang does not accept acquisitions, only investments, and has repeatedly emphasized that he needs the leadership and control of the company. So, he must have a complete plan for the company. So, before signing the agreement, I want to know first what Mr. Wang plans to do after receiving this investment." "I do have a plan." Wang Tao nodded. "After receiving this investment, the first thing I have to do is to invest in more machinery in the factory. After all, our equipment is still too old and cannot produce many new things, which greatly limits our profitability. So, it is imperative to update the production line. This can increase our production capacity, increase our profits at the same time, and maintain a balance of payments as soon as possible so that we can develop healthily in the future. Secondly, in terms of talents, there are still too few professional talents in Taijiang. I plan to expand and recruit 10 to 20 people. At least 5 of them must have relevant foundations and abilities. Next, I will start optimizing the products. And then, after all, he is the boss of the company, and he must accept investment. Wang Tao has obviously done his homework. At least he really has a clear plan for the company's next development route. From factory equipment to technical staff expansion, the ideas are all good. But, listening to his words, Niangu couldn't help but frown. He seemed to be hesitant to speak several times, but he didn't interrupt out of politeness. Wang Tao didn't notice it at first. When I found out, my heart suddenly thumped, and I quickly thought about whether I had said anything wrong. After all, the other party was not an amateur who knew nothing. Thinking like this, Wang Tao finally had to temporarily swallow some of his later thoughts on technical optimization and asked nervously, "Mr. Nian, did I say something wrong? If you say I said something wrong, I didn't say anything wrong. But if you say you said nothing wrong, in fact, I think what you said, Mr. Wang, was a little too wrong." Wang Tao didn't know why. This was a bit too convoluted, and he didn't quite understand it. First of all, I hope Mr. Wang can break away from his identity as a technician when answering my question. Break it off. Yes, Mr. Wang, your identity is not just an ordinary researcher, nor a R&D leader. Your identity is a company CEO who needs to weigh the overall situation and focus on the future. You need to do more than just focus on production and R&D. That's why I said what you said, Mr. Wang, is a bit wrong because you need to care about those things, but you can't limit them. What I want to hear more is how you solve the company's current predicament, how you lead the company out of a way out, and even how you change the status quo of the industry. Wang Tao was stunned. Hasn't he thought about these things? Thought about it. But if he really wanted to say it suddenly now, to be honest, without any preparation in advance, Wang Tao really didn't know how to answer. He can't speak, and he is actually a little confused about future plans. Even if he has some flashes of ideas, he is obviously not mature enough in terms of overall planning. Looking at Wang Tao's expression, Niangu frowned again. Mr. Wang really doesn't have any plans for this, right? Wang Tao hesitated, thinking quickly in his mind about how to answer. Pity. Niangu was unwilling to give him a chance to think and said directly, "As far as I know, there are 3 problems currently facing Taizong. The first is that the company's internal management is loose and chaotic, which has led to the company's great disadvantages in collaboration and even many corruption problems. The second is that the company's future planning and direction are unclear. I have been here for more than 2 hours, but I have never heard from Mr. Wang your plans for the future development of Taijiang, including where to focus and what the future goals will be. I have not even heard about the focus of the research and development direction. This, Wang Tao wanted to explain, but Niangu waved his hand and spoke again. The third thing is the pressure from the market. As far as I know, for now, the field of drones is only a niche market in the market, and the consumer groups are mainly enthusiasts, geeks, and the like. This group itself has its own threshold. It also means that, if nothing else, the audience in this field will be very small, and the future market space will not be very large. And your focus is on the flight control system, which means that your target group will be even smaller. So, I need to know, what are your thoughts on this market? And how will you plan for the market? Asked 3 times in a row. Wang Tao's face instantly became embarrassed. Embarrassing indeed. Wang Tao is an introverted and shy person, but he is very confident and even a little arrogant in the technical field, so he believes that he will be able to succeed. He believes that his technology can defeat invincible opponents in the world. This kind of confidence does not come without reason. Wang Tao has been interested in the field of drones since he was a child. When he had the opportunity in college, Wang Tao also began to study in the field of drones. While in school, Wang Tao completed all the subjects in this area very well, and even participated in various large and small drone competitions. And every time, you basically win. After that, I left school and started my own business. Although Taijiang is indeed struggling today, it is worth mentioning that most drone flight control systems are currently on the market. Taijiang is definitely the best. Such achievements make Wang Tao full of confidence in his future. Even though he still can't see the whole road clearly, he always believes that his road will be successful. So, the approval and praise from Gu's mother made Wang Tao feel happy, but at the same time, he also felt that this should be the case. But he never expected it. As soon as he turned his head, he felt that the words he was being criticized for were useless. He wanted to argue, but there was no way to refute it, because every question asked by Gu's mother was something he couldn't answer in a few words here. So, Mr. Wang doesn't want to say something? Consultant Yin asked. Wang Tao opened his mouth. He had a lot to say, but after being questioned like this, he didn't know how to explain it. He held it back for a long time and said, "As for the company's internal problems, I will solve them as soon as the cooperation is concluded." "Oh, I don't know how Mr. Wang plans to solve it." Niangu asked. "This business is business. Business is business. Does that mean dismissal?" Dismissal. Wang Tao's brows twitched, wanting to say that these people are not so easy to fire. Well, many people in the company are at the core of the business, and they're more or less like that. So if they're fired, the entire company may have to replace people, which will have a great impact on the company. Mr. Wang is a very capable technical talent and a very thoughtful CEO, but it is obvious that you're not good at being a qualified manager of the company system. Niangu sighed, with some disappointment in his eyes. Such a look made Wang Tao's face turn red. Good thing. Niangu did not continue the topic. What about the second question? Do you have any plans for future development? Yes. Wang Tao nodded repeatedly. The company's current focus is mainly on flight control research. This is our current strength, and flight control itself is also the key to the main connection between ground control and air. It is an absolute core technology. If we always lead on this road, we will have more choices in the future. Well, this is undeniable. Niangu nodded. Then what? Then, Wang Tao was a little confused. Then I plan to start moving towards other aspects on the basis of flight control, including gyroscopes, motors, and even propellers gradually. Perfect. This was said a bit awkwardly, and it was obviously a casual fooling. Niangu did not expose the other party, but looked at Wang Tao, with disappointment flashing in his eyes again. Such a disappointed look. Somewhat stinging. "I'm sorry, I don't have a comprehensive plan in this regard at the moment. The main reason is that we have been struggling on the line of survival, and a lot of energy has been spent on the company's management and the construction of the main flight control system. But I promise that I will be able to make plans for the future sooner or later. But for the time being, I will focus on the flight control system. After the flight control completely opens up the situation, we can move on to the next goal." Wang Tao explained awkwardly, his eyes a little dodged. Obviously embarrassed, Niangu nodded without hesitation and asked, "What about the third question? The drone market is a big problem. Have you ever thought about how to solve it, or how to change the status quo of the industry?" Wang Tao took a deep breath and wanted to say something, but in the end he shook his head helplessly. "I'm sorry, I don't want to lie. I don't have any good solutions for this problem at the moment." As he said that, Wang Tao lowered his head. He knew in his heart that his ignorance of this question was basically the worst performance. As long as the other party was not a fool, he would not continue to choose him at this time. That is to say, this cooperation negotiation has collapsed for me. But it was unexpected, just when he was already thinking about how to see off the guests and how to attract investment next. Niangu clapped his hands and said, "It's good. At least Mr. Wang is honest, which is very valuable. Having confidence in yourself, but not being overly conceited, and the most important thing is being able to admit your mistakes. These are all things worth admiring. So, I am still very interested in this cooperation because I believe that Mr. Wang, you will definitely develop in the future." Huh? Wang Tao was stunned. What does this mean? My performance is so bad. How can the other party still think highly of me? The first thought was surprise. The second thought was touching. It's like an interview. This is a very important job, but you performed very poorly because you were not fully prepared. But when you were about to leave, the company boss suddenly said that I am optimistic about you and made an exception to let you join the company. Anyone who encounters this kind of thing will feel grateful and want to work hard to prove that the boss is not wrong. Even someone like Wang Tao, there is no escape either. Mr. Wang is not very old. He graduated from college only 2 years ago. It is normal to have some shortcomings. In terms of company management, you do have shortcomings, but this is not a big problem. After all, professional people do professional things. Mr. Wang's ability is not in this area. Naturally, you can find professionals to solve it. Mr. Wang only needs to use his talents in the right place. As for future plans, age and experience restrictions, there is no long-term plan for the time being, which is completely understandable. The final change in the status quo of the industry. Then it will be even harder. I can understand Mr. Wang. These words made Wang Tao burst into tears, and he even felt like he was looking for acquaintances and found both. What else could Wang Tao say? Thank you. Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Nian. There is nothing else but gratitude. Seeing him like this, Niangu nodded and said with full affinity, "Of course. I'm optimistic about Mr. Wang's ability, but at the same time I also need to deliver to the company, so maybe we need to make some adjustments in the contract. I will try my best to give Mr. Wang more preferential treatment, but I'm afraid it will be difficult for me to follow what we talked about before. I hope Mr. Wang understands." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tao waved his hand without hesitation. "No problem. It's not incomprehensible if the conditions are lowered. Don't make it difficult for Nian Zong. This basically means this collaboration. That's it. This is what Wang Tao is willing to do. 1,000-mile horses often exist, but bull is rare, and now his own bull has appeared. So what if I suffer a little loss? This cooperation must sign." When Luo Xiang heard this, he was already extremely shocked and looked at Gu Xiu, who had been invisible throughout the whole process. Then he looked at Niangu, who was smiling. Luo Xiang couldn't help but shiver. This mother and son are really more powerful than the other. The boss will not say it, but his unimaginable vision is destined to sit on the altar. As for Gu's mother, this person is the kind of person who can really sell you and make you count the money. 3 days later, a well-known luxury hotel in Pengcheng. Mr. Nian is too strong. I always thought that although Taijiang was small, it would not be easy to eat it. I didn't expect that Mr. Nian would take action and win it so quickly. It goes without saying, Ronaldinho is really impressed by Mr. Nian's ability. Luo Xiang raised his glass and sighed with emotion. In just these 3 days, Gu's mother declared a complete victory in her first battle after joining Yuan Xiu Investment. Just today, they completed the final investment process and completely announced the end of this investment. Yes, invest. But in fact, it is no different from an acquisition. Yuanxiu Investment finally paid $1.2 million and took 50% of Taijiang Technology's shares. This means Yuanxiu Investment has become Taijiang's largest shareholder. The price is actually higher than previously expected. Even if the valuation is based on 2 million, Yuanxiu Investment still has an extra 200,000 yuan. But this money is well spent, because according to the contract, Yuanxiu Investment actually fully controls only 50% of the shares, but in fact there is still 10% of Yuanxiu Investment shares. However, Yuanxiu Investment has control over that part of the shares, but does not enjoy the right to dividends. Simply put, Yuanxiu Investment can allocate these 10% shares to the company's senior management and outstanding technical talents in the future development of Taijiang. After employees hold these shares, they will keep the shares as long as they stay in Taijiang Company. You can enjoy annual share dividends. However, after resignation, equity dividends were automatically suspended, and the shares returned to the control of Yuanxiu Investment. Although employees enjoyed benefits, they were unable to resell or sell them. In other words, these 10% shares actually belong to Yuanxiu Investment, and Yuanxiu Investment actually controls 60% of the shares. Absolute holding. The effect of this is very good and can be used in the future development of the company to retain high-tech technical talents. More importantly, it makes Wang Tao feel very comfortable. Talk about it. The negotiation went so smoothly this time, and Yuanxiu Investment took the initiative to bear the 10% bonus equity benefit this time. It had a lot to do with it. It was also one of the important reasons why Wang Tao finally made up his mind to sign the contract. Although this 10% share, it seems that Yuanxiu Investment is just a name and does not enjoy actual benefits. But excluding the 10% of the shares, based on the 50% of the shares held by Yuanxiu Investment, they have the absolute say in this company. It's a pity that Wang Tao's role is still very critical. We can't force the titanium. Otherwise, we can win more shares this time. Gu's mother shook her head, as if she was secretly reviewing that she was not doing too well. Luo Xiang hurriedly said, "As you said, Mr. Nian, it is already very good to have absolute control. Not to mention that there is a long way to go. If Taijiang develops rapidly in the future, it will definitely need to continue to invest more. When the equity is diluted, our shares will only increase. And I have already made contact with the third shareholder of the company. That person is the investor Wang Tao found through his family connections. I am not in this industry, and I don't even know anything about this industry. I am thinking of ways to acquire his shares. Now, although his shares have become smaller, the price has increased. If we increase the price a little, he will definitely be happy to transfer his shares to us." Gu's mother nodded, feeling satisfied with this answer. This is indeed a good situation. After all, Wang Tao is a very determined person, and it is already considered good if he can make him regress to this extent and invest in Yuanxiu to become a major shareholder. If you want to take more shares, basically there is no possibility. As far as the current results are concerned, it is already the best ending. What's more, this time we're not just as simple as becoming a major shareholder. Wang Tao has even taken the initiative to retreat in the company's operation and management. Next, I have to trouble you, Mr. Nian, for your hard work and working in Taijiang for some time. As soon as these words came out, even Gu Xiu couldn't help but nod. Wang Tao is a very capable person, but at the same time he also attaches great importance to the power in his hands. But this time, they really made Wang Tao change something. The most critical one is position change. As the boss, Wang Tao had absolute say in the entire company, and he was in charge of both product development and company management. But this time, Wang Tao made a concession. He is still the company's CEO and is fully responsible for the company's business development, including production, purchasing, sales, and product research and development. But the main focus has begun to shift to product research and development. As for other positions, such as company personnel, finance, and even production and purchasing, Wang Tao will give up his position as soon as a suitable candidate becomes available. This is a very good result. This can effectively prevent this company from becoming Wang Tao's voice in the future, and it can also effectively unleash Wang Tao's true potential. Of course, in fact, Wang Tao refused at first, but after thinking about it for 3 days, he put forward a condition. At least for now, Niangu needs to serve as the general manager in Taijiang, responsible for the 3 aspects of internal affairs, personnel, and finance. She will not be able to leave until the company is stable and there is a suitable heir. To this, Niangu didn't have any objections. It's not hard work. I'm very optimistic about this company, but it's just covered with a layer of dust. I'm quite experienced in cleaning dust. Luo Xiang didn't quite understand what he said, so Gu Xiu couldn't help but smile. Really, my mother is definitely experienced in dealing with this kind of moth, let alone a small Taijiang. She has cleaned up the Yi family's huge industry before. Just as he was talking, Wang Tao appeared at the door of the hotel. After all, the contract was successfully signed, so, of course, Niangu, as the major shareholder, also wanted to have a banquet, which was regarded as a sign of familiarity and affection. But there is something surprising. Mr. Nian, who was about to take up an important position, only invited 1.5 people from the entire Taijiang this time. One of them is naturally the boss Wang Tao. There is also half a person, not that that person is not a human being, but because the other person has a close relationship with Taijiang and even provided a lot of assistance to Taijiang, but he himself does not hold any position in Taijiang. This matter, it made people in Taijiang panic, and many people even privately scolded the new President Nian who was about to take office. For this reason, Wang Tao also talked to Niangu, but Niangu just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously at all. Those people, they're just a group of chicks who are about to warn the new employees, so there is no need to waste energy and time. The acquisition of Taijiang is only the first step. Next, you also need to make good use of the Taijiang card. Mr. Nian, Mr. Luo, this is my mentor, Professor Li Xiangzi from Xiangjiang University of Science and Technology. He happened to come to visit me today, so I brought him with me. Walked into the box. Wang Tao immediately introduced the people around him to everyone. This is a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a pair of ordinary jeans, a white shirt on his upper body, and a pair of thick rimless glasses. He showed a few front teeth when he smiled. He looked like an ordinary person who was so ordinary that he couldn't attract more attention if he was thrown into a crowd. But regarding this uneven-looking middle-aged man, no one present would underestimate him. After all, although this person does not belong to Taijiang, as long as he investigates, he will know that whether Wang Tao founded Taijiang or Taijiang first started, this person's help is inseparable. No one would look down upon his mentor, who is the company's CEO and CTO, Chief Technology Officer. The 5 of them sat down and had a great conversation. After 3 rounds of wine, 5 flavors of food, Li Xiangzi is a well-spoken person. After drinking, he couldn't help but talk about his past. Speaking of which, I have reaped the benefits of the resumption of the college entrance examination. Before the resumption of the college entrance examination, I was still an ordinary worker in the school factory. But after the resumption of the college entrance examination, I successfully passed the entrance examination of Zhongnan Mining and Metallurgy. Then in the first semester of my freshman year, I happened to catch up with the opportunity of the government to study abroad. Then I went to study abroad at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh, where I completed my studies, and then went to the University of California, Berkeley, where I received my master's and doctorate degrees. Then I participated in an artificial intelligence project at MIT and worked as an assistant professor in the Department of Computer Science at Gotham University. Were you living a good life at that time? Naturally, everyone nodded at this. Just looking at this resume, to be honest, it is really considered to be an insult to 99% of the people in the country today. After all, in that era, this kind of people were serious talents. Actually, I felt at the time that my life was pretty good. I could do the things I was interested in, and the financial aspect was pretty good. Even my family felt that I should stay in Alekan at that time. But I felt uncomfortable in my heart. Li Xiangzi's eyes were a little red after drinking a few glasses of wine, and he said with emotion, "Because I have not forgotten who gave me the opportunity to go abroad and experience all this. I have always understood. It's the Dragon Kingdom." He was also my university tutor back then. Without the Dragon Kingdom, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to go to university, let alone the good things about studying abroad under public sponsorship. And he was also my tutor, and he recommended me against all the opinions and let me get the place to study abroad. Although no one said anything to me at the time, in my heart, I always felt that doing this was like betraying the country and the teacher. So, when I heard that Xiangjiang University of Science and Technology needed tutors in related fields, I immediately quit my job at Alekin and returned directly to China. At this point, Li Xiangzi added another glass of wine to himself. This is actually quite risky, but I still chose to do it. Because I thought of my tutor back then, I thought of the 4 words passed on the fire from generation to generation, and I thought of the sentence study to revitalize the rise of China. It's also good luck. After I went to Xiangjiang, because of my resume, I had a high degree of freedom and good authority. This allowed me to tap more outstanding talents and support more young people with ideas. And Wang Tao is such a young man. Wang Tao heard this and quickly raised his glass. He was not as eloquent as his teacher, so he could only hold up the glass and drink it himself. I would like to express my gratitude to my mentor for his help. Young people should behave like young people. I have met many outstanding young people over the years. There are many people who have ideas. There are many people who are capable. There are even many people who have ideas and are capable. But most of them lack one thing. What? Luo Xiang asked. Enterprising, Li Xiangzi said. Those who have ideas, ability, and execution ability are the rarest. So, I am very optimistic about Wang Tao. I believe it. Taijiang in the future will definitely shock the world. These words are sincere. Wang Tao felt his blood surge all over his body and vowed that he would never let down his mentor's expectations, even if you're drunk. But his words after drinking could also reveal his true thoughts. Afterwards, everyone talked about the future development of Taijiang. First point first. Naturally, we are recruiting people. In fact, this was the reason why Wang Tao called Li Xiangzi. Li Xiangzi was very capable, and more importantly, he knew many people. Wang Tao hoped that Li Xiangzi could recommend some people. To this, Li Xiangzi naturally would not refuse, and even prepared a list of names, some of which were his students, and some of which were some technical experts he had met. With the joining of these people, Taijiang will take on a completely new look, and if nothing else happens, it will soon make technological breakthroughs. After, Wang Tao discussed with Gu's mother again the follow-up administrative reform in Taijiang. Li Xiangzi did not even participate in this topic. He just focused his attention on Gu Xiu. After all, apart from Gu Xiu's identity as Nian Gu's child, this child also doesn't have the shyness of ordinary children, especially the brilliance in his eyes, which really attract attention. Kid, how old are you? 10 years old. 10 years old. So he should be in the 4th or 5th grade now, right? That's normal. Gu Xiu replied without further explanation. This is a good age, the age full of imagination. Li Xiangzi did not notice the weirdness in Gu Xiu's words and laughed loudly. When I was your age, I also imagined that I would study atomic bombs in the future. What is your dream, kid? Gu Xiu answered seriously. My dream is to let the Dragon Kingdom surpass a million and become the #1 in the world. Well, this dream, what did you say? Li Xiangzi, who was nodding, suddenly reacted and looked at Gu Xiu with wide eyes. Kid, you just said, what is your dream? Let the Dragon Kingdom become the #1 in the world. Is there any problem? Gu Xiu blinked. In fact, he lied, but it is impossible to drag an old professor to tell others that he plans to build a world-class wealthy family, right? Your dream is a bit unique. Li Xiangzi laughed. Other children's dreams are to be doctors, policemen, or scientists. Your dream seems too big. In response, Gu Xiu just smiled and did not answer. Instead, he asked Li Xiangzi, I need someone in my dream. I wonder if Professor Li is interested in joining my dream? Li Xiangzi was stunned. For the first time, he felt that there was something unusual about this 10-year-old child. But, facing Gu Xiu's gaze, Li Xiangzi nodded eccentrically for some reason. If there is a chance, I would be happy. Hearing this, Gu Xiu smiled and said, Then we have a deal. I believe it won't be long before we meet again. Boss, you seem to be very optimistic about Professor Lee. Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask on the way back to the hotel that night. In fact, no one said much about Tai Jiang during this meal, especially the subsequent series of plans. It was more like a normal dinner among colleagues. But Luo Xiang had been paying attention to Gu Xiu, especially when he noticed that later Gu Xiu and Li Xiangzi talked for more than half an hour, and he understood even more clearly. The boss values Li Xiangzi very much. I do value this person. If possible, I hope to cooperate with Duo in the future. It would even be better if I could bring him to our company. Gu Xiu nodded, not hiding his thoughts. But what he said made Luo Xiang's eyes widen. The boss thinks so highly of him. He is just a university professor. Although his resume is very good, it doesn't make you think so highly of him, right? Reasonable. There are indeed many outstanding people that Gu Xiu has come into contact with, whether they were at Jiangxing University before or now at Stanford. Gu Xiu has actually recommended many talents to his own companies, and most of these people have become the backbone of Yuanxiu investment companies. But this seems to be the first time that a boss has such a high opinion of a person, right? This person is not simple. Besides, I admire him very much. Seeing Luo Xiang's surprise, Gu Xiu explained, especially because I'm optimistic about this person's future. I think he is a very visionary person. I understand, boss. Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly. Although the boss didn't say any more, since the boss's attitude has been stated here, Luo Xiang already knows how to operate next. This person, you have to make friends and tie the other party to the station ship invested by Yuan Xiu. Lao Luo, I always feel at ease when you do things, but there's no need to be in a hurry. Just take your time and let nature take its course. In the short term, the main thing is to make friends and stay friends. Gu Xiu reminded. Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly. Okay, boss, I understand, but our contact must be focused. I don't know what aspect you plan to focus on, boss. If so, Gu Xiu thought for a moment. Let him know that we have money and are willing to help his students, and even when the time is right, we can jointly create an incubation project with him. Incubation project? Luo Xiang was surprised, and Nian Gu on the side also became curious. But Gu Xiu nodded. Professor Li should know a lot of students like Wang Tao, but not everyone can meet so many people to help like Wang Tao. Our incubation plan is to help these entrepreneurs start their own businesses. Isn't this similar to angel investment? Luo Xiang was surprised. No, investment is not the focus. The focus is on incubation. Gu Xiu shook his head. The focus of investment is on capital, but incubation is all round. After all, these people lack not only money, but also a lot of entrepreneurial experience. This what the boss means. Luo Xiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Boss, you want these people to work for you, be grateful to you, and also make Li Xiangzi full of affection for you. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. But Luo Xiang originally wanted to think about what to do if he loses his wife and loses his troops in the end. However, thinking of the magic of his boss at home, Luo Xiang still swallowed his words and patted his chest instead and said, "Don't worry, boss. I know what to do." In response, Gu Xiu just smiled. But in my heart, I couldn't help but feel a little more hopeful. Li Xiangzi. The reason why I value Tai Jiang is indeed because Tai Jiang will have high achievements in the future. But in fact, there is another reason, and it is because of the relationship between Tai Jiang and Li Xiangzi. Talk about it. This is not the first time that Gu Xiu has heard of Li Xiangzi. In fact, in his previous life, Gu Xiu had heard of this name more than once. In addition to being the godfather of DJI, the other party also has a more widely known identity. Hard tech company Incubator. At least after hearing the name of Professor Lee, Gu Xiu even regretted it. He had known that he should not have played games back then, but should have majored in electronic engineering or something like that. Because until his rebirth, Professor Lee's legend has not yet ended. Just like what he said about his experience after getting drunk at the wine table. This is Professor Lee. Not only does he have extremely high experience and academic qualifications, but he also has a very strong and precise vision. In fact, it developed according to the previous life. It was Professor Li who invested in Taijiang this time. He spent his savings and supported Taijiang through all possible means. After that, he even served as Taijiang's general manager for a period of time. But the companies he helped were actually not just Taijiang. The second well-known company is Likun Automation. It may be a little dim compared to Taijiang, but in the field of intelligent automated electronics, this company's name has to be called resounding. Certainly, what Gu Xiu values most is not just one or two companies. What he values most is another project co-founded by Li Xiangze, Clearwater Bay Venture Capital. This is a project for in-depth incubation of student entrepreneurial teams, and the final result proved it. The strength of Li Sangtake. His incubation plan has successfully incubated more than 60 hard technology companies in just a few years, with a survival rate as high as 80%. And 15% of these companies have become unicorns or near unicorns. This is the best. Such a super high hatching rate and a strong hatching appreciation rate even attracted a lot of capital, including large companies such as Sequoia and Penguin, to favor it. Have cooperated with him several times. But what Gu Xiu values is not just the profit that Li Xiangze can bring to the capital, but what he values even more is the connections that Li Xiangze has developed in this incubation plan. The sentence Gu Xiu heard most about Li Xiangze back then was, if you want to invest in robots, go to Songshan Lake. When talking about Songshan Lake, Li Xiangze cannot be avoided, because he himself is the founding partner of the Songshan Lake International Robot Industry Base. This is the most powerful place. He plans to control the top technical team and talents in the field of domestic robots in his previous life, which will be very beneficial to Gu Xiu's future strategic development. But although this idea has come up, Gu Xiu has not taken action yet. He only needs to establish a good relationship with Li Xiangze first and then come out at the right time. It was natural to reach cooperation with Li Xiangze. As for now, there's no rush yet. It seems that you have some new ideas, Xiao Xiu. Nian Gu couldn't help laughing, but then he said, but besides poetry and the distance, don't you have to think about the current situation? Taijiang has just signed a contract. Gu Xiu was dumbfounded. Mom, haven't you already planned the next Taijiang cleanup plan? In terms of company management, I am not as professional as you. Are you pretending to be stupid? Niangu rolled his eyes. You and Wang Tao are hiding it. Are you going to do this with your mother? I asked Wang Tao 3 questions before, but I was able to calm him down, but you kid has always been very calm when facing these 3 questions. You must have had an idea for a long time, right? Hurry up and hand over your idea. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from my mother, as expected of my mother. Gu Xiu laughed and gave a thumbs up. No, of course, my children are also very powerful. Gu's mother also smiled, looking quite arrogant, seeing the mother and son exchanging business blows. Luo Xiang chose to lower his head. If you're not a family, you really don't belong to the same family. However, when Luo Xiang was laughing at the mother and daughter, Gu Xiu on the other side had already taken the lead and said, Mom, you asked Wang Tao 3 questions before. The first question asked about Taijiang's internal management issues. The second was about the development direction and follow-up planning. And the third was about concerns about the current status of the industry. For the first question, I am definitely not as professional as you, Mom, so I will not do what I do. As for the second and third questions, I actually only have one answer. Change the status quo of the industry. Disrupt the entire industry. Changing the status quo of the industry. Disrupting the industry. This. When Gu's mother heard Gu Xiu's bold words, she was not overly happy. On the contrary, she couldn't help but frown. Mom, you don't believe it? Gu Xiu asked. Believe it. Gu's mother shook her head. You are my child. If you can say it, I believe you can do it. But just because I believe it, I am more worried. Worried? Gu Xiu was surprised. I wonder if you have ever heard of a sentence. What is it? A half step ahead is a pioneer, and a step ahead is a martyr. Hearing this, Gu Xiu suddenly came to his senses. Mom, are you worried about me walking too fast, and it will be counterproductive in the end? Yes. Niangu nodded, his expression more serious and serious than ever before. Mom knows that you are very powerful. Your vision is very precise, and you always have some sudden inspiration. To be honest, normally, my mother should be proud of you. Actually, my mother is indeed proud of you, but I'm also worried because your vision is too forward. My mother has seen such people before, but the results of these people, a lot of it is because they are too forward-thinking. They obviously followed the right path, but in the end they were born in the wrong era and became martyrs who fell in front of them. At this point, Niangu seemed to feel that the topic was too heavy, so he smiled again and said, "Of course. Xiao Xiao, your ability will definitely not be like this. But Mom still hopes that you can be careful and avoid making something that is generally in the right direction, but not in line with the current era." As soon as these words came out, Guxiu was touched and amused. It was funny because he knew that since he was a reborn person, he would not do such a wrong thing. He was moved because his mother was really worried about him. "Don't worry, Mom. I know what I know." Gu Xiuqing explained seriously. "What I said about changing the status quo of the industry and subverting the industry's traditions is not groundless, nor is it just nonsense. In fact, I say it because I have a detailed understanding of the current status of the drone industry. As we all agree, today's civilian drone market is basically polarized. Low-end toy-type drones are the kind of helicopters that can be bought in many toy stores. They are expensive and have more problems. There are even questions about whether they can fly normally, how far they can fly, and whether they can land without breaking. There is also a kind of drone that is more professional. Professional is the kind of customer that Taijiang's flight control system is currently targeting. It is mainly targeted at enthusiasts and some professional customers. These people have their own hands-on skills and professional technical support. These people usually purchase various equipment from all over the world to assemble their own drones. From motors, propellers to main bodies, flight control systems, and even many circuit controls are designed and implemented by themselves. These people are very professional and have high requirements, but at the same time, the number of this group is not large, which greatly limits the development of this field. These words made Niangu couldn't help but nod. This is indeed the biggest problem. The upper limit is too low. Because the requirements for hands-on ability and operational ability are too high, it means that there is a threshold to play with this kind of thing. Even if Taijiang has the ability to make its flight control system the best in the world and achieve the highest sales volume in the world. But how many could be sold in the end? It's not yet known. Then what do you mean by changing the status quo of the industry? Can you change the situation? Gu's mother became curious. Yes. Gu Xiu nodded. Since we know that the problem is at the threshold, the best way to change it is to lower the threshold. Lower the threshold? Niangu became interested. Even Luo Xiang, who was standing by, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, how do you plan to lower the threshold? Are you going to let Taijiang sell toys?" "Why not?" Gu Xiu smiled. Luo Xiang and Niangu both looked confused. "Boss, I'm just joking. Don't you take it seriously? This may be a joke, but it is a correct inspiration in itself, isn't it?" Gu Xiu spread his hands and smiled. "The threshold has been lowered, and it will be easier for those who can come into play this. Our customers are no longer just enthusiasts and geeks, but ordinary people and even children can play. In this way, our customer base will increase, and the upper limit will naturally be higher." But Luo Xiang hesitated to speak. Gu's mother was more direct. "I know you mean to reduce the difficulty of operation, but the drone itself is very complicated for ordinary people. Even if our flight control is simple, it cannot reduce the difficulty of operation too much." This relates to the second question you asked Wang Tao before, Mom. Gu Xiu smiled. "Why? We can only do flight control." Gu's mother was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "Do you want Taijiang to start exerting full force on the entire aircraft?" She understood what Gu Xiu meant. What Taijiang has done before has always been a flight control system, and what it plans to do is to create the most powerful flight control system currently available, the so-called flight control. It refers to the UAV aircraft control system. Its main function is to control the flight of UAVs on the ground and in the sky. Through the controller, the aircraft can be raised, lowered, traversed, and a series of other tasks. This is one of the core components of a drone aircraft. Now that Gushio said this, he obviously intended to let Taijiang complete the comprehensive research and development of UAV aircraft from the body, propeller to the body, power supply, and balancer. Since we're going to build a drone, and we already know that our biggest problem is to reduce the difficulty of operating the drone. How can we reduce the difficulty of operation? Gu Xiu asked rhetorically. When Gu's mother and Luo Xiang were thinking, Gu Xiu had already taken the lead in asking and answering his own questions. The threshold for drones nowadays is high. To put it bluntly, the main reason is that our customers need to buy various parts and assemble them at home. Even if every component is designed to be operated in a fool-like manner, there is still a certain threshold for entry. For example, now, Taijiang's flight control system, which connects different rotors, airframes, and motors, requires a certain degree of fine-tuning and resetting. This alone is not something that ordinary people can operate. Wang Tao's previous research and development direction was to enable our flight control system to match more types of aircraft, so that our flight control system can be installed on various types of equipment. This is a stopgap measure, but it is actually a waste of resources because they put too much resources and energy on expanding the scope of use. But in fact, if we can fix our accessories and limit them to a certain category or a certain limited motor power, then the in-depth optimization of the flight control system will definitely be more comprehensive. As soon as these words came out, Luo Xiang and Gu Mu's eyes suddenly lit up. They understood what Gu Xiu meant. This is like someone who wants to make a knife head and hopes that his knife head can match any type of knife handle. Maybe this seems more suitable, but that's all. But if this knife head is limited to a certain type of handle from the beginning, and then all the previous energy is focused on strengthening the knife head itself, this is the right choice. Thinking of this, Gu's mother's eyes lit up. So you thought of completing the entire product production and research and development yourself, because the models and so on are fixed from the beginning, which not only reduces the cost, but also allows for better in-depth product expansion. This is indeed a good way, and can even directly change the current research and development direction of the company. But at this point, Nian Gu frowned again, but this means that Taijiang needs more funds and more personnel. To engage in such a big battle from the beginning, isn't the risk too great? Indeed, in this case, the cost will only be higher, and the risks will also be higher. Gu's mother's words gained Luo Xiang's support. Taijiang's previous research and development has always been related to flight control. So no matter what, even if Taijiang's life is not good, as long as the internal corruption problem is solved, the company can continue to develop healthily. Because just relying on Taijiang's current flight control technology, as long as the steps are not too big, it can ensure a balanced balance of payments and guaranteed profits. But if you want to start over and do it all by yourself, it means that Taijiang needs to expand the team, even expand the factory area, and invest more. Moreover, in terms of R&D and production, it also needs to be fully considered. In terms of Taijiang's current size, with such a large plate, coordination and investment in all aspects is a big problem. Not to mention, if, boss, your plan fails, it means that all our investment will be in vain. The risk is too high, and the loss will even be huge. If Wang Tao were here now, I am afraid he would not refute Gu Xiu's idea. But neither Gu's mother nor Luo Xiang are idealistic. Quite the opposite. As senior executives of Yuanxiu Investment, they need to be more pragmatic. Although they do not deny that what Gu Xiu said is indeed reasonable, the problems caused by these proposals cannot be ignored. There will be more aspects they need to consider and weigh. Naturally, Gu Xiu wouldn't be unhappy. In fact, any boss should burn incense to celebrate having such a person consider the company. But, regarding the concerns of the two people, Gu Xiu had other ideas. It is necessary to expand the team. Since we want to continue to develop, it is difficult to survive with just one flight control system. So, lowering the user threshold is necessary. We have changed from selling individual accessories to selling mass-produced finished products. We try to allow users to use the drone smoothly as soon as they get our products. As for whether you're worried about whether you will invest too much but the results are unsatisfactory, don't worry. Not to mention that the possibility of failure of this model is extremely small. We can also try a little bit in terms of methods. For example, we don't need to expand our own production and R&D teams too much at the beginning. Oh, Luo Xiang became more energetic. Boss, do you have any ideas? Procurement. Gu Xiao answered. Purchasing. Luo Xiang was stunned, and then suddenly slapped his forehead. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? We don't need to produce some accessories ourselves. We can just purchase them directly from the factory. For example, some standard motors, propellers, and other things. We could just purchase the finished product for installation. In this way, the cost can be reduced a lot, and we can also see the market feedback. If the market response is good, we can even directly acquire our downstream factories. Nian Gu on the side also suddenly came to his senses and said with a bright look, in addition to procurement, we can also adopt the OEM model. We mainly complete the design and the R&D and production of some core technologies. As for other aspects, we can find reliable factories for OEM processing. In this way, we will have more opportunities for trial and error, and at the same time, we can test the market's reaction. These two are not novices who don't know anything. Gu Xiao's simple reminder immediately made the two of them understand the feasibility of this plan. Simplify the operation threshold of the previously complicated drone and turn it into something like a high-end toy, reducing the difficulty of operation, so that even a person who knows nothing can operate the drone smoothly. One can imagine, this method definitely works. Even in terms of reducing the initial cost investment, you can also use the model of purchasing accessories or OEM processing, which can greatly reduce the threshold for trying. In this way, this mode is completely ready to try. And Mother Gu thought of more. She looked up at Gu Xiao and asked in surprise, so, is this what you meant by combining photography with a drone? If it is just an expensive toy, maybe users will spend money to buy it once. But in fact, just in terms of price, we can dissuade many interested people. But if our drone can be perfectly combined with photography so that this toy can be used as a productivity tool, the role will be greater and the market acceptance will be higher. Even if we go far enough on this road, we can even create a new shooting genre. Even the filming of TV series and movies in the future will require our equipment. Gu Xiao laughed. As expected of my mother, her vision is so impressive. Don't praise me so much. These are all your thoughts from the beginning. I just thought of these based on your reminder. Nian Gu shook his head. He looked at his son in amazement. I don't know how many times I have felt this emotion. Is this really the child I can give birth to? He is only 10 years old. Can a 10-year-old child think of so much and do so much? It's not that we are not confident. My children are really outstanding. Of course, this road is actually not that easy. Gu Xiao reminded, Taijiang can only be regarded as a fledgling bird now. It will take a long time to spread its wings and fly. The technical problems may be enough for the company to spend a long time. Not to mention how to design, how to stabilize the hover, how to transmit the image, how to last for a long time, how to resist wind resistance, how to ensure the stability of the image, how to assemble and select the lens. These are all problems that need to be solved. These problems are the key to success or failure. Taijiang still has a long way to go. Speaking of business, Gu's mother's face became serious. But although there were many problems, she was full of confidence. These are small problems. The biggest problem for an enterprise is that it cannot find a problem or its own goals. Now that it has a goal, the next thing to do is simple. Wang Tao is a very diligent person. I believe this person should be able to think of a perfect solution to the problem. Of course, Gu Xiao had no doubts about this. Otherwise, it was impossible for Taijiang to achieve such results in the previous life. Now that there are clearer goals, stronger financial support, and more technical support, it will definitely be easier to catch up with the previous life. On the other hand, Gu's mother said after deep thought, Xiao Xiao, after listening to your idea, I wanted to immediately start looking for downstream manufacturers to sell all-in-one machines, but now I suddenly changed my mind. What? Gushio asked. We might have to go a little slower. Gu's mother replied. Slower? Yes, just slower. Gu's mother nodded. What you just mentioned does not have any technological leadership. If we start assembling and selling it now, it will take at most 3 to 6 months for our products to be on the market. But in this case, I believe that someone will soon follow suit and imitate. Before we have the technical advantage, once this model is imitated, we may instead make wedding dresses for others. So, I think we need a period of precipitation and research to take the lead in technology and have relatively mature products. Then start trying to market layout. Since we are a hard technology company, the most important thing for us is to lead in technology. As long as we have the technology in our hands, we will have the final say in the future market. Hearing this, Gushio smiled on his face. As soon as he saw his mother's excited look, Gushio was thinking about how to let her know what he was thinking. I didn't expect that. Before I even spoke, my mother had already thought of it. What does this mean? This shows that my mother is not a short-sighted person, and she is not a person who gives up her long-term vision for short-term interests. More means, in this life, Taijiang can also go very far. I'm even more looking forward to Taijiang in the future. Boss, Taijiang has come to an end now. If you keep thinking, Taijiang will definitely become a dark horse in the near future. Other companies are also doing very well. Penguin's current number of users is still growing steadily. Both the number of active players and the recharge rate of players have also been steadily increasing. In particular, their Penguin game platform has now become the largest game platform in China with the highest number of players. Three-body game is also progressing very smoothly. There's also a new dancing project in Bubble Hall. The results of the public beta some time ago are very good, and it is very popular among young people. Our Supernova Combat, a new version, has just been released recently, updated with new zombie gameplay, and it is very popular now. There is also a new project of Dungeon Fighter, and the game production has been basically completed. It only needs to be tested for a while, and it can be released in the middle of the year if we hurry up. CRBT Sky is now one of the most profitable companies. Especially due to the increase in internet users, the public's demand for CRBT is higher. Now almost every song released by CRBT Sky is a hit. It is our cooperation project with the TV on-demand station. Now it is a little bit out of date. The emergence of the internet has led to a rapid decline in the ratings of major TV stations. It is estimated that as time goes by, the TV stations will become even worse. On the plane from Pengcheng to Yanjing, Luo Xiang took the time to report to his boss on the situation of various domestic companies during this period. Overall, it's good news. After all, with the entry of Dragon Country into the WTO, the domestic economic growth has accelerated significantly, and the national economic income is also growing at a visible rate. With such a growth rate, earnings naturally rise as fast as a rocket. The most intuitive of them all. They are Penguin, Three-Body Games, and Taobao, three companies that are directly related to the internet. The number of users has grown significantly. Similarly, user consumption rate and consumption amount are also growing at a visible rate. These three companies can almost be described as changing with each passing day. This is the inevitable growth of the development of the times. And Gushio's entertainment company, Yuanxiu Entertainment, which was originally working on CRBT Sky, has now grown into one of the top entertainment companies in the country. Make a drama, and it will be popular. Sing a song, and it will be popular. Even the 4 words, Yuanxiu Entertainment, are not only used by people in the industry, but also known by some fan groups. Products produced by Yuanxiu must be high-quality products. But there is good and bad in everything. Some companies have adapted to the rapid development of the times, but there are also companies that have begun to slowly decline. The most intuitive one is CRBT Sky. Although, judging from the current data, CRBT is still one of the most profitable companies, and its monthly income can even beat the likes of Penguin. But in fact, through background observation, we can find that the user growth of CRBT has begun to enter a bottleneck period. It doesn't look like it's going downhill. But for a company that has been established for less than 5 years, if the growth rate slows down or even begins to stagnate, it means that the potential has begun to fade. You can tell just by the ringtone. Not to mention, the on-demand station that CRBT cooperated with TV stations has now entered the twilight stage, and some TV stations have even given up on renewing their contracts. Listening to these reports, Gushio was very calm. TV on demand is a transitional thing in itself. It will die out sooner or later in the future. This is not unexpected. After all, the emergence of the internet has given users more choices. The main battlefield in the future is the internet, even the mobile internet. As for the TV on demand station, it has brought us a lot of help and returns. Let's find an opportunity to package and sell this business. If someone takes over, just transfer it directly. Luo Xiang nodded, not feeling distressed at all. Really? Gushio told him at the beginning of TV on demand that this thing was promising, but it would not last too long. It was mainly to build a good relationship with the TV station and at the same time provide free publicity for CRBT Sky's CRBT business. As far as leaving now, this project can be regarded as a success, and it can still make some money if it is packaged and sold. As for the colorful tones, Gushio touched his chin. We can continue to do the colorful tones. After all, we have cooperated with the operators for so many years and are well known in the industry. We can do it in the future as we did in the past. Of course, profits will decrease in the future. After all, there will be more competition. And to be honest, the profit margin will also start to decrease. So just look at it with a normal mentality. After saying these two, Gushio added, continue Yuanxiu Entertainment. The potential of this company is more than that. Have you completed the program planning department I told you before? Luo Xiang nodded. Yes, our program planning department mainly poach people from the planning departments of some variety shows. We are currently still producing the blind date program you mentioned before, boss. That's fine. After the planning of this program is completed, you can check with the TV station to see if there is interest. You can sell it to them. You can also license it at a cheaper price in the early stage. When it becomes popular, it will naturally increase. But what if the TV station doesn't want it? I heard that TV stations have started to reduce their budgets recently because the ratings of major TV stations are declining. Luo Xiang couldn't help but ask. Today's Yuanxiu Entertainment is no longer just an ordinary small company that brings together a group of artists. Instead, it expanded into a behemoth. In terms of movies, TV series, directors, and actors, Yuanxiu Investment has a lot of resources and employees. Recently, this company also has a new variety show planning department, which specializes in researching some new variety shows. This can be regarded as a transformation direction of the company in the future. It's one thing for TV stations to reduce their budgets, but everyone wants to increase their ratings. The higher the ratings, the more money they will make. They must be anxious. Just take your time. There will always be someone willing to accept it. Okay, boss. Luo Xiang nodded repeatedly and took note of Gushio's instructions carefully. Next, Gushio said a lot about the company's development. For example, Tencent will start to enter the internet entertainment industry and open up online player platforms. For example, 3Body Games will fully launch the game world of Warcraft next, and so on. Finally, when the work was completed, the plane officially entered Yanjing Airport. Luo Xiang helped Gushio carry his luggage and walk to the airport gate. At a glance, he saw a red flag car parked at the airport gate. Boss, are you going to lift the table this time? Luo Xiang asked. Gushio smiled. Turn over the table? Not only do I want to flip the table, but I also want to eat the biggest bite of cake. With that, Gushio took the luggage from Luo Xiang and waved to him. Let's go. Cooperate with me in Yanjing. It depends on whether Longhua can be proud of this year's Global Semiconductor Conference. He can only pass by Yanjing this time, because this time, he is going to participate in a high-end game. Gushio, your kid is finally here. Hey, I heard that your kid is now going to study at Stanford. It's not bad. If you go to a famous school at this age, you can have a bright future. Old Lu, what are you talking about? Even if Gushio doesn't go to Stanford, he definitely has a bright future. No, it's not the future. This kid is very powerful now. Haha. Yes, I made a mistake. I made a mistake. Speaking of which, Xiaogu, when you're studying abroad at Stanford, you should be careful and try not to participate in any academic research. Otherwise, it will be difficult to leave. Fortunately, it has been okay in the past few years. A few years ago, it was not uncommon for Alikin to detain our scientists. That's true. Normal study is nothing. Just protect yourself and never participate in any of their local academic research at Alikin. Maybe it's not safe just to study abroad. If we succeed this time, I'm afraid Gushio's studies will have to be reconsidered. No, although Alikin is shameless in politics, he still wants to have face under normal circumstances. Besides, at this semiconductor conference, Xiaogu mainly follows US to see the world, and it will be fine if he doesn't overdo it. That night, at Yinjing Airport, a group of scientists were chatting in the VIP waiting room. As for Gushio, who was at the center of the topic, he smiled throughout the whole process, with the expression of an obedient junior and a completely good boy image. This time, he is indeed going to participate in a high-end game. World Semiconductor Conference. This is a scientific and academic meeting, but just listen to this. In fact, both the process and the results of this kind of meeting can rise to the level of the national camp. This kind of meeting actually happens every year. However, in previous years, the Dragon Kingdom mostly only sent a small delegation to come forward. Sometimes there were even no scientists there, only some group purchasing. After all, Longhua is in the semiconductor field. After all, there's too much difference. Going to such a conference is to watch others show off their power, especially scientists who are interested in this field. Going to such a conference is the ultimate torture. But things have been different these past 2 years. Since last year, scientists in the semiconductor field of Long Country have been very keen to go there. A strong country will make its people strong, and science and technology will be at the forefront, and naturally the waste will be straightened. But this year, it's even more lively. Because if last year it was the vanguard troops who went to show their faces and understand the rules of the table, then this year the representative team of the Dragon Kingdom went to flip the table. There is only one reason. After such a long period of hard work, Lungsin, one has been officially declared successful in research and development, and has reached the level of independent production. In the eyes of the public, Lungsin 1 is an upgraded version of Hanshin. Following the arrest of Chunjin, Hanshin's scandal was finally released to the outside world after being covered up for a period of time. The whole country was shocked. Thousands of people despised him. Fortunately, not long after the news was released, Lungsin was born. This is Lunghua's own chip that was rebuilt after a major overhaul of the Lungsin team. And the most surprising thing, the performance of this chip has even ushered in a leap forward, and even compared with the world's top chip technology, it is not far behind. As soon as this result appeared, Lungsin quickly began to prepare for mass production. And just half a month ago, Lungsin's factory successfully delivered the first mass production order. This is a great time to feel proud. After all, in the field of civilian semiconductors, Longhua was suppressed throughout the entire process. Even at every semiconductor conference, Longhua could only beg his grandfather and grandma in frustration, hope to win more chip orders. And now, when you have the opportunity to catch up, you have to attend this year's semiconductor conference. Get more orders? Demonstrate the power of Dragon Kingdom well in front of the whole world, and then tell them loudly. Made in Dragon Kingdom. Now, the Wassenaar agreement set up by the West has been completely broken. They're no longer a small player who can be slaughtered and deceived by others, but can formulate member states of the agreement. An equal existence. Teachers, the plane is ready. You can board the plane. As the airport staff's voice sounded, the people who had been waiting no longer hesitated and started boarding the plane in order. Gushio also followed a group of old men and successfully sat in his seat. Where's Lao Liang? Why aren't you here yet? The plane will take off soon. Gushio, where's your teacher? Boarding has started now. Don't miss it if you arrive late. Someone noticed the empty seat next to Gushio. They all started asking questions. The teacher called before and said that he has arrived at the airport and will be there soon. As soon as Gushio finished speaking, he saw three old people coming in at the boarding door. They were all acquaintances. Needless to say, Liang Xining was Gu Xiu's mentor, the deputy chief engineer of the Lungsen project, and the chief engineer of the lithography group. Lungsen's achievements were inseparable from his help, and he was well-deserved as the chief engineer. There was another person who was also an acquaintance of Gu Xiu, Ming Xiyuan. When Liang Xining was overseas, Ming Xiyuan made important contributions as an important member of the domestic breakthrough team and the leader of the media team. Even when Han Xin's conspiracy was discovered, he had an important relationship with him. Now he also holds the position of deputy chief engineer of Lungsen and chief engineer of the etching group. Another person Gu Xiu is familiar with is also one of the scientists who went overseas with Liang Xining. His name is Zhou Yuanbua. After joining Lungsen, he served as the head of the design team. The identities of these three people are not simple. They are also the leaders of the delegation of scientists. They attracted the attention of many people as soon as they walked in. But the three of them simply dealt with the pleasantries around them and sat down in their respective seats. Compared with ordinary people, this operation was considered a sure thing. But only those who have really been exposed to the core know it. I'm afraid it won't be that simple this time. In this regard, when the plane took off and no one was paying attention to them, Liang Xining and Gu Xiu came to the conclusion. In the past 2 years, we at Lungsen have been working hard to catch up. Fortunately, our scientists have a spirit of research. In the past 2 years, there have been breakthroughs in chip design, ion implantation, etching, and packaging. The technical difficulty of these is not low, but fortunately the bottleneck will not be stuck. At present, Lungsen has caught up with the world's leading technology in this area. The key to victory lies in the photolithography machine. The parts inside a simple photolithography machine are too demanding. Even now, we are still stuck in many places. If nothing else, just a lens cannot be mass-produced quickly. After all, the difference is too big. So, the current Lungsen one can only be regarded as a castle in the air. It uses next-generation products from overseas. It only uses immersion lithography to barely catch up with the world. In another year or two, once other countries make breakthroughs, they will immediately be able to leave us far behind. So this time we're not going to overturn the table. We're going to carry out the last step of the plan. After confusing the public, taking advantage of the chaos, the success or failure of this time will determine the status of Longwis Semiconductor in the future. Yes, although Longwis Semiconductors have now produced chips such as Lungsen, one that are comparable to the world's cutting edge. In fact, only those who understand know this. This is nothing but the moon in the mirror. After all, the technology they use is, to put it bluntly, someone else's iterative technology and then uses immersion lithography to achieve a technological breakthrough. This method works very well, but for now, it can only be regarded as a one-time amplifier. If you want to make breakthroughs, you still have to rely on your own hard power, although Lungsen has been working hard on research during this period. But this thing cannot be achieved by just working hard. Under technological blockade, any improvement is extremely difficult. If you want to truly improve, you have to break through this technical blockade and pretend to be someone sitting at the same table. Only this way. Next, Longwood can get rid of its shackles in the semiconductor field and rely on its own strength to have a relatively fair competition. Isn't this difficult? Gu Xiu asked. It is indeed difficult. Liang Xining nodded, his eyes somewhat worried. Our technology has been blocked, and we can't touch the above technology. We want to study it ourselves, but the capital consumption is too great, especially in the production of some low-end chips. We have no advantage at all. Why does everyone like to import foreign chips? Because everyone knows that foreign chips have lower prices and better quality. Like our Lungsen now. Even if Lungsen 1 has been able to complete mass production and has even started delivering orders, is still far behind in terms of production capacity and other aspects. If we don't seize this opportunity well, then it is destined to be a flash in the pan and a failure. These words, for a scientist who is committed to the field to speak out, is torture in itself. But what makes people feel helpless is that this is the truth. Longwoo's chips are lagging behind. It's not just that the front road is blocked, but more importantly, the back road is also completely blocked. It is easy to understand that the road ahead is blocked by technology. After the simple straight line is blocked, we can only find more remote and circuitous routes. This is actually not the biggest problem. The craftsman spirit of the Dragon Kingdom is never afraid of challenges and difficulties. No matter how remote it is, there is no need to worry about not being able to find a way out. The most terrifying problem is that the escape route is cut off. Chip research and development is a money-burning thing. Everyone knows this. Therefore, the correct approach for a normal R&D institution is to quickly invest in research after receiving scientific research funds, and immediately start mass production after achieving results. There's a saying about scientific research. As long as it is mass-produced, it will prove that this project is completely problematic. Because once a product can be mass-produced, it means that this thing has the ability to be mass-produced, and it also means that this scientific research project can breathe a sigh of relief in terms of funding pressure. After all, mass production means that it can open commerce, start accepting commercial orders, and create funds for the project team by completing orders. Even self-sufficient. In fact, in the previous life, whether it was Taijiang, Xiaowei, or even many hard technology companies, they basically followed this model through continuous scientific research. Then it will be quickly put into mass production, and the market returns obtained through mass production will be used to invest in more scientific research projects. This creates a virtuous cycle. It is not impossible to expect a certain company or the country to spend money unconditionally, but basically those who receive this kind of treatment are military projects. Civilian projects rarely get this kind of treatment. The state will support a sum of money and provide a lot of policy support, but it is absolutely impossible to spend money like crazy regardless of the consequences. After all, the country's treasury is also limited. Therefore, just like Lungsen now, it has received a lot of help from the state, whether it is in terms of funds, technology, or policies. This kind of help is okay for 1 or 2 years, and a certain level of help for 10 or 20 years is okay, but it is absolutely impossible to give unconditionally as a father and a mother at the same time. After all, this is an enterprise company, not a national-level research institute. So, breakthroughs are also needed in business. Normal companies develop whatever they develop, mass-produce it, and then sell it. In this way, funds can be used to reinvest in research and development. This is also the route of most companies. But the chip is different. Because of the existence of the Treaty of Wassenaar, not only was the way forward blocked, but the way back was also cut off, and this cut off the way back. That's the sales aspect. To give an actual example, a generation of chip technology research and development, overseas investment of $10 million, finally achieved mass production. They sold the product to the world, priced at $20. If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't buy it, get out. Longwo felt that the price was too high and worked hard to develop a new generation of chip technology. Since the road ahead was blocked, they needed to spend $20 million to successfully develop it. Finally, they succeeded, and it has been achieved to the extent that it can be mass-produced. What they have to do is to sell their products, and they plan to sell them to their own countrymen at a cost price of only 5 yuan, making only a few cents per order, which is considered as giving back to the motherland. But at this time, the price has been reduced overseas, only 2 yuan. Moreover, they allocated 50 million from the money they earned from selling the first-generation chip to develop the second-generation chip. This chip is priced as high as 50 yuan. What to do? Selling a chip for only 2 yuan is definitely a loss. It's not even just a loss-making business. If Longwo's own local companies do this, it's no longer making a profit at a loss. It's digging its own grave. No matter how patriotic the purchaser is, they cannot bite the bullet and be taken advantage of. This can be done overseas. It's because their second-generation products can make more money. All the research and development expenses of the first-generation products were already earned when they sold for 20 yuan. Now, even if they sell for 2 yuan at a loss, they still don't panic. Not to mention, the higher their output, the lower their cost control, and they can even earn a few cents for 2 yuan. But what about the latecomers? It is impossible to control costs, which means losses. This is a desperate plan. This move is very disgusting, but the effect is very good. In this case, Longwa's companies have only one choice. Give up the mass production of the first generation. Do not ask for a return on the previous costs. Continue to invest more and go all out to develop and produce second-generation products. But this means that we need to ask the country for money again, and such a thing will have a huge impact on the confidence of the entire R&D team. Even if you get the money and start spending $100 million to develop second-generation products, when the second-generation products are about to be mass-produced and released, they will encounter the same situation as the first-generation products. What to do about what happened? Continue or give up? This kind of destructive plan is the biggest problem. One step behind, every step behind. This is to cut off the escape route. This time, relying on the immersion photolithography method, Longwa managed to overtake in a corner. However, in such a corner overtaking, it still lags behind others, and its basic production capacity, equipment, and technology are far less powerful than overseas. As long as it is discovered or there is a slight breakthrough overseas, this advantage will be gone, even entering that strange circle again. This time, for ordinary people, it is a good opportunity to show off our country's prestige, but in fact they know it. This is a life and death game. After all, it is a world-class semiconductor conference. After arriving at Alekhine, the group was immediately accommodated at Gotham's famous Four Seasons Hotel. Certainly, the main reason is that Longwa's purchasing volume is increasing year by year. In the field of semiconductors, Longwa is the standard. People are stupid and have too much money. This kind of customer must be received well. However, this time many scientists from professional fields came, which surprised the reception staff of the conference, but they immediately smiled disdainfully. Obviously, no one will take Longwa's independent semiconductor scientists seriously. As soon as he arrived at the hotel, Liang Xining ran into an acquaintance, his daughter who was particularly strong and was currently working in a smail in the Netherlands, Liang Ling. However, although they are father and daughter, the father and daughter meeting at this time do not have the warmth that a father and daughter should have. Instead, they are resentful and angry. Of course, it was mainly Liang Ling. As for Liang Xining, the first time he saw his daughter, the old scientist's eyes were a little evasive, and he was even reluctant to meet his daughter. Sister Xiaoling. Gu Xiu didn't have so many thoughts and took the lead in reaching out to say hello to the other party. Gu Xiu, you're here too. When Liang Ling saw Gu Xiu, the anger in his eyes relaxed a lot. He pulled him to her and said with a smile, "Yes, he has grown taller and handsome. That's why you're still with this big liar. You should stay away from him when you have nothing to do. You can't learn anything good from him." The previous words are quite normal. The next words were almost pointed at Liang Xining's nose and cursed. Liang Xining pursed his lips, but did not refute, but lowered his head in even more shame. After all, it's what you do. Not very glamorous indeed. When he went to the Netherlands, he actually wanted to go to the Netherlands to repair his relationship with his daughter, take care of his daughter's retirement, and experience the world's top semiconductor technology. But in fact, he was the one who formed a group to steal technology. With Liang Ling's help, he finally entered a smail smoothly and even got a chance to get in touch with the secret corps. It's like being a spy. It is worth mentioning that this matter had a great impact. With the help of cooperation from many parties, this plan was not discovered from beginning to end. Even Liang Ling didn't know about this at first. But, after all, they were father and daughter living together. Liang Ling didn't notice it first, but when he found out later, he immediately denounced his father, and his attitude towards Liang Xining instantly became extremely bad. Liang Xining had no choice but to use reason and emotion and honestly explain the cause and effect to her daughter. The old man successfully persuaded his daughter and even provided a lot of help in subsequent actions. But at that time, Liang Ling had already spoken directly. She helped Liang Xining because he was her father and because her roots were in the Dragon Kingdom. But at the same time, she also made it clear that she would completely cut off all contact with Liang Xining from now on. cut off the relationship between father and daughter. She did what she said, and when she saw her father again, the warmth she had felt at the beginning was completely gone, and instead, she was filled with disgust and disgust. Liang Xining felt guilty towards her daughter, so naturally she would not refute anything. What's more important is that he knows. My daughter was actually influenced by me. When he was working as a spy in his Mai, no one really noticed, and even after they returned to China, no one noticed, but Han Xin, the Dragon Kingdom, changed his name to Lungxin, when Liang Xining was the deputy chief engineer. The seeds of suspicion were immediately planted. Even within Ismail, some people felt that Liang Xining might have stolen a large amount of confidential information from the company, which was why Longhua had made such high progress. Of course, a guess is just a guess. After all, there is no evidence. But it was precisely because no evidence could be produced that Liang Ling was fortunately not held accountable. However, it was obvious that because of the suspicion, Liang Ling's position had come to an end, and he was even demoted. Because of my own reasons, Liang Xining has always been pained by this matter that affected her daughter's future, and her guilt for her daughter has risen to the extreme. What's wrong? Stop talking. Looking at the father who betrayed him, Liang Ling's face was still ugly, but after taking a look at the other person's white hair, Liang Ling finally stopped saying any unpleasant words and just helped the two of them carry their luggage and sent them to the hotel room. When they were in the elevator, Liang Ling suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Many people are questioning Longhua's technology, especially the breakthrough in lithography machines. Your chips have been used for research before." Huh? Liang Ling said this without any warning, as if he had lost it carelessly. Liang Xining was stunned. "Our chips are not fake. Is it that important whether it is fake or not?" Liang Ling shook his head. "They just need to let others know that you are fake. It's enough if you don't have the production capacity." As soon as these words came out, Liang Xining's heart suddenly tightened. Really, it is indeed difficult to deal with this time. At least the players on this table are obviously unwilling to join the Dragon Kingdom. This is a fierce battle, but at the same time, Liang Xining's heart also felt slightly warm. Although his daughter has said more than once that she will never have any contact with him, and that she will sever the father-daughter relationship with him, she even doesn't have anything nice to say when they meet. But after all, she was still her daughter, and she was still willing to tell her some information. Shake his head. Putting aside these thoughts, Liang Xining couldn't help but ask her daughter, "Do you know their detailed plan?" Now is not the time to think about the relationship between father and daughter. The most important thing to consider now is whether this fierce battle can be resolved smoothly. "I don't know." Liang Ling frowned and shook his head, "but your technology does threaten the current players. This semiconductor exchange meeting is actually an ordering meeting. They hope that you can't get any orders. As long as there are no orders and you can't take away their orders, no one will care about you." This, Liang Xining frowned. This is indeed a big problem. Technological breakthroughs are one thing, but as long as they don't threaten players' orders, they don't threaten their actual interests, no matter how much their technology breaks through. It's just a one-man show. But when it comes to orders, to be honest, it's not easy. Lungxin did complete a batch of orders before, but the impact was not big, mainly because it was a purchase order given by the state. For players on the semiconductor table today, this order is nothing, and many people even question whether it is true or false. Want them to pay attention. The most important thing is to get more orders, otherwise it will be impossible to attract attention. It's very difficult in terms of orders. Currently, the largest order customers are basically those who make filters or are engaged in medical equipment, as well as R&D equipment and computer equipment. But these mainstream customers, these alliances, have basically started to contact them first. If you want to win them, it will be very difficult. At this point, the elevator door has opened, and Liang Ling did not speak again, but sent them to the door of the room. Just when handing back the luggage, Gu Xiu felt a note in his hand. Looking at Liang Ling, he saw Liang Ling blinking. For some companies that haven't confirmed orders yet, you might want to give it a try. After leaving these words, Liang Ling turned and left. Obviously, even though Liang Ling was dissatisfied with his father, he still cared about his country very much. What is this? The list Liang Ling gave me. This list contains the customers who have not placed orders yet. They're also the customers we can win over this time. These customers are not big enough. What about the big customers? I'm afraid the big customers have nothing to do with us. I heard that those big customers had already signed ordering agreements with other companies before the start of this conference. Damn it. Why do these bastards still do such a thing? It's too much. The question now is what we should do next. Half an hour later, in the hotel room, the senior executives of the Lungsan project who participated in the semiconductor conference gathered here and held an emergency meeting. According to the original plan, they planned to attend this semiconductor conference according to normal procedures. First participate in scientific discussions, then demonstrate the results, and finally rely on Godson number 1 to win attention, and then successfully obtain orders, and finally rely on orders. Sit at the same table as other countries. The plan was perfect. Before coming, everyone was actually very confident. After all, even if their Lungsan 1 is just a castle in the air, the next iterative product development will be very difficult. But no one expected that such a change would occur this time, let alone that their competitors would use such methods. Be one step ahead and steal customers. This completely disrupted everyone's previous plans. The information Liang Ling gave us is very useful. It allows us to understand the situation as soon as possible. We will no longer wait foolishly for the conference to start. It gives us time to prepare. That's right. The list she gave us is very useful. We can choose our key targets. Now that the conference will start in these 2 days, we can try to contact them before the conference starts. At least ensure that we will not leave empty-handed this time. Of course, regarding Liang Ling, we also need to identify the authenticity first. We have planned before to start looking for those big customers first, or contact them according to the plan, and test out whether Liang Ling's information is accurate. Although these customers are not large, if they can be eaten, they are also very important to us at Lungsan. In terms of technology, we currently have an advantage, but this advantage must be pursued while we are victorious. We should proceed simultaneously in many aspects. This meeting, it stayed open until midnight and early in the morning. While other teams have begun to sleep and suffer from jet lag, the Dragon Kingdom team still needs to continue to fight fiercely and formulate tactics and strategies. Gu Xiu was involved in the whole process. However, he didn't reveal himself too much for the time being, and no one asked him for his opinion, so he became a quiet, little transparent person. This is actually considered normal, because Gu Xiu actually kept a low profile most of the time during meetings in this area. In the eyes of many people, he was actually just a young man who was smart, talented, far-sighted, and had ideas, and even had a lot to do in the future. But that's all. As for the rest, no one would think much about it. But, although this is what most people think, there are still a few people who clearly know how smart this young man is. Gu Xiu, what do you think? The meeting never made much progress, and someone turned their attention to Gu Xiu. It's Ming Siyuan. As one of the core members of the Lungsan project, Ming Siyuan is one of the few people who knows Gu Xiu's true strength. In the eyes of others, Gu Xiu is just a student of Liang Xining, a young genius with talent, potential, and strong learning ability. But Ming Siyuan knew, this kid is incredible. Whether it was Liang Xining's previous plan to go abroad or Godson's medium infiltration method, Gu Xiu was involved in all of them. What's more, even the Hanshin Chenjin scam that countless people had high hopes for was exposed by Gu Xiu. If it weren't for Gu Xiuming, Siyuan wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Once Hanshin Chenjin scam is exposed later, what will Longwa's current semiconductor industry look like? It takes almost no thought. In the end, Longwa's semiconductor industry will suffer an unprecedented impact because of this incident, and even the entire scientific research field will probably be treated with all kinds of distrust and suspicion. Gu Xiu changed all of this. He not only exposed Chenjin's scam, but also minimized the impact of the scam after it was exposed. Hanshin successfully became Godson, and the national confidence did not suffer a big blow. Even the supporters above have begun to become cautious while still looking forward to Godson. Gu Xiu did all this. And now, seeing everyone's discussion reaching a stalemate, seeing the most critical battle encountering problems before it even started, Meng Xiuan couldn't help but begin to look forward to Gu Xiu being able to give good advice again. But this time, when faced with Meng Xiuan's questioning, Gu Xiudao did not refuse to answer. Instead, after thinking carefully for a while, he said, "Actually, I think what the teacher said is very good. Multiple steps are carried out at the same time. While confirming the accuracy of the message, we will prepare to start displaying the results according to the plan, and, at the same time, we will nip it in the bud and start contacting possible customers first. This is indeed a safe way. As long as we can win more customers, our influence will be enough to influence several of the larger chip manufacturers today. In this way, we will naturally be qualified to sit on the table." This made Meng Xiuan frown slightly. What Gu Xiu said was a complete retelling of the results of their meeting, without any constructive suggestions. Good thing. Gu Xiu's words were not over yet. However, this method may be more stable, but the possibility of success for such an upright conspiracy may not be too high. These words made everyone fall silent. Really, it all shows that guns are easy to hide, but hidden arrows are difficult to guard against. If everyone is upright and scheming, then their method can indeed win reliably. After all, although their technology is a castle in the air, it is a real technology after all. But they are now in the open, and others are in the dark. They can only take action behind the scenes. The other party can have already negotiated with several big customers before they arrived at Aliken. Who knows what surprises will happen in the next few days? This is the main reason for everyone's uneasiness. So I think, while following the route we planned, we should also make multiple preparations to gain an invincible bargaining chip for ourselves. A bargaining chip for invincibility? These words made everyone feel strange, and they all looked at Gu Xiu curiously. Is there such a bargaining chip? How can we seize such a bargaining chip? Now, in the semiconductor industry, the participants of the Wassenaar Treaty have united against us. How could such a bargaining chip exist? Even if there is such a bargaining chip, how could it be controlled by us? Yes, this is probably more difficult than attracting customers for us. Everyone started talking one after another, and they were more or less distrustful of Gu Xiu's words. Chips. Where is it? Does it exist? Even if it really exists, can they catch it? But in the face of everyone's doubts, Gu Xiu did not rush to explain. Instead, he looked directly at the actual leader this time, the representative of the National Commerce Department, and said something that made everyone look at each other. "I have only one suggestion. Join Zhongli and Heng, together vertically and horizontally." The moment these four words were spoken, everyone in the entire conference room looked confused. What does this mean? Hezong and Li Heng come from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. Hezong means that the countries in the north and south columns unite to deal with powerful countries and prevent Qi and Qin from annexing weak countries. Li Heng means that Qin or Qi recruit some countries to jointly attack other countries. But what does this mean? I know what this means. I want to ask Gu Xiu, what does this mean? Do you mean to say that you want us to use the method of joining forces to break up the semiconductor alliance and develop us into the Qin state of the past? How to do this? Everyone started asking. Everyone here is at least a high-level intellectual. Naturally, they have all heard of the words Hezong and Heng, and they can understand their meaning. But how to do it? There are alliances in semiconductors, mainly alliances between several countries and companies. They control the world's top semiconductor R&D and production technologies. At the same time, it can be regarded as a monopoly on this industry. The Dragon Kingdom is blocked from the front and back. This is the method used by this alliance, because they do not want a new player to appear to divide their market. Even this time, it was this alliance that deliberately targeted them and wanted them to lose this game completely. Now Gu Xiu is talking about this. Everyone knows the truth. But the question is, what should we do? Lin Guangyu asked. He is the actual leader of this semiconductor conference. After all, the semiconductor conference includes 3 stages: academic exchanges, achievement display, and foreign trade order signing. As a cadre of the domestic and foreign commercial department, Lin Guangyu naturally did his part and became the core representative of this operation, whether it was the scientist team or the domestic procurement team itself. They're all led by Lin Guanyu. Although he is not a scientist, he still understands his country's predicament clearly, so he hopes that Godson can stand up and fight a beautiful turnaround this time. He was very interested in Gu Xiao's proposal. There are many semiconductor chip manufacturing companies now. Intel, Qualcomm, Samsung, Broadcom, Texas Instruments, etc. are all mainstream chip manufacturing companies. Although these companies belong to the same alliance, they also have their own disputes. Many times they even fight each other, hoping that their opponents will die without a burial place. Gu Xiao said. This statement received a nod of approval from many people. Today, there are only a few top chip manufacturing companies in the world, and basically 90% of the technology is in the hands of these companies. Naturally, there is competition between them, but although they compete with each other, they belong to the same alliance. Internal competition with each other is normal, but if they encounter external challengers, they will unite as soon as possible. After all, they are not fools. They understand that the market is only so big and they will not allow new players to join. If you plan to take advantage of their normal competition and want to divide them, it may not be that easy. Lin Guanyu shook his head and said, "This is the truth. After all, they are a world-class alliance, and it does not mean that they can be divided by division. Not to mention that the Dragon Kingdom currently does not even have the qualifications to join the alliance and be on an equal footing with them. At this time, I want to differentiate. It's hard. It's really impossible for them. They started fighting among themselves because of our provocation. Even their usual competition is within the rules. But what if their core technology is stuck by the neck?" Gu Xiao shook his head and asked, Everyone looked confused. Stuck in the neck? Haven't these words always been about the Dragon Kingdom? When can these words be applied to others? The technology in this alliance's hands is the highest, right? Expecting to choke these people, is it too much to think about? Chip production is a complex industry, and the processes are very cumbersome. Our advantage in this regard is not particularly big. If we really want to talk about the current advantage, it should be our breakthrough in lithography machines. Although this is a castle in the air, we have to admit that we are one of the few companies that has broken through 160M technology, and currently, they're still studying how we did it. This is our biggest advantage. Since our advantage is so obvious, why can't we choke their necks? Gu Xiao asked. Yes, Lungsen's technology is based on overseas iterative technology. After a series of optimizations, it is further enhanced by immersion lithography technology. Now, it has exceeded 160M. Breakthroughs in this area have reached a level comparable to the world's top lithography machine technology. Even Nikon, the king of lithography machines, has only just exceeded 157M. In this aspect of technology, they are indeed at the forefront. But, although we have indeed made great breakthroughs in this area of technology, we have not completely crushed everyone. Nikon is even stronger than us. You said that it is basically impossible to get stuck in the photolithography machine. The reason why they can continue to suppress us is because Nikon's technology is not inferior to ours, and they have other options. I don't understand. How else can you say that it is stuck? Some people couldn't help but question. Gu Xiao smiled and said, I have to admit that Nikon does have the highest status and the strongest technology. Even since the last century, Nikon and Canon have been controlling the top lithography machine technology. We can't surpass Nikon, so naturally we can't hold our neck. Then we can first analyze the current situation of Nikon, which is more powerful than us. As he said, Gu Xiao took out a USB flash drive. Someone immediately took the USB flash drive, and after connecting it to the computer, they saw that there was a very detailed purchase and production order for Nikon in recent years. At the same time, there's also some information about chip manufacturers purchasing lithography machines. The appearance of this thing made everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. Although this is not a top secret, but it is not something that ordinary people can get. How did Gu Xiao get it? Teachers, can you take a closer look at this data? Can you see anything from it? Gu Xiao asked. Everyone immediately put aside their doubts and looked carefully. And this look, Sure enough, it was immediately discovered. Their production capacity is not too high. The production capacity of the lithography machine is not strong, and even order delivery needs to be queued, and the longest even takes 2 years. And their raw material procurement is all from the factories affiliated to Neon. Neon has completely controlled the lithography aspect in its own hands. If only we could reach such a point, that would be great. Even a company like Intel needs to sign an agreement with them and queue up honestly. But looking at their information, it seems that they have been trying to find a company that can replace Nikon. Everyone began to analyze it carefully. Ming Xian also looked at the data, but he did not express any emotion. Instead, he thought about Gushio's thoughts and tried to analyze it from Gushio's perspective. This analysis, sure enough, Ming Xian saw a problem. Arrogance and monopoly. Nikon's technology is indeed very strong, but their position is so stable that they have even begun to become arrogant. You can even get a glimpse of it from the data in terms of pricing and sales. The same is true for monopoly. Most neon companies will try their best to pursue their own technology monopoly, whether it is Nikon or Canon. When it comes to the selection of upstream partners, they all choose companies with Neon's local connections. As soon as these words came out, after comparing it with other information, everyone discovered this problem. Nikon is indeed arrogant, and even so arrogant that it makes his customers unhappy. But because their technological leadership is so strong, even if his customers are unhappy, they can only continue to order from Nikon. But it can also be seen that many large manufacturers are actually looking for alternative upstream manufacturers. This is not only because of the arrogance of manufacturers like Nikon, but also partly because neon manufacturers have taken over the entire photolithography-related industry. Don't give others a chance at all. Correct answer. Gushio snapped his fingers and sat up straight. Since they are not monolithic, then vertical and horizontal combinations will have room for maneuver. And the same thing. Once successful, getting stuck in a neck will naturally not be a problem. Neon manufacturers are indeed very powerful, especially Nikon. They have reaped the dividends of the times. The most powerful thing is their independent research and development and production capabilities. It can be said that their lithography machines and other parts except the light source are all self-produced. This has formed the integrated system structure of Nikon's lithography machines, and the advantages are also very obvious. They have the cheapest cost, the most compact structure, the most economical operation, and the highest efficiency. Gushio was talking eloquently, but when he said this, he suddenly changed the topic. But because of these advantages, they also have an extremely fatal flaw that cannot be ignored. And their flaw, if we make good use of it, it will become our weapon. Do you know where their flaw is? This. Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you. Some were surprised that Gushio was so familiar with Nikon, while others were thinking hard about what the flaws of Nikon were. Lin Guangyu was also thinking, but after a moment he shook his head. Are they really defective? If according to what you said, they can produce the entire set of lithography machines themselves, and they don't even need upstream partners. This is simply invincible. Whether it's in terms of price or quality, I'm afraid the problem won't be too big, and the technology is far ahead. What other defects are there? When he said this, Lin Guangyu even felt a little desperate. His opponents were so powerful that they couldn't even see the chance to compete. There are also some people who have the same idea. But Gushio just smiled, glanced across the audience, and finally focused on Liang Xining. Teacher, do you see Nikon's flaws? Integration is a double-edged sword. Liang Xining nodded and said, Integrated? Double-edged sword? Some people suddenly realized it, but some people still looked puzzled. Seeing this situation, Liang Xining explained again. Nikon's success is inseparable from their integration. All parts are produced by themselves, and there are almost no upstream manufacturers. An entire photolithography machine is produced by itself. This can indeed guarantee the quality of the product, ensure that the profits are in your own pocket, and even ensure that the sales price will not be too high. But similarly, there will also be some problems. The first problem is that it is the product that chooses the user rather than the user choosing the product. Their photolithography machines, from operating system to product matching, can only be operated according to the standard operations given by Nikon, and if the operation is wrong, it will cause serious failures. In the past, whether it was Intel or other manufacturers, all production workers needed to spend a lot of time learning a very complete but very complicated machine operation process. Even if the machine breaks down, you can only ask the manufacturer's maintenance experts to repair it from the Nikon manufacturer. This actually makes many manufacturers unhappy. The second problem is that the customer's freedom is restricted from the beginning. If there are any special requirements, they need to request customization from Nikon, and the price and time required for customization will also increase exponentially. This means that unless they're top big customers, ordinary customers are basically not qualified for customization. Even if big customers choose customization because the time cost is too high, a new generation of more accurate equipment may have appeared in the lithography machine by the time the customized products are completed. To put it bluntly, although integration allows them to have a completely independent production line, it also makes them lose a lot of creativity. This explanation is not undetailed. Everyone present was not an idiot and immediately understood the key. Integration is indeed a double-edged sword. However, although they have many shortcomings, their technology has always been at the world's leading level, and many customers have adapted to their products. Yes, integrated products may have lost some creativity, but they are also the most stable products. In terms of product failure rate, Nikon's product failure rate has always been very low. They also have sufficient funds and have invested a lot in scientific research, especially in the further study of lenses. They have never fallen behind. Since it is a double-edged sword, it naturally has advantages and disadvantages. Although there are indeed some problems, Nikon's advantages are also very large. It can even be said that their advantages are so great that people can even ignore those shortcomings. Normally speaking, even with such shortcomings, Nikon is still the king of the industry. But that's only under normal circumstances. Gushio shook his head. No one in this world can always be at the top, especially if you can't keep up with the development of the times. You will die earlier. Neon's integrated model has created them more than 10 years of glory, but is also an integrated model that will inevitably bring destruction to their glory. This era is changing. As the accuracy of lithography machine breakthroughs becomes higher and higher, more and more things can be accommodated and operated on an integrated circuit. Naturally, more and more things can be done. Integrated systems are highly efficient, but when there are revolutionary changes in the design concept, they will become rigid because of their optimization characteristics that affect the whole body. It is very difficult to modify. It just so happens that with the arrival of the new century, the number of such revolutionary changes in design will increase. The data in recent years can already be seen that the era of Nikon has slowly disappeared, and their customers will need more and more. In addition, no one will put all such core technologies in a basket that can solve the problem completely integrated. While Nikon's customers are pursuing Nikon, they are also afraid of Nikon's dominance. These factors can be combined to determine a result. In fact, Nikon's demise is doomed. It's just that we haven't found a good substitute for the time being. This is our opportunity now. Gushio's words can be said to be very direct and clear. Everyone present naturally understood the meaning of Gushio's words. For a moment, a fire was lit in the hearts of many people because they saw a huge opportunity. But some people remain rational. But even if they want to find a substitute, they can't look for us in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, we are not even qualified to be on the table. No one will accept it, right? Although our technology is good and the gap does not seem too big, we are the target of threats. They cannot choose us. Yes, and in terms of experience, our experience and operation model are actually not qualified to succeed Nikon and capture such a large market. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to enter the high-end chip market, and for such an important thing as a photolithography machine, it will be even harder for us to replace Nikon. Having the opportunity is one thing, but the probability of this opportunity is another matter. They could see the opportunity, but I don't see the possibility of Lungsen getting this opportunity. But even though everyone said that, their eyes looking at Gushio were more or less filled with expectation. Since Gushio can say these words, then him, maybe you have some ideas and countermeasures. But it was unexpected. We really don't have the opportunity to replace Nikon, whether it is technology or experience. And more importantly, our identity does not allow us to stand in such a crucial position. After listening to Gushio's words, cold water was instantly poured on everyone's heads. Is there nothing even Gushio can do? But when everyone was disappointed, Gushio brought new hope. Lungsen can't do it, but it doesn't mean we can't use another method. Gushio smiled and looked at his teacher. Again, teacher, Sister Ling's ASML's operating conditions have not been very good in recent years. Even Phillips has always wanted to get rid of this burden of heavy investment, but low income, right? Liang Xining was stunned. Although he didn't understand why Gushio suddenly mentioned this, he still nodded. Yes. Actually, before I went to ASML situation was not very good. Although it has been improving, it has even caught up with the first echelon in terms of technology. But their model adopts modularization. Although the degree of freedom is higher, because basically all parts are purchased from outside, their costs are also higher. What this has caused is that their profits have been very poor and their market share has been declining. Their old employer has long wanted to get rid of this burden, but unfortunately many of Aliken's peers are in recession and are selling off, and it is even harder to sell the Dutch ones. So now their position is very embarrassing, especially in the past 2 years. There has been no progress in technological breakthroughs, and sales have begun to decline again, but R&D expenses have been rising every year. I heard that this company wanted to sell itself before, but no one took over. At this point, Liang Xining couldn't help but ask, why are you saying this all of a sudden? Gushio smiled and said, this is my way. Lungsen can't replace Nikon, so let's use ASML to replace Nikon. What we have to do is to buy ASML. Using ASML to take over Nikon's position, and because our shares are in it, Longhua can naturally enter this table, and even when it stabilizes, getting stuck will be just a small problem. In this way, all problems will be solved naturally. Acquire ASML. Does this method really work? The Semiconductor Alliance is not even willing to let us join. Even if we acquire and take control of ASML, can we really be accepted? Although ASML's recent life has not been easy, they're still a big company. It may not be an easy thing to acquire. Yes, time is too tight. We have only thought of this issue now, and I'm afraid we won't have time to implement it. Is ASML really reliable? Their current situation is not good. Even if we acquire it, can we change the situation of this company? If we really have a way for ASML to solve Nikon's problem, then why don't we let Lungsen replace Nikon? As soon as Gushio finished speaking, everyone retorted. It was too sudden. They had not even thought about this before, but Gushio suddenly mentioned that he wanted to acquire Asmai without any warning, which greatly exceeded the expectations of everyone present. More importantly, if you think about it carefully, they don't think that acquiring such a company will be of any benefit to Lungsen. The first is the question of whether it can be acquired. The social camel is bigger than the horse. Even though the development of ASML in recent years has indeed been unsatisfactory, in the end it can still be regarded as a first-tier company in the semiconductor lithography machine project. Is such a company willing to be acquired by a latecomer like Lungsen? And the existence of the Wassenaar Treaty is also the biggest problem. In the past 10 years, let alone the chip industry, just take the manufacturers in the field of lithography machines. At least 10 companies that went bankrupt are now starting up. These companies were extremely attractive to the original Dragon Kingdom, and naturally some people thought of acquiring such companies. But what's the final result? These companies would rather go bankrupt than sell the keel, not because they don't like money anymore, but because of the existence of the Wassenaar Treaty, which makes such acquisitions impossible to proceed at all. So, even if it is just a normal acquisition of ASML, to be honest, no one is optimistic about it, not to mention that time is tight now and the tasks are heavy. If you want to complete the acquisition of such a company, there is no time. There's a second question. Even if the acquisition is really successful, what happens next? The idea of taking care of repairs is to use a Smail to successfully replace Nikon and become a world-class photolithography machine factory, so as to control the world's chip technology. But with a background in the Dragon Kingdom, can SMI really become such a factory? Won't the Semiconductor Alliance stop it? Can ASML become Nikon's successor? There are many problems in this series, and every problem is fatal. In the face of everyone's discussion, Gushio did not participate, did not refute, did not explain, but quietly waited for everyone's discussion to decrease. Gushio, since you brought up these things, you must have thought of corresponding solutions. Why don't you tell us? Lin Guangyu asked. The others also fell silent after hearing this, waiting for Gushio's answer. In fact, the problems everyone mentioned do exist, and they are indeed fatal, but everyone has ignored one of the most critical issues. Gushio finally spoke, and before anyone could ask, he had already given the answer. The Dragon Kingdom today is no longer the Dragon Kingdom 3 or 5 years ago. The Dragon Core today is not a small workshop that needs to catch up, but is still 10 years behind. Technically, we have done it and have equal status with the Alliance. Now the Alliance has made preparations in advance before we arrived. What? Because of fear. Fear of Godson, fear of Dragon Kingdom, fear of not guaranteeing their status. But this fear is precisely because they understand in their hearts that we are no longer a country that is weak and can be bullied by them, nor is it a country that they can rely on the so-called technological blockade to completely block us out. What does this mean? This means that when thinking about all problems, they will bring in a prerequisite. That is that we have strength, ability, and confidence. What they can do, we in the Dragon Kingdom can do it too. At this point, Gushio looked at everyone. Unfortunately, many people still had a bit of confusion in their eyes. Regarding the situation, Gushio couldn't help but shook his head. Scientists all have a spirit of research, but sometimes being too inquisitive can make them obsessed with scientific research, thereby ignoring some realistic things. This is actually the norm. Good thing. Not everyone ignores external factors. At least after Liang Xining thought for a while, he suddenly thought of what Gushio meant. You mean, technical blockade only exists in higher dimensions crushing lower latitudes. When we came here with Lungsin, this time, this so-called technological blockade no longer exists. Even those alliances are unwilling to accept it, but they have already made plans to accept it. That's right. Gushio nodded. That's what I want to say. What does it mean? Some people were still confused, but this time Lin Xiyuan thought of the key. The so-called Semiconductor Alliance itself is not a united whole. While everyone is blocking other players from the table, the competition between them is actually very high. We didn't have the strength before, so they didn't hesitate to block us out and use various means to restrict our development. Now that we have the strength, they still hope to keep us out because they are afraid of the Dragon Kingdom and are afraid that after we join, we will become a shark in the pool, so they are instinctively afraid of us. But if we can make them give up their concerns about us and worry about us becoming sharks, then the situation will be completely different, because they will not reject a friend who has full potential and can bring them tangible benefits. We at Lungsin and Nikon really want to do this, because although we are not taking the integrated route, we actually solve most of the joints by ourselves. Even if it is not Lungsin, we can also cooperate with other domestic companies. So, a completely modular company like ASML is different. It is more convenient to control and easier to ensure everyone's safety. With ASML, we can easily get the support of others. And in this alliance, once someone takes the lead in forming an alliance with us and forming a friendship, the others will immediately find ways to get closer to us and make friends with us as new players. This is also a vertical and horizontal alliance. What we need is just an opportunity. If we win ASML and come up with technology that can surpass Nikon and show sincerity in joint development and progress, this opportunity will naturally be given to us. As long as everything goes well, we can become their allies. This was said in enough detail. Everyone present was not a fool, so they naturally understood it instantly. Today's Dragon Kingdom status is no longer the same as before. There are no permanent friends and enemies in this world. What Longhua has shown now is the potential to become friends, as long as he shows the sincerity and potential to become friends. In the next conference, someone will naturally propose that the Dragon Kingdom join the alliance. The same is true for ASML's acquisition. In the past, if you wanted to acquire a similar company, to put it bluntly, you would go for that company's technology. In this case, the alliance will naturally refuse. After all, God knows whether the Dragon Kingdom will use those technologies to pose a threat to them. But it's different now. The threat is already there. Acquiring Asmina at this time is not plagiarizing technology, but a clear intention to join forces. Either they will continue to be threatened, or they may even be banned. Either involve them. Under such circumstances, many people will naturally turn a blind eye to such an acquisition. Even if the acquisition is successful, someone will immediately come up to make friends and offer an olive branch. Figure this out. Everyone present looked at Gu Xiao in a strange way. This child, really only 10 years old, this is no longer a question of IQ. This is something that can only be thought of after analyzing the current situation and controlling people's hearts to the extreme. Unable to help it, an idea came to everyone's mind. This child, I am afraid that in the future, it will not only be as simple as being a scientist who will gain something in the field of science. The path he can take in the future, I'm afraid it will exceed my imagination. I have to admit, Gu Xiao, your analysis is really amazing. Yes, are you really only 10 years old? I didn't even think of this level. At first, I just thought that this alliance would definitely pay attention to us, but then I found out that when they targeted us, I ignored it. This just proves that they are afraid of us. Yes, people's hearts are complicated, and changes in some objective conditions can even determine the direction of things in the end. This is indeed a good way. Once the acquisition is successful, we don't even need to take the initiative. Orders will come naturally, and the circle will naturally invite us to join. Using ASML, Godson can also get a lot of core technologies so that our castle in the sky can be completely consolidated. Dragon Kingdom still needs independent research and development and comprehensive improvement, and the existence of ASML can lower this threshold for us and become a shield that allows us to attack when we advance and defend when we retreat. Awesome, amazing. In an instant, everyone present praised him. The eyes looking at Gu Xiao no longer showed any contempt, and some of them even had the idea of making friends with Gu Xiao. This time, it's not as simple as getting to know a powerful junior. Everyone even regards Gu Xiao as their peer. It's really amazing. Being able to analyze so many things in such a short time is so powerful and breathtaking. Ling Guanyu couldn't help but sigh as well. But, after praising him, he couldn't wait to ask again. But have you ever thought about how to acquire ASML? It's not that easy for this company to acquire, and it's too late now. Unless we can complete the acquisition in the next week, at least we must confirm the acquisition. Otherwise, if we miss this semiconductor conference, it will be difficult for us to have the opportunity to come to such a place and appear in such a capacity. Everyone nodded repeatedly. Yes, the past analysis was indeed in place, but the question still exists. That is, how can ASML be acquired? This company is not a small company. Not even easy. You can buy it. But when faced with this problem, Gu Xiao just smiled. It's simple. It's enough to use Lungxin's reputation to acquire some shares. I will ask the lawyer to sign an equity transfer agreement with you. Huh? Everyone was stunned. What's the meaning? This time it wasn't just the others who were confused. Even Liang Xining was stunned on the spot, and for a moment he didn't know what to ask. What they want to buy is ASML shares. It's not Gu Xiao's shares. What does it mean to just ask your own lawyer to sign an equity transfer contract with them? So simple? Don't tell me. ASML is your company, right? Someone finally couldn't help asking, but as soon as the question came out, the person asking the question started laughing. There was no sarcasm, just a kind smile like a joke. Everyone else also reacted. Gushio, you are really joking with us at this time. Ha ha. You want to lighten the atmosphere, right? I have to say that being young is good. You can make harmless little jokes anytime and anywhere. It's just fun. We should think carefully about what to do next. Ha! I almost thought that Ismaya was bought by you. Everyone laughed. Everyone felt that Gushio said that because he wanted to liven up the atmosphere in the venue. After all, everyone was very tired after staying up for such a long time. But when everyone shook their heads and laughed, Gushio just smiled faintly and took out a contract directly from his hand without explaining too much. He handed it directly to Liang Xining's hand. Is this? Liang Xining's eyelids twitched. Others could laugh at him, but he knew that he, a student, never joked about key issues. Swallowing, he lowered his head and looked at the document in his hand. This look, Liang Xining's face instantly froze on the spot. His pupils were dilated, his breathing was rapid, and he seemed to have lost his soul. Old Liang, what's wrong? Ming Xiyuan on the side was the first to notice something was wrong with Liang Xining and stuck his head out to take a look. But soon, his expression turned out to be exactly the same as Liang Xining. The reaction of these two people immediately made everyone present stunned, and they all looked at each other. No way, right? Could it be that Gushio really became a shareholder of ASML? Is this possible? Lin Guangyu couldn't help it any longer and approached Liang Xining. After a quick glance, he suddenly looked up at Gushio and then asked a question that confused everyone. Yuanxiu Investment, has it got anything to do with you? Yuanxiu Investment? Many people here have actually heard these four words. After all, it is one of the best investment companies in the country, and some people even hand over their savings to Yuanxiu Investment for financial management. But what's going on now? What's the meaning? Does this company have something to do with the 10-year-old kid in front of me? While everyone was scratching their heads, Gushio nodded. Yuanxiu invested in this company, which was established in my father's honor, and I have the actual control of this company. Currently, I own 35% of ASML shares, and I'm the second largest shareholder of ASML. This time I plan to transfer 10% of the shares to Lungsen. In terms of price, according to the current normal price, it is 500 million meters. Although the price is not low, I need to ensure that my investment will not suffer a serious loss. I believe that the teachers will not let a poor boy like me suffer a big loss. Gushio said a few words later. However, no one present heard those words, mainly because everyone's brains were in standby mode at this moment. No way. Too much information. It's even a bit beyond their acceptance level. What's the meaning? Gushio really has something to do with Yuanxiu Investment. According to what he said, he is not just related to him. He is even the actual controller of Yuanxiu Investment? Is this what a child can do? A 10-year-old kid did this? What's even more terrifying is, when did you acquire ASML shares? How come you never heard the news? Liang Xining couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Gushio. Yes, they had previously discussed that Asmer could not be acquired because of the existence of the Wassenaar Treaty, and it was impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to acquire such a company. And in fact, it seems that no one has heard any news recently about Longhua Investment Company's successful investment in ASML. Normal acquisition is definitely impossible. Just last year, when I was studying abroad at Alican, I set up a Facebook. Because I needed to avoid suspicion, I worked a little more and set up some shell companies. At that time, there was a problem with ASML's orders and the market value dropped. So I found some small shareholders and bought their shares in batches. In fact, just when we were on the plane, these shares were transferred to Yuanxiu Investment. At this point, the phone in Gushio's arms suddenly vibrated. I saw him pick up his phone and glance at it. Then he smiled and showed a harmless smile. That's right. Just now, Philips' capital chain has been affected due to its recent investment failure, and this semiconductor conference is just a foil for ASML. I agreed to sell the remaining 40% of their shares to Yuanxiu Investment. That is to say, now Yuanxiu Investment owns 75% of ASML shares. I should be regarded as the real big boss of ASML now. This smile. Match this sentence again. Everyone in the audience fell into silence. So, this is definitely a child?